On what appeared to be an ordinary day, the world was silently enveloped by a mysterious and sinister force, as a nightmarish game filled with terror and enigma intruded upon real-lit. Why the rules of this bizarre game remained obscure, with danger lurking at every corner once players became ensnared. It felt as though they had stepped into an abyss from which air was no return. Yet, there existed a clandestine player, a figure of remarkable wealth, who audaciously invested a staggering billion in the game. With this immense financial commitment, he distinguished himself among the ranks, ascending to the formidable title of the Ghost King. However, this Ghost King position was not a terminus rather. It served as a key to unlock even deeper horrors. Within the eerie world constructed by the game, he was compelled to confront an incessant tide of terrifying challenges and unknown perils while unraveling the dark truth that manipulated everything behind the scenes. Each step he took in his exploration could plunge both him and the entire world into an even more irrevocable abyss. Chapter 1. Rebirth 10 days before the eerie game descended into reality. How am I still alive? Am I not already dead? Lin abruptly opened his eyes, turning in bed, astonished to behold the familiar yet strange surroundings cloaked in darkness. His heart was overwhelmed with shock. Just moments ago, he had been devoured alive by a ghost clad in red while accompanied by the spirits he had nurtured in a terrifying and grotesque instance of the game. The sensation of being torn apart and consumed piece by piece lingered painfully in his memory. After calming his tumultuous thoughts, he surveyed the opulent environment around him. Was this not the very place he had once called home? Could it be? A daring hypothesis began to take shape in Lin's mind. He swiftly located his phone through memory. Upon illuminating the screen, the date was revealed. August 20th, 2213, midnight. In that moment, Lin grasped the startling realization. I had been reborn. There was no promotion or publicity. It was exceedingly niche. The game interface proclaimed, only those who are fond of bizarre tales or lack sufficient vitality may engage with this game. Naturally, Lin scoffed at this notion, considering it merely a gimmick devised by the game developers to instill fear. The gameplay was quite straightforward. Nurture unique specters, confront terrifying dungeons, and reap rewards. Lin had stumbled upon this game by chance. Having always harbored an interest in various eerie legends, he began to play. He even invested over 300,000 in order to cultivate his specters. On the game leaderboard, the specter he nurtured ranked 79th. It was a creature known as the Life Demon. However, 10 days later, Lin found himself regretting his relatively modest expenditure. 10 days hence, on August 30th, the specters from the game astonishingly materialized in reality. Lin was nearly startled by his own life demon. It appeared as a figure of black mist, exuding an ominous aura, both formidable and terrifying. Yet, it obeyed Lin's commands without hesitation, closely following him. It was then that Lin realized it was the powerful specter he had cultivated within the game. After that, the bizarre descended upon the world, and authentic terrifying tales began to manifest globally. The visage of a cat-faced old woman, a dreamlike male figure, and a gaunt specter. It was as though the gates of hell had been flung open, drawing countless souls into the abyss only to meet their tragic demise, leaving no trace behind. Those vengeful spirits remain unwaveringly loyal to their masters. Owing to Lin's unsubstantial investments, his life spirit possesses formidable power. Yet, survival promises bountiful rewards, even the possibility of subjugating the malevolent entities within the realm. Lin's mastery over spirits has grown exponentially. He can command several entities simultaneously, his mental fortitude and combat prowess surging to impressive heights. However, he recently ventured into a eerie instance known as the Grave. It was there that Lin met his end at the hands of the most terrifying specter within the Grave, the one clad in a red wedding gown. Recalling that harrowing moment sent shivers down his spine, a cold sweat cascading down his brow. The bride in red is utterly fearsome. Even my life spirit could not contend with her. Truly, she embodies the essence of terror. Lin murmured, instinctively reaching for his phone. He beheld the familiar game icon, Spirit Cultivation Simulator. The cold glow of the screen rendered Lin's face as pale as frost, yet a smile crept upon his lips. In this lifetime, he had foreknowledge of the game's impending manifestation into reality, a mere 10 days hence. This meant that within that time frame, he could invest fervently in the game, enhancing his spirit's prowess. 10 days later, a formidable array of spirits would grace his presence. While others languished in the cultivation of their entities, he would already stand invincible. Lin Un's heart raced fervently, a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins. Though I am perplexed as to why I have been granted a second chance at life. Having concluded his thoughts, Lin dialed his Aunt Lin Qian, the current head of the Lin Group. After a considerable wait, a weary yet irate voice emerged from the other end. "Dear nephew, calling me in the dead of night and disturbing my slumber, you had better concoct a plausible reason, or else I shall not hesitate to unleash my formidable wrath upon you." "Oh, you aunt." This incident weighed heavily on him, as he felt remorse for failing to protect his aunt, which had become one of his lingering regrets. On the other end of the line, lying on her side in bed, the fair-skinned and elegant Lin Qian detected an unusual tone in Lin's voice. Instantly, her drowsiness vanished, and she sat up with urgency, exclaiming, "Lin, have you truly encountered some trouble? Have you, in the dead of night, succumbed to temptation and found yourself in a predicament? If that's the case, I cannot assist you. I have no acquaintances in the station." "Uft. Aunt, you jest. We know each other too well for that." Lin reined in his emotions, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, and replied playfully, "Are you not a bit of a lecher?" "Oh, right. I forgot you were an anime aficionado that only enamored with fictional characters. So, what brings you to seek me out at this hour? Are you in need of a website? Speak up. Do you desire one from Japan or Europe?" A mischievous chuckle echoed from Lin Qian's end of the call. "Lin, who even uses URLs anymore?" "Ahem, let's get to the point, Annie. If I were to liquidate my shares in the Lin Group, how much could I expect to receive, and what would be the quickest time frame for converting?" "Everything into cash." Lin Qian's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she covered the phone. "Nephew, why are you asking this? Are you in some sort of trouble? Have you been gambling?" Lin retorted, "How did I become a gambler again? Lin, swear that I will never associate with gambling or drugs in this lifetime. Annie, just tell me plainly how much I currently possess in assets. Let me calculate." Lin Qian patted her ample chest, regaining her composure. As the head of the Lin Group, she was well aware of the company's assets and mentally assessed the situation. The shares your parents left you account for 49 of the group. This includes real estate and various other holdings valued at over $1.2 billion. If liquidated swiftly, there may be some fluctuations, but it should be around $1 billion, give or take. $1 billion. That's more than sufficient. Annie, I want to liquidate all my assets except for the villa I currently reside in, as quickly as possible. Chapter 2. I intend to invest this billion entirely into the game. Lin's resolve was unwavering. Lin Qian felt a pang of concern. "Lin, have you lost your mind? What on earth are you planning to do with such a large sum of cash? This isn't how one squanders wealth. You must provide me with a reason." Lin found himself in a quandary, as he couldn't possibly divulge his intentions to his aunt. "In 10 days, a strange event will descend upon us. I shall invest the entirety of this billion into the game." Such an absurd notion had it not been for Lin's own previous experience. Even he would scarcely believe such a claim. If that were the case, Aunt Lin would undoubtedly send her nephew to a psychiatric hospital on the spot. Lin reassured, "Annie, rest assured, I have my own plans for this money. It will not be squandered. After 10 days, I promise to provide you with an explanation." 10 days? What can you possibly accomplish in that time? As Aunt Lin pondered, she realized that within 10 days, a sum of 10 billion could hardly be exhausted, and if Lin were to spend so lavishly, he would certainly not be able to evade her scrutiny unless he were to invest it all into the game. Yet, surely no one could be that clever in this world, could they? With a fierce tone, Aunt Lin declared, "Very well, since that is your asset, I respect your choice. But let me remind you, if you cannot provide an explanation in 10 days, I shall hold you accountable." A chill coursed through Lin at her boldness. After hanging up the phone, he exhaled deeply, feeling he had conquered the most formidable obstacle. Next, he resolved to swiftly immerse himself in the game to enhance his skills. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin clicked to enter the game. Hee. Amidst an eerie and chilling laughter, the screen transformed from a ghastly white to a blood-red hue, as if stained with crimson. Lin found himself in a gory game interface. Recharge. I shall expend it all. Having spoken, Lin unhesitatingly pressed the recharge button. The game's public screen displayed a striking line of text. Congratulations to player Ghost Devotee for acquiring the bountiful Harvest package, including 100 Ghost experience points, Ghost equipment, and 1 purple quality Soul Reaping SC-wide. Lin's in-game ID was Ghost Devotee. However, in his previous life, he had not yet managed to encounter a beautiful ghost before the strange phenomena invaded reality. The ghosts he later obtained were largely devoid of beauty. In this life, he was determined to fulfill the regrets of his past existence, nurturing beautiful ghosts of all kinds, be it adorable Lolas, mischievous little devils, charming Suku, or vampire queens. None would be overlooked. Lin opened his ghost interface. There, he found only a solitary ghost. It resembled a wisp of black mist, straddling the boundary between corporeal and incorporeal, with only a pair of blood-red pupils flickering within the darkness, emanating an aura of chilling coldness. Beneath it, a line of exclusive description was displayed. Cost name, Fate Reaper, Ghost gender. Ghost level, Grade Ghost, currently at level 60, ranked 957th in the entire server. Ghost ability, Lethal Whale, capable of briefly suppressing ghosts of the same level, possessing the ability to possess the host and enhance the host's physical attributes. Ghost description, a mysterious entity. Once it recognizes its master, it will never betray and is exceedingly loyal, potentially willing to sacrifice itself to shield its master from calamities. Host affection level, slightly favorable. Lin's gaze towards Fate Reaper shifted significantly. Could it be that the Fate Demon sacrificed itself to save my life? In my previous life, the Fate Demon was merely a Brank Spectre. A Brank Spectre possesses such extraordinary abilities? Lin inhaled deeply, declaring, Fate Demon, you have saved my life in this lifetime. I vow to repay you. Upon uttering these words, Lin utilized the Spectre Experience Pack from his inventory to nourish the Fate Demon, subsequently equipping it with the purple weapon, the Soul Riapi. Ing Scythe, Ding, you have fed the Fate Demon an experience pack. Ding, you have fed the Fate Demon an experience pack. With a flash of brilliance, the Fate Demon's level increased by 2. Ding. You have equipped the Soul Reaping Scythe to the Brank Spectre, Fate Demon. Agility 3, Attack 10, Attack Speed 10, Attack Effect. Each strike has a 5 chance to instantly slay specters of rank or below. The Fate Demon, now adorned with the Soul Reaping Scythe, emanated a chilling aura reminiscent of the Grim Reaper from Western lore. Congratulations, player, benefactor of the female Spectre. Your Brank Spectre, Fate Demon, has ascended to rank 828 in strength. Lin remarked, not bad. Not bad. The special effect of this Soul Reaping Scythe is quite impressive, offering a 5 chance to annihilate specters of rank or below. This could certainly facilitate my endeavors in many terrifying dungeons. However, Lin's aspirations extended beyond this. He sought to cultivate a true rank specter. He began to strategize for the next 10 days. With less than 10 days remaining until the eerie game descends upon reality, I must elevate this account to the pinnacle of the leaderboard before then. Lin accessed his balance page, revealing over 4 million. I should invest a few million to elevate the level of this extraordinary ghost. With such a unique entity, it might evolve into an Inscrate Spectre or even higher in the future. When that time comes, no eerie dungeon will stand a chance. I must strategize meticulously to secure all the rewards. Lin was determined to seize every possible reward available through monetary investment in this game. Though Ghost Cultivation Simulator is fundamentally a nurturing game, it features various rankings and leaderboards. There are leaderboards for ghostly combat power, dungeon completion, guild standings, mental fortitude, and weaponry. To enhance his ranking, he must acquire new, powerful specters and weapons, which can only be obtained through monetary investment in card draws within the game. A single 10 draw costs 648. However, the likelihood of drawing in Scrade Red Dress Spectre is virtually non-existent, as the odds are exceedingly low and there is no safety net. How outrageous! Lin clicked on an event page adorned with a terrifying pumpkin head. In the game, the currency exchange rate of ghost coins to real money is 1:1. Thus, he would need to invest at least 220,000 to have any chance of acquiring an Scrade Spectre. A chance to obtain one. I trust you as much as a ghost. Let's go for 330,000 instead. That guarantees at least one Scrayed Spectera bargain. Indeed, it is worth noting that in Lynn's previous life, the total number of Scrayed Specters worldwide did not exceed 100, each possessing extraordinarily formidable abilities, and were highly sought after. Chapter 3. Scrayed Specter, the Red Wedding Dress. Now, with merely 330,000, one can possess such a treasure. This transaction is undeniably lucrative. Lin, filled with anticipation, licked his lips and clicked the recharge button. Are you certain you wish to deposit 330,000 into your game account? Lin clicked the confirmation button. The in-game system reminded Lin several times, and ultimately he succeeded in converting his funds into ghost coins. In the next moment, a notification appeared on Lin's screen. During the game's transition scene, an eerie sound effect resonated as a figure clad in a red bridal veil emerged abruptly. She stood quietly, her hands delicately placed on her abdomen, exuding an aura of tranquility. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting her veil to reveal a perfectly sculpted jawline, porcelain skin, and alluring crimson lips. She murmured softly, "Having seen my face, you must marry me. My lord, I shall savor you well." What the heck? Lin nearly flung his screen away in shock. Gazing at the enchanting specter in a flowing red bridal gown, he couldn't help but smirk. "You little minx, just dare to challenge me in 10 days. I shall be your master. Do you believe I will have you don a sleek black bunny maid outfit to serve me?" Satisfied with his musings, Lin eagerly accessed the ghostly profile of the bride. Ghost name, red bridal gown. Ghost gender, female. Ghost level, S-class, level 1. Currently ranked 79th among all ghosts in the server. The ghost possesses the ability to mercilessly annihilate anyone who gazes upon her visage clad in a red wedding gown. When she encounters a person whom she genuinely cherishes, she will, with tears in her eyes, consume them, transforming them into an existence akin to her own. Her backstory reveals that she was forcibly wed to someone she did not love by her family. On the eve of her wedding night, adorned in her crimson attire, she chose to end her own life, bound by resentment, ultimately becoming a vengeful spirit in red. Regarding her affinity for the host, it is love at first sight, with an undeniable allure for the host's physical form. Lin felt a chill run through him. This female ghost, she finds me appealing. Quite the character, I must say. I like it. This strength ghost is indeed formidable, ranked so highly at level 1, which underscores the rarity of strength spirits within this game. Lin temporarily closed the exclusive ghost page for the red wedding gown. He began to meander through the in-game shop, having effortlessly recharged 330,000, eager to expend it all on enhancing his skills. Relying on card draws? That was out of the question. Another method was to cultivate in strength ghost himself. Certain powerful spirits have a chance to be elevated to strength. For instance, the Fate Ghost, although a rank entity, possesses immense potential. However, the costs involved are comparable to purchasing Enstrength Ghost outright. To nurture Enstrength Ghost requires resources that could instead be used to develop nearly 10 rank spirits. Thus, it becomes evident that this game is fundamentally a heavy investment endeavor, with minimal progression possible without financial expenditure. However, the majority of players indulging in this game are merely freeloaders, relying solely on a mix of C and B grade specters, resulting in a chaotic clash of incompetence. Many dungeons remain unconquered even now. Lin remarked, "First, let's elevate the level of the red wedding dress. I believe this could significantly enhance its ranking." After completing a few more dungeons, I recall that the initial completion rewards in this game are quite generous. To further enhance the capabilities of the specters, the simplest method is to elevate their levels and equip them with the finest weapons. Without powerful weapons, conquering dungeons becomes impossible. Lacking weapon materials means no training can occur, which in turn disqualifies one from entering dungeons, thus reading a vicious cycle, let alone the larger team dungeons. Lin opened the exchange shop within the game. The shop offered various items like paper spirits, spirits, and goblins, all brimming with ghostly energy, serving as prime experience boosters. These are the finest materials for elevating the specter's levels. Lin cleared the shop entirely, feeding every ghostly item to the red wedding dress, spending all 330,000 ghost coins without reservation and stuffing them essences into its mouth. You have fed an een spirit to the red wedding dress. Its level has increased. You have fed a paper spirit to the red wedding dress. Its level has increased. Before one's eyes, the crimson hue of the red wedding dress became noticeably denser, its ghostly aura intensifying, exuding an air of dominance among specters. This overwhelming presence nearly burst forth from the screen. Master is truly kind to me. I long to consume the master, so we could be together forever. She let out a chilling laugh, her fingers delving beneath the veil, lingering as they savored the remnants of the eerie atmosphere, the delicate tips of her long, fair fingers glistening with crystalline droplets. The phone screen illuminated with a notification. Congratulations, player! The female ghost's affection for you has reached a level of exclusivity, and her desire for consumption has intensified. Players must maintain a formidable mental fortitude, otherwise it will be insufficient to suppress the red wedding dress. Should your mental strength falter and the red wedding dress consumes you, your game account will be deleted. Lin exclaimed with insight. What a surprise! A Yandere ghost yearning for eternal companionship. It seems I must train her properly. In his previous life, Lin had never encountered a strength ghost, thus he had not paid much attention to his mental strength. The so-called mental strength is akin to sanity points. The greater the mental fortitude, the more ghosts one can simultaneously command, and the higher the limit of those commands. He realized that his character's mental strength was at a critical point, indicating he could at most control 2 ghosts at once. Any more would lead to collapse. If the red wedding dress were to rise further, it would consume its master. This is the nature of strength ghosts. Their formidable power renders them exceedingly difficult to tame. Furthermore, the methods to enhance mental strength within the game are limited. Aside from elevating one's VIP level, one can only purchase mental strength experience capsules, EAC, each costing 10,000. Lin lamented, if I were to spend money, invest in this, only to discover my mental strength is insufficient to sustain and strength ghost, that would truly be a collapse. This is not merely pressure to spend, it is outright extortion. However, Lin was not the least bit upset. To him, it was merely a trifling sum. Moreover, the enhancement of his mental faculties would enable him to simultaneously command a greater multitude of spirits. In 10 days, these abilities would manifest within himself. Is there a game in existence more benevolent than this? Lin continued to invest, purchasing capsules to augment his character's mental strength. Ding, you have consumed a mental capsule. Your sanity level has increased. Ding, you have consumed a mental capsule. Your sanity level has increased. While Lin was tirelessly expending his resources and honing his skills through the night, his aunt, Lin Xian, found herself unable to sleep as well. Chapter 4. My aunt has downloaded this game too. Lin Xian first dialed several of her subordinates, instructing them to assess Lin's assets and issue a public announcement to liquidate shares. By the time she concluded these tasks, it was already 4 in the morning. Lying in bed, Lin Xian was merely wrapped in a thin blanket, her striking features accentuated by her fair complexion, delicate collarbones, and perky bosom, making her appear no older than 25. She embodied the essence of an elegantly aloof beauty. Stifling a yawn, she aimlessly fiddled with her phone, her mind clearly elsewhere. The corners of her mouth curled slightly as she muttered, I truly don't understand what Lin is thinking. Does he intend to squander the inheritance left by his parents? What a lackluster individual. Whatever, I won't concern myself with him any longer. Humph, he has even caused me to stay up late. Fine, I'll get up, apply some exquisite makeup, and head to the office early today. Unable to sleep any longer, Lin Xian rose from her bed. With her long, graceful legs, she kicked off the blanket, slipped into a pair of adorable bunny slippers, and settled in front of the vanity mirror to begin her makeup routine. However, as she hummed a tune and selected her cosmetics, a chilling scene unfolded. Unbeknownst to her, the reflection in the mirror seemed to come alive, her face pale, eyes clouded, and lips a ghastly purple, resembling a vengeful specter. The female specter wore a peculiar smile, fixated intently on Lin Xian, pressing against the mirror as if poised to leap forth from its depths. However, when Lin Xian lifted her gaze to the mirror, the eerie apparition vanished in an instant. Reflected in the glass, Lin Xian maintained her sweet visage and noble demeanor. Suddenly, A buzzing sound interrupted her thoughts. Her phone, resting on the vanity, vibrated with a notification. Instinctively, Lin Qian picked up the device, only to find the screen boldly displaying that the ghostly simulation game had been successfully downloaded. An ominous game icon now lurked within her phone's application store interface. Frowning, Lin Qian pondered, when did I download this game? Initially intending to drag the icon away and uninstall this inexplicably appeared game, Lin Qian's finger inadvertently tapped the icon the moment it made contact, causing her to enter the game. This turn of events left her quite speechless. Only those favored by vengeful spirits or those on the brink of death can access this chilling game. Are you prepared to embark on a terrifying adventure? Lin Qian scoffed. What nonsense is this? They dare to threaten me? I shall see just how frightful this shoddy imitation game truly is. With that, she entered the game. Please select your initial gender. Lin Qian chose female. Please assign a name to your character. After a moment's thought, she typed on the phone's keyboard. Let us call her the Brave Beauty. Welcome, young warrior. As this is your first encounter with the game, a mere recharge of 6 yuan grants you a novice gift pack, along with your choice of a C-grade initial monster and a monster experience pack. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qian clicked to recharge and received her novice gift pack. She selected an adorably charming little zombie monster. Congratulations on acquiring your first C-grade monster, the bandaged zombie maiden. Hurry, cultivate your monster. Congratulations, young warrior. With your initial recharge, you have received a novice gift pack. Should you continue by recharging 648 yuan, you may obtain the Bountiful Harvest Pack, which carries a chance of yielding a purple weapon. Is this a game where strength is merely a matter of monetary investment? The art style captivates me, and this initial monster is simply too delightful, truly endearing. Lin Qian exclaimed in delight, cradling her phone as she began her adventure. The following midday, after a night of fervent gaming, Lin's stomach growled, rousing her from her slumber. It seems prudent to procure some nourishment first. Lin opened her door to find a charming maid with silky white legs waiting at the threshold. Upon seeing Lin, she promptly bowed respectfully and said, Master, you are awake. I noticed you were sleeping soundly and did not wish to disturb you. You must be hungry. Allow me to prepare some food for you. Xiaodai. It has been far too long since we last met. I never anticipated our paths would cross again. Lin gazed at the maid before her for a moment, lost in thought, while Xiaodai, slightly embarrassed, responded, Master, did we not see each other just yesterday? What are you saying? Lin suddenly realized that she had lost her composure and, half-jokingly, remarked, A day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns. Xiaodai blushed and replied, Please. Master, do not jest about me. I shall go prepare your lunch. With that, Xiaodai left with a light step. In her previous life, after the bizarre game had descended upon the world, money had lost its value. Social status was now measured by the strength of the spirits one possessed. During that tumultuous period, society was in chaos, prices soared, and ordinary people suffered greatly. They had to contend not only with the crisis brought on by the supernatural but also with those who wielded these spirits. Many of those who possessed spirits found their inner desires twisted as their power grew, leading to a surge of heinous crimes. Eventually, the General Administration of Longguo established an official organization known as the Light-Chasing Society to recruit righteous spirit tamers to maintain public order, alleviating some of the situation. This left Lin with a profound sense of guilt. Had she taken her along at that time, perhaps she would not have met her demise, at least not at the hands of another. Having been reborn, Lin vowed not to stand idly by and watch tragedy unfold. She was determined to change everything, at the very least to protect those around her. Under the attentive care of the sweet maid, Lin savored her meal before promptly retrieving her phone to continue playing the game. Dear esteemed VIP player and spirit guardian, it has been 6 hours since your last login. Your powerful spirit longs for you. A recharge of 648 will grant you a chance for a 10 pull in the card pool, with the possibility of drawing an S-class spirit or a rare purple quality weapon. Please, no more notifications. May I simply complete the recharge in one go? Lin directly invested the remaining several million in his WeChat account into the game. Player, Ghost Patron, are you certain you wish to recharge 65 million ghost coins? Even the in-game system seemed incredulous, repeatedly confirming the transaction. Lin, yes, recharge it all. Player, Ghost Patron, you have recharged 65 million ghost coins. Your VIP level has been elevated to Super Supreme VIP, enhancing all your fundamental attributes and allowing you to command up to 3 S-class specters simultaneously. First, I'll try a 10 draw to test the waters and see if my fortune has improved. Without hesitation, Lin clicked the draw button. A dazzling crimson light streaked across the sky. revealing the results of the 10 draws. Chapter 5. I know how to trigger the perfect hidden ending. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a B-class specter, a vampire. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired a B-class weapon, the Death Bell Spear. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a Spectre Experience Pack X10. Lin drew 10 cards from the pool, and as expected, the best reward was a B-class Spectre, while the rest comprised experience points or utterly worthless weapons that he deemed beneath his notice. I knew it. Discussing luck in a pay-to-win game is nothing short of absurd. Lin promptly discarded the B-class vampire before the red wedding dress, offering it for her to devour. Ah, what luck I have. Just when I felt a bit peckish. Master, you are so kind to me. Please feel free to command me next time. The red wedding dress let out a tinkling laugh, her crimson fingertips dancing upon the unfortunate vampire. The pitiable B-class specter trembled in fear, too afraid to move. Soon, a chilling scream echoed from the screen. In the lower right corner, 2 lines of notifications appeared. The affinity with the red bride has increased. She eagerly desires to merge with you, becoming one. Please be cautious of the host's mental strength. The emotion of the fate spirit has shifted from calm to fear, in order to avoid being offered to the red bride. Its desire to enhance its own power has intensified. Lin had not anticipated that merely feeding a B-class specter to the red bride could influence the fate spirit's emotions. This game indeed possessed intriguing elements. If I were to feed the red bride a specter daily, the fate spirit's strength would surely escalate in no time. Half-jokingly, Lin clicked on the global leaderboard within the game, and, as expected, he encountered a familiar name. The top-ranked Spectre player was a user from Sakura country named Ryuya Haranokai. The S-class Spectre in his possession, the Lich Singer, was exceedingly powerful. Equipped with a weapon that perfectly complemented its skills, the bloodied microphone, which amplified its abilities. Lin was all too familiar with this S-class Spectre. It had once annihilated an entire city overnight. Subsequently, Ryuya Haranokai was pursued by the combined forces of various nations due to his heinous deeds, ultimately paying a hefty price to slay it. In a past life, Lin had participated in the suppression of that S-class Spectre, narrowly escaping death at the hands of the Lich Singer. After the arrival of the eerie game, Ryu Genjiro, relying on an S-class malevolent spirit, transformed into a quintessential villain, even aspiring to become the sovereign of the Blue Star. In the previous life, you managed to masquerade your true self by sheer luck. But this time, you shall not have the opportunity. Lin's gaze was frigid. By his estimation, this fellow, who seemed to lead a comfortable life, had invested no less than 10 million into the game. In such a niche gaming realm, to spend 10 million is indeed remarkable. A handful of players of this caliber could sustain an entire gaming company. However, the funds that Ryu Genjiro had spent were ill-gotten. He was not a wealthy magnate, but rather an ordinary accountant. His expenditures were entirely misappropriated from his company, thus it was destined that he could never invest over 100 million. Lin aimed to surpass his ranking with consummate ease. Lin scrolled down a few pages and soon spotted his own position at the 9th rank. Red wedding dress, S-class spirit. Level 90, equipment. None, fate spirit, B-class spirit, level 90. Equipment. Soul reaping scythe. Lin could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The red wedding dress is quite formidable. Even without equipment, it ranks 9th. Just imagine if it wielded a weapon suited for her. She would soar to new heights. With this thought in mind, Lin hastily selected the eerie dungeon within the game that could yield weapon drops, opting for the most challenging quest. S-Class Urban Legend Number 13 Last Train, current status, unconquered. S-Class Urban Legend Abandoned Amusement Park, current status, unconquered. S-Class Urban Legend Sakura Town, current status, unconquered. These bizarre dungeons require not only wit and courage to confront the specters within, but also the strength of one's own phantoms to navigate their treacherous rules and loopholes. However, for Lin, these dungeons pose no challenge whatsoever. He possesses a formidable S-rank specter and has returned from a previous life, armed with the knowledge to unravel these S-rank quests. Swiftly, Lin resolved to tackle his first dungeon, the last bus number 13, a highly intricate tale of rules and horrors. This S-rank enigma had been deciphered in his former life, and Lin knew that even a B-rank specter would suffice to triumph. Moreover, he was aware of how to trigger the hidden perfect ending to secure superior rewards. Player, the Spectre Guardian, you are about to enter the tale of terror. Last bus number 13. Conditions for success: survive until dawn or locate the hidden specter among the passengers. Each passenger rescued increases the task completion rate by 10%. As Lin's character materialized at a dimly lit bus stop, Enveloped in darkness, it appeared to await something ominous. In the distance, a dilapidated, swaying bus, its paint peeling and weary from years of service, approached slowly. Lin guided his character aboard, paid the fare of 2 coins, and settled into a window seat at the rear. The bus continued its unsteady journey. Player, the Spectre Guardian, please heed the following rules. First, refrain from engaging in idle chatter with the driver, lest terrifying events unfold. Second, do not alight before reaching the destination, as it may invoke dreadful consequences. Tired drivers often seek to engage passengers in casual conversation. However, Lin remained indifferent to the system's prompts, fully aware of the specter among the passengers and how to unlock the concealed endings. Meanwhile, in the public chat of the game Monster Nurturing Simulator, numerous players were fervently discussing a user known as the Female Ghost Guardian, whose ranking had surged into the top 10 overnight. He had recently attained the coveted status of Super Supreme VIP, with an announcement echoing across the server, "I am the Scallop Fighter, Female Ghost Guardian, you are utterly immoral." With just 9 days left in this season, suddenly pouring in so much money, I was on track for a top 100 reward. Now, I've been pushed out beyond the 100th place. Another player remarked, "Have you calculated how much this Female Ghost Guardian has spent?" I recall that advancing a VIP level in this game costs more than 10 times the previous tier. A third player speculated, "It's hard to say, but it must be at least several million. What a wealthy fool." Chapter 6. The players across the server were left astounded. Most likely, it's just some foolish heir from a wealthy family. This game exploits players mercilessly, and even if you spend money, it remains a virtual realm. With that much money, how many times could one indulge in a footbath? Another player added, "The dungeon tasks in this game are of such high difficulty that even with an S-class ghost for protection, one cannot successfully complete them, which is why I refuse to spend any money." Amidst the lively discourse among players within the game, one remarked, "Indeed, I believe that those who spend money on deduction games are simply wasting their resources. As a casual player myself, I find great pleasure in logging in daily to admire the scenery and nurture my adorable little spirits." Another chimed in, "Fellow gamers, my ID speaks for itself. I haven't spent a single cent yet have successfully cracked 2 B-rank mysterious dungeons. Impressive, isn't it?" A third voice interjected, "Goodness, you must be the legendary grinding emperor. For how could one conquer such challenges without consulting guides?" The game designers have truly crafted a nightmarish experience, deliberately obstructing progress. A newcomer pleaded, "I seek a guide. I am stuck at the nightmare at the winery castle level. Would it be too much to ask for a direct passage through payment? I'm genuinely frustrated." To which another responded, "Dear newcomer, simply join any guild. They typically possess strategies for clearing dungeons ranging from C to B rank, though contributions are required." At that moment, a server-wide announcement echoed through the game. "Congratulations to player Ghostly Benefactor for their inaugural completion of the S-rank mysterious dungeon, bus number 13, achieving a completion rate of 100%. Following a brief silence, the server erupted with astonishment. "Isn't that the individual who just squandered millions? They actually cleared the dungeon with a perfect score. My goodness. Is this the true power of spending? I merely wish to inquire whether the initial completion of an S-level dungeon yields substantial rewards. Perhaps one might acquire an S-level Spectre or a top-tier S-level weapon. Such enigmatic S-level dungeons must possess astonishing outputs, and at present, no one knows the method to conquer them. When the time comes, should he compose a guide, he could effortlessly earn a considerable fortune." Firstly, the entity known as the Spectre Benefactor must undoubtedly be an affluent individual, endowed with exceptional deductive abilities to decipher an S-level dungeon. And to do so with absolute certainty is nothing short of astonishing. I begin to suspect that this individual might be a plant arranged by the game developers. In a fleeting moment, the moniker Spectre Benefactor began to circulate among players across the Blue Star, and his notoriety surged. Numerous individuals flocked to Lin's personal gaming profile to leave messages, and many sought to add him as a friend for private conversations. In the office of the Lin Corporation's president, an exclamation of astonishment resounded. "Ah, this Spectre Benefactor is truly remarkable, having managed to unravel an S-level enigmatic dungeon." Lin Qian curled up like a small cat in her executive chair, her hands cradling her phone, her gaze fixed intently upon the server-wide announcements in the game. At that moment, the character she controlled triggered yet another specter within the dungeon. A vampire count, clad in a suit, with a pallid complexion and blood-red eyes, rose from his coffin. "Hehehe, such a delightful creature, your blood must be exquisite." The vampire fixed his gaze upon Lin Qian, licking his lips to reveal a pair of sharp fangs. In the next heartbeat, he lunged at Lin Qian like a bloodthirsty bat. Lin Qian's face turned pale with fright. Oh my goodness! How did it suddenly appear again? At a critical moment, the delicate and adorable bandaged zombie girl beside her bravely stepped in front of the vampire, baring her small fangs. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and she emitted a low growl that was distinctly inhuman. Stay away from my master. After uttering these words, the bandages adorning her body began to unravel and ensnared the vampire. Yet, being merely a C-class weakling, how could the bandaged zombie girl possibly contend with the vampire count? In no time, she was vanquished and fell to the ground. Clinging to the vampire's leg, she sank her sharp white fangs into him. The vampire count winced in pain and kicked the zombie girl away, exclaiming, "Get lost." Following this, the vampire slowly approached Lin Qian's character in the game. The vampire cruelly drained your blood. Dungeon failed. Soon, Lin Qian's screen was awash in crimson, and a failure notification appeared. She pouted, visibly displeased. How frustrating. This game is just too difficult. However, this only intensified her desire to challenge the game. Her mind racing with thoughts of how to conquer the dungeon and nurture her monsters. Master, I am sorry. I am just too weak. I will strive harder next time. Back in the monster's abode, Lin Qian gazed at the pitiful bandaged zombie girl huddled in the corner, tears glistening in her eyes, as she earnestly apologized to the players beyond the screen. After speaking, Lin Qian casually charged a few W to enhance the level of the bandaged zombie girl and drew powerful weapons from the card pool. However, her actions seemed rather foolish. From a rational perspective, a sea-level monster held little value for nurturing. Rather than this, it would be wiser to cultivate stronger creatures. As Lin Qian immersed herself in the game, a knock resounded at the office door. Knock, knock, knock. President Lin, may I come in? A female voice inquired. Lin Qian hastily placed her curled legs down from the chair, turned off her phone, donned her golden-rimmed glasses, and instantly transformed into an icy beauty, exuding an air of frosty elegance. She cleared her throat and said, "Come in." A female assistant entered, her expression fraught with difficulty. President Lin, regarding young Master Lin's intention to sell his shares in the Lin Group, the shareholders' meeting has expressed considerable dissent and wishes to invite you for a discussion. Lin Qian frowned. Have I not made myself clear? Has the year-end dividend diminished? Lin's shares are his own assets. He may do as he pleases. Tell those shareholders to silence themselves. The assistant trembled slightly, her voice quivering. The main concern is that the group's profits have been promising this year. Such a sudden low-price sale of shares could negatively impact the company's stock price and reputation. President Lin, perhaps you could persuade young Master Lin otherwise. I only wish to act in the best interest of the group. Lin Qian raised an eyebrow. I am fully aware of my own affairs. When did it become your place to remind me? Observing the assistant leave in a flurry, Lin Qian removed her golden-rimmed glasses and rubbed her temples, instinctively unlocking her phone. They are merely conniving individuals, yet the little creatures within the game provide a sense of solace. Lin Qian's expression froze, her eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Suddenly, several striking notifications appeared on the game's public screen. Congratulations to the player, Spirit Guardian, for successfully completing the S-level Eerie Dungeon, Abandoned Amusement Park, with a completion rate of 100. Congratulations to the player, Spirit Guardian, for successfully completing the S-level Eerie Dungeon, Cherry Blossom Town, with a completion rate of 100. Chapter 7. Reviewing the rewards, new S-level Spectre, Yukiana. I have finally conquered these dungeons. Thankfully, my memory serves me well, allowing me to retain all the strategies for these dungeons in my mind. Congratulations on your first completion of the S-level dungeon, Last Train number 13. And for receiving the reward of an S-level weapon, Bloodstained Umbrella. What a remarkable S-level weapon, the pinnacle of weaponry within the game. In Lin's previous life, S-level weapons were as rare as national treasures like the giant panda. With excitement, Lin examined the fundamental attributes of this weapon. Bloodstained Umbrella, originally a pure white umbrella. It has inexplicably become stained with blood, exuding a potent scent of gore, seemingly from another realm. Effect: upon opening the umbrella, a rain of blood will fall within a radius of 100 meters. Any specters or living beings unprotected by the umbrella will be eroded by the blood rain, losing 1% of their maximum health every second. After reading the weapon's effects, Lin was utterly stunned. How extraordinarily powerful is this? In other words, any specter, including S-class specters, can only withstand the bloodstained umbrella for a maximum of 100 seconds. This seemingly ample duration may appear trivial and limited in scope. Yet 100 seconds is sufficient for an S-class Spectre to extinguish Lin En's life multiple times. However, this is primarily a range-based area of effect negative consequence. It is not solely applicable to a single Spectre. Should the holder of the blood-stained umbrella remain unresolved within that 100 seconds, their demise is inevitable. One can only imagine the calamity that would ensue if, 10 days hence, the eerie game were to manifest in reality. With the opening of an umbrella resulting in a downpour of blood, Lin En exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that such a formidable weapon was in his possession. Had it fallen into the hands of someone like Ri, it would have been a predicament indeed. Having acquired an S-class weapon, Lin En felt quite elated. He stowed it away in his backpack and continued to examine the remaining rewards. Congratulations on your first completion of the S-class dungeon, the abandoned amusement park. You have received a one-time use rule-type item, the Eternal Pursuer Snail. Lin En was intrigued. Eternal Pursuer Snail? He had heard of one-time use items that dissipate after a single application, rendering them unusable. Yet, each item possesses immense power, some even surpassing that of S-class items. Lin En clicked on the item, shaped like a snail shell, to read its description. Once, a thought-provoking question was posed. Imagine being granted a fortune so vast that it could sustain you for a lifetime. But at an unsettling cost, within a radius of 100 meters, a snail would perpetually spawn, its singular mission being your demise. The likelihood of succumbing to this mollusk is nearly non-existent, yet it is not entirely implausible. Effect: the player may designate any participant within the game to be pursued by a grotesque snail, which will relentlessly chase its target both by day and by night. In reality and in dreams, refusing to relent until its prey is vanquished. Lin slapped his thigh in astonishment. Good heavens! This is utterly terrifying. To be hunted to death by a snail equates to an inevitable chance of obliterating another player, and as a rule-based item, it is remarkably difficult to counter. How fortunate it is that I am the one who received it. Otherwise, in 10 days, no amount of wealth, even if I were to spend 10 billion, could save me from being hunted down by that snail. A cold sweat broke out on Lin's brow. As someone who had experienced the bizarre arrival of such phenomena, he was acutely aware of the terror that these rule-based items could invoke. Subsequently, Lin turned his attention to his final reward. Congratulations on your first successful completion of the S-rank instance, Sakura Town. You have earned the reward. S-rank Spirit, Yukiana. Lin was overjoyed. What a stroke of luck. The VE directly bestowed upon me the instance's boss. This reward is indeed exceptional. On the game screen, cherry blossoms danced through the air, soon to be gently overshadowed by pale, ghostly snowflakes. Amidst the snowy expanse stood a woman clad in a white kimono. She possessed a cascade of silvery hair. Her features strikingly beautiful, her figure alluringly prominent. Her skin, resembling that of a person afflicted with albinism, was pale and devoid of color, trembling all over as if from the bitter cold, evoking a sense of profound pity and innocence. So cold, so hungry. Please save me. I am willing to do anything, she sobbed in the frigid wilderness. Yet, Lin En was acutely aware that she was an S-rank Spectre, and one could not judge her strength merely by her appearance. In the Sakura Town instance, rescuing her would lead to death at her hands, while neglecting her plight would also result in demise. Indeed, she was an unpredictable spirit, governed solely by her whims. Lin En accessed the personal profile of the S-rank Spectre. The Snow Woman. Spectre name: Snow Woman. Gender: female. Rank: S. Level 1. Current server ranking: 69. Abilities: the Snow Woman can conjure a blizzard, possesses the ability to swap places with reflections, create duplicates, and utilize solid eyes for both offense and defense. Additionally, she is adept in the art of seduction, capable of leveraging her physique to provide unparalleled pleasure. Description: once, I too was a kind-hearted maiden until I saved someone I should never have saved. Host affinity: slightly wary, always sensing that the host harbors ill intentions, believing the host desires to enact some peculiar scheme against her, yet feeling powerless to resist. Lin En exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness, the Snow Woman possesses the essence of a succubus? And she harbors paranoid delusions capable of inducing the utmost ecstasy? Should I dare to explore this further? Cough, cough. As Lin muttered to himself, a new prompt appeared within the game. Player, female ghost patron, your S-class ghost. The red wedding dress has increased your appetite for consumption, elevating your affection to an insatiable level. Lin was taken aback and remarked, what on earth does insatiable even mean? Is the red wedding dress feeling jealous? Suddenly, a thought struck him. In 10 days, would this deranged and possessive ghost become envious of the Snow Woman, claiming him as her own? A cold sweat broke out on Lin's back, although his ghosts could not harm him. Being the object of the red wedding dress's obsession unsettled him deeply. He certainly did not wish to witness his two S-class ghosts embroiled in conflict. Seemingly sensing Lin's anxiety, the game issued another notification. The red wedding dress and the snow woman are confronting each other in your domain, vying for territory. The snow woman, unable to compete with the higher-level red wedding dress, has seen her affection for you diminish. Your ghost, the fake ghost, is frightened and has retreated to a corner. Trembling. Esteemed Super Supreme VIP player, female ghost patron, you now possess two S-class ghosts, reaching the capacity limit for your current domain. A competent ghost master should provide a comfortable activity space for their spirits within their domain. Lin exclaimed, "Goodness, this game's monetization tactics are too intricate. I must upgrade my domain to further acquire S-class ghosts. It's just like courting a wife. Everything seems splendid in the beginning, but once the topic of marriage arises, it becomes utterly relentless. Bride price, housing, vehicles, and savings are indispensable. The crux of the matter is that Lin is raising more than one specter. Hence it is imperative to arrange suitable accommodations for each, enhance their levels, and equip them with weapons. Only after 10 days will he truly become their master." Chapter 8. This household is already overrun with spirits. Lin casually opened the home interface in the upper right corner of the game. As expected, the capacity of his dwelling was already at its limit. The player's initial room was merely a standard 3-bedroom apartment. Lin occupied one room, while the Red Bride and the Snow Maiden occupied the others. This abode was teeming with spirits, suffused with an eerie aura, particularly from the Snow Maiden, whose icy demeanor rendered the sweltering summer heat irrelevant, making air conditioning a superfluous luxury, should he decide to accommodate more specters in the future. Disregarding the opinions of the life specter, there would be no room left. Naturally, Lin could compromise and share a room with the Red Bride or sleep in the Snow Maiden's chamber. Yet such actions might invite the possessive tendencies of the Red Bride or provoke the disdain of the Snow Maiden. Such outcomes were far from Lin's desires, as the bond between a master and their spirits directly influences their combat prowess. Ahem, it is evident that upgrading his abode is a necessity. Lin maneuvered his character through his dwelling, surveying his territory like a proud groundhog, hands clasped behind his back. He arrived at the Red Bride's quarters, which had been transformed into a room reminiscent of ancient times, adorned with a traditional lattice door emblazoned with a crimson double happiness character, resembling a bridal chamber. The Red Bride, clad in a vintage wedding dress and veiled, sat motionless before the bed, her delicate hands resting on her abdomen. She appeared both beautiful and dignified, exuding an air of cultured grace. Without greeting Lin, she pushed the door open. The bride in red initially expressed surprise but quickly regained her composure. Deliberately lifting the hem of her skirt, she revealed her long, shapely legs and playfully addressed Lin. "My lord, are you here to indulge in my company?" Lin found himself at a loss for words. After all, in this game, players could genuinely pursue their specters to garner greater affection. "Indeed, I have come to lift your veil. No, I merely passed by. Would you believe that?" Lin understood that each choice in the game represented the specter's affection towards the player. Opting for the first choice could lead to unpredictable and potentially bizarre actions from the infatuated bride in red. The second choice was equally precarious. If her affection waned completely, she might become lackluster and uncooperative in battles. However, Lin had acquired some insight into how to soothe his specter. He resorted to typing on his mobile keyboard. "We can discuss lifting the veil later. Don't you think this room is rather small for our home?" The bride in red tilted her head, questioning. "Small? Where is it small? This bed is more than enough for the two of us. Are you suggesting we invite that silver-haired woman from next door?" Her demeanor shifted immediately, displaying displeasure. She floated closer to Lin, and even through her veil, he could sense her distress. "My lord, promise me, you can only belong to me, all right? Please do not let that woman next door enchant you." "My lord, surely I am enough for you, am I not?" The tone of the Red Bride was somewhat agitated. Her fair hands reached beneath the veil, cradling her delicate visage, exuding an air of obsessive fervor as she exclaimed, "You can only belong to me. Believe it or not, I shall eliminate that woman right now." Lin, at a loss for words, chose to gently stroke the Red Bride's head in an attempt to soothe her. "All right, enough of the antics. Allow me to present you with a small gift." With that, Lin retrieved from his backpack the S-class weapon he had originally intended for the Red Bride, the bloody umbrella. Upon catching sight of the umbrella, the Red Bride's face lit up beneath the veil, her gaze fixed intently on Lin. With both hands cradling the heavily ominous umbrella, she trembled as she asked, "Is this truly for me?" It's far too precious. Lin In replied with an air of impatience. Take it if I tell you to. Joyfully accepting the gift, the Red Bride declared, I adore your domineering nature. Meanwhile, Lin In's game interface displayed a new notification. Player, the ghostly benefactor, your S-Class Spectre, the Red Bride, has raised her affection for you to a tidal wave of love. Player, the ghostly benefactor, your S-Class Spectre, the Red Bride, has seen her strength rise in the server rankings. She currently holds the 3rd position. Finally, he had managed to pacify this troublesome woman. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin In felt a surge of anticipation at the thought of the Red Bride manifesting in reality in 10 days, becoming his ghostly companion. At that moment, everything would fall into place. After bidding farewell to the Red Bride, Lin In turned and made his way to the Snow Woman's chamber. To his surprise, the room was devoid of ice and snow, and it was not particularly cold. The room exudes an old-fashioned charm reminiscent of the land of cherry blossoms, characterized by its simplicity and cleanliness. It is somewhat dimly lit, illuminated solely by a low-wattage bulb casting a warm yellow glow. Under this light, the Snow Woman's pale skin takes on a subtle hue of yellow, rendering her akin to an ordinary girl. She appears to be merely 20 years old. Her facial features soft and delicate, with pink-hued eyes, a well-defined nose, and a petite cherry-like mouth that possesses an undeniable cuteness. When she smiles, it is likely to be enchanting. Kneeling on the tatami mat, the Snow Woman is brewing tea, cradling a warm teacup in her hands, her gaze unfocused, seemingly lost in thought. Upon noticing Lin In's arrival, she momentarily freezes before reverting to her icy demeanor. Lin In, taking a seat, inquires, What's the matter? Are you unhappy? If you have something on your mind, feel free to share. The Snow Woman retorts, Humph. Do you harbor some strange intentions towards me? Men are all untrustworthy. Lin In responds, do you believe me when I say I don't? She replies, I do not. For all the men who have encountered me have said the same. Lin In asks, and what became of them? The Snow Woman coolly states, they were all turned into popsicles by me. Thus, I caution you, although I am unable to resist you at present. Should you covet my beauty and attempt any peculiar actions, I shall internally condemn you. Lin In, taken aback, exclaims, let the condemnation come. It does not affect me as your master. However, it seems you harbor little fondness towards me. This simply will not do, for a low affinity will hinder my ability to unleash S-Class combat power. He begins to contemplate ways to enhance the Snow Woman's affinity towards him. In the background story of the Snow Woman, she is an unpredictable specter, harboring a profound disdain for any man who seeks her company. However, Lin, who has traversed the enchanting Sakura town, understands that her demeanor is rooted in a tragic past. She lost her father in her early years and was left to rely solely on her mother. Deprived of paternal affection and afflicted by a rare form of albinism, she was treated as a monster by the townsfolk, subjected to their bullying. Her life was fraught with hardship, yet her mother imparted the wisdom of kindness before her passing. No one aspires to embody malevolence. The Snow Woman was once a gentle soul. One fateful snowy day, she saved a man on the brink of plummeting off a cliff, only for him to become enamored with her beauty and attempt to violate her. In a panic, the terrified Snow Woman inadvertently fell from the precipice. From that moment on, the kind girl vanished, leaving in her stead a chilling legend that haunted the town, the Snow Woman. Consequently, after her transformation into a vengeful spirit, she developed a deep-seated aversion to men and a persecution complex, loathing all males. At the heart of her turmoil lies the absence of paternal love and protection throughout her life, with her outward ferocity serving merely as a facade to conceal her inner fears. Thus, all that Lin needs to do is to treat the Snow Woman with kindness, while simultaneously adopting a stern demeanor, conveying that he harbors no ulterior motives. By allowing her to experience a semblance of paternal affection, he can cultivate a favorable rapport with her. Chapter 9. The Perfect Abode of Spirits, the Haunted Castle. Without hesitation, Lin, controlling his character, accessed the marketplace and exchanged the previously acquired ghost coins for a substantial number of experience packs to enhance his spectral abilities. He casually placed them in the Snow Woman's chamber, where the atmosphere thickened with an ominous energy. For entities of her nature, this served as a significant source of nourishment. The Snow Woman gazed at the towering pile of monster experience packages beside her, tilting her head as her pink eyes seemed to penetrate into Lin's very soul. A cold smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Do you think that offering me these trifles will sway me? Lin slammed the table with a fierce demeanor and retorted, Do you believe I am being courteous? Now, this instant, consume these snacks. I do not harbor idleness here. Look at the red wedding dress next door, an S-class monster. Where does she stand, and where do you stand? How can you be so far behind? Oh, Snow Woman, you have utterly disappointed me. It pains me deeply. Lin reprimanded the Snow Woman while adeptly navigating his character in the game, adopting a tone reminiscent of a father chastising his daughter. The Snow Woman was taken aback by Lin's scolding, her mouth agape as she struggled to formulate a retort. Yet no words escaped her lips. Deep within her soul, an inexplicable shiver coursed through her, compelling her to submit to Lin. A response stemming not only from his status as her master, but also from her own nature. Never had any man dared to chastise her so sternly, and yet, he was concerned for her growth. I will eat it, she stammered, fearfully glancing at Lin. Her fingers fumbled until they found a monster experience package, which she brought to her lips and consumed as if it were chocolate. You have fed the Snow Woman a monster experience package. Her level has the Snow Woman clutched a pair of monstrous experience packs in her hands, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel. With a tone of feigned grievance, she murmured, I have already eaten quite fast. Lin softened his tone slightly. Very well. I shall grant you one day to consume all these experience packs and reach level 90, striving to keep pace with the progress of the red wedding dress. Do you understand? I do not wish for anyone to accuse me of favoritism. The Snow Woman nodded gently, feeling a pang of discomfort within. How long had it been since someone had shown her such concern? This man, though seemingly fierce, was genuinely caring for her. He appeared to be unlike those lecherous men who sought to exploit her. He seemed truly invested in her well-being. A tiny fragment of her icy heart began to thaw. Meanwhile, the game screen displayed a new notification. Player, female ghost guardian, your S-rank monster, the Snow Woman, has experienced a shift in fondness from slight aversion to mild affection. Lin exhaled deeply. Indeed, every S-rank monster was quite extraordinary, possessing thoughts and feelings akin to those of the living. If he were to mismanage his approach with the Snow Woman, he would undoubtedly fail to harness her full potential. Exiting the Snow Woman's chamber, Lin strolled into the living room, where he encountered a familiar specter. It was a death spirit, resembling a swirling mass of black mist, wielding a dark scythe, akin to a reaper of souls. However, the Fate Spirit now resembled a mere sentry on duty. Poor Fate Spirit, expelled by the Snow Woman, found itself without a place to dwell, wandering despondently in the living room. It gazed at Lin with a profoundly sorrowful expression, evoking a sense of deep pity. Lin felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and approached to pat the Fate Spirit's non-existent shoulder, saying, I apologize for your predicament, dear spirit. I shall upgrade our abode immediately, ensuring you have a private space. Soon, the entire floor will belong to you, allowing you to roam freely as you please. Player, female ghost benefactor. The Fate Spirit's fondness for you has grown immeasurably. Lin discovered the upgrade button within the game and noted that the initial upgrade required merely 1,000 ghost coins. She murmured, I recall from my past experience with this game that upgrading the abode yielded commendable results. Regrettably, an exquisite home is as costly as an S-rank ghost, and I had refrained from purchasing one. This time, however, I am determined to secure the finest upgrade. Notification. Player, female ghost benefactor. Would you like to spend 1,000 ghost coins to elevate your home to a level 2 ghost abode, a horror house with a maximum capacity for 10 ghosts? Lin exclaimed, Yes, I shall upgrade it to the maximum without hesitation. As soon as she finished speaking, her 3-bedroom apartment transformed into a terrifying mansion, replete with bloodstains and horrifying motifs. Eager for further enhancement, Lin pressed the upgrade button again, curious to discover the ultimate form her abode could achieve. Notification. Player, female ghost benefactor, would you like to spend 10,000 ghost coins to upgrade your home to a level 3 ghost abode, a trembling maze, with a maximum capacity for 100 ghosts? Home special effect. For each monster possessed, the upgrade speed of the home monsters increases by 1%. Ineffective on S-class monsters. This effect can be stacked on a higher-level monster homes. Lin. Goodness, if I possess 100 monsters, wouldn't the upgrade speed be 100%? No wonder ordinary players in pay-to-win games cannot compete with wealthy players. The sheer upgrade speed is beyond their reach. In comparison, this game seems relatively balanced, as it at least lacks a one-click level 90 feature. Lin continued to click for upgrades. Ding. Player, benefactor of female ghosts, do you wish to spend 100,000 ghost coins to upgrade your home to the Forest of Ghosts? The maximum capacity for monsters increases to 1,000. Home special effect. Your monsters are blessed by the Forest of Ghosts, any deceased monsters will resurrect within the forest. Ineffective on S-class monsters. This effect can be stacked onto higher-level homes. Lin certainly could not nurture 1,000 S-class monsters. Even 1,000,000,000 would not suffice. Subsequently, he would need to cultivate A-class monsters. With this home special effect, Lin could even foster an immortal legion of monsters. Lin, if a level 4 home is this formidable, how extraordinary would a perfect home be? After saying this, he clicked the upgrade button once more. Ding. Player. Benefactor of female ghosts. Do you wish to spend 1,000,000 ghost coins to upgrade your monster abode to the one-of-a-kind perfect home, the Ghost Castle? The maximum capacity for monsters reaches 10,000. Upon purchasing the perfect home, you will receive an S-class monster, the little demon butler, Vis, who has been cursed and cannot leave the Ghost Castle. The Haunted Fortress is one of the primal essences from the Eerie realm, possessing a unique characteristic that enables lower-tier spirits to ascend in rank, even granting them the potential to become S-tier entities. What? The capacity to elevate the rank of spirits. And it is unparalleled? Lin was nearly overwhelmed with astonishment. Since the arrival of the uncanny, there have been fewer than 100 S-tier spirits worldwide. Yet, with the Haunted Fortress in his possession, Lin could cultivate countless S-tier spirits. One can only imagine the extraordinary nature of this home effect. Without hesitation, Lin pressed the confirmation button. In the next moment, a bizarre, terrifying, and imposing ancient fortress, adorned with opulent decorations, emerged from the ground, replacing his previous abode. A crimson moon cast its glow upon the castle. Within the fortress, the Snow Maiden, the Bride in Red, and the Spirit of Fate sensed their powers gradually strengthening. They were all immensely pleased, and their affection for Lin increased as well. Chapter 10. 1,000,000,000 credits received. Time to invest. Just as Lin was about to fully appreciate his new sanctuary within the game, a knock resonated at the door. A soft voice drifted in. Boss, your Aunt Lin Qian is here. She says she has something important to discuss with you. She's waiting for you downstairs. It was the voice of Lin's maid, Chung Xiaodai. Lin set down his phone, replying, All right, I understand. I'll be down after I change. In no time, Lin donned a casual outfit, glanced at himself in the mirror, and flashed a wide smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Truly, I am a cheerful and bright young man. Since the onset of the uncanny game, he had not had the chance to relax so thoroughly for quite some time. Entering the foyer, Lin descended the spiral staircase to the ground floor living room, where he immediately noticed his aunt, Lin Qian. However, she was presently ensconced on the plush sofa, legs crossed and clutching a pillow, thoroughly engrossed in her phone. Dressed in a pristine white office uniform that subtly accentuated her exquisite figure, her silhouette was perfectly outlined, and her silk-stockinged legs were particularly captivating beneath her pencil skirt. Even as Lin seated himself before her, Lin Qian remained oblivious, completely absorbed in her game. A nearby maid, Chung Xiaodai, adorned in a white stockinged maid outfit and possessing a charming countenance, attempted to discreetly alert Lin Qian but was silenced by a glance from Lin. Intrigued, Lin directed his gaze toward Lin Qian's phone screen, where he observed her fixated on a horror dungeon, her complexion pallid, heart racing, and eyes unblinking. Lin was taken aback upon recognizing the game she was playing, Supernatural Nurturing Simulator. How peculiar that Lin Qian was also engaged in it. Lin found this unexpected, as Lin Qian had not played this game in his previous life. It seemed that his reincarnation had instigated certain butterfly effects, leading Lin Qian to encounter this game as well. Nonetheless, this presented an opportunity to lend her assistance, granting her some self-preservation capabilities when the eerie games descended. With this in mind, Lin continued to observe Lin Qian's phone screen. After a moment, Lin remarked softly, to conquer this dungeon, one must first locate the portrait of the vampire Earl. Otherwise, when the time elapses, the vampire will materialize before you. Lin Qian was fully engrossed in her game when Lin unexpectedly spoke up, startling her so much that her hand trembled, nearly causing her phone to slip from her grasp. Ah, she exclaimed in fright, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was Lin. Infuriated, she playfully punched Lin twice with her small fist. Lin, I was just about to clear the level. Why did you have to scare me like that? Lin, taken aback, replied, Clearly, it's you, Auntie, who has an overly timid disposition, becoming too absorbed in your game. Lin Qian patted her ample chest and sighed, grumbling, It's not my fault. The game is simply too terrifying and exceedingly difficult. What brings you here, Auntie? Lin inquired. It was only then that Lin Qian remembered she had a matter to attend to. She pointed to the contract on the coffee table. Please sign this. It's the share transfer agreement. Once you sign, I'll transfer that billion to your account shortly. Lin In picked up the agreement with a composed demeanor, scrutinizing it intently. So soon? Lin Qian shot Lin In an exasperated glance. Do you doubt my professional capabilities, dear niece? This year, Lin Group's business has been thriving. And even Penguin Company sought to invest, which I declined. After you decided to sell your shares, they came knocking at our door. How could I refuse? They were concerned you might have second thoughts, so they drafted the contract the same day, stating that once you signed, the transfer would occur immediately. Lin In nodded slightly. Thank you, Auntie. I owe you a favor. With that, Lin In took the black fountain pen and began to sign the transfer agreement. Lin Qian closed her eyes momentarily, yet could not suppress her curiosity, inquiring, Nephew, I remain quite intrigued. What exactly do you intend to do with this billion? As far as I know, there are no promising investment opportunities in the market lately. Lin In handed the agreement to Lin Qian and jested. Isn't it acceptable to let it sit in the bank and earn interest? Lin Qian rolled her eyes. Look at your limited ambition. You're merely afraid of the company's potential losses. The market is currently stable, unless the world is coming to an end in a few days. The Lin Group is unlikely to encounter any mishaps. I simply wish to avoid the struggle. Isn't it better to take it easy? Lin In preferred not to delve further into the matter with Lin Qian and merely responded perfunctorily. He glanced at the game on Lin Qian's phone and shifted the topic. Maiden Warrior, Aunt, your game ID is quite distinctive. What level are you at, and how much have you spent on it? Lin Qian waved her hand dismissively. Oh, I've spent hundreds of thousands just to play casually. How about you? Do you play this as well? Would you like me to guide you? Hiki. Just look at my little bandage. Isn't it adorable? Lin In casually took Lin Qian's phone and, upon seeing that her character was a C-grade bandage zombie, he nearly knocked his head against the coffee table. Aunt, this zombie lacks any cultivation value. It's far too weak. Spending so much on her is akin to pouring water into a sieve. Lin Qian snatched her phone back. What Esatio? I simply adore this little bandage. Other spirits are either too frightening or too ugly. Look, I've maxed out her affection level. Lin gazed at the seemingly frail zombie girl within the game and couldn't help but comment. No wonder you take ages to complete a level. You're nothing short of a gaming novice, and not even money can rescue you. Lin Qian felt slighted by the remark and retorted angrily. So, by your words, you must be quite skilled? Lin stifled a chuckle and replied, I suppose I'm decent enough. Would you like me to guide you? Lin intended to lend a hand to her aunt, for without assistance, this gaming novice would remain helpless, regardless of any monetary investments. Ever since the arrival of the bizarre game, she was merely slightly better than the average player. At this point in the conversation, Lin Qian pouted, visibly displeased. Lin touched her nose and said with a smile, he is indeed quite formidable, possessing some talent, but I believe I am roughly on par with him. Lin Qian glanced at her watch and donned her high heels, declaring, You're just spouting nonsense. Enough of this. I have a meeting to attend this evening. The maid, Cheng Xiaodai, respectfully bowed and said, Miss Lin, please allow me to see you off. No need, Xiaodai. Just take good care of my nephew. Lin Qian replied as she walked away. Watching her departing figure, Lin rubbed her chin in excitement and exclaimed, with $1 billion arriving, it's time to invest. Furthermore, it was the perfect moment to establish a guild in the game and bring her aunt into it. However, she must ensure her aunt remains unaware of her true identity, lest the revelation of her $1 billion expenditure in the game be prematurely exposed. The longer it takes for her to discover this, the better. Otherwise, before the strange occurrences even begin, my aunt might just take matters into her own hands and deal with me, the prodigal child. Where could I possibly find a substitute? Just as Lin pondered this, the maid, Cheng Xiaodai, approached him. Boss, what would you like to eat tonight? I can prepare something for you. Lin gazed at Cheng Xiaodai, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let us set aside dinner for now, come. Follow me inside. Cheng Xiaodai responded in surprise. Chapter 11 Xiaodai, you wouldn't want to lose this job, would you? Come, let us enter. I have several billion-dollar projects to discuss with you. Oh dear, boss, what are you doing? Let go of me, this isn't appropriate. Cheng Xiaodai found herself being pulled into the room by Lin. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she clasped her hands over her chest, murmuring, Boss, what is it that you intend to do? We must agree on this beforehand. I am not that kind of girl. I am solely responsible for your meals and daily needs, nothing else. Lin poked her forehead playfully. Why cover up? Your chest resembles an empty airfield. Aside from your decent looks and culinary skills, what else do you possess? Do not overthink it. Cheng Xiaodai pouted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment from Lin's teasing. Struggling to find her words. I Lin reclined on the bed, picking up his phone, casting a sidelong glance at the flustered Cheng Xiaodai. What else do you wish to say? Cheng Xiaodai replied, Boss, that is not what I meant. I merely think it's inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone in a room together. Upon the topic of a salary increase, Cheng Xiaodai's eyes sparkled with delight, her brows curving into a crescent moon as she chuckled. Thank you, boss. You're truly wonderful. Lin En felt compelled to ascertain Cheng Xiaodai's gaming prowess and casually inquired, Do you play games often? Cheng Xiaodai eagerly nodded, Of course. I indulge in numerous games, like Candy Crush, Ultraman battling monsters, and various casual games like shooting planes. Lin En raised an eyebrow, grinning, Oh, I didn't realize you were quite the veteran. In that case, download this monster cultivation simulator and play with me. I'll cover any expenses. Cheng Xiaodai promptly shook her head. Lin En frowned. That won't do. You must rid yourself of such bad habits. In this day and age, without VIP access, you can accomplish nothing. Cheng Xiaodai responded with an O. Retrieving her phone from her skirt and standing awkwardly before Lin En's bed, commencing the download of the game from the App Store. Lin En patted the edge of the bed. Aren't you uncomfortable standing? Come, sit down and play. Cheng Xiaodai was taken aback that Lin En, who previously wouldn't even let her enter his room, would now invite her, a simple girl from the countryside, to sit beside him. She recalled the times she would be scolded for minor missteps, required to don a maid outfit and meticulously adorn herself before being permitted to attend to her duties. His peculiarities could be deemed quite eccentric. Yet, Cheng Xiaodai sensed that Lin En had seemingly transformed over the past few days, becoming more approachable and exuding a comforting demeanor. Even during their meal today, he had expressed gratitude towards her, startling her to the point of nearly dropping her plate. The boss must have misstepped somewhere. But perhaps this is not such a bad thing. Cheng Xiaodai stealthily cast her enchanting gaze upon Lin En, feeling a surge of delight within her heart. Little did she know that Lin En had already lived 2 lifetimes. The obnoxious traits of a wealthy heir had long been tempered by the bizarre trials of a cataclysmic era in his previous existence. Cheng Xiaodai settled down, pressing her lips together, her eyes fixed intently on the progress bar of the game downloading on her phone. Soon, the download was complete, and the installation finished. As she opened the game, an eerie soundscape enveloped her. A hint of trepidation crept into her voice as she said, Boss, I've entered the game. It feels so ominous, it won't be terrifying, will it? Meanwhile, Lin En's phone vibrated, signaling a message from the bank. Your card ending in 7379 has received a remittance. Current balance, 4. Ah, wonderful. The 10 billion has finally arrived. My aunt is quite efficient. Lin En suppressed the excitement bubbling within him, maintaining a neutral expression as he nodded. Yes, register a character, and name it Sunny Optimistic Boy. Cheng Xiaodai swiftly registered the ID, selecting an adorable little zombie as her initial character. Boss, what comes next? She inquired. Lin En promptly transferred 50,000 to Cheng Xiaodai. Use this to invest in the game, purchase monster experience packs, and level up your character. I will establish a guild shortly and invite you in. From this moment on, you are part of my world. Cheng Xiaodai hesitated. I am part of you. Boss, do you mean? Lin inquired. Literally, I plan to bring my aunt into this game shortly. You just need to pretend to be me, making her believe you are indeed me. And what about you, boss? I am the guild leader, and I have invested a modest amount in this game. If my aunt finds out, she will undoubtedly chastise me for being extravagant. Therefore, I must entrust this task to you, Xiaodai. Boss, this seems rather inappropriate. If Miss Lin discovers that I deceived her, I could very well lose my job. Upon hearing Lin's request, Cheng Xiaodai hesitated. Lin smiled faintly. Xiaodai, I trust you do not wish to forfeit your position, do you? Chapter 12, The New S-Class Ghost. The little demon vice once Cheng Xiaodai was settled, Lin allowed her to explore the game independently. Upon logging in, Lin received a notification, Esteemed Supreme VIP player, Ghost Patron. You have been absent from the game for 1 hour and 27 minutes. During your absence, your ghost life force has ascended to an A-class entity, further advancing in the ghost leaderboard. Impressive. The effects of the ghost castle have manifested swiftly. It seems the over 1 million investment was not in vain. A crimson moon illuminated the grand, eerie expanse of the ancient ghost castle, filling the air with a dense, gray mist that whispered of fleeting shadows. Lin's character stood within the room, pushing open the door to gaze down the seemingly endless, ominous corridor on either side. Lin could not help but murmur. This castle is rather vast, isn't it? Where could the spirits be? I might get lost wandering around here. Wasn't it said that purchasing a castle comes with an S-Class ghostly butler? Why has it not come forth to greet its master? Just as Lin was engulfed in confusion, a pale, cloth-like hand reached out from behind him and gently patted his left shoulder. Turning around, he beheld an adorable, doll-like little girl. Her mouth stretched into an almost comical grin, revealing an expression that, while cute, held an air of eeriness. Yet, in the presence of such oddities, Lin remained unfazed, merely stating, "Are you my butler, Vis? Hey, where are you looking, foolish human? That's just my little companion. You simpleton, I've been playing tricks on you." What a ridiculous fellow, ha ha ha. Lin glanced sideways to discover a little demon floating midair. She donned a Western Gothic-style short dress on her upper half, her petite bosom prominent, while her smooth, rosy legs were clad in tight white stockings, the upper part of her right leg adorned with a black leg ring, and her feet shod in gleaming little leather shoes. Vis sported short, purplish-black hair, eyes as crimson as rubies, and a pair of wings that fluttered incessantly. Her delicate, charming face bore a mischievous and audacious grin, revealing her small, sharp fangs. One tiny hand cradled the doll, while the other supported her cheek, showcasing her fangs and emitting a derisive chuckle, her expression brimming with arrogance. Lin's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. "Oh, a petite maiden, how delightful! Pray tell, art thou the newly arrived master of this spectral abode? Judging by thine countenance, I dare say thou art yet a novice in the affairs of the heart? Alas! Perchance even without a paramour? Ah, how lamentable!" The impish sprite, Weiss, erupted into further mirth, her demeanor radiating a mischievous audacity. Lin felt a surge of indignation, his fists clenching involuntarily. Are all specters of such caliber so uniquely eccentric? Yet, having commanded spirits for many years, Lin possessed the acumen to effortlessly manage a diminutive imp. He discerned her weakness with a mere glance. With utmost composure, Lin fixed his gaze upon Weiss, uttering a devilish whisper in a tranquil tone. "Thou art correct in thy assessment, but that shall soon cease to be." Weiss was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Lin advanced deliberately, his hands reaching towards the imp's bosom. Weiss was aghast, deeming him a veritable pervert, stooping so low as to prey on a mere child. A wave of revulsion washed over her, prompting an instinctive urge to evade, to retreat. However, as this was Lin's domain, and Weiss's specter, she could not stray too far without his express consent. Before long, Lin had cornered Weiss within the confines of the chamber, her back pressed against the wall. Her delicate face paled, her ruby eyes widened in fright, resembling a startled fawn, clutching her ragdoll tightly. In the ensuing moment, Lin, manipulating his persona, seized the doll from Weiss's embrace, scrutinizing it with meticulous interest. "Thy ragdoll is indeed charming. Wouldst thou object to bestowing it upon me? Thou art a vile degenerate. What dost thou intend to do? Nay, my precious darling, return it to me forthwith." Vis, with a flurry of pink punches, struck at Lin's body. Yet, despite being an S-class monster, she could not inflict the slightest harm upon her master. Lin, however, had long been prepared, offering no opportunity for Vis, as she clutched the doll tightly. "Wah, let go of my dear little one. Boo-hoo-hoo, you big pervert." Lin casually toyed with the doll's form, remarking, "You must share a profound bond with this little one. If I am not mistaken, this should be your true essence, correct?" Upon hearing these words, Vis abruptly ceased her cries, her demeanor betraying a hint of guilt. You speak nonsense." Lin raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" With that, she began to mercilessly squeeze the doll's body. Vis's face flushed crimson, feeling as if ants were crawling all over her. She stifled any sound, but her trembling form betrayed her. Could she endure? The corners of Lin's mouth curled slightly as she caressed the doll's cheek, exclaiming, "What a charming little creature. Though, I must say, this attire is rather unappealing." With that, Lin lifted the hem of the doll's skirt, critiquing, "Why is it still clad in pink bear-themed undergarments? Honestly, Vis, your taste is quite juvenile. Who would dress a doll in such a manner? I would argue that blue and white is the true standard." With that, Lin prepared to change the doll's outfit, her fingers reaching towards the space between the doll's legs. Vis was utterly vanquished by Lin. She raised her hands high, exclaiming, "Woo-woo. I surrender, I confess. I should not have mocked my master. I implore you, please return the little one to Vis." Chapter 13. Establishing one's own guild. Lin maneuvered his in-game avatar, cradling the peculiar doll in his hands and burying his face into it, inhaling deeply. A satisfied sigh escaped his lips. "Ah, it possesses that delightful scent reminiscent of a young girl. This fellow is undoubtedly peculiar." Vis trembled all over, gritting her teeth, filled with both loathing and trepidation towards her new master. Player Ghost Benefactor, You have instilled a profound sense of dread in the S-rank demon Vis. Affection -10. A subtle smile played at the corners of Lin's mouth, as it appeared he had successfully cast a shadow of fear over the little demon, establishing a commendable initial display of authority. He casually tossed the doll back to Vis, saying, "All right, I shall return it to you for now. It was merely a jest. Look at you, on the verge of tears. Little one." Vis quickly snatched it with both hands, cradling it to her chest as if it were a treasured possession. Affectionately rubbing her cheek against the oddly shaped, grinning doll, Lin reached out, intending to gently poke her little nose, but the alert Vis swiftly evaded him. Her gem-like eyes glinted with vigilance as she glared at Lin, scrunching her nose and huffing. "Umph. I was not crying." Lin smirked and opened his demon interface to examine Vis's personal profile. Entity name, Vise. Entity gender, female. Entity level, special S-class entity, level 90. Server ranking, special entities do not participate in rankings. Entity ability, as a noble descendant of the demon lineage, Vise is a natural trickster, adept in disguise and stealth. She can effortlessly summon an army of the undead to guard the haunted fortress. Trust me, you would not want to provoke Vise within her domain, unless you possess the capability to easily best her. Entity description, woe is me. I was once an innocent and charming little demon. One day, as I innocently strolled through the city, darkness suddenly enveloped me, and the last words I heard were, "What color of sack do you prefer?" Post-affection level, slightly disgusted, extremely fearful. Note, extreme fear can evoke the full power of an S-class entity. After reading the introduction of the little demon Vise, Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Summoning an army of the undead indicates that Vise possesses formidable summoning abilities, and she is at maximum level. Alas, she can only linger within the haunted fortress. She's merely a guardian. Lin crossed his arms. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us introduce your new master to your splendid abode. Very well. Vise turned away in a despondent and negative manner, reluctantly soaring forward. Her body leaned forward, arms hanging limply, as if something were dragging her along. Her eyes were vacant, exhibiting a sense of resignation. Lin followed Vise at a leisurely pace, surveying his territory, casually inquiring, "The haunted fortress can accommodate tens of thousands of spirits. Just how vast must it be?" The ghost fortress is divided into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower, with rooms so numerous that I have lost count. The uppermost level serves as the main hall of the ghost fortress, as well as the residence of its master, explained Weiss in a weary tone. Soon, Lin followed Weiss into the main hall of the fortress. Before him stood a grand palace, featuring a bronze long table in the center, surrounded by chairs, with a high-backed chair at the head. It resembled a venue for a mysterious assembly. Lin took control of his character in the game and seated himself in the high-backed chair, surveying his surroundings. In an instant, he experienced an illusion of becoming the Ghost King, with legions of spirits bowing before him, flanked by his most loyal S-class specters, who stood guard with reverence. Indeed, it was quite impressive. He decided to regard this place as his council chamber from that moment onward. However, Lin did not forget his primary objective for the day. Establishing a powerful guild would yield numerous benefits, enabling him to cultivate his own influence. Should he lack any resources, he need not toil personally, as he could simply procure them from the guild's repository. Furthermore, possessing a guild in the game would grant the guild leader the privilege to initiate Team S-class dungeons, which were significantly more challenging than solo S-class dungeons, as well as inter-guild competitions. Such a coveted opportunity was not to be missed. After Lin successfully cleared several S-class eerie dungeons, many players had sent him private messages, inviting him to join their guilds and share strategies for dungeon completion. Lin had ignored them all, urging them to navigate the challenges on their own. He located the guild icon, clicked on it, and selected the option to create a new guild. Player, Ghost Benefactor, do you wish to create a new guild? This will cost you 100,000 ghost coins. In the realm of thrilling games, one cannot escape the necessity of ghost coins. Lin mused as she casually clicked to create a guild. Please name your guild. After pondering briefly, she decided that since it was a horror-themed game, it shall be called the Association of Strange Tales. Please select your guild's residence. Without hesitation, Lin opted for the Ghost Fortress, a perfect abode for the supernatural, a natural guild headquarters. Congratulations, player Ghost Patron. You have established a guild. Hurry and recruit like-minded companions to explore the thrilling world together. Lin cast a glance at the guild rankings within the game. Currently, the top-ranking guild was the Night Parade of 100 Demons from the flourishing Sakura Nation, helmed by none other than the notorious Rya Haranokuni, who had invested over 10 million into the game. The second position was occupied by the Midnight Rose from the Eagle Nation. The name itself hinted at a female leader. named Caitlin. In her previous life, Lin had encountered her at the United Nations, fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, and affluent. After the Eerie incident, she became the official leader of the Eagle Nations organization. Lin furrowed her brow, pondering why the top-ranked guilds were either from the Eagle or Sakura nations, along with those from the Korean and Indian nations, while her own Dragon Nations guilds seemed to be lacking. Had she not been actively playing, she might have even concluded that there were no players from Dragon Nation in this game. After scrolling down the list, she finally found the Dragon Nations guild in 7th place, named Dragon Soars 1,000 Miles. Without a doubt, the leader must be quite patriotic. The core issue remained that the ghostly nurturing simulator was not particularly popular in the Dragon Nation. It was considered a niche game, lacking the widespread influence it enjoyed in other countries. After the Eerie arrival, the Dragon Kingdom established an official organization known as the Light Chasers to recruit elite players. Gradually gaining strength, Lin gazed at the maid, Cheng Xiaodai, who was casually exploring the game while sitting on the edge of the bed. Xiaodai, search for the Ghost Stories Association within the game guilds and join it. Also, please add my aunt's game ID, Beautiful Warrior, to bring her in as well. Certainly, boss. Cheng Xiaodai nodded, deftly navigating the game options, embodying the essence of an elite player. Lin cast a glance at Cheng Xiaodai's game interface and noted that her ghostly companion had upgraded from an initial C rank to an A rank, and her VIP level had also risen. This girl clearly knew her way around the game, Lin mused. Chapter 14, The Guild Ranking Contest, Player Sunny Optimist. Requesting to join your guild. Lin eagerly clicked the approval button. Soon after, Cheng Xiaodai sent a friend request to Lin's aunt, Lin Qian, with a note attached. Aunt, please accept this. I am your nephew. Meanwhile, Lin Qian was lying on her sofa at home, engrossed in her game. As she played, a friend request popped up on her screen. Player Sunny Optimist requests to add you as a friend. Upon reading the note, Lin Qian instantly realized that it was Lin's account in this thrilling game. She clicked the approval button without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, a private message arrived. Aunt, I invite you to join a guild. Please accept it. The player, a cheerful and bright young man, invites you to join a level 1 guild, the Ghostly Association. Lin Qian appeared somewhat reluctant, exclaiming, why is it only a level 1 guild? Aren't there many level 5 guilds with far better benefits than this one? Perhaps we should establish our own. Wait, the guild leader, the Ghostly Guardian, oh my goodness, isn't that the gaming deity? Initially, Lin Qian intended to criticize Lin's poor judgment, but upon seeing the guild leader's name, her mouth fell agape in astonishment, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. And she gasped aloud. To her amazement, Lin actually knew this gaming legend. What a relief, she would no longer be trapped by these dungeons. With a mischievous grin, Lin Qian promptly clicked to accept the invitation, though a twinge of anxiety lingered in her heart. This powerful businesswoman was utterly inexperienced in gaming, a complete novice. Hesitant, Lin Qian sent a private message to the cheerful young man. Lin, how do you know this ghostly guardian? I know nothing about the game. Will she think I'm inadequate? Lin glanced at the message and replied, tell her we met through gaming. Our guild leader has a kind temperament and a gentle nature. She adores guiding clueless newcomers. Upon receiving the message, Lin Qian patted her chest in relief. Phew. Now I feel at ease. Hey, dear nephew, could you ask the guild leader about dungeon strategies for me? Just then, a new notification popped up on her phone screen. Player Beautiful Warrior, your guild leader, the Ghostly Guardian, has sent you a gathering invitation. Would you like to teleport? Hee hee. Could it be that the guild leader is preparing to take me along? Lin Qian's brows arched gracefully as she readily clicked to agree. In the next moment, both the character on her phone screen and the C-grade specter, a bandaged zombie maiden, were enveloped in a radiant glow, almost as if they were being erased by a sculptor's hand, vanishing from sight. After a brief loading sequence, Lin Qian was greeted by a magnificent palace, featuring an ancient bronze dining table surrounded by swirling gray mist. Ethereal whispers caressed her ears, and fleeting shadows of terror occasionally darted by. At the far end of the table sat a mysterious male player, his game ID reading the specter's benefactor, perched upon a high-backed chair. Behind him loomed 4 formidable specters, a wraith shrouded in dark mist, a ghostly bride adorned in a resplendent phoenix crown and a blood-red wedding gown, a pale snow maiden devoid of color, and a reluctant little demon named Vis, all lurking in the shadows, exuding an overwhelming aura of dread. Seated at the first position on the right side of the long table, adjacent to Lin's seat, was Cheng Xiaodai, known by the ID Sunny Optimistic Boy, who turned to greet Lin Qian with a friendly nod. Lin, fingers interlaced and resting before her nose, smiled and said, welcome, brave maiden. Feel free to take any seat you desire. Truly, he was a gaming prodigy, commanding 3 S-grade specters and 1 A-grade specter. He must have invested millions into this game, a rather extravagant display of wealth. Lin Qian silently scoffed at this in reality, but typed in the game, "Thank you, President." Lin Qian glanced behind Lin In and noticed only an A-rank monster guarding him. She immediately felt relieved, realizing her nephew hadn't invested much into this game. She maneuvered her character in the game to find a seat near the front row, sitting opposite Lin In, who was portrayed by Cheng Xiaodai. In stark contrast, the monster that followed her, a C-rank creature known as the bandaged zombie mother, was petite and appeared utterly weak. Standing behind Lin Qian, the zombie mother trembled in fear, too frightened to move in the presence of such formidable monsters. Seeing Lin Qian seated, Lin In typed, "This is our guild's first meeting. I believe the most pressing matter at hand is to elevate our guild's ranking to attract more members. What do you all think?" Cheng Xiaodai chimed in, "Absolutely. The president is wise. Soon we shall become the guild's elders." Lin Qian responded with enthusiasm, "President, what do you plan to do? Will you teach us how to conquer instances? You've consistently cleared S-rank solo instances, and the entire server is buzzing about you. How did you achieve that?" Lin In chuckled lightly. "I'll write a guide on instance clearing when I have the chance. Today happens to be Friday, and the National War instance has opened. I plan to initiate a National War Team instance, Zombie Siege. I invite everyone to join me shortly." Lin Qian exclaimed, "Zombie Siege? That sounds terrifying. As a novice, I can only expect to be a burden in such a large instance. Are you sure we can manage, President?" It seemed that even Annie was not entirely lacking in self-awareness, Lin In mused. Lin confidently declared, "This is a time-limited dungeon. The more undead we eliminate within the allotted time, the higher our score will be, thus elevating our guild's ranking. This time, we aim to dethrone the guild currently in first place." Cheng Xiaodai exclaimed, "Yea? I can hardly wait." Lin Qian replied, "I may hold us back." Lin encouraged, "The National War Dungeon opens in 15 minutes. Everyone, take a moment to use the restroom. I will send out the invitation in 15 minutes. Meanwhile, in a high-end community in Jinghai, a slightly plump middle-aged man was rallying the members of his guild, dragons soaring across the miles, in a chat group. "Brothers, it's Friday. Let's all come out and tackle the National War Dungeon. Let us strive to elevate our guild's ranking this time, and I'll send red envelopes in the group afterward." Before long, many members responded to his call, and the chat room erupted into a lively cacophony, filled with accents from all corners of the country. "Damn it, this time, both the A3 Nation and the Stick Nation have ranked ahead of us. It's simply intolerable. Humph. You should have seen how arrogant that Ri Yawahara became after winning, claiming that no one from our Dragon Nation can hold a candle to him. I can't swallow that insult. Brothers, the Midnight Rose Guild has some intriguing ladies. I'm determined to obtain their steward's contact information and delve into some insider gossip. Hey, you upstairs, I can hear you're scheming all the way from Yanyungang. Rest assured. President, I have just invested a substantial amount and acquired an A-class weapon, equipping it onto my Spectre. This time, we can at least rank among the top." The members of the group expressed their indignation, unanimously declaring their intent to fiercely combat and diminish the arrogance of those large guilds. However, some players spoke with a more rational tone. Alas, who could blame that Ryuya Haranori for spending money recklessly? I estimate he has poured nearly 10 million into the game. That fellow is undeniably wealthy. We cannot compete with his financial prowess, yet I cannot stand the sight of his smug demeanor. It is true that there are many affluent players in our domestic server, but the scarcity of players has allowed them to act with such arrogance. Ah, President. Have you contacted that female Spectre patron? She is extraordinarily powerful and willing to invest. If we could recruit her into our guild, we would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the guild rankings. Ha ha ha. The female Spectre patron is indeed impressive, having cleared 3 S-class dungeons consecutively. Were it not for the official clarification from the game, I would almost suspect she was a shill within the game. Meanwhile, a new activity notification popped up on Lin's phone. Dear players, the weekly limited-time National War Challenge dungeon, Zombie Siege, has commenced. Please proceed to the designated location to prepare for the challenge. The top 10 guilds will receive generous rewards from the dungeon. Lin narrowed his eyes, stretched his wrist, and addressed his specters, "Prepare to fight alongside me." Chapter 15. Bringing only 2 individuals is exceedingly arrogant and utterly frivolous. Take good care of home, or I shall snatch away your little darling and hold it close to sleep at night. Lin In whispered with a playful smile, playfully threatening the little devil, Weiss. Ah, please, anything but that. Weiss gasped, her delicate face turning pale as she clutched her precious little one. Casting a pitiful and helpless gaze akin to that of a frightened child, nodding earnestly to assure she would safeguard their home. With Lin En feeling reassured, she, along with Lin Qian and Cheng Xiaodai, made their way to the teleportation point leading to the undead siege dungeon. The area was bustling with players from various nations and guilds, crammed tightly together. Each individual was accompanied by formidable monsters, including headless ghouls clad in hospital garb, blood gushing from their throats, and brutish butchers, their bodies smeared with blood, wielding dripping cleavers, their faces marred by grotesque stitched wounds. Upon witnessing such a terrifying array of creatures, Lin Qian's complexion drained of color as she murmured, "The graphics in this game are astonishingly lifelike. How did it pass inspection?" In contrast, the monsters surrounding Lin En appeared considerably more benign, at least possessing a semblance of beauty and decent figures. Many of these creatures turned their gaze towards Lin Qian, some emitting sinister chuckles, while others whistled with mockery. "Weak little mouse, this is no place for you." In response, the bandaged zombie beside Lin Qian guarded her fiercely, resembling a protective kitten, emitting a raspy growl from its throat as it faced the throng of monsters with a low, menacing roar. Lin Qian seethed with indignation, feeling provoked by a cadre of malevolent spirits. With a defiant arch of her brow, she exclaimed, "Who calls me a mouse? A gaggle of grotesque wretches. Begone!" Lin En cast a cold, piercing glare at the nefarious entities, causing them to scatter in terror, a sight both comical and alarming. It was uncertain whether they were cowed by Lin En's formidable mental energy or by the allure of the two stunning S-rank female spirits that flanked her. Seeing her guild leader successfully intimidate the hostile spirits warmed Lin Qian's heart. Perhaps her leader was quite admirable after all. Many players, noticing the abnormal state of their own spirits, turned their gaze toward Lin En, and upon glimpsing her ID, they were astounded. The benefactor of female spirits? Oh my goodness. Isn't she the one from the Dragon Kingdom who has consistently conquered S-rank solo dungeons? I would wager her intellect rivals that of Einstein. I must swiftly relay this news to President Caitlin. Oh, I swear, I have never encountered such an imposing spirit. If the president were to challenge the benefactor of female spirits, I would rather turn around and face her instead. A throng of players from the Midnight Rose Guild, hailing from Eagle Sauce Country, gazed in awe at the S-rank spirits behind Lin En, their voices a cacophony of astonishment. How could the benefactor of female spirits appear here? Is he also here to tackle this weekly dungeon? Did you notice? Among those three spirits behind him, two rank within the top 10 of the spirit leaderboard. This individual's prowess likely rivals that of the number 1 spirit, Ria Haranaka. The VIP level of the female ghost benefactor is exceedingly high. It must have cost several million. With 2 S-rank specters at their disposal, how enviable. Haha. It is time for that disdainful Long Yuan Jijia to witness the formidable figures of our Dragon Kingdom. One of the players from the Dragon Kingdom exclaimed with excitement. The news of the female ghost benefactor appearing at the National War Dungeon teleportation point swiftly reached the ears of Long Yuan Jijia, the president of the 100 Ghosts Night March Guild. What? This Dragon Kingdom player seeks to partake in the spoils as well? How outrageous. Long Yuan Jijia was initially taken aback and then flustered. The female ghost benefactor had consecutively cleared 3 S-rank dungeons, undoubtedly reaping substantial rewards and amassing formidable strength. Most crucially, they possessed 2 renowned S-rank specters. Even he only had 1 S-rank specter, the necromancer, along with 4 A-rank specters. It was not that he desired to acquire more, but rather that he could not afford to nurture a second S-rank specter. After all, cultivating an S-rank specter required experience, corresponding weapons, mental fortitude enhancement, and the establishment of a sanctuary, all of which demanded exorbitant funds. He was counting on the generous rewards from the weekly National War Dungeons. Ranked first in the guild leaderboard. At that moment, a member of the 100 Ghost Night March Guild spoke up. That may not be the case. I just checked his profile. The guild of this female ghost benefactor is only level 1, a newly established guild, and he has brought only 2 individuals. Does he dare to challenge the National War Dungeon? In the Dragon Kingdom, there exists an ancient proverb, a newborn calf fears not the tiger. The dungeon known as Living Corpses surrounding the city necessitates a multitude of participants. After all, the sheer number of living corpses is overwhelming. Should the defenses be breached, all efforts would be rendered futile. Upon hearing the words of his comrades, Regen Haranaka felt a modicum of reassurance. Indeed, in this undertaking, the more, the merrier. To venture forth with merely 2 individuals would be excessively arrogant and frivolous. Even he, possessing an S-rank demon, the necromancer, with formidable skills that span the entire battlefield, would not dare to be so audacious. The living corpses within are far too terrifying. A smirk crept across Ri-Jin Haranaka's lips. Heh, I shall see how you falter later on. Soon, an ominous notification echoed through the game interface. From the eerie world emerges a pitch-black coffin, incessantly releasing decaying living corpses that charge toward the city. Esteemed players, you are the final bastion defending the city. Muster all your strength to resist their invasion. Players stationed here were swiftly transported into the dungeon, organized according to their respective guilds to jointly safeguard a human city. As the game cutscene concluded, what greeted their eyes was a distant, ethereal blood-red city, while behind them loomed the human settlement. A gust of wind, laden with the scent of blood, swept toward the city, staining half the sky crimson. From the blood-soaked city, a deep and muffled roar occasionally emanated, as if some colossal creature was inhaling deeply. At times, one could glimpse a few enormous tentacles, their suction cups clearly visible, rising and falling amidst the towering edifices of the Blood City. It is challenging to articulate the eerie and grotesque essence of that crimson metropolis. It seemed to exist in a liminal space between the tangible and the intangible, teeming with an indescribable horror. Lin Qian and Cheng Xiaodai felt a surge of excitement and tension. Was the moment finally at hand? They clenched their fists in anticipation, ready to engage in a fierce battle. Yet, Lin En was somewhat reflective. To Lin Qian and Cheng Xiaodai, this was merely a game, but in her previous life, when the bizarre encroached upon reality, humanity truly fought against the invasion from the blood-soaked city. In a certain sense, this scenario served as a rehearsal for the impending arrival of the uncanny. Please be advised, the first wave of undead will assault the city. Players are advised to prepare. The game also emitted a prompt sound, and soon, the plains before the city echoed with the thunderous footsteps, causing the very earth to tremble. Countless decaying corpses, clad in tattered rags and even exposing their skeletal frames, issued a cacophony of howls as they surged toward the city. Lin Qian, stunned, exclaimed, "Goodness, the numbers are overwhelming. They swarm like ants." Cheng Xiaodai furrowed her brow. We must possess a wide area clearance skill to contend with this. Chapter 16. Every guild-stunned Lin En took a deep breath, calming her emotions as she explained, though we are but 3, this dungeon contains an item shop. We can purchase skills from the shop to combat them. Lin maneuvered her character to the vicinity of the item shop within the game, where she found the quaint little cabin brimming with an array of items. However, the owner was conspicuously absent. Lin Qian inquired with curiosity, "Where is the proprietor of the shop?" Cheng Xiaodai jested. "Perhaps he has taken an unscheduled break?" Lin rapped on the wooden counter, exclaiming, "Awaken, it's time for work." Aha. In the next moment, from within a pile of boxes in the corner, a comically expressive clown, adorned with red and blue face paint, sprang forth. Unleashing a raucous laugh directed at Lin, his facial expressions vibrant and animated. Ah! Both Cheng Xiaodai and Lin Qian gasped in unison, as the sudden appearance of the clown was indeed startling for the unprepared. Yet, Lin remained unfazed, even suppressing a smile. Noticing that he had not frightened Lin, the clown appeared quite dejected and asked, "So, what would you like to purchase? I assure you, all my goods are of exceptional quality." Lin adeptly navigated the shop interface. Rusty Skull Smasher, priced at 1,000 ghost coins. Thorn Barrier, priced at 100 ghost coins. Face Mushroom, priced at 800 ghost coins. Lucifer's Punishment, priced at 100,000 ghost coins. Great Compassion Gatling Bodhisattva, priced at 2,000 ghost coins. Lin Qian looked on in confusion. What on earth is this? And what is this Great Compassion Gatling Bodhisattva? Cheng Xiaodai chimed in. Why not buy one and find out? After all, these items pose no harm. Lin smirked and declared, "We shall not purchase merely what is appropriate, but rather what is extravagant. Let us acquire Lucifer's Punishment." Upon concluding his statement, Lin pressed the purchase button and utilized it once. In the next instant, countless meteors descended from the heavens, casting an ominous shadow over the city. Boom! The earth trembled, stirring up a multitude of dust. The approaching undead, mere moments from breaching the city, were reduced to a gruesome spectacle under the relentless meteor shower. After this celestial bombardment, not a single undead creature could reach their designated defensive zone. Nearby, other guilds tasked with fending off the undead stood in stunned silence, witnessing the catastrophic meteor rain within Lin's guild's territory, where the first wave of undead was annihilated in an instant. The game system also announced server-wide notifications. The Strange Tales Association has swiftly eradicated the first wave of undead invasion, earning an additional 100 points. Loading Chinli. The guildmaster furrowed his brow. So soon? The territory of the Banshee's benefactor cannot withstand this onslaught. Do we need to unleash a screen-clearing ultimate? Caitlin. The leader of Midnight Rose commanded her specters to sweep through a large number of undead before shifting her gaze towards Lin's direction. Observing the aftermath of the meteor shower, she squinted her sapphire-like eyes slightly, murmuring, to employ Lucifer's punishment upon arrival. What could this signify? Ryohara Yoshinori, the leader of the 100 Demons Night Parade, seethed with rage. Baka. Does this Banshee's benefactor not understand the rules? Who initiates with such a powerful move right away? His S-rank Spectre, the Necromancer, possessed a formidable area of effect skill capable of clearing the screen as well, but the incantation required time, and thus, Lin had seized the opportunity. The gap between his 100 Demons Night Parade Guild and Midnight Rose had always been narrow. This additional 100 points could very well determine the guild's standing. It is no wonder he became so agitated. Meanwhile, Lin Qian and Cheng Xiaodai gazed in awe at the meteor shower within the game. Lin Qian exclaimed, "Goodness! It has completely cleared the screen. But isn't that a bit wasteful?" Lin Yin replied, "This is merely an appetizer. There are many more undead rushing forth. But with me here, you need not worry. Go ahead and make your purchases. The expenditure of ghost coins will be covered by the guild's collective funds. Feel free to obliterate these undead." Encouraged by Lin Yin, both women eagerly prepared for battle. Cheng Xiaodai joyfully declared, "Then I'll buy a skull-crushing hammer to give it a try." She promptly clicked the purchase button. Soon, she obtained a uniquely designed hammer, stained with dried, dark blood. A single strike would surely shatter an undead skull. Lin Qian followed suit, purchasing the Great Compassion Gatling Bodhisattva from the item shop. "Ah, dear customer, you possess exquisite taste. This is a Gatling blessed by a master, and the ammunition is unlimited." The shopkeeper handed Lin Qian a heavy golden Gatling gun. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the gun barrel and body were intricately engraved with Buddhist scriptures. Universal salvation. What a cybernetic bodhisattva! Lin Qian couldn't help but chuckle. As both women prepared to confront the second wave of undead, Lin Yin spent several purchasing numerous spike barricades from the item shop, strategically placing them along the undead's path, as well as volatile mushroom creatures that exploded upon contact. He himself activated the possession skill, allowing a spirit to inhabit his body. Lin was enveloped in a swirling mist of blood, his eyes taking on a profound depth. In his hand, he wielded a soul-reaping scythe, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper from Western legends, who harvests lives. A warning echoed. The second wave of the undead was about to launch an assault. Soon, a horrifying low growl reverberated from the distant blood-red city, the ground quaking as if something ominous was on the move. The second wave of the undead surged towards the defenses of all guilds. Unlike the first wave, these creatures were more formidable in both size and speed, making them increasingly difficult to vanquish. The tide of corpses surged forth like a relentless wave, fearless and charging, sending chills down the spine of anyone who dared to glance at them. Lin's voice held a hint of exhilaration. "They're coming." With those words, he charged into the throng of undead, flanked by the formidable S-rank specters, the Red Bride and the Snow Maiden. With a sweeping motion of his scythe, Lin severed numerous heads from their bodies. Yet astonishingly, the remaining forms continued their relentless advance. "I shall aid my master," declared Lin Qian's C-rank specter, the bandaged zombie maiden, mustering her courage to obstruct the oncoming undead. The bandages coiling around her extended and ensnared the approaching corpses, momentarily halting their advance. Lin Qian nodded approvingly. "Well done." With that, she lifted the formidable Gatling gun of compassion and unleashed on the other side. Cheng Xiaodai swiftly maneuvered the skull-crushing hammer across the platform, relentlessly striking down the hapless undead that dared to approach. With each swing, it was as if she were playing a game of whack-a-mole. The moment a zombie dared to rear its head, she would shatter it, sending it crashing down. How delightful this was! Cheng Xiaodai reveled in the exhilaration of the moment. Yet, such ease was only possible because Lin Yin and his S-class specter bore the brunt of the overwhelming pressure. "Disgusting creatures, keep your distance." The Snow Woman's beautiful eyes narrowed as she raised her hand, summoning a frosty tempest that ensnared countless zombies, freezing them in their tracks before they erupted in a cacophony of ice and decayed flesh, forming a small mountain of horrors. The entire tide of undead momentarily faltered, obstructed by this grotesque mound. As they clambered over it, they were met by a woman clad in a bridal gown, her veil obscuring her face. The sight of the rotting corpses was utterly repulsive, extinguishing any semblance of appetite. The figure in the crimson wedding dress disdainfully regarded the undead, retrieving a blood-stained umbrella and unfurling it. Suddenly, a crimson rain began to fall from the heavens, saturating the ground in a gruesome hue. The undead caught in this sanguine downpour experienced a visible decline in vitality. Now was the moment for the soul scream. In the state of possessing a specter, Lin moved with ghostly swiftness, his mouth agape as he unleashed the signature skill of the specter, the soul scream. Ah! The undead clutched their heads, howling in agony at the piercing sound. During this process, the vitality of the undead was gradually depleted by the formidable area of effect weapon, the bloodied umbrella. Soon, under the combined effort of two S-rank monsters, the second wave of the zombie tide was eradicated. A new notification appeared on the game screen. The Paranormal Association has successfully eliminated the second wave of undead incursions and received an additional 200 points. This left all the guild members in utter disbelief. Chapter 17. Surely, the president has his reasons for acting this way? What on earth? This female ghost benefactor must be using cheats. How could she clear the undead at such an astonishing speed? At this rate, our guild's ranking is bound to fall. Members from the Guild of the Land of the Morning Calm looked incredulously at the area defended by Lin's guild, repeatedly exclaiming in disbelief. Regent Yoshinori, the leader of the Eerie Yagu Guild, had just deployed his own monsters. The necromancer's chant had completed, unleashing a wave of indiscriminate strikes that reduced the undead to mere slivers of health, swiftly harvested by his own members and creatures. Indeed, Regen's speed was already considerable, yet he still found himself trailing behind the Paranormal Association. Baka, how on earth did that bastard manage it? Regen's frustration was palpable, his furious voice echoing through the guild's voice chat. One of the guild members dared to ask, "President, what should we do next?" At this rate, the Female Ghost Benefactors Guild is likely to usurp our position as the top guild. We can hardly fathom his depths. Perhaps the two individuals he brought along are also formidable experts. After venting his frustrations, Riyahara Nobuyuki gradually calmed down, his narrow eyes narrowing with determination. Humph. This week's dungeon is ours for the taking. We can no longer allow those additional points to slip through our fingers. We shall deploy the cleansing ultimate, the punishment of Lucifer. Meanwhile, the guild from the Dragon Kingdom, Longting Qianli, encountered a slight mishap during their coordination, leading to the unfortunate demise of a crucial member at the hands of a zombie. In this particular dungeon, characters cannot be resurrected upon death, which consequently slowed their pace in eliminating the undead. Their ranking plummeted to 9th place, raising concerns about maintaining a position within the top 10. The member who had faltered felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "I'm sorry, guild master. It was entirely my mistake." Although he uttered these words, he felt a deep-seated frustration, constantly being overshadowed by other guilds. As the guild leader, the burden weighed heavily on him. Just then, he noticed an announcement across the server, revealing that the Caden Association, also hailing from the Dragon Kingdom, had surpassed the Waikai Night Parade of the Sakura Nation. Initially stunned, his expression quickly transformed into one of joy. "Brothers, the Lady Ghost's Guardian has astonishingly set the record for the fastest monster clearance in this dungeon. True masters indeed." The members below eagerly chimed in with messages of encouragement. "Well done. I can already envision the expressions of the Waikai Night Parade, like they've just swallowed something foul." Haha. The Lady Ghost's Guardian is impressive. The Caden Association is remarkable. Meanwhile, Lin glanced at the server-wide announcement on his phone, his face betraying not a shred of surprise. In the presence of two S-rank specters, should one fail to secure the top rank, one might as well seek a block of tofu to dash one's head against. At present, the undead have been entirely eradicated, their remains dissolving into nothingness, with 3 minutes remaining before the third wave of undead incursions. The players of the guild are afforded a moment to recalibrate their strategies and regroup. I never anticipated that I would find myself so perilously close to this Crimson City. Lin had approached the Blood City, unhindered by any undead, and now stood on the precipice, gazing into the distance. A lingering question tormented Lin's mind. What manner of world was this enigmatic realm? No one had ever truly comprehended it, only knowing that the bizarre had suddenly descended upon them. Two worlds pressed against each other, intertwining, as mysterious forces transformed the urban legends of your into tangible monstrosities. He could even perceive the sanguine mist that enveloped the Blood City, within which countless shadowy figures drifted aimlessly. It was arduous to articulate the proportions of these humanoid beings. One could only describe them as vaguely human-like. They appeared as distorted entities, covered in grotesque growths, with slippery appendages, creations born of an unfathomable existence. Female ghost patron sanity -5. The aesthetic of this horrifying world is truly repulsive. Even the slit-mouthed woman is more aesthetically pleasing than they. A sudden chill coursed through Lin's body, prompting him to steal a glance at the snow woman and the red wedding dress to cleanse his vision. On the periphery of the blood mist, he faintly discerned a coffin, seemingly placed there with intent. It was a pitch-black coffin, its lid ajar, shrouded in a haze that seemed to connect to another realm. The undead emerged from within this very coffin. In a past life, Lin had witnessed the horror of this coffin. In reality, it had summoned countless true zombies, bringing untold calamities and tragedies to the world of humanity. At that time, Lin had participated in the resistance against the undead, and had it not been for the formidable presence of the spirit, he might have lost his mind to the ravenous corpses. Gazing at the unattended coffin, an audacious thought struck Lin. What if I were to venture into the horror realm and abscond with this coffin? After all, the eerie world had yet to descend, and everything was merely a game at present. Moreover, he possessed 2 S-rank spirits by his side and an abundance of resources. Why not give it a try? The theory was sound. It was time to experiment. Lin directed his character step by step toward the fringes of the blood-soaked city. A dark crimson hue enveloped his screen, and his character's vision grew increasingly unclear, while indistinct murmurs and howls echoed through his headphones. Player's female ghost guardian sanity -100. Player's female ghost guardian sanity -100. Notifications incessantly popped up in the game, seemingly impeding Lin's progress. In the dungeon, should his mental fortitude wane completely, his character would meet demise. Undeterred, Lin opened the game store and purchased blue pills capable of restoring sanity, 10,000 for each. He consumed the blue pills with reckless abandon, steadfastly confronting the imminent threat of sanity depletion, inching ever closer to that coffin. As Lin Qian hummed a cheerful tune while awaiting the next wave of undead assaults, she observed her guild leader, Lin En, advancing steadily, nearly vanishing from her line of sight as he made his way towards the distant Blood City. She felt utterly perplexed, pondering Lin En's intentions as he ventured to the edge of the map. Chang Xiaodai, portraying Lin En, wore a similarly bewildered expression. She turned to him and noticed his fingers tapping excitedly on his phone screen, as if he were on the brink of something monumental. After a moment of hesitation, Chang Xiaodai refrained from interrupting Lin En and instead typed, "Surely, the guild leader has his reasons for this. We can simply wait to reap the rewards." Lin Qian nodded in understanding. "Ah, so that's it. A master is indeed a master. I, as a novice, tremble in awe." Chapter 18, Mother. "You needn't prepare dinner for me tonight." After consuming over 100 blue pills, Lin En finally approached the edge of the map. Now merely a few meters from a black coffin, its lid cast aside. The surface of the coffin's cover exuded a chilling metallic sheen, adorned with delicate golden vines and an intricately carved silver cross, suggesting it was designed for the burial of someone of noble stature. The coffin was indeed exquisite. However, its exact purpose remained a mystery. Yet, given that it was an item within the dungeon, it seemed only logical for him to take it. Just as Lin En contemplated this, maneuvering his character to seize the coffin, a chilling voice, reminiscent of a small, icy sprite, echoed from within, "Little mouse, do not overstep your bounds." The mouse, a term employed by the supernatural to describe humanity, perceives frail humans as mere vermin, easily crushed beneath their might. Amidst the swirling gray mist, a soft yet crisp voice emerged from the dark coffin. Lin was elated. Oh, a little lowly, indeed. In the next moment, a rustling sound emanated from the coffin, and a pair of pallid little hands rose from within. "Ignorant humans, should you dare to take another step forward, I, the esteemed vampire descendant Elizabeth, shall ensure you regret it. I vow to drain every drop of blood from your body, leaving you a mere husk." A small, white-haired lowly sat up from the coffin, her blood-red eyes fixated intently on Lin as she menacingly bared her teeth, puffing out her cheeks. Though her words dripped with malice, her demeanor appeared almost charming. Her complexion was hauntingly pale, her round face adorably cute, yet those sharp canines and sanguine pupils, along with the purple-black hooded robe draped over her, revealed her true nature. She was a vampire of remarkably pure lineage. With that, Lin quickened his pace towards Elizabeth within the coffin. "You insignificant little insect, seeing me unafraid, dare to challenge me? How amusing." Elizabeth, seated within, narrowed her eyes, her smile stretching wickedly. From seemingly nowhere, she produced a device akin to a mobile phone, casually dialed a number with her fingertips, and pressed it to her rosy ear. cheerfully announcing, "Mother, you needn't prepare dinner for me tonight." However, in the next moment, she beheld two enchanting figures behind Lin, his two S-class female specters. The Red Bride and the Snow Woman. The overwhelming aura of malevolence and the oppressive dread emanating from them was palpable, even in the crimson-hued city behind her. Such phantoms were scarce, rivaling her mother in ferocity. She was utterly paralyzed, her banter abruptly silenced, as she frantically sought aid through her phone. "Wah! Mommy, save me. There are strange uncles trying to take me away." Lin advanced slowly, a smirk playing upon his lips. "Little sister, surrender your resistance. I have a fondness for S-class specters like yourself. Come with me, and I shall offer you sweets." "Wah! You! Don't come any closer. I refuse to accept candy from a strange uncle." Elizabeth's pupils dilated in alarm as she shrank back, her small hands clutching the coffin, emitting sounds of terror. Lin was now less than 5 meters away from the white-haired little girl. In the next instant, Elizabeth let out a piercing shriek, pointing fiercely at Lin. "Undead. Heed my command. Stop him." With that, the black coffin she lay in erupted in swirling gray mist, birthing countless undead who surged forth from the haze, descending upon Lin in a frenzied swarm. The little girl summoned a multitude of undead, their howls echoing, with many towering at 2 to 3 meters in height. Among them were even various formidable undead, clad in rusted armor and wielding an array of weapons. The sheer number of them caused even the Snow Woman and the Red Bride to furrow their brows in concern. This is nothing short of a calamity, as the undead from other guilds have all converged upon Lin's territory. Yet, Lin remains remarkably composed as he procures Lucifer's judgment from the item shop. Ding. Would you like to use Lucifer's judgment? Without hesitation, Lin unleashes his ultimate move, summoning a multitude of meteors to rain down upon the earth, obliterating the undead with a cacophony of screams and wails. In mere moments, all of the undead summoned by Elizabeth are annihilated. Lin chuckles and taunts. "So, Elizabeth, what do you think? If you continue to misbehave, I might just have to spank you. You know, there are 2 ways to play this game. You can obediently emerge from your coffin, or I can drag you out myself." Elizabeth, exasperated, glares at Lin with her crimson eyes. "You shameless fiend. Let's see just how many times you can use Lucifer's judgment." With that, she once again conjures the gray mist, fervently chanting in an attempt to summon even stronger undead. "O divine being birthed from the blood-red moon, eternal ruler of life and death, I offer my own blood and humbly beseech you to grant me an invincible army to crush my foes." As her words fade, Elizabeth's spirit visibly wanes, and the crimson moon casts a watchful gaze. From the gray mist surge forth countless terrifying spirits, malevolent specters, and undead, including formidable A-class monsters. Lin feigns terror, exclaiming, "Oh, really? How frightful." He then grins mischievously. "Just kidding. Even if you beg for mercy, I shall not relent. A powerful human like you must possess blood that is most sweet and delectable." Elizabeth gazed at Lin with an insatiable hunger, her delicate tongue darting out to moisten her lips, her sharp canines clicking ominously. Lin, exposing her fair neck, chuckled and said, "I told you. As long as you follow me, I will indulge you with my blood every day." The red wedding dress immediately bristled with indignation, retorting, "You little brat. With hardly any flesh on your chest, dare to compete with me for a man?" With that, she produced an S-class weapon, a blood-stained umbrella, and opened it with a swift motion. Chapter 19. "Brother, where did you buy this? Is it reliable?" The crimson rain poured down, saturating the earth. Elizabeth, drenched by the blood rain, trembled in fear, exclaiming, What sort of malevolent weapon is this, capable of harming me?" Her health points plummeted visibly, decreasing by 1% every second. Lin quickly intervened, pleading with the red wedding dress, "Do not kill her. This little ghost has great potential for my plans." The red wedding dress stomped her foot in frustration and retracted the umbrella, still unconvinced. "Humph. A fickle man will inevitably face his comeuppance." The Snow Maiden sighed. "Poor child. To fall into the hands of the master will be a dire fate. I cannot bear to watch. Master, please allow me to eliminate her." Instantly, the Snow Maiden bowed in reverence. "Very well. I shall obey your wishes, master." Elizabeth, feeling neglected, became exasperated, pounding on her coffin. "Hey, stop looking down on me. I am not some soft persimmon easily bullied. Undead spirits, rise and assist me." Thus, a fierce battle erupted between Lin's 2 S-class monsters and the specters summoned by Elizabeth. The crimson wedding gown awakened its devouring ability, with countless strands of hair extending from the back of her head, siphoning the malevolent energy of the apparitions. The two sides found themselves in a temporary stalemate. Lin squinted, pondering who might be the stronger contender, the little demon Vice or the vampire lowly Elizabeth. However, Vice, bound to protect her home, lacked the mobility that Elizabeth possessed. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ghost fortress, Vice abruptly sneezed, grumbling, "Damn it. Who is speaking of Vice? Should I find out? I shall surely bite you to death." Seeing the standoff, Lin grew concerned that prolonging the conflict could attract unforeseen calamities from the blood-soaked city. Thus, he once again invoked the formidable cleansing skill, Lucifer's Judgment. Poor Elizabeth, who had painstakingly summoned a powerful legion of phantoms, found her efforts effortlessly obliterated by Lin. She was reduced to tears, sobbing against her coffin lid, her eyes swollen and red, lamenting her plight. "How wretched!" she cried. "Curse that despicable rat! If you possess the ability, do not resort to that trick. It is utterly unscrupulous." Lin, with a cheerful smile, replied, "Well, I may lack other talents, but I certainly have an abundance of ghost coins." Elizabeth retorted, her anger palpable, "You filthy rat. Do you think a handful of ghost coins grants you the right to do as you please?" Lin, radiating confidence, spread his arms wide, exuding a sunny disposition. "I'm afraid that having ghost coins truly allows one to act with impunity." With that, he proceeded to unleash the cleansing skill once more, illuminating the entire sky in his defense zone with the radiant glow of golden meteors, causing even the distant Blood City to tremble beneath the earth. In the prop shop, the jester merchant was grinning from ear to ear, continuously extending his hands towards the mountain of ghost coins. "The boss is generous. The boss is generous." Countless meteors rained down, nearly overwhelming the little girl, Elizabeth, who summoned a wave of monsters, while Lin effortlessly cleared them all away. Not far off, Lin Qian and Qing Xiaodai watched the ceaseless meteor effects in the game, both appearing somewhat dazed. Lin Qian tactfully remarked, "Lin, don't you think the expenses for our guild leader's gaming are a bit extravagant? A nouveau riche, perhaps?" Certainly, she could achieve such screen-clearing feats, but she could never afford to be so wasteful. After all, the penalty from Lucifer cost a staggering 100,000 ghost coins per click. That's 100,000. Though she was wealthy, she did not indulge in such extravagance. At this rate, one could easily spend over 100 million in a month. With a few players like this in a single game, they could sustain a publicly listed company. "Well, it seems the guild leader's family is quite affluent as well," Qing Xiaodai added vaguely. Lin Qian extended her tone. "Oh, I see. Is he the foolish son of a landlord?" Qing Xiaodai, portraying Lin, glanced back at her with a helpless expression, saying, "Boss, please take it easy. I'm running out of fabrications. If Miss Lin discovers I'm deceiving her, I will meet a dire fate." Lin chuckled, "No worries. Just tell my aunt that my family has a mine." Meanwhile, as the countdown for the dungeon concluded, not a single undead appeared on the battlefield. Were it not for the timer still ticking away, one might suspect the server was malfunctioning. All the major guilds in the game fell into a collective stupor. Where are the undead? Where are all my undead? At that moment, everyone witnessed a relentless shower of meteors descending upon Lin's defense zone. The game's public screen incessantly refreshed with new announcements. "Congratulations to the Horror Association for being the first to defeat the third wave of undead invasion. You have earned an additional 500 points. Congratulations to the Horror Association for being the first to defeat the fourth wave of undead invasion. You have earned an additional 1,000 points." This led to an explosion of confusion on the game's public screen, filled with question marks. The president of Midnight Roses twitched her lips, her mind swirling with questions. How did all those undead end up in the realm of the female ghost protector? She was desperate to uncover the truth. A group of players from the Bear Nation expressed their discontent. "This Horror Association is undoubtedly the official game shill." Players from the Stick Nation collectively sighed. "Is there no escape for us?" Many curious players began typing on the public screen. "Well, this female ghost protector lacks martial virtue. Shut it down. It's pointless. Female ghost protector, my friend, where did you buy this? Is it reliable? Chapter 20, did they just obliterate the dungeon?" However, Lin had no time to observe the public screen. At that moment, he eagerly extended an invitation to Elizabeth. "You humble rodent, you shall not." Elizabeth, having expended excessive energy to summon powerful undead, was now drenched in sweat, her chest heaving, her gaze fixed intently on Lin, her expression rife with terror. This is simply too monstrous. Surely she would become his slave, subject to the whims of a lowly mouse. As a lofty vampire noble, a favored child of the heavens, she found herself humiliated by the man before her. The once pallid and bloodless beauty of her visage was now suffused with a crimson hue, as intense feelings of shame and indignation surged within her. Yet, she had finally exhausted her strength, unable to summon the power of the black coffin to call forth her protective undead. The smile on Lin's lips grew ever more pronounced. "What is the matter? Is this where you draw the line?" He slowly approached Elizabeth, his gaze glinting with a hint of excitement. At that moment, a woman's voice emanated from the phone tightly clutched in Elizabeth's hand. "Human, this is your final warning. I swear, if you lay a hand on my daughter, I shall not spare you. I will reduce you and all that you hold dear to ashes." Elizabeth's mother threatened Lin over the line. Lin was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, saying, "Madam, surely you wouldn't want your child to never see you again. Why not come over now and reunite with your daughter?" Elizabeth hastily cradled the phone, her voice trembling with despair. "Mom, this human is terrifying. He has 2 S-class monsters and S-class weapons. Mom, I don't want to die. Please come and save me." However, after a brief silence on the other end, the line was met with a busy signal. Elizabeth was left utterly bewildered. "Huh?" Lin shrugged. "Elizabeth, it seems your mother has lost her nerve. She no longer wants you." "You're talking nonsense. She will definitely come to kill you." Although Elizabeth projected an air of toughness, internally, she was engulfed by uncertainty. "I must devise a means of self-preservation." Elizabeth bit her lip in despair, her gaze instinctively wandering until it landed upon the imposing, ebony coffin nearby. It was heavy, but if I could hide within, surely he would be unable to reach me. A flicker of hope ignited within her. With a resounding thud, the weighty black lid was placed atop the coffin, emitting a dull sound as it sealed tightly. From within the coffin, Elizabeth's clear voice resonated. "Humph. Mortal, do you believe you can carry away this coffin? It is an S-class artifact of my bloodline." At that moment, a new quest notification appeared in the game. "Congratulations, player Ghost Guardian. You have successfully triggered a hidden quest within the Zombie Siege dungeon. This is not the sunset for humanity. Attempt to collect this black coffin that brings calamity to mankind. Upon success, the Zombie Siege dungeon will be permanently closed." Quest rewards: S-class artifact, the Dark Blood Coffin, a substantial amount of bonus points, and a special item, the life-repaying Scarecrow. Lin was momentarily taken aback before being overcome with elation. Can it truly be taken away? Without hesitation, Lin grasped the base of the coffin with both hands and exerted all his strength to lift it. The coffin merely rose slightly at one corner. However, Lin's stamina depleted rapidly, forcing him to temporarily concede. It would be exceedingly difficult to transport this coffin solely with his own strength. "Red wedding dress, Snow Woman. Don't just stand there. Lend a hand," Lin urged. The Snow Woman shrugged. "I am not a strength-based specter." In the tale of the red wedding dress, although I am not a creature of immense strength, moving this coffin does not seem to pose a challenge. Lin was instantly overjoyed. "Then I shall entrust this task to you, Red Wedding Dress." The Red Wedding Dress replied with a hint of melancholy. "But my master must not show favoritism. Do make sure to spend more time with me in the future." After devouring countless specters summoned by Elizabeth, her form began to subtly transform, seemingly growing stronger. From beneath her veil, countless ebony strands emerged, rapidly expanding like a dark tide, resembling twisted tendrils. These strands swiftly surged towards the coffin, wrapping around it with a tenacity akin to that of a mummy. The strands, imbued with great strength, hoisted the black coffin 3 meters off the ground. Inside, Elizabeth was horrified. "Ah, what are you doing? Where are you taking me?" "Woo. Farewell, mother. I am to set sail tonight." Lin retorted with a smirk. "Continue your cries. It will be of no use. Even should you scream until your throat is raw." The red wedding dress then dropped the coffin heavily onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Elizabeth, confined within, emitted a startled exclamation. Lin Xian, her curiosity piqued, asked, "President, what is this splendid treasure?" Feigning mystery, Lin replied, "You shall soon find out." Lin Xian stuck out her tongue playfully. "Oh, I couldn't care less about that. I just saw on the public screen that many people are claiming you were cheating, President." At that moment, the countdown for the game instance reached its conclusion, and a new prompt appeared on the public screen. "Congratulations to the player, the guardian of the female ghost. For successfully triggering and completing the hidden quest. This is not the twilight of humanity within the Zombie Siege dungeon, thereby alleviating the crisis in the human city. Congratulations to the Paranormal Association for securing first place in this Zombie Siege dungeon, achieving the highest score and elevating the guild's rank to the top of the server. The entrance to the Zombie Siege dungeon will be permanently closed and will no longer reopen. In the game's public chat, A momentary silence enveloped all players, as if they had collectively turned to stone. What on earth? They've completely eradicated the dungeon? Chapter 21. Acquiring New Spirits, the white-haired vampire Loli. Oh my goodness. Who could have anticipated that this week's dungeon would harbor a hidden quest? How did this guardian of the female ghost come to know of it? Truly, only a master capable of flawlessly conquering an S-rank dungeon could achieve such a feat. The top position on the guild leaderboard finally belongs to our Dragon Nation. Look, the leaderboard for spirits has also shifted. Now in first place is the red wedding dress, while the necromancer of the Dragon Wilds, Yoshinori, holds the second spot. Furthermore, this guardian of the female ghost appears to be quite affluent, having unleashed at least 10 screen-clearing skills recently, each costing 100,000. And they didn't even bat an eyelash. With the zombie siege dungeon now gone, what will we engage in next? Discussions regarding the identity of the guardian of the female ghost abound in both the game as public chat and official forums, with many speculating about this individual's true nature, including posts proposing that they may be an internal developer from the game company. Linen's Guild, the Paranormal Association, has also surged to become one of the top guilds, with numerous players applying for membership. However, Lin did not agree to any of it. He was currently occupied with assessing the rewards from his recent dungeon raid. The haunted fortress, bathed in the eerie glow of a blood moon, exuded an atmosphere of foreboding. Lin sat at the head of a bronze long table, with a black coffin placed ominously on the floor beside him, from which the faint sound of Elizabeth's weeping could be heard. Fellow guild members Lin Qian and Cheng Xiaodai, who had contributed a bit to the dungeon run, expressed their astonishment. Cheng Xiaodai exclaimed, "Wow, the rewards are so generous. We received numerous experience packs for the undead, along with various items." The bandaged zombie maiden's figure noticeably grew taller and more robust as she marveled at her transformation, whispering in amazement, "Oh, I've become stronger. I can protect my master better now." Lin replied, "This is quite normal. It is a special effect of the haunted home, which accelerates the leveling speed of the undead and allows them to evolve into more advanced forms." Lin Qian responded, "I see. Then I will have my little zombie stay here every day." Elizabeth, sulking inside the coffin, overheard their conversation. In the darkness, her eyes glimmered with intrigue. It seemed that this place indeed possessed something extraordinary. She could feel her inner strength rapidly rejuvenating. How delightful. I can benefit from this too, Elizabeth thought with glee, secretly gathering her strength, eagerly anticipating the moment when Lin would open the coffin, so she could spring forth and take a hearty bite, draining him of his life essence. The three individuals engaged in light-hearted conversation for a while, celebrating their guild's ascension to the top, while also inquiring with Lin about strategies for dungeons. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, Lin Qian stifled a yawn and typed, "I can't go on any longer. It's too late. I must retire for the night as I have work in the morning. I'll log off now." Lin responded in kind, "All right, we shall continue tomorrow." At that moment, in reality, Linen's stomach growled audibly, reminding him that he had been so engrossed in playing the game with Cheng Xiaodai that they had completely neglected to have dinner. Cheng Xiaodai, clearly aware of the sound, felt a twinge of embarrassment and tossed aside her phone. "I was so absorbed in the game that I forgot my primary responsibilities. Boss, I will go prepare dinner for you right away. Please don't dock my wages." Lin smiled gently and nodded. "It's all right. I owe you for stepping in for me. I wouldn't dream of blaming you. By the way, I would love some seafood fried rice. Please call me when it's ready." Cheng Xiaodai beamed sweetly. "Of course, boss." As he watched her leave the room, Lin picked up his phone again, eager to examine the substantial rewards he had just acquired. He opened his inventory in the game. Rule-type item, substitute scarecrow, which can shield the player from one calamity, automatically destroying itself upon use. Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully. "This is quite a valuable item. With this in my possession, even if someone attempts to sabotage me, I will have a margin for error." His greatest fear was indeed being betrayed, for in this peculiar world, there existed numerous formidable items. Although Lin wielded powerful specters, he remained wary of treachery. For instance, the item he had previously acquired, the Eternal Pursuit Snail, would even chase individuals within their dreams, relentless and unyielding, proving to be quite a formidable adversary. Closing his inventory, Lin's gaze shifted towards the coffin placed nearby, and he began to inspect it. S-class item, pitch black blood coffin, item effect. A vampire lying within can purify their bloodline and possesses the ability to evolve. Moreover, it can summon a legion of undead to engage in battle. Lin tapped his fingers against the edge of the table, contemplating that this appeared to be an auxiliary type of item, specifically designed for vampires. It seemed that Elizabeth, This vampire was indeed of extraordinary origin. Furthermore, she was not a specter obtained from a lottery or event, but rather emerged from that enigmatic city. Perhaps she possessed some knowledge of significance. Just as Lin was about to rise and open the coffin, his cautious nature led him to refrain from taking action himself. Instead, he gestured to Vice, who was not far off, indicating that she should take the initiative to open it. Vice's expression immediately soured, clutching her doll as she approached the coffin, muttering, "I know. I know." As Vice's fingers grazed the coffin's edge and a slight gap was revealed, the coffin lid was suddenly propelled open, and Elizabeth leapt forth. "You shall perish, wretched rodent. Time for a feeding practice." She lunged at Vice, her sharp fangs sinking into the delicate flesh of her neck, drawing forth her blood. Yet, in the next moment, Elizabeth's expression soured, akin to having consumed something distasteful, clutching her throat and retching, "So foul. Ugh, ugh. That detestable vampire dared to bite me. Vice shall make you pay with your life." As the realization dawned upon her, Vice seized Elizabeth's pristine neck, her wings fluttering as she forcefully pinned Elizabeth to the ground. The two little girls engaged in a playful scuffle, crying and shouting, resembling two groundhogs in a spirited brawl, pushing each other with their tiny claws. Lin watched with great amusement until both girls, exhausted from their antics, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Only then did Lin rise, a cheerful smile gracing his lips as he addressed Elizabeth. "Welcome to the Ghost Fortress, Elizabeth. Join my ranks and become one of my specters." Breathless, Elizabeth bared her sharp little fangs and retorted, Who wants to be your servant? Human. Allow me to introduce my butler, the S-Class Spectre. The little demon Viss. From now on, you two shall be friends." Lin, unfazed by her defiance, crouched down and affectionately pinched Viss's chubby cheeks. Although Viss was clearly displeased, her skin prickling with discomfort and her expression one of distaste, she dared not resist under Lin's imposing presence. Chapter 22. The Spectre's Revenge. This scene struck Elizabeth with a sense of astonishment as her pupils dilated. The little demon named Viss was undeniably a formidable being. Why then did she submit to the servitude of a mere human? As Elizabeth pondered this perplexity, Lin sliced his fingertip, a drop of blood oozing forth. In a tone laden with temptation, reminiscent of an enticing stranger, he murmured, "I imagine you must feel quite weak right now, yearning for a taste of fresh blood. Aren't you?" The vivid crimson liquid and its alluring scent tantalized Elizabeth's senses. Elizabeth instinctively swallowed, her gaze flickering as she tried to avert her eyes from the vivid crimson droplets oozing from Lin's fingertip. Although a primal urge to bite off Lin's finger surged within her, the sight of the two S-rank apparitions lurking menacingly behind Lin deterred her from such thoughts. The noble bloodline of the vampires would never submit to servitude. Elizabeth maintained her defiance, yet the fear in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Lin narrowed her eyes, remarking, "What a pity. It seems I must offer you to the red wedding dress. The sensation of being devoured is rather unpleasant." Instantly, the red wedding dress trembled with excitement. Crouching down to cradle Elizabeth's delicate face, her voice quivering with delight, "I can hardly wait to savor your exquisite flavor. Fear not, I shan't consume you all at once. Let me ponder from where I shall begin." A chill coursed through Elizabeth as she realized the terrifying intent of the red wedding dress, an S-rank apparition herself, wishing to devour her. Lin contemplated the implications. If the red wedding dress could consume an S-rank apparition, she might ascend to an even greater power. What lay beyond S-rank? Elizabeth, her heart racing, gazed at the menacingly close red wedding dress, swallowing hard, trembling uncontrollably. Tears welled in her eyes as she pleaded with Lin, "No, please, I don't wish to be consumed. I am willing to become your apparition." At last, under Lin's coercion and temptation, Elizabeth capitulated. The unfortunate white-haired little girl ultimately had to concede, making a decision that contravened her ancestors' wishes. The crimson bridal gown expressed its regret, as it had already been determined that one of the little girl's ears would be consumed first. A smirk danced upon Lin's lips. "This is as it should be. You shall become my specter. I shall not treat you poorly. Is it not your fervent desire to savor my blood? This is a gift I bestow upon you." Lin placed his bloodied fingertip near Elizabeth's delicate mouth. Elizabeth could hardly believe that this man truly fulfilled his promise, satisfying her hunger with his blood. Can I really?" She hesitated. "If you don't want me to, I could just leave." Lin, somewhat impatient, replied, "I never said I wished for you to depart." Elizabeth, suddenly flustered, eagerly grasped his finger. Cautiously, she extended her tongue, gingerly licking the crimson droplets from Lin's fingertip. With the nourishment of his blood, her eyes regained their brilliance, and her pallid cheeks flushed with a hint of color. Why is it so delectable? She had never tasted such sweet blood before. And she continued to implore Lin for more. Spectre's benefactor life value -5. Spectre's benefactor life value -10. Lin's life value steadily diminished. In this game, he could afford to be indifferent, but when the bizarre encroached upon reality, he certainly did not wish to feed Elizabeth with his blood daily. That would lead to anemia, which would be unfortunate. Slurp. Elizabeth, still unsatisfied, wiped her mouth and looked at Lin with an odd expression, as if she had resigned herself to her fate. Accompanying this man does not seem so dreadful after all. He possesses delectable blood and is rather handsome. With formidable strength, Elizabeth mused inwardly. A new prompt appeared before Lin. Player Ghost Benefactor. You have successfully tamed an S-rank spirit, Elizabeth. You have fed Elizabeth your blood, and her affection for you has slightly increased. Just as Lin intended to examine Elizabeth's skills, he was interrupted. In reality, Chung Xiaodai cheerfully entered Lin's room. Boss, it's time to eat. Lin nodded slightly. All right. You haven't eaten either, so let's have a meal together. He commanded his in-game avatar to rise. Well then, we shall conclude for today. Vis, please arrange accommodation for Elizabeth. Vis reluctantly replied, Understood, Master. Farewell, Master. Goodbye. Seizing the moment when Vis was distracted, Lin playfully tapped her on the head and logged off at lightning speed. How infuriating. You rascal. Vis exclaimed, clutching her head in frustration, stomping her feet in anger. Meanwhile, in the eerie realm, the blood-soaked city was suffused with a thick mist of blood. Various bizarre entities roamed within, a domain governed by its own peculiar rules and laws. In this sanguine city, within a foreboding ancient castle estate, stood a woman of fair complexion and striking beauty, her presence as tumultuous as the waves. She was none other than Elizabeth's mother, the vampire Lilith. The woman possessed a cascade of waist-length white hair, her complexion pale and devoid of color, yet her beauty was exquisite and striking. With sharp teeth and blood-red pupils, she donned a gown of classical design that resembled a blooming scarlet rose. However, in that moment, her lovely visage was marred by a frown, dark clouds gathering upon her brow. This was due to the intolerable fact that her dearly beloved daughter, Elizabeth, had been abducted by a wretched mouse. An affront she could not bear. Lilith raised a goblet and took a delicate sip of blood wine, her expression gradually regaining its steely composure. Standing before the protruding window, she pondered for a moment before darkly proclaiming, Though I do not comprehend how that man forcefully breached the bizarre realm and seized my daughter. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Dipping her fingertip into the vibrant blood, she inscribed an ancient magical circle in the air. The identity of the man who took my daughter in the realm of reality. The identity of the man who took my daughter in the realm of reality. She chanted it 7 times, and Lilith received a revelation as the crimson circle rippled like water. The strikingly handsome visage of Lin materialized in the void. Humph. You little trickster, so you are called Lin, are you? I've caught you now. You shall not fare well. A sinister smile curved upon Lilith's lips as she contemplated her plan for Lin's demise. According to Elizabeth's words prior to her abduction, Lin was formidable, possessing 2 S-class specters. Yet he himself was merely an ordinary man. Once the portal to the realm of reality and the bizarre world was opened, even a C-class specter could easily extinguish Lin's life. Lilith sighed imperceptibly, lamenting that the 2 realms had yet to fully intertwine. For now, she could only traverse into reality through the dreamscape. Otherwise, she would personally descend upon this wretch to obliterate him. She opened the cabinet within the room and retrieved a transparent glass vial. Encased within was the ethereal essence of a woman, her form exquisite, drifting like a mermaid. Lilith uncorked the vial and released the spirit, a B-rank specter, a succubus. I command you to infiltrate Lin's dreams and silently extinguish his life. Upon your success, I shall grant you your freedom. The succubus floated gracefully from the vial's opening, exuding an enchanting allure, both innocent and seductive, capable of awakening the most primal desires in every man. She gazed at Lin's portrait in silence for a brief moment before a look of delight adorned her face. With a melodic laugh, she purred, His vitality appears exceptionally robust, a feast for my appetite. Fear not, I shall ensure he meets his end-amidst ecstasy. With that, the succubus vanished from the room. Chapter 23. This is my bodyguard. At midnight, as the clock struck 12, the night was dark and tempestuous, ideal for the emergence of spirits. The B-rank specter, the succubus, stealthily infiltrated Lin's opulent residence in Jinghai. She glided through various rooms in search of Lin. Soon, she discovered his chamber, where she beheld him, weary and massaging his temples. The succubus clung to the ceiling, patiently awaiting his slumber. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, as if he had transformed into a weary canine. If he did not succumb to slumber soon, he feared the dire consequences that awaited him. He resolved to indulge in gaming once more upon awakening, for time was plentiful. Lin had spent the entire day immersed in video games, and as fatigue washed over him, he drew the blanket closer and reclined upon his bed, drifting into the realm of dreams. Meanwhile, the long-awaited succubus, her eyes alight with anticipation, rejoiced. At last, he has succumbed to sleep. I can hardly contain my eagerness to enter his dreams. With great delight, she descended from the ceiling, her ethereal form slipping into Lin's forehead, traversing into the depths of his profound slumber. Time became an enigma, and Lin was stirred from his reverie by a gentle rustling sound, as though a warm, soft presence lay upon him, akin to a soothing warmth enveloping him in comfort. In a state of half-dream, he sensed the fervent embrace of his unseen companion, who coiled around his neck like a serpent, slow and deliberate. In a daze, Lin murmured, "Do not do this." The crimson bridal gown. "You may possess my body, but my heart remains untouchable. I shall not yield to you." The succubus whispered seductively in his ear, "Indeed, I desire your flesh. Do you wish to resist me? How could you possibly resist? I am here to bring you pleasure." In the next moment, Lin furrowed his brow, feeling an increasing difficulty in breathing, as if an unseen force gripped his throat tightly, intent on suffocating him. He yearned to push away the entity that lay upon him. Yet an inexplicable reluctance to sever their connection lingered within him. It felt as though if he truly cast her aside, the dream would shatter, awakening him from this enchanting illusion. The succubus gazed at Lin's face, which had turned a deep shade of purple from asphyxiation, a triumphant smile gracing her exquisite features. Her fingertips glided gently over Lin's chest as she spoke in the softest of tones, "Go forth and die blissfully. This is the price of ecstasy." In the next moment, Lin's eyes flew open, locking onto the succubus's gaze. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. "How could you?" Without another word, Lin forcefully shoved the delicate figure pressing down upon him aside, feeling the constriction around his neck ease significantly. He gasped for breath, inhaling the fresh air, his gaze fixed on the succubus, filled with a fierce intent to kill. A B-rank monster, the succubus. Had he not been a ghost tamer in his past life? Well-versed in the characteristics of such creatures and having personally participated in similar scenarios, he might have succumbed to the seductive dream, unaware of his impending demise. Yet now, he remained perilously vulnerable. After all, she was a B-rank monster, and without any protective spirits by his side, it would not be difficult for her to take his life. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as his mind raced to devise a strategy. The succubus, having been pushed from the bed, regained her footing and surveyed Lin with keen interest, her eyes brimming with exhilaration. "What a clever little thing you are. But I must confess, I adore spirited humans like you. I can hardly wait to siphon your life force." The succubus bit her lip, the corners of her mouth curling into a teasing smile. "You truly are a stubborn one, managing to resist my allure. I had intended to offer you some tender care in your final moments, but it seems you are unwilling to cooperate. In that case, do not blame me for taking a more forceful approach." In the darkness, the succubus's figure flickered in and out of view, exuding an enchanting and flawless beauty as she gracefully approached Lin, leaving no room for dissent. "This charming young man. I am genuinely curious. When did you realize I am not of this world?" Lin replied, "Your figure is too exquisite. You do not resemble a mere human." The succubus smiled coyly. "Oh my, I did not expect such eloquence from a human." Her laughter caused her chest to rise and fall, the sheer fabric of her attire failing to conceal her perfect form, her snow-white and silky skin exposed in all its glory. Yet, Lin found himself devoid of the inclination to admire such a captivating sight. He took a deep breath and calmly stated, "Before I meet my end, I wish to know who sent you." With a delicate touch, the succubus's fingertip traced the contours of Lin's chest. "If you satisfy me, dear brother, I shall reveal the truth to you, ensuring you depart with clarity. By the way, do you have any last wishes? I can fulfill whatever your heart desires, if it is your wish." Upon hearing the succubus's words, Lin's mind raced. This creature sought to drain his vital essence to empower herself, thus delaying his demise. He realized he had to buy time and devise a means to subdue her. "Are you still pondering how to defeat your sister? That truly saddens me," the succubus lamented, gazing at Lin with a look of feigned sorrow, her eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears. Lin resolved to take the initiative rather than remain passive. With a bittersweet smile, he mused, "I merely contemplate that, before I meet my end. Spending a delightful evening with a captivating creature such as yourself would render my life worthwhile." The succubus chuckled softly. "I must admit, your outlook is rather commendable. Fear not. I shall act swiftly. You will perish blissfully amidst an endless wave of pleasure." Lin picked up his phone and earnestly proposed, "Sister, I have a hobby of capturing moments like this. Would you mind if I recorded this scene as a keepsake?" The succubus narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Lin closely. "Little brother, do not harbor any improper intentions. Regardless of the circumstances, you are destined to die today." Feeling aggrieved, Lin replied, "Sister succubus, I am on the brink of death. Is it too much to ask for a small request?" The succubus smiled charmingly. "Very well, I shall grant you this modest wish." Lin raised his phone, capturing the succubus's flawless form while exclaiming in admiration, "You truly possess a way with words. Were it not for my obligations, I would be reluctant to end your life." Lin responded, "Then is it possible to spare me?" "Impossible," the succubus declared. Lin sighed, "Very well, this is your choice. Just do not kneel and plead for mercy later." The succubus was momentarily taken aback, her expression bewildered. "What do you mean?" "Ding. Would you like to use the item, Eternal Pursuit Snail?" Unbeknownst to her, Lin's phone had silently activated the monster cultivation simulator and opened his inventory. Without hesitation, Lin clicked the confirmation button, selecting his target. It is he himself. Ding. The use of the item was successful. Players, beware. A terrifying snail is relentlessly pursuing you, day and night. Whether in dreams or reality, it will not relent until it has claimed your life. Lin has cunningly exploited a flaw in this rule-based item. The snail that is hunting him will indeed kill him, should Lin find himself being pursued by others during this time. It will trigger the item's unique characteristic. He can only be slain by this particular snail. Hence, if the succubus desires to kill Lin, the snail will momentarily transform from a hunter into Lin's protector. However, the succubus is entirely unaware of this. She merely suspects that Lin has done something with his phone. "What have you just done?" the succubus exclaimed sharply. Lin chuckled and replied, "Sister, take a look behind you." With that, he reached towards his eye socket and, astonishingly, plucked out his own right eye. Holding the eye, he turned to gaze behind him. While his other eye remained fixed on Lin, the sight left the succubus utterly frozen. Unbeknownst to her, the door had been pushed open at some point. From beyond the threshold, two snail tentacles, as wide as an adult's arm, slithered into the room. A grotesque snail, bearing a massive human-faced shell, stared intently at the succubus within the room. Trembling violently, she stammered, What is that?" Lin replied nonchalantly, "My bodyguard." Chapter 24. I am not a little snail. Upon finishing her words, Lin pointed at the succubus and exclaimed, "Snail, this woman seeks to take my life. Surely you must intervene. Ha ha ha, stay away from him." The grotesque, massive snail emitted a frenzied shriek, its abdomen writhing rapidly as it surged toward the succubus. It is difficult to convey the sheer intensity of this scene. Its body was oozing with slime and festering sores, while its mandibles were armed with barbs and sharp fangs. The shell it bore was unmistakably the pallid visage of a woman, her eyes tightly shut and her expression void of emotion, rendering the entire tableau indescribably bizarre. To liken it to something, it resembled a hermit crab that had burrowed into his severed head, hollowing out the brain and inserting itself within, then scuttling about while bearing that head aloft. Even upon the first sight of this snail, Lin felt a shiver run down her spine, muttering, "Isn't this a bit too grotesque? Can't the monsters of a horror world possess even a modicum of aesthetic sensibility?" Upon witnessing the snail inching towards her, the succubus was taken aback, her pupils dilating as she recoiled repeatedly. This aura, this sense of oppression, could it be an S-class monster? The thought sent a chill down her spine, nearly causing her to lose her composure. She had never anticipated that Lin could summon such a formidable creature in a dream. The snail was not particularly fast, merely crawling at a sluggish pace, burdened by the weight of the head upon its back. Thankfully, its speed was lackluster. Otherwise, today would have marked her demise. After a fleeting moment of shock, the succubus turned sharply to glare at Lin, declaring, "I shall eliminate you first, then make my escape." Lin, however, directed her gaze at the snail and called out, "Hey, hurry. This woman is trying to kill me." The woman on the snail shell opened her eyes and exclaimed angrily at Lin, "I have been crawling as fast as I can." The succubus let out a cold laugh, producing a rusted dagger seemingly from nowhere, intent on delivering a chilling blow to Lin. Should she be pierced, even if Lin didn't perish on the spot, she would certainly succumb to tetanus later. Naturally, Lin was not foolish enough to remain stationary for the succubus to strike. The moment the succubus brandished the dagger, Lin rolled off the bed and onto the wooden floor, evading the attack. Unfortunately, Lin's pillow bore the brunt of the assault, becoming riddled with holes as feathers filled the air. While maneuvering around the succubus, Lin taunted, "Sister succubus, do you truly despise me so much that you wish to stab me?" The succubus screeched, brandishing her knife and pursuing Lin. "Enough with the nonsense. How many times did you stab me just now?" Lin raised his hands in surrender. "I certainly did not do it willingly." As Lin and the succubus circled the bed in a frantic dance, the terrifying snail finally arrived, its enormous tentacles ensnaring the succubus's slender arms. Its gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth, loomed, ready to drag the succubus into its depths. The succubus screamed in horror. No. Yet, her limbs struggled in vain against such overpowering force, her body slowly being pulled towards the snail's mouth. Lin, not far off, crossed his arms and observed, "Oh dear. How unfortunate that someone so beautiful is about to be devoured by a snail. You, cunning little rat. How infuriating." Enraged, the succubus emitted a frantic shriek, yet found herself utterly helpless, unable to break free. The snail's tentacles had suspended her, and she foresaw her demise within its maw. In a desperate act, the succubus gritted her teeth and severed her own right hand with a dagger. The severed limb immediately fell into the snail's sanguinary, masticating orifice, which, like a fleshy grinder, pulverized her hand. Thump! The succubus collapsed onto the floor. She had no time to lament the loss of her hand. Her only thought was escape. She glared daggers at Lin, uttering a venomous threat. "Mark my words. This isn't over." The succubus then transformed into a spectral blur, fleeing into the villa's corridor. "Delicious. Don't run." The snail, seemingly having savored the succubus's essence, shifted its bulk and began to crawl in the direction of her escape, leaving a glistening trail of mucus in its wake. Lin was left alone in the room, momentarily stunned. He called out, "Hey, aren't you going to chase me?" Lin wasn't concerned that the snail could kill him. Now that the succubus had departed, he could awaken from the dream at any moment. If the snail were to manifest in reality and continue to pursue him, Lin would find a way to deal with it. The woman within the snail's shell rolled her eyes, nonchalantly stating, "No matter, you can't escape anyway. I can hunt you down at any time. But if the delicacy gets away, I might not be able to catch it." Lin clung to the doorframe. "All right, then. Never mind. Take your time." Lin, meanwhile, the succubus, pursued relentlessly by the giant snail, felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. How vexing. This is the dream realm of that mouse. If he does not awaken voluntarily, I shall never escape this villa. As the enormous snail loomed in the corridor, resembling a mountain of flesh, despair washed over the succubus. In a desperate bid, she fled into the room of the maid, Cheng Xiaodai. Inside, Cheng Xiaodai lay beneath a light blanket, lost in slumber. The succubus felt a surge of joy. "Excellent. I can leap into this girl's dreamscape, and I refuse to believe you can follow me there." With that, the succubus transformed into a wisp of black mist and plunged into Cheng Xiaodai's dream. Cheng Xiaodai's expression twisted into one of pain and terror, as if she were trapped in a nightmare. The snail halted outside her room, unable to penetrate Cheng Xiaodai's dream, and thus incapable of devouring the succubus. The little snail lamented, "These are two separate dreams. The succubus has intertwined yours with that girl S, and I cannot enter. The succubus has entered Cheng Xiaodai's dream, and she may be in peril." After a brief silence, Lin made his decision. He exhaled deeply, picked up the dagger that had fallen to the floor, and swiftly approached Cheng Xiaodai's room. He found the enormous snail guarding Cheng Xiaodai's bedside, its mandibles twitching, awaiting the succubus's emergence. If Cheng Xiaodai were to awaken at this moment, she would surely be terrified. Lin quickly approached the snail, patting its back, and said, "Little snail, let's discuss a proposition. I shall guide you into Cheng Xiaodai's dream to find the succubus, shall we?" Upon encountering Lin, the little snail was momentarily taken aback, then coldly retorted, "I shall reiterate, I am not called Little Snail. Do you believe I could end your life this very instant?" Lin, brandishing a dagger against his own neck, replied with a defiant tone, "To whom do you speak so arrogantly? Do you think I won't demonstrate my willingness to perish before your eyes?" Chapter 25. Cheng Xiaodai faints from fright. This was a tactic Lin had long envisioned, using self-harm as a means to intimidate the relentless pursuer, the snail. The woman atop the snail's shell displayed an expression of fury. "You dare threaten me, rodent?" Unfazed, Lin declared, "Not only do I threaten you, but shortly I shall also mount you. You might want to consider whether you desire to taste that seductive demon." The little snail felt a swell of frustration. She possessed countless methods to easily overpower and eliminate the rodent before her. However, her mission was to pursue Lin, and should he choose to take his own life, it would signify her failure. Despite her formidable strength, She could not contravene the established rules. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, the little snail reluctantly conceded, "I admit defeat. Now hurry and mount me." Lin climbed atop the snail's immense shell, proclaiming, "Let us go, little snail. We must rescue Qing Shaodai. I am not called little snail. Then what shall I call you, Pippy Snail?" We depart. The colossal snail's antennae visibly drooped, as if her spirit had broken. "Very well, you may call me little snail." With Lin's involvement, the dreamscape began to intertwine. Riding upon the snail, Lin ventured into Qing Shaodai's dream. Meanwhile, Qing Shaodai was enduring the longest winter of her life. In a state teetering between slumber and wakefulness, she seemed to perceive a terrifying woman standing ominously beside her bed. The figure wore a grotesque expression, one hand missing, her body drenched in crimson, fixated on her with an unwavering gaze. Qing Shaodai was paralyzed with fear. Her complexion turning ashen, her heart racing violently. She feigned sleep, scarcely daring to move. "Oh dear. I must be dreaming. This is all a fabrication. Surely a result of that horror game, a nightmare, without a doubt." Qing Shaodai reassured herself internally. The demoness regarded the motionless Qing Shaodai with lingering resentment. Since she could not eliminate Lin Yin, she resolved to extinguish the life of his most cherished companion, plunging him into despair and guilt. With this thought in mind, she leaned close to Qing Shaodai's ear, whispering in a chilling tone, "I know you are not asleep." Qing Shaodai could no longer contain her fear. She buried her head beneath the covers and screamed, "Ah, don't kill me. Please help." The demoness furiously yanked at Qing Shaodai's blanket, taunting, "No one will come to your rescue. Even if you scream your lungs out, you are doomed. Blame Lin Yin for this." Qing Shaodai desperately clutched the blanket, her voice laced with sobs. "Aren't you spirits unable to penetrate the covers? This is unethical." The demoness scoffed, "You dare reason with a ghost?" Just as Qing Shaodai believed her demise was imminent, the door to the room seemed to burst open. A familiar voice echoed in her mind, "Shaodai, are you all right? I'm here to save you." That voice belonged to none other than Lin Yin, who had arrived belatedly upon his snail. "Boss?" The arrival of the boss left Qing Shaodai ensconced in her blanket, her mind swirling with confusion. The succubus was utterly terrified to see Lin Yin burst through the door atop his snail. "Why are you following me?" She gasped in horror. Lin Yin, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter, commanded, "Little snail, deal with her. Ha, I shall devour you." The snail, ridden by Lin Yin, was in a state of utter discontent, yearning for an outlet for its frustration, and the succubus was unwittingly in its crosshairs. It strained to move its massive, unsightly body towards her, having even barricaded the door to prevent her escape. Cornered by Lin Yin and his snail, the succubus paled at the sight of the creature's menacing, writhing appendages. She pleaded with Lin Yin, her voice trembling, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me. I shall never dare again." The little snail extended its tentacles toward the succubus, intent on ensnaring and consuming her. Lin Yin patted the snail's back, saying, "Wait, little snail. I have inquiries to make." The snail rolled its eyes, exclaiming, "You really are quite the nuisance." Seeing a glimmer of hope, the succubus quickly turned to Lin Yin with a sycophantic gaze. Swaying her alluring figure, nodding fervently, "I will tell you everything I know." Lin Yin inquired, "Who sent you?" The succubus answered without hesitation, "It was Lilith. She forced me to come." Lin Yin furrowed his brow in confusion. "Who is Lilith?" The succubus hastily replied, "She is Elizabeth's mother. You have captured her daughter, and her mother compelled me to seek revenge on you. I was coerced. I beg you, grant me mercy." Upon grasping the entire sequence of events, Lin narrowed his eyes slightly and directed his gaze towards the succubus, inquiring, "So, is it her mother who is coercing you?" The succubus replied, "Yes, indeed. It is her mother who is coercing me." Little snail interjected, "Is that so? Are you two merely exchanging secret signals?" The succubus, exuding an aura of seduction, pleaded, "I beseech you to grant me mercy. As long as you spare me, I shall comply with your every wish. From this moment forth, you shall be my master, and I will ensure you experience unparalleled ecstasy." Lin, looking down from his elevated position, stated, "I have already offered you a chance. Little snail, proceed." Little snail opened its mouth, filled with barbs and sharp fangs, and declared, "I shall not hold back." The succubus cried out, "No." An unsettling sound of chewing and the cracking of bones echoed throughout the room. The dream's proprietor, Qing Shaodai, increasingly sensed that something was amiss. Stealthily, she lifted the covers and peered towards the source of the noise. In the suffocating darkness, she discerned the outline of a colossal snail shell and recognized a familiar figure perched atop it. With a hint of trepidation, Qing Shaodai whispered, "Boss?" Lin responded, Are you all right, Shout-I? The enormous snail also turned its body, mumbling, "What shall we do with this woman?" At last, Chung Shout-I beheld the full visage of the snail. It was a terrifying creature bearing the head of a gigantic woman, its mandibles gnashing together as its sharp fangs effortlessly shredded flesh and bone, while a severed leg writhed outside its maw. Chung Shout-I let out a blood-curdling scream. "Aw, what a gigantic snail!" Overwhelmed, she fainted instantly. Chapter 26. My dear madam, surely you do not wish for your daughter to come to harm? As dawn broke the following day, Lin awoke, his eyes fluttering open to a tranquil and deserted room. He surveyed his surroundings and noted with relief that the menacing snail had not transcended the boundaries of his dreams into reality. It seemed that the two worlds had yet to fully intertwine, allowing the bizarre to manifest solely within the realms of dreams and games. This was also the reason why the succubus could not eliminate Lin in the tangible world. With a wistful sigh, Lin's hand grasped at the air, a wave of contemplation washing over him. He reined in his fanciful thoughts, allowing his expression to shift towards seriousness as he began to ponder the forthcoming developments. It appeared that the otherworldly realm was gradually encroaching upon reality. If memory served correctly, in 2 days' time, a myriad of strange tales would emerge globally, and the general administration of the Dragon Kingdom would take notice of this game. Previously, Lin had contemplated investing several million into the game, intending to wait until the bizarre phenomena manifested before injecting the remaining funds, wary of drawing undue attention with a single extravagant expenditure. However, it seemed that his reincarnation had triggered a ripple effect, complicating the situation further. There could be no more hesitation. With this thought in mind, Lin donned his jacket, resolved to enjoy his breakfast before logging in to invest. Descending the spiral staircase, he arrived in the living room where Chung Shout-I, clad in a white silk cat-eared maid outfit, was preparing breakfast for him. Upon seeing Lin, a smile graced Chung Shout-I's lips, revealing her pearly whites. "Good morning, boss. Just in time. I've just finished preparing breakfast and was about to call for you." Lin returned her smile and took a seat to enjoy the meal, while Chung Shout-I stood across from him, dutifully serving. Lin observed that although Chung Shout-I had dressed meticulously today and appeared as charming as ever, her exhaustion and dark circles under her eyes could not be concealed. She seemed to stifle a yawn, forcing herself to maintain an appearance of vigor. It appeared that the events of the previous night had taken a toll on her. One could only hope she had not been traumatized by it. She likely had not slept a wink. As Lin contemplated over her breakfast, she feigned ignorance and asked, "Shout-I, what is the matter? You seem rather listless. Did you not sleep well last night?" I'm fine, really. Just had a nightmare. Nothing more," Chung Shout-I replied, shaking her head vigorously. "Oh dear. If the boss knew I dreamed of a female ghost chasing me, only to be rescued by him riding a terrifying giant snail, and I fainted from fright. He would surely be speechless." The mere thought of that dream snail, with a human face, sent shivers down her spine. It had felt so hauntingly real. Lin nodded slightly. "You've had a tough time too. It would be best for you to take the day off. I can manage with takeout myself." Chung Shout-I felt warmth spread through her heart at Lin's kindness. "Thank you, boss, you're truly wonderful, hee." After Lin finished her meal, Chung Shout-I took her bowl to the kitchen to wash the dishes. As she stood at the sink, her spirits lifted by the day off, she hummed a cheerful tune. However, her melody abruptly halted when she inadvertently glanced up. To her surprise, she noticed a faint white trail on the transparent glass of the kitchen window, as if a snail had crawled across it, illuminated by the sunlight. Meanwhile, Lin re-entered the game. Esteemed Super Supreme VIP player, the Ghostly Guardian. It has been 8 hours since your last login. Your specters miss you dearly. Do nurture them. In the grand and imposing hall of the Ghost Fortress, Lin sat at the head of a bronze table, fingers interlaced, resting against his nose, lost in contemplation. Flanking him were his current specters, the Red Wedding Dress, the Fake Ghost, the Snow Woman, Vis, and the recently joined vampire girl, Elizabeth. Each specter gazed at Lin, anticipating his further instructions. Lin remained silent, casting a palpable tension over the atmosphere within the fortress. The little demon, Vis, felt a pang of guilt. Had he overheard her calling him Old Six yesterday? Surely, he couldn't be that petty. Lin's gaze swept across his specters, finally resting on the white-haired young girl, Elizabeth. Elizabeth's eyes widened in panic. "Master, is there something you wish to say to Elizabeth?" Lin smiled gently and replied, "It's nothing. Elizabeth is simply too adorable. I wish for you to come closer." Truly, he was a pervert with a penchant for Lolis. Vis clutched her doll, her fear of Lin deepening. "What a person," the Red Wedding Dress muttered, rolling her eyes, unwilling to look at him. Meanwhile, the snow woman sat nearby, nonchalantly filing her nails, indifferent to worldly affairs. Elizabeth approached Lynn cautiously, her wide, innocent eyes fixed on him, exuding an aura of sweetness and charm that was simply irresistible. Lynn felt an overwhelming urge to pinch her cherubic cheeks. Yet he maintained a facade of seriousness, stating, "Hand over the mobile device you used to speak with your mother. I wish to converse with that lady." The woman in the red wedding dress gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, you won't even spare her mother." The snow maiden shivered, retorting, "Men are truly despicable." Elizabeth was on the verge of tears, pleading, "Wah, Master, you have me. That's sufficient. Please spare my mother. She is innocent. Do not threaten her." Lynn cast a sidelong glance at the woman in red and remarked, "Do I appear to you as a deviant? Speak again, and I might just make you don a white silk-made outfit." The woman in red fell silent. Afterward, Lynn extended his palm toward Elizabeth, saying, "Behave and give it to me." "Master, you must remain calm." Elizabeth reluctantly retrieved the mobile phone hanging from her neck and placed it into Lynn's hand. He accepted the device and dialed Lilith's number. After a moment of indistinct static murmurs, the call was answered. A frantic woman's voice resonated through the receiver. "Daughter, are you all right? That scoundrel hasn't harmed you, has he? Do not worry. I have dispatched monsters to eliminate him in reality. I will rescue you soon." Elizabeth's gaze became vacant, followed by a violent tremor coursing through her body. It was no wonder her master had appeared so peculiar today. Her mother had actually sent monsters to assassinate him. Lynn chuckled, "Unfortunately, dear lady, the succubus you sent was rather feeble. I managed to turn the tables and annihilate her." On the other end of the line, Lilith's incredulous voice echoed, You are still alive? How is this possible? You are merely an ordinary human." "It's over, mother. You have doomed me." Sob, sob, sob. Elizabeth's tears nearly spilled over. "Do not cry, my dear. It is all my fault. I should not have recklessly sought someone to kill him." On the other end, Lilith was in utter disarray, filled with profound guilt. A smirk played upon Lynn's lips as she tenderly stroked Elizabeth's head, her voice dripping with a devilish murmur. "Madam, surely you do not wish for any harm to befall your daughter, do you?" After the initial shock, Lilith's tone shifted to one of earnest pleading. Please do not hurt my daughter. I am willing to compensate you, if only you would forgive my foolish actions." Lynn's smile deepened, the red wedding dress swaying slightly as she shook her head. "It's over. This fellow is about to demand a king's ransom." Chapter 27, Taming a New S-Class Spectre, Acquiring the Terrifying World's Assets. "So, Madam Lilith, how do you intend to mend my wounded spirit?" On the other end, Lilith hesitated for a moment, visibly pained as she declared, "I am willing to offer you an S-Class artifact, known as the Bloodstained Iron Curtain, which can seal off an entire area. Even I would find it difficult to escape once ensnared." Elizabeth, standing nearby, quickly interjected, "Mother, that is not acceptable. If you do that, other Spectre factions will undoubtedly set their sights on us. The S-Class artifact, Bloodstained Iron Curtain, is indeed a valuable item." Lynn felt a stirring in his heart, yet outwardly maintained an air of indifference. "Madam, do you truly believe my life is worth merely a single S-grade artifact? To be frank, I possess no shortage of such items. If you wish for my forgiveness, you must be prepared to pay a significant price." Lilith, in a quandary, replied, "But I have no other valuables to offer. Our bloodline is not particularly strong in this peculiar realm. This is the only S-grade artifact we possess." A sly smile crept upon Lynn's lips as he slowly responded, "To be honest, Madam, as an S-grade spectre yourself, you hold considerable worth. I would not mind setting aside past grievances to welcome you into my ghostly fortress." Nearby, the little demonisvis wrinkled her nose, thinking, "I knew this fellow had ulterior motives. He is utterly twisted." The red bride stamped her foot, muttering under her breath, "Humph. Cursed man." On the other end of the line, Lilith remained silent for over 5 seconds. Finally, she countered, "Do not be so greedy. If I were to agree, the entire bloodline would be left leaderless and in disarray. This is one thing I cannot do." Elizabeth also interceded on Lynn's behalf, saying, "Master, the bloodline cannot afford to lose my mother. Otherwise, we would be devoured by other specters." Lynn understood the necessity of not pressing Lilith too hard, lest he provoke the opposite effect. His true aim was to establish his own dominion within the eerie realm, and securing the allegiance of the S-grade spectre, Lilith, was essential to his plan. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, "From what you all say, it seems the bloodline is quite weak. But what if I were to propose that by joining my ranks, I could assist you in restoring the former glory of the bloodline?" Lilith's mouth fell agape, utterly astonished by the man's words on the other end of the line. "Why should I trust you? You are utterly ignorant of the forces within the bizarre realm. You have no comprehension of their terrifying nature, nor of the numerous S-rank specters they command. It was evident that Lilith was skeptical of Lin's assertions. Lin replied nonchalantly. All it takes is my initial capital of 1 billion ghost coins. I can conjure countless S-rank specters and establish the most formidable ghostly faction. 1 billion. Lilith was nearly overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of that figure. In the realm of terror, possessing 1 billion ghost coins could nearly elevate one to the status of a ghost king. At last, Lilith grasped why Lin, an ordinary individual, commanded such a multitude of S-rank specters and could effortlessly abduct her daughter. Caught in a dilemma, Lilith realized that her daughter was at Lin's mercy, and the future of the Blood Clan appeared bleak. Perhaps it would be wise to ally with the powerful Lin? Lin slowly elaborated. If you remain unconvinced, I can formalize a contract with you. I pledge to aid the Blood Clan in its resurgence, provided that you and your kin join my ranks and serve under me. Upon concluding his statement, Lin proceeded to draft a contract within the game, a binding agreement intended for the subjugation of wild S-rank specters, enhancing the likelihood of their capture. The contract was valued at 100,000 ghost coins. Before Lilith, a similar contract materialized, already bearing the ID of the ghostly benefactor. Lilith inhaled deeply. Casting aside her hesitation, since we have reached this point in our conversation, I, the Blood Queen Lilith, willingly pledge to lead the entire Blood Clan in allegiance to you. Sworn by blood. Attention, player ghost patron. Do you accept the Blood Clan's dominion over all industries within the horror realm? Attention. Player ghost patron. You have successfully subdued an S-class specter, the Blood Queen Lilith. Lin joyfully clicked confirm. Thus, he acquired his inaugural enterprise in another world, along with an additional S-class specter, which filled him with exhilaration. A most astute decision, Lilith. On the other end of the line, Lilith, embracing her new identity, fell silent for a brief moment before saying, Master, Lilith eagerly awaits your arrival. I shall personally extend my apologies. Excellent. During this intertwining of the bizarre and the mundane, should any issues arise with my enterprise, you may reach me through Elizabeth. Lin hung up the phone and turned to the white-haired little girl, Elizabeth, smiling. Now that the matter is settled, we can enjoy ourselves again. Would you care for some blood? I'm famished. Elizabeth appeared equally thrilled, her affection for Lin growing. Lin gestured toward his neck. Would you like a taste? The vampire, Elizabeth, swallowed hard and leaned in, revealing her fangs. Thank you, master. I shall be very gentle. Ghost patron life -5. Ghost patron life -5. Lin's psyche was greatly gratified. Meanwhile, within the grand confines of the haunted castle, a colossal snail was sluggishly advancing. It was none other than the little snail that had ventured into the bizarre game. She was determined to relentlessly pursue Lin. However, she found herself in a rather awkward predicament. She was lost amidst the shrouded mist of the castle. As she pushed open door after door with her antennae, she muttered in frustration, What in the world? Is this person insane? So many vacant rooms. In which room could you possibly be hiding? Just wait until I find you. You shall not escape unscathed. The castle's steward, the impish Vis, clearly heard the commotion. Her delicate ears perked up, and she turned to Lin, inquiring, A snail has entered the castle, seemingly here to cause trouble for the master. Should we expel it? Lin waved his hand dismissively. No need. That is my pet, named Little Snail. Vis, please close the iron door downstairs to prevent its ascent. Vis replied, Little Snail? What a peculiar name. At that moment, Little Snail sneezed and exclaimed irritably, How infuriating. That person must be murmuring about me. Chapter 28. My unyielding nature. Little Snail, dragging her enormous shell, crawled with a distorted gait, leaving a slick trail in her wake. The very thought that Lin, an ordinary human, had the audacity to threaten her with a dagger and even ride upon her back filled her with exasperation. A threat, is it? There are always moments of negligence, aren't there? I shall first feign compliance with him, then, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in vigilance, swiftly ensnare his arm, rendering him immobile, and gradually torment this wretched creature. Heh, such is my unreasonable nature. The thought of Lin's startled face, bound by my sudden grip, elicited a sinister chuckle from Little Snail. At that moment, Little Snail ascended a staircase leading to the pinnacle of the haunted castle, its antennae reaching upward. However, a formidable iron door barred its path. Could this be the lair where the creature lurks? I can already scent his presence. Little Snail revealed a cruel smile. I refuse to believe you won't emerge, so I shall remain here, lying in wait to ambush you. Such is my unyielding resolve. Having spoken, Little Snail retreated, hiding behind the wall adjacent to the iron door, anticipating Lin's emergence to strike fiercely. Yet all of this was overheard by the castle's steward, Vis. She observed Elizabeth nestled against Lin's neck, drawing blood with an intimate familiarity as Lin appeared utterly satisfied, stirring a tempest of jealousy within Vis. It was over. I have become a mere substitute. A profound sense of crisis engulfed her. Vis perked up her ears, her eyes darting around. It turned out this snail had come to hunt her master. How delightful. She despised this perverse master. And it would be splendid if this creature could eliminate him in one swift bite. Then no one would be able to control Vis. Just as Vis reveled in her secret delight slurp, "Thank you, master. I am quite satiated." Elizabeth, having quenched her thirst for blood, delicately licked her crimson lips. A look of satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Player, the female ghost's patron, your S-rank specter, the vampire Elizabeth, has increased her affinity towards you. Meanwhile, on Lin's neck, 2 bite marks from sharp canines appeared, the area flushed crimson, with trickles of blood still seeping from the wound. Lin, feigning nonchalance, touched her neck and remarked, "Oh dear. That stings a bit." Elizabeth's eyes brimmed with remorse as she stammered, "I apologize. I truly did not mean to hurt my master. My saliva can assist in staunching the bleeding." With that, Elizabeth leaned in closer to Lin's neck, aiding in the healing process. "Your injury has been healed by the vampire Elizabeth." Lin felt a sense of contentment, exclaiming, "Not bad at all. I didn't realize you were such a little healer." After concluding her interaction with her specter, Lin perused the game's ghost rankings, which were updated in real time. Ghost ranking 1, S-rank specter. The Red Wedding Dress, Ghost ranking 2, S-rank specter, the Dirge Singer. Ghost ranking 3, S-rank specter, the Bloody Queen. Ghost ranking 4, S-rank specter, the Snow Woman. Lin's specters occupied 4 positions within the top 10 of the rankings, and their placements were notably high, a truly terrifying statistic. This was primarily due to Lin's possession of a perfect level 5 sanctuary, the Ghost Castle, which continuously enhanced these specters. However, Lin was not entirely satisfied. He needed to hastily elevate his spirit companion. Furthermore, the Crimson Wedding attire had already reached its limits, necessitating the consumption of a considerable number of high-level spirits to have any chance of further enhancement. It was unthinkable to sacrifice his own S-rank spirits to nourish her. Such an act would be an utter waste. A spirit like the Crimson Wedding attire, which had the potential to transcend the S-rank and attain even more formidable levels, was certainly worthy of significant cultivation. If an S-rank spirit was already so extraordinary, what heights could be achieved beyond that? Thus, he needed to seek out some wild S-rank spirits for the Crimson Wedding attire to devour. As Lin gazed at the leaderboard, he frowned at the spirit belonging to Ryohayama Yoshinori from the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Death Song Weaver, which occupied the 2nd position. This spirit was quite a nuisance, and he longed to capture it for the Crimson Wedding attire to consume. Yet, such thoughts remained mere fantasies. After all, Ryohayama Yoshinori had not wronged him. Lin had no justification to provoke him. To act otherwise would likely incite widespread outrage, compelling players from other nations to unite against him. Although Lin possessed wealth, he was not devoid of reason. He would not engage in such folly. Perhaps he would seek to confront Ryohayama Yoshinori after the arrival of the bizarre game. For now, he would focus on depositing that 10 billion into the game. Lin opened the game's recharge interface and proceeded to deposit 10 billion. Player Ghost Guardian. Are you certain you wish to recharge ghost coins? Once recharged, the transaction is non-refundable. The game's recharge system prompted Lin several times, seemingly unable to comprehend that he was wagering such a substantial amount. Lin clicked confirm. Ultimately, Lin invested an astronomical sum of 1 billion into the game. His account balance transformed into a staggering 9-digit figure, resembling that of a pirated game. The game promptly displayed a new notification. Congratulations, Player Spectre Guardian, for securing the top position on the recharge leaderboard and earning the prestigious title of Ultimate Glory, the God of the Eerie realm. Your mental fortitude is now formidable enough to confront the gaze of Cthulhu, and your limit for S-class specters has been elevated to infinity. A new title, God of the Eerie realm, appeared next to Lin's game ID. A smirk danced upon his lips. This title reward is rather commendable. My mental strength has augmented, enabling me to traverse the bizarre world at will. However, recharging 1 billion all at once is rather extravagant. It's only a matter of time before my true identity is unveiled. I hope my aunt doesn't find out and go mad, coming to my house to enact vengeance. If it comes to that, I might have to incapacitate her first. Lin dismissed such mundane concerns and began to strategize his next steps. Without hesitation, he rose to his feet, proclaiming with fervor, "Everyone, follow me. Let us conquer all S-class dungeons." Behind Lin trailed a host of specters, exuding an intimidating aura. Except for Weiss, who could not leave the ghost fortress. Lin took all the other specters along. No matter the rules or the horror tales, this time, Lin was resolute in his approach, bulldozing through the challenges. He glanced at Weiss, a grin spreading across his face. "Take care of the house, or I might just snatch your doll." "Why, yes, understood," Weiss exclaimed, hastily concealing the doll behind her, her wide eyes filled with trepidation. In no time, Lin, accompanied by a host of specters, arrived at the iron gate leading to the lower levels of the haunted fortress. The sound of his footsteps echoed through the corridor, a rhythmic patter. Little Snail, lying in wait for a surprise attack on Lin, suddenly perked up, secretly delighted. At last, he has arrived. My patience in waiting for this fellow has not been in vain. I shall savor the torment I inflict upon him. Ha ha ha. How utterly unreasonable. Chapter 29. Regen Eugen's scheme to ambush the haunted fortress. Little Snail, taut with anticipation, was ready for a twist of fate as Lin approached. The iron gate swung open with a clatter, and someone stepped out. With a leap, Little Snail lunged forward, ensnaring the unsuspecting figure. Ha ha ha. Did you expect to find me here? How utterly unreasonable. Lin observed as Little Snail ensnared the life demon, wearing a smug grin. He shook his head with amusement. Little Snail, you've mistaken your target. I am right here. Little Snail's laughter abruptly ceased as she beheld Lin standing at the corner of the corridor, grinning at her. The entity she had ensnared was the life demon, shrouded in a mist of blood. Abandoning the life demon, she charged towards Lin, seething, "How dare you deceive me? I shall make you suffer. Bad Snail, you shall not approach my master." A high-pitched voice rang out. The white-haired lowly, Elizabeth, stood defiantly in front of Lin, her small face radiating determination, and I inquired why you are not afraid of me, only to discover there exists an S-class spirit. However, I am not one to be trifled with. Do you truly believe she can shield you entirely? Lin let out a soft laugh, exclaiming, "Do you really think I possess only a single S-class specter?" Xiaowo retorted, "Humph. I'm not boasting. Back in the day, I single-handedly confronted 2 S-class spirits without faltering in the slightest. Even if you summon another S-class entity today, I shall not be intimidated." Lin clapped her hands and declared, "Come forth and meet your new companion, my steed, Xiaowo." Xiaowo shouted, "Who is your steed? I am here to hunt you down, pursuing you to the ends of the earth. No matter where you flee, it is futile. That is how domineering and unreasonable I am." Just then, the snow woman emerged from around the corner, gazing at Xiaowo with a gentle smile. Surprised by Lin's possession of 2 S-class spirits, Xiaowo's bravado wavered. I have decided not to kill you today. I shall return tomorrow." Xiaowo began to shift her form, attempting to make her exit. How rude it would be to leave without a word. Since she was already here, she might as well stay. At that moment, a faint, ethereal voice reached Xiaowo from behind. Were she human, she would be drenched in cold sweat now. Stiffly, she inched her appendages, gradually turning to glimpse what lay behind her. To her astonishment, a female specter clad in a bridal gown had materialized in the corridor. Lin smiled sweetly and remarked, "I have heard tales of your formidable prowess and your notorious obstinacy." The little snail gazed up at Lin with great difficulty, humbly admitting, "I am, in fact, a particularly reasonable snail. I rather like the name Little Snail." Under Lin's gentle persuasion, the little snail ultimately came to accept the reality of becoming Lin's steed. "Oh dear, how unfortunate I am, truly. I came here to hunt him down," the little snail lamented in sorrow. As Lin rode atop the little snail, accompanied by his S-class specter, they exited the ghost fortress, making their way directly to the S-class eerie dungeon, astonishing numerous players along the way. Many players trailed behind Lin, whispering among themselves, "What on earth? When did mounts appear in this game? Gosh, that snail is terrifying. I want to be able to sleep tonight. Isn't that person the one favored by the female ghost? I thought they were cheating. Truly a master, surrounded by S-class specters. How enviable. Look at that title above his head. Isn't that exclusive to the top of the recharge leaderboard? That means he has spent even more than Rya Haranaka. Bro, did you know? He just recharged 1 billion ghost coins. That's true wealth. Wow, 10 little goals. Quite extravagant, like the foolish son of a landlord. Boss, does your guild need more members? I excel at being adorable. Don't listen to him. The one above is just a foot-picking brute." Lin casually perused the private messages sent by players. Some mocked him as a foolish spendthrift for investing a staggering 10 billion into the game, while others fervently admired him, including a girl who sent intimate images, expressing a desire to add Lin to her friend list. Lin found himself at a loss for words. Goodness. I knew it. Fame breeds envy, and now the entire server perceives me as an unsuspecting fool with boundless wealth. Choosing to disregard the player's chatter, Lin turned and stepped through the portal to the game's dungeon. Meanwhile, in Sakura country, a middle-aged, greasy man with glasses and a thin mustache furiously smashed his phone, exclaiming, "Baka! This female ghost patron is incredibly wealthy, having invested 10 billion. How can I possibly compete with that?" This man was none other than Ryoya Harunajike. He was filled with resentment, having misappropriated company funds to invest over 10 million in ghost currency, which had secured his position as the top-ranked player in the game. Now, however, a female ghost patron had emerged, first snatching the top position in the guild rankings, and now usurping both his rank in the ghost leaderboard and the recharge leaderboard. Apart from his hold on the reputation leaderboard, every other ranking had fallen into Lin's hands. Yet, it wouldn't be long before Lin claimed the reputation leaderboard as well. Ryoya Harunajike's aspirations of dominance crumbled, igniting a fierce sense of injustice and a gambler's mentality within him, clouding his judgment and leading him to entertain a terrifying idea that took root in his mind. Recently, a significant sum of money was to pass through my hands at the company. Having already misappropriated 10 million, I thought it best to seize the opportunity and flee to America with the funds. Just then, his phone vibrated. Enrigahara Norisuke picked up the shattered device from the ground to check the message. It was from a member of his gaming guild. "President, that female ghost patron has ventured into an S-rank dungeon again. It seems she intends to conquer all the dungeons in one go. Should we also enter the dungeon?" Rigahara Norisuke's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Did you witness it with your own eyes?" "I saw it with my own eyes." "You actually saw her lead the team into the S-rank dungeon?" "Absolutely. I would stake my life on it. I saw her lead the team into the dungeon." "Splendid. Since she has departed for the dungeon, her guild must be vulnerable. Instead of entering the dungeon ourselves, let us ambush her guild." The guild members praised their leader's ingenious strategy. "Our president is brilliant. Ambushing is a cherished tradition of our Sakura nation. It must be done. Once the guild is destroyed, she will be unable to participate in the weekly events, and we will reclaim our position as the top-ranked guild in the new cycle." After much deliberation, they decided to launch a surprise attack on Lenin's guild, the Strange Tales Association. Rigahara Norisuke promptly made the call, assembling over 500 elite players from his own Waikai Night Parade. Each of these individuals possesses at least one grade A specter, representing the most formidable players from the land of cherry blossoms. Having collaborated on numerous occasions, their spectral powers are formidable. They have formed a mighty team, setting forth from the 100 Demons Night March Guild towards the stronghold of Lin's Guild, the Ghost Fortress. In Chapter 30, what? The intelligence is false? The elite members of the 100 Demons Night March Guild ventured forth, making their way to the Ghost Fortress, where Lin's Guild resides. Inside the fortress, Vise's ears perked up. What is with all these footsteps?" She flapped her fleshy wings and peered out the window. To her surprise, she beheld a multitude of grim-faced individuals accompanied by terrifying specters, gathering at the Ghost Fortress, seemingly preparing to launch an assault. Leading them was a figure trailed by a fearsome specter, the S-Class Spectre, the lamenting songster, belonging to Rigahara Yoshinori. Vise puffed her cheeks in irritation and exclaimed, "Oh dear. How bothersome. How dare they disturb my slumber? Wait, could they be here to attack the Ghost Fortress?" At this thought, Vise's ears echoed with Lin's devilish whisper, "Take care of your belongings, or I shall seize your doll." Vise's face turned pale with fright, and she trembled as she replied, "Such a thing must never happen." Vise could not bear the thought of losing her cherished companion. Infuriated, she declared, "No way. I will not allow you wicked beings to succeed." With a childlike voice, she shouted, "Come forth, my loyal supporters, help me defend the Ghost Fortress." With a command from Vizzy, countless terrifying apparitions emerged from the mist shrouding the haunted castle, spilling forth from the desolate chambers. Meanwhile, Ria Haranaka gazed in awe at Lin's magnificent guild residence, feeling somewhat bewildered. This was indeed a max-level home, exuding grandeur. The home effects must be extraordinary. Achieving a max-level residence required at least 2 million. Even Ria Haranaka had yet to attain such a feat. He licked his lips, a glimmer of greed sparking in his eyes. "Brothers, if we conquer the haunted castle, this max-level home shall belong to us." The members of the Yokai Night Parade Guild erupted in exhilarated shouts. "A max-level home. It is said to expedite the leveling of apparitions. We must claim it." Yet, some prudent members voiced their concerns. What if the ghostly benefactor learns of this and seeks vengeance against us? One retorted, "Impossible. If he dares to retaliate, he would undoubtedly become the most notorious player in the entire server. I refuse to believe he would confront all of Sakura Country's players alone." Ria Haranaka nodded affirmatively. "Regardless, 5001, the advantage lies with me. Once I seize the haunted castle, all will be well." The mere thought of snatching away another's prized possession and witnessing their ensuing despair sent thrilling shivers down Ria Haranaka's spine. "Everyone, advance." With his declaration, countless Sakura Ghost players urged their apparitions forward, charging towards the haunted castle, exuding an undeniable sense of pressure. At that moment, a furious voice resonated from the haunted fortress, a swarm of tiny rodents. "How dare you disturb my slumber? I shall crush every last one of you." The gates of the fortress swung open, unleashing a torrent of malevolent spirits summoned by Vice, surging forth like a flood of flesh and blood, swiftly encircling the members of the 100 Ghosts Night March Guild. Instantly, both sides were engulfed in a brutal clash, the scene drenched in carnage. An A-level specter from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom found himself besieged by dozens of skeletal warriors, reduced to a mere paste, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. "My headless horseman." Although the entities conjured by Vice lacked the prowess and combat skills of the elite players from the 100 Ghosts Night March Guild, they compensated with overwhelming numbers and an audacious disregard for death, exhibiting a remarkable sense of teamwork. The most basic skeletal soldiers, brandishing bone blades and shields, charged recklessly forward. Among them were elite bloodthirsty werewolves, possessing high single-target combat power and astonishing speed. Even the skies above the fortress were teeming with demon mercenaries summoned by Vice, unleashing violet orbs of energy from above to ambush the players of the 100 Ghosts Night March Guild. In just a few brief minutes, several A-level formidable specters were torn to shreds by the relentless onslaught of Vice's summoned creatures. Vice, reveling in her dominion within the haunted fortress, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, have you witnessed the might of Vice?" Members of the 100 Ghosts Night March Guild were struck by an unsettling sensation. "Why do I feel as though we are embroiled in a challenge reminiscent of a siege against the living dead? I find this to be more challenging than the undead siege dungeon. These specters possess far greater prowess than the mindless zombies that merely charge forth to their demise. They exhibit tactical acumen. This is disastrous. We are on the brink of collapse." Many members of the 100 Ghosts Night Parade are beginning to waver, even casting doubt upon our leader. Was it not said that the Ghost Fortress was vulnerable? How could an S-rank demon suddenly emerge? Alas, has the Spectre Patron deduced our intent to launch a surprise attack? Ria Haranaka gazed at the S-rank Spectre, Weiss, who was laughing unabashedly within the fortress, utterly stunned. "What? Is the intelligence false?" The individual who provided Ria with the information immediately protested. "Leader, I truly witnessed the Spectre Patron escorting all the other Spectres away. I have no idea where this one came from." "Indeed, I just checked. This Spectre is so formidable that it should be on the leaderboard, yet I found no record of it. Fool. This must be a unique Spectre that does not participate in the rankings." As tensions rose among the guild members, in an effort to bolster morale, Ria took a deep breath. "It matters not. It is merely a low-level Spectre. I shall personally handle it." With that, he commanded his S-rank Spectre, the Lamenting Bard, "Eliminate these insignificant pests." Like a wraith, the Lamenting Bard nodded, opened his grimoire, and began to warm up his voice. The members of the 100 Ghosts Night Parade, upon witnessing this, were gripped by fear. The leader's S-rank Spectre is about to make its move. "Everyone, quickly lower the volume on your phones." The S-class Spectre, the Death Singer, has finally completed his preparation. He opened his mouth and began to sing into the microphone, producing a cacophony that was both grating and harsh, reminiscent of a saw cutting through wood. His voice, raspy yet desperately attempting to reach high notes, utterly distorted what should have been a beautiful melody. Many members of the Yurei Night Parade reduced the volume on their phones, grumbling, "It's unbearable." Vice, too, was subjected to this dissonant serenade, and she immediately clutched her ears in distress, rolling on the ground and exclaiming, "Oh no, stop singing. Please, just stop. It's simply unbearable." Countless specters and malevolent spirits summoned by Vice succumbed to the onslaught of this deathly song, unable to withstand the sonic assault of the S-class Spectre. Ryuya Haranori, overjoyed, shouted, "Brothers, this is our chance. Let us seize the Ghost Fortress." Just as the members of the Yurei Night Parade prepared to mount their assault and capture the fortress, the previously fallen specters unexpectedly surged forth from the Ghost Fortress once more. The unanticipated onslaught caught them off guard, leaving them scattered and suffering significant losses. Chapter 31. Have you heard of the Battle Royale game? In truth, this was not the second wave of specters summoned by Vice, but rather a consequence of the Ghost Fortress's home effect, which is a perfect sanctuary for 5th-level specters. All specters within the fortress, upon their demise, would revive within its confines. This was also the reason Lin could afford to be so brazen, allowing Vice to guard the home with only one specter. In this game, apart from himself, no one yet had the means to disregard these specters and launch a concerted effort to breach the Ghost Fortress. Vice, struggling to rise from the ground, glared fiercely at the Death Singer. The singing of the other party was utterly unbearable, a veritable assault on her ears. Her mind was now cluttered with those indistinct, ethereal noises and murmurs, causing her a splitting headache. How infuriating! Vice was seething with anger, and the consequences were dire. She summoned a multitude of powerful specters to guard the Ghost Fortress. Although the necromancer continued to sing, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. Vice's phantoms fell in droves, only to rise again in waves. At that moment, a new notification appeared on the game's public screen. Congratulations to the player, the Ghost Guardian, for successfully clearing the S-rank Eerie dungeon, the Horror Cruise. Congratulations to the player, the Ghost Guardian, for successfully clearing the S-rank Eerie dungeon, the Unspoken Secret. Long Yuan was in despair. He realized that capturing the Ghost Fortress today was impossible. Moreover, he had antagonized a formidable opponent. If he did not retreat now, he would be cornered. He made the difficult decision to withdraw. The members of the night parade of 100 demons felt as if a great weight had been lifted and began to retreat. Finally, they were driven away, and my little precious was saved. Vice needed to rest for a while, just a moment. As Vice watched the retreating enemies below, her head spun. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, clutching her doll tightly even as she slipped into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Lin had just exited the dungeon and learned through the game's public chat that Long Yuan and the members of the night parade of 100 demons had launched a surprise attack on her home. Lin was momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of delight spread across his face. Ha ha ha, I was just lamenting my lack of a reason to trouble him. And here he comes to me. Long Yuan Jie had already fled with his entourage, leaving behind a multitude of the specters summoned by Weiss. Lin discovered Weiss, who was barely clinging to life within the Ghost Fortress. Upon seeing Lin, Weiss struggled to open her dim eyes and murmured, "Master, Weiss has repelled the ambush of those wicked individuals." Upon noticing Weiss, the little snail ridden by Lin was instantly filled with trepidation. How many S-rank specters does this individual possess? Truly, I cannot afford to provoke her. The previously feeble Weiss suddenly leaped 3 meters into the air, clutching her doll and timidly asserting, "No, it is unnecessary. This is something Weiss ought to do." Lin scratched his nose, pondering the absurdity of her reaction. Am I truly so fearsome? I am not a demon, nor do I harbor any strange intentions. Humph. The act of scratching one's nose is indicative of deceit. Weiss was not deceived by his words. Within her heart, Weiss harbored a rather sinister perception of Lin. Lin suppressed his amusement, rising to his feet and directing his gaze towards the direction of the Yokai Night Parade Guild. He spoke, "Elizabeth, please contact your mother. I require the S-rank artifact of the Blood Clan, the Bloody Iron Curtain." Yes. I will reach out to Mother immediately." Before long, the call was answered. Upon learning of the situation, Lilith readily consented and even inquired if Lin required her to lead the specters of the Blood Clan to his aid, a proposition which Lin declined. "Madam Lilith, please attend to my affairs in the bizarre world. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else." "Very well, my lord. I shall promptly deliver that item to you." Soon, the S-rank artifact known as the Bloodstained Iron Curtain was transported to Lin through a portal opened by Lilith. Player Ghost Benefactor, you have acquired the S-rank item, Bloodstained Iron Curtain. Special effect, you can designate a specific area to seal, prohibiting any specters or players from freely entering or exiting. Little Snail trembled slightly. You don't intend to trap them, do you?" A smirk played on Lin's lips as he casually replied, "Have you ever heard of a battle royale game?" The host of specters gazed at Lin's retreating figure, shivering inexplicably. At the headquarters of the 100 Ghosts Night Parade Guild, they urgently summoned all members who could log in to assemble at the guild. With so many present, I refuse to believe that the Ghost Benefactor would dare retaliate. The 100 Ghosts Night Parade is the largest guild in the land of cherry blossoms within the horror game realm, its power beyond doubt. With thousands of members, it only accepts elite players. However, Ryohara felt a twinge of concern. Lin's current strength was formidable, and he possessed only one S-rank specter, which might not suffice to withstand the onslaught. Anxiously, he began reaching out to other large guilds, yet none were willing to unite against Lin. Soon, Ryohara received a message from one of his subordinates. Boss, the ghost benefactor is already on her way to our guild headquarters. What should we do? Ryohara, filled with indignation, retorted, Does he truly dare to come? At worst, it would simply be a confrontation. If he truly dares to annihilate us all, then the players from the entire Cherry Blossom Nation would surely regard him as their adversary. 10 minutes later, Lin arrived at the headquarters of the 100 Demons Night March Guild. A considerable number of curious players trailed behind him at a distance, eager to witness how Lin would exact his revenge on Ryoya Haranaka. Among them were representatives from other nations' guilds, observing from the sidelines, keen to ascertain Lin's current combat prowess. The public chat was abuzz with fervent discussions regarding Lin's chances of defeating Ryoya Haranaka and his entire guild. Most believed that Lin would not resort to such extreme measures, but rather had come to seek compensation. After all, despite Lin's possession of formidable demons, indiscriminate slaughter would turn him into a red-name player, allowing anyone to attack him. How could he possibly withstand the combined assault of so many demons? Moreover, players from the Dragon Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation engaged in a fierce standoff on the game's public chat, with the thread surpassing 1,000 posts. The president of the Dragon Soars for Miles Guild stated, "This matter was instigated by that petty Ryoya Haranaka, envious of our great players in the Dragon Nation. Are you all so shameless as to conduct sneak attacks behind our backs? Does the 100 Demons Night March Guild have no sense of dignity left?" Chapter 32. Lin rampages through the 100 Demons Night March Guild with a red name. Ryoya Haranaka, all's fair in war. Do you understand? Yet, Lin remained oblivious to the external turmoil. He had come to the 100 Demons Night March Guild solely for vengeance. Soon, Ryoya Haranaka confronted Lin outside the guild with a throng of followers. Upon seeing the demons surrounding Lin, a cold sweat broke out on Ryoya Haranaka's forehead. He forced himself to remain calm and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Lin chuckled, "Ryoya Hara, your ambitions are quite grand. I had initially planned to deal with you in a few days, but it seems you are eager to meet your demise. I believe there is no need to wait any longer." Ryoya Hara scoffed, "Do you really think that possessing such a multitude of S-class monsters makes you invincible? With this many at my disposal, I can outlast you." Lin, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter with such a nefarious villain, employed an S-class item. The bloody iron curtain, sealing the entire guild residence. No one could enter or exit. All players online in the 100 Demons Night March Guild received a notification. You have been trapped within the S-class item, Bloody Iron Curtain, in a non-safe zone. Please refrain from logging out here, or you may be attacked. Ryoya Hara was taken aback. What do you mean? You've enclosed us all. The smile on Lin's lips grew more pronounced as he commanded the monsters behind him. Go ahead and annihilate and devour them. Do not hold back. Xiaoguo let out a howl. Ha. A buffet. I want to feast to my heart's content. With that, Xiaoguo swiftly moved towards the players of the 100 Demons Night March Guild, unleashing a cacophony of terrified screams. Ah, what a terrifying snail. Run. Countless players scattered like mice fleeing from a cat, while the monsters under their command advanced to resist, only to become sustenance for Xiaoguo. Ryoya Hara shouted, "Do not panic. Everyone retreat to the guild residence." The red wedding dress emitted a chilling laughter. Oh my, that S-class death singer looks quite appealing. With that, she extended her sharp claws and lunged at the S-class specter lurking behind Ryohara Yoshinori. No, don't come any closer. The death singer trembled in terror and hastily fled for its life. The Snow Woman and Elizabeth also surged into the throng, unleashing their formidable prowess as S-class specters, cutting through the chaos with ease. The cursed spirit possessed Lin, transforming her into a ghostly form, as she pursued Ryohara Yoshinori with relentless determination. You cannot escape. Fearing annihilation at Lin's hands, Ryohara hastily commanded his subordinates, quickly, stop her. He then retreated deeper into the guild stronghold. Panic ensued as the entire 100 Demons Night Parade Guild erupted in screams and wails. Players were eradicated, bodies and specters alike vanishing without a trace. Although they would respawn at the guild's headquarters, each death resulted in a significant loss of their Spectre S level and experience. These S-class specters were utterly merciless. Flee. Run for your lives. Ah, my specter was devoured by the red wedding dress. Will it not resurrect? Oh no, my specter has dropped a level again. Lin's specter wreaked havoc within the guild's stronghold, while the red wedding dress relentlessly consumed A-class specters, her gown growing ever more crimson, hinting at a potential evolution. The little snail was particularly unrestrained, devouring both players and specters alike, reveling in the feast. I haven't eaten this well in ages. Haha. In contrast, the Snow Woman appeared far gentler, merely freezing the players at the resurrection points into popsicles, watching as they revived only to be frozen once more. Many players found their levels and mental prowess reverted to their initial states, prompting a considerable number to log off in frustration. Despite numerous attempts to unite against Lynn Spectre, the efforts proved largely futile. Resistance against an S-rank monster was a vain endeavor. Lynn's game ID transformed from pure white to a blood-red hue. Players, beware. You have been marked red. All players in the game may attack you, should you inadvertently perish during this period. There is a chance that the items in your inventory will drop. Lynn remained unfazed by this warning. On the contrary, the red name served to intimidate those players who harbored envious intentions toward him. As the doom of his guild loomed, Ria Haruhiko urged the necromancer, hurry, sing, curse them to death. The necromancer was being pursued by the red wedding dress, struggling to resist. The two spirits were evenly matched in their clash. The red wedding dress had already torn off one of the necromancer's arms, devouring the spectral essence within. Pressured by his master, the necromancer could only endure the agony and begin to chant. That enchanting melody began to resonate throughout the entire encampment, affecting Lynn's specters to varying degrees. Little Snail lay on the ground, a pained expression on his face. Stop singing, stop singing. It's unbearable. I can't take it anymore. I want to kill him. That sound is so excruciating. Elizabeth, too, covered her ears, yet the sound directly penetrated her soul, rendering her unable to focus on the battle. The Snow Woman momentarily froze, her brow furrowing slightly as her body swayed gently. She enveloped herself in layers of frost, cocooning herself for protection. Observing the effectiveness of this maneuver, Riyahara Noriyuki smiled. Necromancer, do not cease your song. Keep singing. The only one unaffected was Lynn. His mental fortitude was sufficient to withstand the gaze of Cthulhu. He was immune to the necromancer's melody. Lynn opened his mouth wide and unleashed the signature skill of the death demon, Soul Whale. This ability could momentarily suppress entities of equal rank, akin to that of the necromancer. Upon its use, Lynn's specters were considerably calmed. The sound waves produced by both abilities created oscillations that diminished the effectiveness of the necromancer's skills. It is noteworthy that the death demon was not yet an S-rank specter, merely an A-rank, yet it could temporarily suppress the abilities of an S-rank specter, revealing its remarkable potential. Recovering. Elizabeth's small face displayed dissatisfaction as she shouted at the necromancer, "You must not chant." Upon hearing this command, the necromancer, who had been singing lustily, was suddenly silenced as if a lump had lodged in its throat, producing not a single sound. The Crimson Bride slapped Riyahara Noriyuki away, exclaiming, "Noisy." Lynn's gaze sharpened. It seems the Blood Clan possesses considerable abilities, capable of enforcing their will. Little Snail rolled over from the ground, wriggling its massive form as it crawled towards the necromancer, muttering angrily, "Everyone, step aside. Do not obstruct me. I shall tear its mouth apart." The Crimson Bride forcefully tore off the necromancer's remaining arm and began to devour it. The necromancer sensed a deadly threat. Chapter 33. A billion spent on microtransactions sparks controversy. He let out a piercing shriek, opening a portal to an unknown realm and grasping his master, Ryohara Yoshinori, in an attempt to make a swift escape. Elizabeth quickly interjected. "You are not permitted to teleport." "No, none of you are." Before she could finish her sentence, the necromancer had already hurled Ryohara Yoshinori into the portal. Just as the necromancer intended to follow, the portal vanished in an instant. Having executed this maneuver, the S-class apparition appeared to have exhausted all its spectral energy. Becoming utterly listless, the red wedding dress swiftly ensnared the necromancer's form with its strands, beginning to consume him slowly. The arriving snail, initially eager to partake in the chaos, was met with a fierce glare from the red wedding dress, causing her to cower. I was merely afraid you wouldn't succeed, so I came to assist." Lynn expressed some regret, noting, "I never anticipated that the necromancer would display such loyalty, sacrificing himself to allow Ryohara Yoshinori to escape. Alas, he chose the wrong master and must now succumb to the red wedding dress." Without Ryohara Yoshinori and the S-class apparition, the entire 100 Ghost Night Parade Guild lost its backbone, sending players scattering in search of refuge, terrified of being discovered and consumed by Lynn's specters. Transformed into a mist of blood and wielding a soul-harvesting scythe, Lynn hunted down these individuals like a reaper, eliminating them without mercy. That day became a nightmare for countless players from the land of cherry blossoms. They narrowly escaped the pursuit of the malevolent spirits and sought refuge in a hidden corner, hoping to elude this round of chase. However, either a figure clad in a haunting red wedding gown entered with a sinister laugh, or they were discovered and devoured by a terrifying snail. Alternatively, they could fall prey to Lin, wielding a bloodied sickle. I would rather be captured by that vampiric loli than be consumed by that snail. The realism of this game is astonishing, having just perished once. I genuinely felt the sensation of being devoured. Two players from the land of cherry blossoms were hiding beneath the bed, exchanging whispers. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a girl's voice chimed. Hee hee, where are you? I found you, but I shall drain your blood, don't worry. I want to be as brutal as that nasty snail. Upon seeing the adorable little loli, the two players felt a wave of relief. Being caught by her would perhaps be the most favorable outcome. Hee hee hee, little loli, you seem so delightful. Hee, I'm right here. One of the players even began to act delirious, fantasizing about being drained by the little loli, inadvertently making some noise. Those delicate, fair feet stopped right beneath the bed where the two players were hiding. Hee hee, I found you, but I have a surprise for you. I'm not a vampire. I'm a snail. Surprised, aren't you? In the next moment, those small feet transformed into two white, tender snail tentacles, roughly dragging the two players from their hiding place beneath the bed. Originally, the little snail cunningly disguised its two tentacles as the delicate, fair-skinned legs of a young girl. It entered the room upside down, masquerading as Elizabeth, in a bid to deceive the trust of these players. The little snail erupted into maniacal laughter, then opened its gaping maw. Ah! The two players were so terrified that their souls seemed to flee, emitting blood-curdling screams. After a considerable time, as the commotion in the room subsided, the little snail contentedly emerged, remarking, Indeed, the most delectable delicacy is the terrified mouse. Clearing its throat, it deliberately adopted a high-pitched voice. Hee hee, I am a charming little vampire girl, and I am here to capture you once more. However, its scheme soon unraveled as whispers spread among the players. Beware of that repugnant snail. It is truly vicious. This one-sided game of cat and mouse continued for over an hour before concluding. The game's public screen was inundated with the Night of 100 Demons Guild's denunciations of Len. I must report the ghostly guardian. Its monstrous snail has inflicted severe psychological trauma upon me. Now, whenever I see a snail, my legs tremble. Do not even utter the word snail. I shall never again indulge in a snail feast. At least the snow woman is gentle. When she encased me in ice, was it not a form of protection? The one upstairs must have developed Stockholm Syndrome. All my painstakingly nurtured monsters have been devoured by the ghostly guardian's fiends. Is this fair? Is this just? I must report to the game officials. If a satisfactory resolution is not provided, we shall protest and withdraw from the game. With a disdainful scoff. One might say that the members of the 100 Demons Night Marching Guild simply could not handle the game, resorting to ambushing the great deity of others. They deserve their fate. Upon witnessing a throng of level 1 players huddled in the guild's resurrection point, trembling with fear, Lin felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In this manner, the 100 Demons Night Marching Guild had been utterly dismantled. Aside from a few who had not logged in, the guild's combat prowess had been nearly eradicated by his hand. Although the guild leader, Nagahara Yoshinori, had narrowly escaped, he was left without his S-class demon, rendering his efforts akin to starting anew. Consequently, the entire Sakura country faced impending doom. When the ominous times arrived, the absence of this elite cadre of players would render Sakura country's struggles insurmountable. However, such concerns were no longer Lin's burden. He dismissed the bloody Iron Curtain and, with contentment, departed alongside his demon companions. As he traversed the streets atop his small snail, adorned with a crimson hue denoting his notoriety, he boldly paraded through the town. Nearby players hastily withdrew, wary of any ill intentions. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. The excited voice of Ching Xiaodai pierced through from the outside. Boss, quick, check Weibo. You're trending. Lin let out a wry smile. I knew it. He casually opened Weibo, only to find his in-game ID glaringly featured among the top 10 trending topics. Furthermore, it occupied two distinct positions. The titles read, Trending Number 7, Insider Reveals, a player infused 1 billion into a niche game. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Trending Number 9, A Moment of Joy. Players from Sakura country were brutally annihilated by a domestic deity. The favored ghostly lady. Lin casually clicked on the first headline, and unsurprisingly, the comments below were a chorus of scorn. What a colossal fool. Spending a staggering 1 billion in a game? Truly, wealth breeds caprice. How could a niche mobile game attract such exorbitant expenditure? It is suggested that the General Affairs Department investigate. This might very well be a case of money laundering. With such vast sums at one's disposal, why squander it on a pay-to-win game instead of contributing to Blue Star? Are you aware of the countless children in Africa who go hungry? If one possesses such riches, why not donate? Indeed, if I had 1 billion, I would surely donate it all to environmental causes, protect animals, and become a philanthropist. As Lin perused the comments, he nearly lost his composure. Was his wealth conjured by the wind to be subjected to such moral coercion? Beside him, Cheng Xiaodai murmured softly, "Boss, did you really spend 1 billion on a game? So that's why you cashed out before?" From Cheng Xiaodai's gaze, Lin discerned a clear expression of incredulity. Lin retorted, "Do you think I'm foolish now? Ruining myself for a game?" Cheng Xiaodai quickly waved her hands. I didn't. Lin winked and half-jokingly said, "A double negative? That implies you do." Cheng Xiaodai, exuding an air of resignation, lamented, "Boss, you've gone too far this time. I'm here to help you deceive Miss Lin Qian, but if she learns the truth, I'm finished." Lin, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "It's nothing to worry about. When the time comes for her to inquire, I will take responsibility. Truth be told, I am venturing into entrepreneurship, akin to the realm of the metaverse. In any case, the intricacies of this matter are far too profound. Explaining it to you would be futile. Just know that your boss is engaged in significant undertakings." Though Cheng Xiaodai remained somewhat skeptical, she nodded in agreement. "All right, boss, I trust you." Lin lowered his gaze to examine another trending topic. Unsurprisingly, the comments below were overwhelmingly supportive. "Well done. The thin-veiled cherry blossom nation ought to witness what true magnificence from our dragon country looks like. This incident was entirely a result of the 100 Ghosts Nightwalk Guild's initial ambush on our dragon country's esteemed guild. With the female Ghost Guardian launching a justified counterattack, absolutely no issues there. Yet, those wretched members of the 100 Ghosts Nightwalk still attempt to tarnish our reputation, claiming that the female Ghost Guardian harmed their fragile spirits. Haha. Although I do not fully grasp what you are saying, I can certainly feel the fervor. This game is called Monster Raising Simulator, correct? I shall download it to join in the fun." Cheng Xiaodai exclaimed excitedly. "Hey boss, let us take a look. I want to see how you defeated them all." Lin replied, "Are you certain you wish to see?" Cheng Xiaodai responded, "Is there a problem, boss?" The screen displayed a first-person perspective, revealing a player seemingly concealed within a wardrobe. Suddenly, a voice from outside pierced the silence. The wardrobe door was abruptly yanked open, and a figure known as Xiao Wei, with a menacing grin, boisterously declared, "Ahahaha! I found you, little mouse." Immediately, the screen became obscured, and a piercing scream echoed from the display. The comments flooded in, uniformly exclaiming, "Goodness, this is truly terrifying. The blood in this game is red? How did it pass the review for the domestic version?" One user remarked, "This game is globally connected. It was particularly popular abroad, just somewhat niche here." Another chimed in, "Who did this? Who wet my pants? Oh no, I can never look at snails the same way again. It's so frightful. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Enough of this, my friends. I shall venture to test my courage. Await my report." In truth, the game wasn't all that horrifying. Mainly, it was the player known as the female Ghost Guardian who was particularly fearsome. Lin smiled knowingly, finding the comments from these whimsical netizens more entertaining than the game itself. "What do you think, Xiaodai?" Cheng Xiaodai gazed at the little snail in the video, her face suddenly drained of color. Her speech became disjointed as she pointed at the snail, exclaiming, "A snail." She fainted again, collapsing onto Lin's bed, unconscious. After much pinching and prodding from Lin, she gradually regained her senses, clutching Lin's hand in fear and murmuring, "Boss, I feel this villa has an eerie vibe. You might not believe me, but I dreamt of that snail last night." Lin replied, "It's just a figment of your imagination, purely a hallucination." Chapter 34, The Ominous Harbinger of Reality, The Blood Moon. Lin's trending topics have significantly heightened the popularity of the game, Ghostly Creature Cultivation Simulator. Many individuals from the Dragon Kingdom have begun to download this game en masse, captivated by its exquisite graphics, while simultaneously expressing curiosity about how such a terrifying game has passed the review process. As Lin continues to nurture his supernatural entities, significant changes are unfolding in the external world. The eerie realm and the reality are gradually intertwining. 2 days later, numerous astronomy enthusiasts drove to the outskirts of Jinghai City, setting up their cameras in anticipation of a rare total lunar eclipse, during which a supermoon would grace the sky. It was an opportune moment for moon gazing, and the news was broadcasting the eclipse live. A luminous supermoon hung in the sky, radiant and disk-like. At 9:15 in the evening, the total eclipse commenced. After 2 long days of overtime, Lin Qian reclined on her sofa, watching the live coverage on television. She hadn't logged into the game for 2 days due to her overwhelming schedule. Lin, having transferred his shares, seemed to enjoy a carefree lifestyle while she was left to deal with a multitude of pressing issues. Would the president reprimand her? She pondered anxiously. At that moment, the live broadcast host appeared exceedingly excited. Look, the moon has been completely obscured. This process will take quite some time before the moon reemerges. The sound of shudders and flashes filled the air. Why is it a blood moon? I thought we were witnessing a total lunar eclipse. How can a blood moon appear? This defies logic. The engulfed moon began to reconstitute itself, transitioning from a crescent to a full moon. It was a blood-red moon, strikingly ominous in appearance. The host promptly elucidated. This is a red moon, an exceedingly rare astronomical phenomenon. However, this particular lunar display seems exceptionally crimson. Perhaps we should refer to it as a blood moon, just as many were contemplating this rare celestial event. A young man observing the moon through a telescope suddenly recoiled in terror, exclaiming, "This is impossible, this is impossible, this is not the moon." The crowd was taken aback by his intense reaction. What is the matter? What is this young man rambling about? What is so terrifying about the blood moon? Isn't he being a bit overly timid? As the crowd mocked the youth, another person began to shriek in horror. The moon is alive. It is looking at me. This is too bizarre. Fearful cries erupted throughout the gathering, with some trembling uncontrollably, overcome by despair and dread. The scarlet moonlight bathed everyone, instilling an icy chill deep within their hearts. They dared not gaze directly at the moon or the starry sky. The host, suddenly flustered, pondered what could have transpired, urging the crew to switch the feed to the telescope's view of the moon. As the broadcast shifted to the telescope's imagery, all watching the live stream gasped in shock. The once pristine moon appeared as though it had been stained with blood, intricate veins of crimson prominently visible, while the central sanguine pupil darted about, resembling a frantic eye. It is arduous to articulate the peculiarity of this bizarre moon. If one must describe it, it resembles a blood-red orb, gazing intently at the humans below. Oh heavens! That is not. It cannot be the moon. It is a pupil fixated upon us. What manner of monstrosity is this? An eyeball as large as the moon. Has it devoured the moon? Aliens have arrived. We are all doomed. Humanity has never experienced such dread towards the celestial heavens. The once benign moon now appears as a sharp-eyed orb, malevolently observing us. Many in the Dragon Kingdom have succumbed to overwhelming panic. And this news swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of online trending topics. The live broadcasts were abruptly interrupted, and soon experts emerged to explain that this is an exceedingly rare astronomical phenomenon, urging the populace to remain calm. Yet, this feeble reassurance does little to quell the unease. Numerous individuals have proposed theories of apocalypse, the resurgence of spiritual energy, and extraterrestrial invasion. Some even speculated on the terrifying consequences of a moonless existence. Supermarkets were emptied in a frenzy, as many began stockpiling supplies in preparation for the impending crisis. Despite the persistent reassurances from the Dragon Kingdom's General Affairs Department that this is a normal occurrence, the higher echelons are aware that this indeed constitutes a supernatural phenomenon. The so-called rare astronomical event is merely a fade to soothe the public. Subsequently, all national space agencies were left in astonishment. Furthermore, every lunar probe conducting exploration missions on the moon has inexplicably gone silent. This signifies that the original moon has vanished, perhaps truly consumed by this bloodshot eye. No one knows what the blood moon signifies or the despair it may bring to the blue planet. Just one night later, the blood moon reappeared, casting its crimson light upon the earth. A profound sense of hopelessness enveloped everyone, for it is the unknown that instills the greatest fear. Public discourse erupted once more, as trepidation and uncertainty permeated the hearts of all blue planet inhabitants. Opinions regarding this blood moon proliferated. Some rejoiced while others trembled, and discussions about it remained incessant. Do you think the blue planet is on the verge of a spiritual awakening? Oh no, just a few days ago I experienced abdominal pain, and upon visiting the hospital, I was informed it was due to stones. They were removed, but could it be that I inadvertently cultivated a golden core? Hello from upstairs, I'm a psychiatrist. How long have you been experiencing these symptoms? We have a young man here with similar issues. He claims to be able to cultivate in another realm and speaks in riddles, even attempting self-harm. I assert that this must be an alien invasion. The blood moon is undoubtedly an emissary from extraterrestrial beings, designed to stifle our technological advancement. Rest assured, The aliens are still light years away. Is it possible, dare I say, that the blue planet is merely a prison, and the moon serves as a surveillance tool wielded by higher dimensional beings? Let it be destroyed. I am weary and no longer wish to engage in this relentless competition. Amidst the clamor and disquiet, numerous nations descended into a state of paralysis. While the order in the Dragon Country remained relatively stable, other nations such as Eagle Sauce and Cherry Blossom Country experienced rampant criminal activity, with several cities engulfed in flames. Many sought to exploit the chaos for opportunistic gains. They were compelled to deploy the military to quell the situation. Chapter 35. The Dragon Kingdom's officials were astounded. This game was far from ordinary. Consequently, even the United Nations had to concede. We are confronted with incomprehensible supernatural phenomena, and we shall endeavor to unravel the truth behind it, urging everyone to remain as calm as possible. Ultimately, it was the Dragon Kingdom's officials who, during their investigation, first unearthed a glimmer of insight. Due to Lin's involvement, the game Monster Cultivation Simulator had transcended its obscurity, with its horrific content attracting scrutiny. Upon examination by the Dragon Kingdom's Game Publication Review Bureau, it was discovered that this game had never appeared in any official documentation. All those responsible for the review were taken aback. The situation was utterly bizarre, as if the game had materialized out of nowhere and stealthily entered the market. Completely bypassing the scrutiny of the General Affairs Department, it seemed as though everyone had overlooked its existence. Further investigation revealed even more shocking details. The game's authentic visuals and its terrifying elements were depicted with astonishing realism and intricacy, a feat unattainable with current technology. Additionally, funds spent by players within the game had not been deposited in any bank. Remarkably, the registered location of the game's developers was, in reality, a crematorium. This peculiar occurrence, once reported, immediately garnered the highest level of attention. It was deemed to have significant ties to the Blood Moon. Swiftly, the Dragon Kingdom established an official organization, the Light-Chasing Society, formerly the Supernatural Phenomena Research Institute, to investigate this matter, designating it as a top-secret affair known only to a select few. In the command center of the Illuminating Light Association, a meeting is underway. General Haigwa, clad in military attire, despite his advanced age and graying hair, sits upright at the head of the table, his gaze sharp and penetrating. His task is to investigate whether the game known as Monster Cultivation Simulator has any connections to the Blood Moon. Flanking him on either side are numerous spirited young individuals, sitting attentively, awaiting the leader's directives. Haigwa rapped his knuckles on the table and remarked with a smile, "Gentlemen, while I may surpass you in military knowledge, I must humbly admit that when it comes to gaming, this old man in his 50s has much to learn from you. Please share your initial impressions of this game." With that, he produced a black notebook and pen, diligently preparing to take notes. A young man rose to speak, stating, "Chairman, my first impression of this game is that it resembles those pay-to-win mobile games prevalent in the market. I just entered the game for a trial, and it immediately prompted me to purchase a beginner's gift pack, followed by an advanced gift pack, VIP level upgrades, and recharge events." Haigwa interjected, "So, this game allows one to gain strength merely by spending money?" Another young man nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, one could say this game is designed to exploit players financially. With leaderboards for home bases, combat power, and various monster rankings, I just spent 1,000 yuan and attempted a 10 draw, yet I did not even receive an S-grade monster. This game is quite a scam. Chairman, I believe this game is quite extraordinary," another young man declared as he stood. Haigwa encouraged him, "Shaoli, please continue." Shaoli nodded and remarked, "The mechanics of this game are rather intensive. It involves cultivating various spirits and subsequently engaging in terrifying dungeons to earn corresponding rewards. In essence, even if one invests heavily, a lack of knowledge regarding the completion strategies may hinder one's ability to conquer these dungeons. It is illogical for a pay-to-win game to offer a subpar experience despite substantial monetary investment." Haigwa nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. This suggests that the developer's true intent behind this game is not merely profit-driven. Perhaps there exists a deeper purpose. Our objective is to uncover the reasons behind this." A query arose. Is the red moon in the game possibly related to the real-life Crimson Moon? Haigwa's eyes lit up. While it may be coincidental, we cannot dismiss this possibility. I shall report this matter. A young man, somewhat apprehensive, confessed, "To be honest, this game is quite frightening. The sense of immersion is overwhelmingly intense. After playing, I felt a chill throughout my body. Just last night, I dreamt that my spirit came to find me. Someone jested. Well, that's splendid. If it were a female ghost, you'd be able to cuddle up while sleeping. Haha. The atmosphere lightened considerably with laughter. Haigwa wrapped his fingers on the table and, with his eyes closed, declared, Comrades, what we face this time may be incomprehensible supernatural entities. However, regardless of the monstrous beings we encounter, we must not falter in the face of any threat to the lives and properties of the people. Indeed, the assembled crowd stood tall and resolute, brimming with determination. In the villa district of Jinghai City, Lin remained remarkably composed amidst the global turmoil, unfazed and indulging in mobile games while nurturing his bond with the specters. After 2 days of lavish investment in his development, Lin successfully transformed the Fate Spirit into an S-rank specter. Its abilities had surged, and its affection for Lin had reached its pinnacle. After Red Wedding Dress devoured the S-rank specter, the Death Singer, her status evolved from an S-rank specter to an S-rank. Had it not been for Lin's formidable mental fortitude, he might have struggled to contain her. This indicates that Red Wedding Dress has now transcended the S-rank, potentially becoming the most formidable specter within the game. Of course, the horror realm merely showcases the tip of the iceberg. There may exist even more terrifying specters awaiting Lin's conquest. Lin had claimed every spot on the game's leaderboards. As for Long Yuan, after his defeat at Lin's hands, he had not logged on since, likely due to a shattered mentality. Lin found himself rather bored inside, lamenting the 3 days left until the arrival of the eerie world. His gaze drifted towards the distant Crimson City, a forbidden zone for humanity, where specters regarded humans as mere vermin. Yet, in that realm, Lin had established his own dominion. He couldn't help but indulge in fantasies about the expressions of those specters emerging from the horror world, intent on mischief upon encountering him. Those who mock themselves for spending money on games, calling themselves fools, might eventually regret their decisions. In a previous life, Lin harbored such thoughts, lamenting that he had not spent enough. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Cheng Xiaodai's trembling voice drifted in. Boss, are you asleep? Chapter 36. Lin, you require surgical treatment. Lin, the door is unlocked. Feel free to enter. As soon as Cheng Xiaodai stepped inside, she noticed Lin engrossed in a mobile game. She appeared momentarily stunned. Boss, you truly possess a remarkable calmness. How can you still find time to play games? Are you not aware of the happenings outside? Lin replied nonchalantly, I am aware. It's merely the moon turning red. By the way, what brings you to me? Cheng Xiaodai swallowed hard, her voice quivering. Boss, I am rather frightened. Recently, many people online have been claiming to have encountered ghosts, even claiming to see their deceased great-grandmothers. It's terrifying. I can hardly sleep at night. Lin responded with composure. Please don't frighten yourself unnecessarily. You must trust in science. There are no such things as ghosts in this world. Cheng Xiaodai countered. But how do we explain that blood moon scientifically? Many are saying it is an ominous sign, foretelling great terror to descend upon Blue Star. Lin reassured her. It's all right, if the sky were to collapse. There are tall individuals to support it. Cheng Xiaodai hesitated. Boss, may I stay in your room today? I really cannot bear to sleep alone. I have this unsettling feeling that the room is not clean. What if something malevolent were to happen? If that occurs, I won't be able to take care of you tomorrow. Lin, well, since I have no further improvements to make at the moment, I might as well assist some newcomers. Let's log in. Cheng Xiaodai displayed a cheerful expression and quickly took out her phone. All right, boss. I can never seem to conquer this A-level eerie dungeon, the night of the haunted clinic. Those ghosts are simply too troublesome. Surely you possess the strategy to clear it, right? Upon entering the game, Cheng Xiaodai cast a pleading glance at Lin. With a slight smile, Lin replied, As for strategies, I currently have no need for them. Come, let us team up and challenge this dungeon. Cheng Xiaodai, hee, that means I can once again win effortlessly. Boss, lead me to glory. With that, Cheng Xiaodai clicked on the dungeon. Player Sunshine, the cheerful young man, do you wish to challenge the A-level eerie dungeon, Night of the Haunted Clinic? Cheng Xiaodai clicked the confirmation button. As Lin and Cheng Xiaodai's characters vanished into the haunted fortress, they entered the dungeon. A blood-red mist hung in the air, rendering it indistinguishable whether it was day or night. Yellow paper and debris littered the ground, rolling along with the wind. The atmosphere was exceptionally eerie, and the background music transformed into a somber, melancholic piano piece that, after prolonged exposure, induced feelings of despair. In a shop by the roadside, a pale light flickered incessantly, barely allowing the words to be discerned. Blood Clan Clinic. Cheng Xiaodai shivered. The visuals and music of this game are truly unsettling. Boss, aren't you afraid? Lin remained remarkably composed, declaring, as long as I am unafraid, the fear does not reside within me. Cheng Xiaodai, this dungeon requires us to assume the roles of clinic staff, receiving supernatural beings who seek medical attention in the dead of night, and surviving until dawn. Each time we successfully treat a creature, the completion rate of our task increases. Just then, from within the blood clinic, the anguished cries of a man and the sounds of a struggle echoed, suggesting a chaotic scene was unfolding. You incompetent quack. If you cannot cure my headache, then you ought not to run a clinic at all. You are clearly just looking for trouble. Ouch, don't slap my face. A man clad in a white coat was hurled out, landing ungracefully on the ground, evidently a vampire. Upon seeing Lin and Cheng Xiaodai, he exclaimed in relief. Thank heavens, you have finally come to take over. That fellow inside is far too difficult to handle. Good luck. I'm clocking out. Lin led Cheng Xiaodai into the clinic. The modest clinic was surprisingly well equipped. On one of the beds lounged a hulking, robust butcher-like creature. Sitting upon the bed, as if a hefty man were perched upon a child's rocking chair. The bed creaked under his considerable weight. He appeared menacing. With a fearsome visage adorned with numerous stitches, his skin seemingly crafted from various human hides. At that moment, his grayish-black pupils fixated intently on Lin and Cheng Xiaodai as his lips curled into a sinister grin, producing a raspy, low chuckle. Two little mice. This clinic dares to send 2 mice to treat me. If you cannot alleviate my headache, I shall devour you. Through the screen, Lin seemed to catch a whiff of the foul odor emanating from the man. Beside him, Cheng Xiaodai cautioned, Boss, this fellow's headache is feigned. He has come here deliberately to stir trouble. Just a few ghost coins will suffice to send him on his way. He is the easiest of specters to deal with. Lin replied, I am to treat his ailment and pay him as well? What sort of logic is that? Cheng Xiaodai was taken aback. So, boss, you mean? Lin interjected, I will alleviate his headache. He leisurely donned the white doctor's coat hanging on the coat rack and put on a mask. His demeanor, refined and harmless, bore a striking resemblance to that of a doctor. The butcher ghost thought to himself, just a little mouse. If you manage to cure my headache, I will concede defeat. I have the upper hand here. Lin deftly slipped on latex gloves, snapping them audibly, while inquiring of the butcher ghost, how long have you been suffering from this headache? The butcher ghost hesitated for a moment before dramatically feigning agony. I have endured this headache for an entire year. It feels as though my head is about to explode. I have visited your blood clan clinic countless times, but that quack merely prescribes painkillers, which are now ineffective. Lin narrowed his eyes and smiled. It appears conservative treatment has proven inadequate. Surgical intervention is necessary. Upon hearing the word surgery, the butcher ghost began to rock back and forth on the examination table like a petulant child, exclaiming, No, I refuse to undergo surgery. You must be intending to drain my blood. There isn't a single decent person in your blood clan clinic. Cheng Xiaodai, oh, you aren't scared, are you? Look at you, trembling with fear. The butcher ghost, provoked by Cheng Xiaodai's taunt, retorted angrily, Impossible. When I slaughter rats at the abattoir, I wield my knife without batting an eye. The butcher ghost, enraged, chuckled derisively. You think you can force treatment upon me? You're nothing but a mere rat. Lin narrowed his eyes, commanding the fake ghost, hold this patient's head still, so I may address his headache. In the next moment, a towering figure of blood mist emerged from Lin in shadow, its crimson eyes fixated intently on the butcher ghost. It advanced with swift strides towards him. The butcher ghost let out a wretched scream akin to a pig being slaughtered. What is that? Don't come any closer. In the presence of the now S-class fake ghost, the butcher ghost found himself utterly defenseless, trapped at the throat of destiny, helplessly sprawled on the hospital bed. Unable to move. Chapter 37. Look at him. How peacefully he sleeps. Cheng Xiaodai observed how easily the fake ghost held the butcher ghost's neck, leaving her in a daze. How foolish of me. Truly, the boss's ghost is so formidable, and I actually suggested giving the butcher ghost currency to send him away. I was wrong. My headache suddenly vanished. I'm better now. Please, let me go, doctor. The butcher ghost's eyes rolled back, nearly suffocated by the grip of the fake ghost, as he pleaded for mercy in a desperate, ingratiating tone. Lin approached the grotesque figure of the butcher ghost, gazing down upon his hideous visage with a look of concern. This simply cannot continue, he remarked. One moment you are beset by excruciating headaches, and the next, the pain has vanished. In my estimation, your ailment is quite severe and cannot be postponed any longer. The butcher ghost, filled with regret, lamented, I was mistaken. I am not ill at all. My headaches are merely pretenses. Lin patted the butcher ghost's head and turned to Cheng Xiaodai. You see, this man has begun to utter nonsense, claiming he is free of affliction. Prepare the surgical instruments. We shall proceed with the operation immediately. Cheng Xiaodai leaned in. Her brows arched playfully. Boss, how do you intend to perform this surgery? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin replied, there is a lesion in his brain, which is the source of his headaches. If I simply cleave open his skull with a sharp axe and clear the blockage, his pain will surely be alleviated. The butcher ghost, terrified, whispered, but, Doctor, won't this mean my demise? With a cheerful demeanor, Lin responded, every surgical procedure carries a risk of failure. But rest assured, I shall not tremble. The odds are in your favor. With that, he retrieved a glimmering spiked club from his inventory. The butcher ghost gasped. This might be rather painful. Lin, maintaining a serious expression, reassured him, this won't hurt at all. The butcher ghost protested, you must be jesting. No one uses such a weapon for surgery. Lin sighed in resignation. Very well, since you wish for something else, I shall oblige. He then produced a rusty hatchet from his pack, swinging it lightly as he declared, what about this? I call it the wounds of tetanus. The butcher ghost swallowed hard and said, well, doctor, I suddenly find conservative treatment quite appealing. In fact, taking a couple of painkillers should suffice. So you need not trouble yourself. Lin furrowed his brow. No, it seems this axe has not been used for quite some time and has become rather dull. Please wait a moment. With that, Lin retrieved a sharpening stone from his backpack and began to sharpen the axe with fervor. The sound of the blade scraping against the stone echoed ominously. The butcher ghost was held in place by a specter, his eyes wide with terror, his heart racing in his throat. With each stroke of the axe against the stone, a shiver coursed down his spine. Before long, Lin had sharpened the axe, its gleaming edge reflecting ominously on the butcher ghost's face. The ghost felt an icy dread wash over him as he distinctly saw Lin flash a devilish grin. Help! Help! Someone is trying to kill a ghost. The butcher ghost let out a wailing scream. Lin frowned, your noise is disrupting my concentration. Spectre, make him quiet. The spectre reached out and ripped the butcher ghost's tongue from his mouth, reassuringly stating, nothing to worry about, merely a minor procedure. The butcher ghost's eyes rolled back, drenched in sweat, mumbling incoherently. Lin raised the axe, aiming it squarely at the ghost's forehead. Cheng Xiaodai covered her eyes, unable to bear the impending gruesome scene. Lin took a deep breath and murmured to himself, stay calm, stay calm. Feeling lightheaded for the first time is perfectly normal, just breathe deeply. Cheng Xiaodai remarked, boss, you are truly kind-hearted. The butcher ghost must be deeply touched by your compassion. The butcher ghost, I cannot move. Lin shook his head, you are mistaken. I am merely rallying my spirits. Well, I am no longer anxious. Soon, you shall witness my hand strike true, and the remedy will be swift. Cheng Xiaodai, I have encountered living bodhisattvas, but a living king of hell. This is my first experience. The butcher ghost. Lin readied the axe, aiming it squarely at the butcher ghost's forehead, beginning to probe up and down. Oh dear, oh dear. The butcher ghost, tongue lolling, struggled desperately, his eyes darting as if he wished to express something. Lin turned to Cheng Xiaodai. What is he babbling about? Cheng Xiaodai, perhaps he is saying, oh my, oh my. After all, undergoing a procedure can naturally invoke fear. The butcher ghost's composure shattered. I may not be human, but you too are indeed specters. Is surgery conducted without anesthesia? As Lin's hand rose and fell, the axe struck the butcher ghost's head with a resounding crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Crack. The butcher's skull was cleaved open, green blood spilling forth. The exposed brain, reminiscent of moldy tofu, writhed slowly, a sight most repulsive. Cheng Xiaodai kindly reminded, boss, it seems you have forgotten to disinfect. Lin slapped his forehead. Oh dear, his clamor distracted me. I completely forgot. I shall disinfect him right away. With that, Lin grabbed a kettle of boiling water and poured it over the gaping wound in the butcher ghost's head, steam rising immediately, ensuring complete disinfection. The butcher ghost wailed in agony, akin to a slaughtered pig. Ah! A throbbing pain enveloped his head. Lin wore an expression of resigned understanding. Of course your head aches. Just look at how severe the deterioration is. Your mind has completely altered. It is beyond salvage. From now on, perhaps you should live without it. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, Lin inserted his fingers into the butcher ghost's cranium, commencing the extraction of the afflicted tissue. The interior emitted a series of sludgy, squelching noises as viscous fluids mingled with brain matter oozed forth. The butcher ghost screamed. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Lin frowned, endure it. Once Linen had removed all the necrotic portions from the butcher ghost's head and discarded them into the drain, the ghost suddenly ceased to feel pain, falling into a tranquil stupor. His expression transformed into one of innocent childlike wonder, reminiscent of an infant, as he uttered soft, nonsensical babbles. Linen remarked, "You see, once the source of illness is eliminated, the effect is immediate." Chang Xiaodai, with a hand pressed to her forehead, weakly retorted, "Could it not have an effect? Boss, you've effectively reset his parameters." Linen retrieved a stapler, meticulously closing the butcher ghost's shattered skull, fastening the fractured bone fragments with staples. Though somewhat unsightly, such measures were deemed necessary for the sake of his health. As Linen removed his latex gloves, wiping the sweat from his brow, the butcher ghost sat up in a daze, lingering in a state of mental void for an extended period, before finally closing his eyes and lying back on the sickbed. Surrendering to a deep slumber, his snores echoing softly, Lin pointed at the butcher ghost and said, "Look, he sleeps so peacefully. With his affliction gone, he shall never suffer from headaches again. Now, dear Grim Reaper, kindly escort this butcher gentleman away." In Chapter 38, "You even deceive a little lowly. How dreadful." The Grim Reaper picked up the butcher ghost and tossed him into a nearby trash bin, thoughtfully placing the lid on top. Lin shrugged and remarked, "There's nothing I can do. My benevolence compels me to alleviate the suffering of the afflicted." The Midnight Clinic continued its operations. As the clock struck 1, a new patient arrived. Ching Xiaodai eagerly took on the role of welcoming the guests. "Welcome to the Blood Clan Clinic." A charming little lowly zombie pushed the door open and entered, wearing a zombie hat with a talisman affixed to her forehead. She presented an adorably foolish demeanor as she hopped onto a stool in front of Lin. His eyes lit up with excitement, and he greeted her with a warm laugh. "Little sister, what ailment troubles you?" The timid little zombie gazed at Lin, pouting slightly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Cheng Xiaodai leaned in close to Lin and whispered, "Boss, this little zombie has poor memory, making her easy to handle. However, you must not prescribe her any brain-enhancing medication. Instead, give her something that diminishes her memory, or else she may remember who she is and go on a rampage, destroying the clinic." With her poor memory and lack of self-awareness, it was indeed a stroke of fortune. An audacious idea sparked in Lin's mind, to abduct this little zombie. With this thought, he looked at the adorable, Navi little zombie before him, suddenly grasped her tiny hand, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it you? Could it truly be you?" Chi-Chi was utterly bewildered. What was her boss up to this time? Lin rose from his seat and approached the small zombie, wearing an expression of guilt and sorrow. "Lin Chi-Chi, it was my fault. I lost you, and it is entirely the brother's mistake." He gently caressed the small zombie's icy cheek, his eyes filled with regret, nearly shedding tears. The small zombie, in disbelief, leaped off the stool, grasped Lin's hand, and tearfully exclaimed, "So, my name is Lin Chi-Chi, you truly are my brother. Please do not deceive me. I am very astute and not easily fooled." Lin replied earnestly, "Absolutely true. If there is even a hint of falsehood in my words, may I be pursued by a giant snail, possessed by a Yandra ghost, and drained by a vampire lowly." The small zombie hurriedly covered Lin's mouth, sobbing, "Whoa, brother, please stop. That oath is too sinister. Chi-Chi completely believes you now." Chi-Chi, fuming, pounded her little fist against Lin's chest, feeling aggrieved. "It's all your fault for losing me. Woo, do you have any idea what I endured out there?" As she spoke, she once again clung to Lin's shoulder, crying, "Woo, I never want to leave my brother again." Lin tenderly stroked Lin Chi-Chi's head, softly reassuring her, "Trust me, dear sister, I will never lose you again." As Cheng Xiaodai observed Lin's manipulation of the little zombie, her heart was filled with astonishment, and she couldn't help but murmur, "She believed it. She truly believed it. Boss, you even deceived a little girl. You are indeed something else." Meanwhile, in Jinghai, at the Lin Group's magnificent skyscraper, the lights gleamed brightly. Lin Qian, the head of the Lin Group, had just finished her workday. She sank into her office chair, stretched her arms in an expansive yawn, her eyes reflecting sheer fatigue. Rubbing her eyelids, she gazed out the window at the ominous blood moon, a bitter smile creeping upon her lips. Regardless of whether tomorrow heralded the apocalypse or the resurgence of spiritual energy, all she desired at that moment was slumber. The matters of tomorrow could wait until dawn. After tidying her bag and phone, Lin Qian stepped into the elevator, traversing the dark corridor all alone. She casually opened her phone and accessed the game. Having not logged in for several days, she wondered about the little zombie's well-being and if it had missed her. Welcome, player. The brave heroine has logged into the game. You have not logged in for 4 days, and your ghostly companion misses you dearly. Hurry and nurture her. On the screen, The bandaged zombie girl expressed her delight upon seeing Lin Qian. Master, I missed you so much. I thought you had abandoned me. Lin Qian thought to herself. Oh, this game exhibits quite a level of intelligence. The dialogues of these characters possess a certain depth. Just as she was pondering the game's sophistication, the elevator suddenly jolted. In the next instant, the lights within the elevator extinguished, and it came to a sudden halt with a loud clank, as if it had suffered a power outage. The cold glow from her phone illuminated Lin Qian's face, rendering it ghostly pale. Lin Qian let out a terrified scream. Aw? The eerie background music emanating from her phone exacerbated her fraying nerves. She had never possessed a strong constitution, and now despair was overwhelming her. In the dead of midnight, she found herself trapped alone in an elevator. Many horror films unfold in precisely this manner. It was entirely plausible that a sinister specter would soon manifest within the confines of the elevator. Lin Qian's claustrophobia was on the verge of overtaking her. The more she pondered, the more fear consumed her, prompting her to exclaim in frustration, how could the elevator malfunction so suddenly? I shall certainly have the head of the logistics department tomorrow. Just as Lin Qian contemplated calling for assistance, a horrifying thought struck her. There was no signal in the elevator. So, how was this ghostly simulation game online? Cold sweat cascaded down Lin Qian's back. It seemed the adorable bandaged zombie girl on the screen had sensed her fear and inquired with concern, Master, you appear to be unwell. Have you encountered some trouble? A supernatural occurrence. It was undoubtedly an otherworldly event. Lin Qian's mental defenses crumbled entirely. In a fit of panic, she hurled her phone to the elevator floor and frantically pressed the emergency button. Help! Help! Lin Qian cried out in desperation. Just then, the elevator's backup power seemed to activate, and it began descending, the steel cables whirring to life. Lin Qian huddled in the corner of the elevator, biting her lip. Her gaze fixated on the floor indicator, daring not to glance at her phone. The elevator was nearing the first floor. Hurry! Hurry! Lin Qian felt a surge of joy within her. She was unaware of where the strength came from as she rose to her feet, eager to dash out of the elevator at the first opportunity. However, the ensuing scene sent a chill coursing through her spine, causing her soul to tremble uncontrollably. The elevator did not halt at the first floor but continued its descent. Down it went. Yet, within the Lin Group Tower, there existed only a single underground parking level. Chapter 39. The little zombie crawled out from the phone. The elevator persisted in its downward journey. Ding. The 18th basement level has arrived. Wishing you a successful workday and a pleasant life. With the eerie announcement of the elevator's automated voice, Lin Qian's heart plummeted into the abyss. The 18th level of hell? What horrors awaited her outside? At that moment, the elevator doors creaked open, revealing what appeared to be a blood-soaked city, with fluttering white papers dancing in the air, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood. Lin Qian had stepped into a bizarre realm. Just then, a man in a suit, with a pale and ashen face, yawned incessantly as he passed by the elevator entrance. Panic-stricken, Lin Qian pressed her lips together, striving to suppress any sound. Yet, the man's nostrils flared, catching the scent of her presence. And he uttered a voice laced with greed. I smell a rat, and a rather delectable one at that. He turned his head and saw Lin Qian, trembling in fear at the elevator entrance. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister grin, revealing sharp fangs. By the looks of his attire, he was unmistakably a vampire. As he bared his fangs, he lunged forward, intent on draining every drop of blood from Lin Qian. Stricken with terror, her face turned pale, and despair flooded her heart. Why you, little zombie? Lin Qian stammered, rendered speechless by the surreal scene before her. The creature she had nurtured within the confines of a game had materialized in reality. She pinched her cheek, questioning whether she was still ensnared in a dream. Yet the searing pain that coursed through her reminded her that the ghost she had raised in the game had indeed descended into the real world. The bandaged little zombie glared at the repelled vampire, issuing a chilling reprimand. Do not harm my master. Begone. What on earth are you? Why are you aiding this rat? The suit-clad vampire, now pinned to the ground by the little zombie, struggled to move, his expression a mixture of shock and hesitation. He had just sensed that the creature emerging from Lin Qian's phone was at least a B-level ghost. In the realm of horror, hierarchy was paramount. He was merely a lowly C-level ghost, while a B-level ghost posed a significant threat. The commotion, accompanied by the vampire's anguished cries, attracted the attention of numerous other spirits within the blood-soaked edifice. From the mist of the Crimson Tower, many ethereal figures turned to gaze in their direction. Among them formidable A-level ghosts, even more powerful than the little zombie. Dressed in black stockings, the vampire office lady, alongside the bald vampire programmer clad in a checkered shirt, and the vampire security guard wielding a rubber baton, All gazed intently at Lin Qian's figure. They fixated on her, their mouths watering. A mouse. A delectable mouse. Yet, none dared to make a move, not solely due to the formidable presence of the little zombie. In the eyes of all, a string of information was visible. Above Lin Qian's head, her character ID, Heroic Beauty, was prominently displayed. While this was not of paramount importance, the line beneath it read, Member of the Strange Tales Association. This indicated that there was a force backing this mouse. You cannot protect this mouse. The queen has already. The suited vampire, about to voice his thoughts, was abruptly subdued by the little zombie, who forcefully pressed him to the ground, mercilessly grinding him down. Blood spilling profusely as the once dapper vampire lost his form. Such a terrifying B-class specter. Even an A-class would find it a challenge. A number of observing vampire kin stepped back in fear. The little zombie snorted, her bandages transforming into sharp claws that pierced the chest of her foe, brutally extracting the heart of the suited vampire. She is my master, not a mouse. I was wrong. Please, don't crush my heart. The suited vampire pleaded, terrified that the little zombie might indeed shatter his heart, for should that happen, even the Blood Queen could not save him. Lin Qian discovered that the vampire was kneeling on the ground, desperately pleading for mercy. Clinging to the bandaged zombie girl as if grasping a lifeline, she regained a modicum of composure and inquired, Little zombie, do not slay him just yet. Ask him where we are and how we might escape. Upon her words, the little zombie increased her grip slightly. This is the terrifying city, the Blood Clan Mansion. The domain of the Blood Clan. Cough, cough. Here reside S-class specters, Lady Lilith, and your every action cannot evade her watchful gaze. The suited vampire instantly appeared weakened and feeble, gasping for breath as he spoke, fearing that the little zombie might indeed take his life. In a hurried confession, he divulged everything. Terrifying world? Blood Clan, S-class specters? Is that not akin to the entities within that specter cultivation simulator? Panic surged within her. We seem to have inadvertently offended them. Oh, woe is me, my life is forfeit. Lin Qian suddenly recalled a few days prior when the president's ghostly patron had abducted the white-haired lowly, Elizabeth, from the terrifying world. The president had captured a young S-class vampire, incurring the wrath of the vampire clan, who must certainly despise him. And she, by mere coincidence, had ties to the president's ghostly patron. She was also a member of the Paranormal Tales Association. If she were to fall into the clutches of the vampires, she would undoubtedly endure unspeakable torment. Lin Qian envisioned every conceivable form of torture, her body trembling in fear. Nephew, you have doomed me, forcing me to join this accursed Paranormal Tales Association. Her face paled drastically. At that moment, the entire Blood Clan mansion became shrouded in a mist of crimson haze. At the end of this sanguine fog, a hazy and graceful figure began to materialize. The crisp sound of high heels echoed through the mist, signaling the approach of a woman. Her pace was swift, deliberately quickening as she rushed toward Lin Qian and the little zombie. Lin Qian's face fell in despair. This is bad. The big one is coming. Chapter 40. Hello, President Lin. Lin Qian felt a surge of emotion, her fondness for the little zombie increasing significantly. Just then, the woman's silhouette in the blood mist gradually became clearer. She was revealed to be a stunningly beautiful matron. Adorned in a blood-red court gown, her figure voluptuous. This was none other than Lilith, the vampire and a formidable specter under the command of the Blood Clan's leader. Lin In. The little zombie found herself overwhelmed by the S-class aura of the Sanguine Queen, unable to lift her head in submission. Upon locking eyes with Lin Qian, Lilith's expression shifted to one of shock, her voice rising an octave. You are from the Horror Tales Association. Lin Qian lamented. Do you believe me when I say I'm not associated with the Horror Tales Association? Lilith noticed a striking resemblance between Lin Qian and her master, Lin In. As the Blood Clan was notorious for their keen judgment of appearances, a bold thought emerged in Lilith's mind. She asked, her voice trembling. May I inquire about your esteemed name? Lin Qian replied, My name is Lin Qian. I am not familiar with the ghostly patroness. My joining the Horror Tales Association was purely a mistake. Lilith inquired patiently, What is your relationship with Lin In? Lin Qian was momentarily taken aback. How do you know my nephew's name? If you have something to say, just say it indeed. This was a relative of her master, a fortuitous opportunity. If she treated her well, the master would surely regard her more favorably. Lilith had previously dispatched a succubus to assassinate Lin In, and although that had later transformed into a phantom under Lin In's command, guilt had lingered in her heart, prompting her to seek an opportunity to make amends. Lilith's excitement grew, and she pressed one hand on her shoulder, slightly bowing towards Lin Qian. Lin Qian could scarcely believe her eyes. for she witnessed Lilith actually bowing to her. What is she doing? Is she bowing to me? Lin Qian trembled uncontrollably, her mind racing with possibilities. This is disastrous. I have heard that powerful vampires are often ranked as counts or dukes, typically exhibiting noble etiquette. Even mortal enemies bow before engaging in combat, maintaining an air of elegance. This is akin to crocodile tears. This is the calm before the storm. Surely, I will be tormented by this S-class ghost named Lilith, suffering a fate worse than death. Despair washed over Lin Qian. Just make it quick for me. This is far too terrifying, however. In the next moment, Lin Qian was somewhat dazed. For she saw that under Lilith's lead, all the bloodline vampires present bent at the waist, bowing to Lin Qian. Lilith exclaimed excitedly, "Hello, Ms. Lin. Welcome to the Blood Clan Tower to observe our work." Lin Qian was utterly bewildered. For a fleeting moment, she even thought she was still within the Lin Corporation building, and the beings before her were not phantoms, but her own employees. Lin Qian took a moment to compose herself, confirming that the other party was indeed respectful and bore no ill intentions. She pointed to herself and inquired, "Did you just address me as Lin Zong?" Lilith maintained her bowing posture and replied, "Yes, Lin Zong. You are a relative of our master and a distinguished guest of our blood clan. We warmly welcome your arrival." Lin Qian was further bewildered. "I am a relative of your master? Your master is the sunny, cheerful boy?" The only family member of hers playing this game was Lin En, which naturally led her to think of Lin En's ID. However, Lilith shook her head in confusion. "You must be mistaken. The Master's ID in the horror world is known as the Benevolent Ghost. Currently, the entire blood clan is under his dominion in that realm." A thunderous realization struck Lin Qian's mind. The Benevolent Ghost is my nephew Lin En. Goodness, this boy has concealed his identity quite thoroughly, even creating an alternate account to deceive me? Who, then, is the sunny, cheerful boy? Could it be Qing Shaodai? As Lin Qian pondered this, Lilith proactively suggested, "Lin Zong, would you like to inspect the operations of the Blood Clan's headquarters? I can guide you through the entire building." Lin Qian narrowed her eyes, regaining the demeanor of a superior, and replied, "Very well, let me see how your company is performing. Perhaps I can point out some shortcomings." Lilith was overjoyed, exclaiming, "This is truly wonderful." Soon, accompanied by Lilith, Lin Qian entered the Blood Clan's blood production facility. The scene was rather gruesome, stark, and unrefined. The vampire staff here are tasked with extracting the blood of those creatures who come to sell their blood. Some possess blue blood, others red, and even some that are a vibrant green. Lin Qian couldn't help but click her tongue in astonishment. Lilith introduced, "Ms. Lin, our primary business encompasses the medical and pharmaceutical industries, and what you are witnessing now is our facility for producing plasma. Of course, the finest quality of plasma is derived from human blood. However, in our realm of horror, it is quite rare for anyone to inadvertently wander in, which means the sources of such blood are few and far between." Lilith spoke delicately, but the fate of those who accidentally entered the realm of horror was all too apparent. Lin Qian shook her head. "Your efficiency is exceedingly low. Were I in charge, I would undoubtedly implement an assembly line to simplify the blood collection process. As it stands, the situation is rather unpleasant on both sides." After speaking, Lin Qian gestured toward the glass window, where a creature was being bled by a vampire doctor who had firmly restrained its arm and was drawing blood with fervor. "Stop. Stop. If you take any more, the creature will lose its life." The creature emitted a wailing cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig, its face drained of color. Many of the creatures who had come to sell their blood, upon witnessing this scene, turned and fled in terror. After completing her tour, Lin Qian noticed numerous operational issues within the Blood Clan's establishment. It seemed that the creatures in this realm of horror lacked an understanding of how to expand and strengthen their enterprises. She offered Lilith several constructive suggestions, and Lilith listened with a beaming smile. "This Lin Qian truly excels in business. Why had I never considered such ideas before?" Lilith's respect for Lin Qian grew immensely. It seems that the master is truly aware of the Blood Clan's dire circumstances, prompting him to summon Director Lin to the Blood Clan mansion to guide and observe our work. Truly deserving of his title. At that moment, Lin Qian's figure began to wane into a hazy illusion. This phenomenon occurred because the two realms had yet to fully merge. Lin Qian had inadvertently stepped into the portal to the bizarre world, unable to remain there for an extended period. Thus, she vanished before Lilith's eyes. Lilith let out a deep sigh. "I have yet to invite Director Lin to dinner. What a pity." Meanwhile, Lin Qian blinked, and the elevator continued its normal operation as if nothing had transpired. She still held her mobile phone, which displayed a message indicating, "Per signal." Please attempt to reconnect. Ding. You have arrived at the first floor. Wishing you a productive day and a pleasant state of mind. The brightly lit lobby of the Lin Corporation appeared before Lin Qian. She touched her cheek. Standing in place for a long while. Is all this merely a figment of my imagination, or is it truly real? Chapter 41. The Specters that specifically feed on spiritual energy. Meanwhile, in the capital of Sakura Nation, within a building situated in the heart of the city. The sounds of objects being hurled echoed from the room, accompanied by the muffled curses of a man. Cursed be the female ghostess patron. It is this scoundrel who has left me destitute and bereft of resources. Those disloyal wretches from the 100 Ghosts Night Marching Guild dare to claim that I possess no S-class specters and am unworthy of serving as president, banishing me instead. Baka. Female ghostess patron, I shall not let this matter rest. We shall see. Ryoya Haranori is unleashing his fury. Just 2 days prior, his guild stronghold was breached single-handedly by Lin. The S-class specter he had meticulously nurtured, the Lich Bard, was devoured by Lin's red wedding attire, which amounted to a complete waste of his invested resources in the game. Furthermore, his prestige within the Waikai Night March Guild has dissipated, leading to his collective expulsion through a vote. How could he possibly swallow such humiliation? After exhausting himself in a fit of rage, Ryoya collapsed onto the sofa, pondering how he might exact revenge on Lin. What if he secretly embezzled more funds from the company? After all, he had already siphoned off a substantial amount. He could simply escape to another country and live in obscurity. Yes, that shall be his course of action. He would delight in subduing the female specter. The benefactor of ghosts. Fueled by his inner hatred, Ryoya resolved to undertake a bold move. His body thrummed with excitement at this audacious decision. With nothing else to occupy his mind, Ryoya decided to turn on the television and watch the latest late-night news. Recently, there have been numerous reports from Sakura Country, with individuals claiming to have encountered urban legends such as the slit-mouthed woman and Kayako on the streets. As of now, there have been no reported casualties, and experts suggest that these sightings are merely cosplay, urging the public not to panic unduly. Additionally, many netizens have reported dreaming of the same man during the night. A suspected urban legend, the Dream Man. Dear viewers, I currently find myself at the abandoned Kunjawan Psychiatric Hospital, where it is rumored that individuals have been spotted wandering its halls in recent nights. Noihara Junsuk switched through several channels, each broadcasting either reports of the blood moon or eerie tales. Why has there been an incessant stream of such terrifying content lately? The media is utterly irresponsible, treating ghost stories as if they were genuine horrors. I refuse to believe that ghosts truly exist in this world. Noihara Junsuk scoffed, pressing buttons on the remote control. However, to his astonishment, no matter how he pressed, the television screen remained stuck on the same channel. The lights in the room began to flicker, and the television seemed to be experiencing severe signal interference, displaying a flurry of static. The figure of the host stretched and distorted on the screen, becoming unrecognizable. Its voice elongated into a haunting wail, reminiscent of a tormented soul. What is happening? A chill ran down Noihara Junsuk's spine as he rushed forward and kicked the power source, desperate to end this bizarre occurrence. Yet, to his disbelief, the sound from the television persisted. The figures on screen could no longer be described as human, their bodies twisted at impossible angles, resembling seaweed, and their blood-red eyes fixated intently on Noihara Junsuk beyond the screen. What on earth is this? Overcome with fear, Noihara Junsuk's face turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably, as he felt a wave of terror wash over him, rendering his legs weak and unable to carry him away. On the screen, the monster's terrifying and grotesque visage, with its mouth agape, emitted a piercing scream reminiscent of the renowned painting the screen. In the next moment, the creature within the screen turned its gaze upon Rigawa Haranori, unleashing a sinister chuckle, saliva dripping profusely. I caught a whiff of your scent from afar. I have a particular fondness for spirited little rodents like you. Once I feast upon the succulent brain of this plump mouse, I shall ascend to the rank of an S-class demon. His desiccated arm reached out from the screen. Rigawa Haranori let out a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. I'm not tasty. Please don't eat me. In the next instant, the monster, known for its appetite for human brains, lunged at Rigawa Haranori, pinning him to the sofa, its foul tongue ravenously licking his bald head. The tongue was lined with exceedingly sharp barbs, and with each lick, Rigawa Haranori's scalp was scraped away, leaving him bloodied and mangled. Instinctively, he attempted to resist. But how could he possibly contend with such a creature? He was held fast. At that moment, the monster widened its maw, revealing an orifice resembling petals. yet bristling with fangs and barbs, intent on devouring Rigawa Haranori's brain. Rigawa Haranori screamed in agony. "Ah, please don't eat me. Don't you prefer to consume someone with a stronger spirit? If you spare me, I can lead you to them." He resolved to divert the monster's attention, hoping to lure it towards other players. The creature paused momentarily. There exists a mouse with a spirit far more formidable than yours. Oh, how I long to consume it. I can scarcely contain myself. Please, lead me to it. Rijin Yawahara nodded repeatedly, saying, "There is one known as the benefactor of the female ghost, which you surely wish to devour. I am not entirely certain of its true identity, but I shall investigate immediately. Do not consume me. I am aware of many individuals with potent spiritual powers." The gaunt, emaciated specter tilted its head, scrutinizing Rijin Yawahara for several moments before uttering in a low, resonant voice, "You are not attempting to stall for time, are you?" A chill ran down Rijin Yawahara's spine as he fervently denied, "No, no. I shall take you to feast upon my guild members without delay. I know their true identities in the real world." The slender specter nodded affirmatively. "Very well, take me to them." A wave of relief washed over Rijin Yawahara. Yes, I shall lead you to them at once." With a surge of unexpected strength, he trembled and rose from the ground, murmuring incessantly, "Let us find them. Let us find them to consume." The gaunt specter observed Rijin's retreating form, a wicked grin slowly spreading across its lips as it emitted a devilish, low laughter. "Forgive me, I was merely jesting. I can devour the memories of mice. And once I consume you, they shall become mine as well." With that, it launched itself onto Rijin Yawahara's back like a bullet, its petal-like maw unfurling and plunging directly into his skull. Thud. The emaciated specter began to siphon the remnants of Rijin Yawahara's being. The body of Long Yuan was gradually consumed by the elongated specter, leaving no trace behind. After feasting on a substantial amount of spiritual energy, the once ethereal form of the entity began to solidify. Upon absorbing the spiritual essence and memories of Long Yuan, it successfully evolved into an S-rank specter, licking its lips with a hint of lingering satisfaction, murmuring, "Sakura Country, the 100 Ghost Night Parade Guild. It seems tonight shall be a night of exhilarating hunts." Chapter 42. Game Suspension Announcement. Everyone ridicules Lin En for being a foolish spender. Its form began to swell, transforming into that of an ordinary human shape, with its features and physique unmistakably resembling Long Yuan. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, and the slender specter, guided by Long Yuan's memories, opened it. Outside stood 2 officers from Sakura Country, presenting a search warrant to Long Yuan. The specter grinned, saying, "Very well, officers." The following day, Lin En, having stayed up late grinding levels in the game, was catching up on sleep in his room. Suddenly, Cheng Xiaodai burst in without even knocking, her phone in hand. "Boss, something terrible has happened." This game. Lin En opened his eyes, calmly donning his jacket, and replied, "Has the game announced its suspension?" Cheng Xiaodai exclaimed, "Huh? Boss, how did you know?" "I just logged into the game and saw the official announcement stating that the game will undergo an indefinite shutdown tomorrow night at midnight. All the money you spent will go down the drain." "It's all right," Lin thought to himself with great anticipation. "Tomorrow night, I shall become the most formidable demon tamer in the entire Blue Star." Observing the distressed expression on Cheng Xiaodai's face, Lin smirked and playfully pinched her nose. "You seem quite concerned about me. Rest assured, I will still pay your salary. I won't take advantage of you." Cheng Xiaodai's face was downcast. "Salary is not the issue. I'm mainly worried about Miss Lin inquiring about that billion. I've kept it hidden from Miss Lin Qian, and I cannot bear the consequences if she finds out." Lin patted his chest reassuringly. "No worries. I will shoulder any burden that comes my way." Cheng Xiaodai nodded. "All right then, boss. You should quickly check the game forum. The players are all furious, claiming that the developers are planning to abscond." Lin nodded slightly and opened the forum for the Demon Taming Simulator. The posts were rife with outrage and vitriol. Unfazed, Lin recalled that in his previous life, upon learning about the indefinite shutdown, he had also vented his frustrations at the developers behind the game. As he scrolled through the players' posts, he read comments filled with indignation. "How outrageous. I just downloaded and played for a bit yesterday, and now I'm being told the game is shutting down? I just recharged $500, and now this? Can I not enjoy the game anymore? I always suspected that this game harbored unspeakable horrors. The content is exceedingly terrifying, with various dungeons steeped in dark and gruesome narratives. How could it possibly pass any scrutiny? With this exposure, it is certain to attract the attention of the authorities. To the commenter above, your reasoning is utterly unfounded. The announcement regarding the game's suspension states that the entire server will cease operations indefinitely, implying that the developers behind this game are likely fleeing. Alas, I had finally found a commendable game, only for it to inexplicably shut down. What's more, there is no compensation for the suspension, which is rather unusual. Could it be related to the previous Blood Moon incident? Please refrain from attributing everything to the Blood Moon. Experts have already declared it a mere astronomical phenomenon. As Lin continued to browse, a top post that had been highlighted caught his attention, a review of players most affected by the game's shutdown, the ghostly benefactor. The comments below had already surpassed 1,000. I could easily envision what they would say. They would undoubtedly view me as a fool who squandered a fortune of 10 billion for naught. Little do they know, come midnight when the strange occurrences begin. I wonder if they will still be able to laugh. Lin casually clicked on that post. As expected, the comments were primarily filled with mockery, accompanied by a sprinkle of sympathy. Oh dear, how delightful it is to witness the landlord's foolish son being swindled out of 10 billion. TSK. The gaming company must be reaping substantial profits. I can only imagine how wide their smiles have become. One cannot help but ponder how the female Spectre's devotees will react upon discovering the indefinite suspension of the game. Perhaps they will be so incensed that they might bleed from the mouth. How amusing. A wealthy heir has invested a staggering 10 billion into the game, only for the gaming company to decisively abandon ship. This incident may well become one of the year's most humorous tales. Truly, what extravagance. To pour such sums into a mere game. One must wonder about the true identity of this female Spectre's devotee. Indeed, even someone as affluent as Brother Onion would hardly engage in such folly. With that wealth, he could drive luxury cars, reside in opulent mansions, travel daily, and change girlfriends as often as one changes clothes. Why would he not find that more appealing? This observation rings true. It is precisely 10 billion, not a penny less. How delightful it is to witness the folly of those with more money than sense, a phenomenon not merely a rumor. My heart aches for Lin Qian, the president of Lin's group, for she has been burdened with such an inept nephew, a true spendthrift. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiaodai watched in exasperation, her chest heaving with indignation. These individuals are utterly detestable. Their opinions shift faster than the turning of a page. Only moments ago, they were praising you as a titan of the gaming realm in Longhua, and now they speak of you in this manner. Lin En smiled faintly, his heart untouched by tumult, even finding a hint of amusement in the situation. After uttering these thoughts, Lin En closed the gaming forum, preparing to delve back into the game to further explore the Spectre's powers. Suddenly, Cheng Xiaodai exclaimed in surprise, bringing her phone closer to Lin En. Boss, there's even more explosive news. Lin, why are you so jumpy, delaying my gaming time? Nonetheless, Lin's gaze shifted towards Cheng Xiaodai's phone. The trending headline read, hundreds of individuals in Sakura country mysteriously vanished overnight. Preliminary investigations reveal that, apart from 2 police officers, all others had played a game called Ghost Cultivation Simulator, and they all belonged to the same guild. Cheng Xiaodai spoke with a tremor in her voice. Boss, that 100 Ghost Night Walk guild, isn't that the one you raided before? How could they all have disappeared mysteriously? I'm starting to feel apprehensive about playing this game. Honestly, ever since I started, I've been plagued by paranoia. These individuals have not merely gone missing. They're deceased, including Long Ye Yuan. They must have either been drawn into a bizarre realm or encountered malevolent spirits manifesting in reality, akin to succubi. If it is the latter, this entity is rather formidable. It has ruthlessly slain so many, it has exclusively targeted elite players with mental fortitude, indicating a deliberate selection process. Could it possess abilities akin to the Red Wedding Dress, capable of devouring growth? Once it has consumed a significant number of players from Sakura country. Might I be next? Lin narrowed her eyes, already sentencing the Spectre to death in her mind. Chapter 43. The more one recharges, the more susceptible one becomes to being hunted by malevolent spirits. In the Dragon Kingdom's Jinghai, the military is tasked with investigating the official organization behind the Ghost Cultivation Simulator. At this moment, an urgent United Nations conference call was underway in the council chamber of the Guiding Light Society. General Hao Igua observed the numerous screens before him with a grave expression. Before us stands the esteemed Secretary General of the United Nations, the head of the American organization, alongside intelligence personnel from various nations. The Secretary General succinctly stated, since the last occurrence of the Blood Moon, numerous reports of bizarre and eerie incidents have surfaced globally, which have drawn our utmost attention. Our scientists find it challenging to elucidate this phenomenon and can only categorize it as a supernatural occurrence. Hao Igua remarked, our research in the Dragon Nation has yielded some preliminary progress. These strange origins appear to be linked to a game in the real world. The American organization exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is truly terrifying. Our advanced technology is utterly ineffective against these supernatural entities." The British representative commented, "It is said that the United States is the strongest nation on Blue Planet, yet they seem powerless as well." The French delegate suggested, "Perhaps we should consider surrendering. After all, we cannot prevail." The Russian organization declared, "If those spirits dare approach me, I shall down 2 bottles of vodka and confront them head-on." Haigwa interjected, "Gentlemen, let us engage in more constructive dialogue." Representative of the Cherry Blossom Nation, "What are your thoughts?" The Secretary General of the United Nations noted, "This is precisely why I have called upon you all, as it seems the representative from the Cherry Blossom Nation has something to convey." The official organization of Sakura Country reported that last night, over 100 individuals mysteriously vanished, all hailing from the same gaming guild. During our investigation, we discovered that the nearby surveillance cameras had inexplicably malfunctioned. Fortunately, through the diligent efforts of our staff, we managed to restore a portion of the footage. In the video, a man appeared utterly oblivious, merely sensing a slight heaviness upon his back. An ominous specter clung to him, opening its gaping maw to sever the man's head with a single, precise strike. It then descended upon the headless corpse, voraciously devouring the remains. The ghastly entity seemed to swell, growing even more formidable, its crimson eyes locking onto the camera before it swiftly retreated. This gruesome spectacle left the onlookers drenched in cold sweat. The representative from Eagle Country exclaimed, "What on earth is this monstrosity?" The delegate from Gaul expressed, "This silent, lethal capability is terrifying. We can only speculate about its modus operandi. If it consumes all the inhabitants of Sakura Country, will it then turn its attention to us?" The representative from India remarked, "Our nation has a substantial population. We can simply offer it those of lower caste." A cacophony of voices erupted, each resonating with despair and helplessness. Confronted by this unknown entity, dread permeated the hearts of all, for none could ascertain whether this ghoul would next appear at their side, ready to claim their lives. Amidst the turmoil, only the representative from Dragon Country, Haigwa, maintained a semblance of composure. He cleared his throat, displaying a peculiar expression, and said, "Look, this unknown entity seems to grow increasingly formidable with each human it consumes. If this continues, the entire Sakura nation may be adversely affected. We express our profound regret and acknowledge our helplessness." Representative of the Sakura Nation. Representative of the Eagle Nation, there is no need for alarmist rhetoric. Dragon Nation representative. This is a time for unity against a common foe. Let us deliberate on strategies to confront this malevolent being and prevent its continued carnage. Haigwa, what arcane technology do you possess to counter this apparition? Share it with us. Given the gravity of the situation, it is time for you from the Eagle Nation to cease your reticence. Representative of the Eagle Nation, regrettably, we possess nothing of the sort. I am uncertain if mushroom bombs would be effective against this unknown entity. Perhaps we should consider deploying a couple as a test? Representative of the Sakura Nation, that is absolutely out of the question. That is our homeland. Representative of the Stick Nation, for goodness sake. This is for the safety of all humanity. Why the hesitance? Representative of the Bear Nation, this plan has merit. The Eagle Nation's ruthlessness is commendable. A slight sacrifice of the Sakura Nation may be necessary. A barrage of rockets, followed by an apology, and this matter shall be resolved. Dragon Nation representative. What is your stance? Haigwa. I prefer to remain neutral and refrain from expressing any opinion. United Nations Secretary General, let us refrain from uttering unrealistic statements. According to the information I have at hand, the Spectre does not indiscriminately take lives. Its victims are exclusively members from the same guild within a horror-themed game. The representative from Sakura Nation wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Indeed, thus far, there have been several hundred victims. Our team is diligently searching for the survivors of this guild to provide them with concentrated protection. The representative from Eagle Nation exclaimed, "Oh my God. Surely your mind has been caught in a door. How foolish. The Spectre would typically need to seek out its victims individually. Yet your actions inadvertently simplify the task for it." Haigwa stated, "In fact, 2 days ago, we conducted a survey among the players of this game, and over 60% of them confessed to having recently encountered bizarre events or dreamt of their Spectre." The representative from Eagle Nation interjected, "So, if one plays this game, it becomes more likely to encounter the uncanny?" Haigwa replied, "I cannot yet draw such a conclusion, but I believe that players, particularly those who invest significantly, are more likely to attract the Spectre's attention." United Nations Secretary General. Therefore, my recommendation is to immediately suspend this game on a global scale. The representative from Sakura Nation concurred enthusiastically. Yes, yes, I wholeheartedly agree. How Igwa continued. I assume none of you partake in this game? This morning, the developers announced an indefinite suspension of the game's operations. Upon the utterance of How Igwa's words, a chill swept through everyone present. What calamity might ensue if this game were to cease operations? Would eerie phenomena descend upon us? The discussions among the crowd soon coalesced into a clearer picture. In a remarkably brief period, all nations within Blue Star and their official organizations began to disseminate warnings regarding the perilous nature of this game. Above all, they cautioned against making any monetary investments within it. Elite players were deemed particularly susceptible to the onslaught of malevolent spirits. The more one invested, the greater the allure for these entities to seek one's demise. News outlets, trending topics, and media coverage amplified the frenzy surrounding this affair. To further substantiate the authenticity of these claims, an alarming development occurred in Chapter 44, where Lin Qian approached Lin En, intending to whisk him away to safety. This revelation left all players of the game in utter terror. While rumors had previously circulated, the official stance now categorically dismissed any notion of fabrication. No one dared to engage with the game any longer. In the Dragon Country, a particular player became the object of collective sympathy. Discussions regarding the female Spectre S benefactor, who had invested a staggering 10 billion, surged to the forefront of trending topics. This unfortunate benefactor not only squandered an immense fortune but also faced the grim prospect of losing their very life, a truly tragic fate. I would dare to dub them the most unfortunate individual in history. One can only ponder whether this female Spectre's benefactor still clings to life. Surely, they must have attracted the attention of malevolent forces by now. If I were in their shoes, restful slumber would be utterly unattainable. Alas, it is all the fault of the Spectre known as the Guardian. I was blissfully unaware of this game until I stumbled upon discussions about it trending online. Consequently, I succumbed to temptation and downloaded it, even investing over 100,000. Am I doomed? To the one above, I sympathize with you for a brief 5 seconds. Indulge in whatever delicacies you desire, and then seek a shaded refuge to await the arrival of spirits. Sigh, it seems there is nothing to be done. Even the authorities are powerless against such phantoms. I have received whispers of a rumor. This malevolent spirit is currently wreaking havoc in the land of cherry blossoms, mercilessly slaying gamers. Just recently, it breached a safe house, exterminating those players under official protection. Is the news from above true? This Spectre possesses formidable power. Has it truly gone on a rampage in the land of cherry blossoms? As long as this apparition does not venture into our dragon country, that would be splendid, ideally. It would eradicate all the inhabitants of that land. Yet, dear friends, do not harbor any illusions. The reason this spirit has not descended upon our dragon country is merely due to the smaller number of players here. Once it has feasted on the souls of the cherry blossom realm, it shall undoubtedly turn its gaze upon the Guardian. Such grave news has cast a pall over the entire Blue Star, leaving hearts in turmoil. Even Lin Qian, who typically avoids Weibo and news, has been swept up in the frenzy, having watched that horrifying surveillance footage. She widened her eyes in astonishment, her mind wandering as she murmured, the emergence of supernatural entities in reality is linked to the monster cultivation simulator. Currently, the pattern of their killings suggests that the more one invests in the game, the more likely they are to attract these entities. Lin Qian suddenly recalled the eerie incident she encountered while riding the elevator. At that time, she had attributed it to her excessive overtime, leading to fatigue-induced hallucinations. Yet now, it seemed that those were not mere illusions. This is disastrous. I have also spent several 100,000, surely making me a target for these monsters. Lin Qian found herself regretting ever clicking on that game. Wait, if all of this is not a fabrication, then the president within the game, the female ghost protector, is indeed my nephew. Has he actually spent a staggering 1 billion in the game? Lin Qian had no time to ponder whether Lin An's actions were extravagant. Her primary concern was his safety. After all, the official organization claimed that the more one invests in this game, the greater the danger they face. This is terrible. He has spent so much money, that ghost must be fixated on him. No, I must swiftly take Lin En to a safe place to evade this turmoil. Yes, I will seek out those concealed living Buddhas and Taoist masters of Maoshan. With this thought igniting her determination, Lin Qian disregarded her own safety, exited her office, descended the stairs, and hurriedly drove to Lin En's villa in Jinghai at 10 p.m., under the blood moon, at Lin En's residence. There remained but 2 hours until the monster cultivation simulator would cease operations. The game was deserted, nearly all players having opted to log off, save for Lin En. Ding dong. Ding dong. Lin Qian hurriedly pressed the doorbell of the villa. Soon, Cheng Xiaodai peered through the peephole and spotted Lin Qian. Instantly, a wave of anxiety washed over her, and she hurriedly opened the door to welcome Lin Qian inside. "Where's Lin In? Take me to him at once. He is in imminent danger," Lin Qian exclaimed. "Miss Lin, you have arrived. He is still in his room playing games. I warned him about that game being peculiar, that continuing to play could be perilous, but he refused to listen," Cheng Xiaodai replied. Her eyes slightly red with fear that the supernatural beings from Sakura country might truly come to harm Lin In. Furrowing her brow, Lin Qian asked Cheng Xiaodai, "Is your in-game ID Sunny Cheerful Boy?" Cheng Xiaodai, feeling a twinge of shame, responded, Miss Lin, you know about it? The boss instructed me not to tell you. There's no time for explanations now. We must leave immediately and take a night flight to the Hidden Land," Lin Qian declared, dashing towards Lin In's room. At that moment, Lin In was still engrossed in his game, diligently leveling up his supernatural beings. All of his entities had now reached S rank, achieving the pinnacle within the game. The leaderboard was dominated by Lin In, with him claiming nearly all the top 10 positions. Even the snail that was pursuing Lin In had reached maximum affinity towards him, although it continued its chase. It was now aware of the distinction between relentless pursuit and indulgence. With a satisfied smirk, Lin In set down his phone, rubbed his weary eyes, and felt an undeniable thrill bubbling within him. At last, I have summoned all these ghastly apparitions. This game undeniably demands both relentless effort and financial investment. My 10 consecutive days of intense gaming have not been in vain. Now, I merely await the arrival of the eerie event in 2 hours. Lin licked her lips, filled with anticipation for the sight of her room crowded with female spirits. When the moment arrives, I shall surely take delight in pinching Vice's delicate face. As Lin was lost in her reverie on the bed, the door to her room was suddenly flung open by Lin Qian. Upon seeing Lin engrossed in the game, Lin Qian's anger flared, her eyes reddening as she exclaimed, "You fool! Are you not afraid for your life? The authorities have warned that playing this game is dangerous. You even spent a fortune of 10 billion. Do you not realize that in Sakura country, malevolent spirits are slaughtering people indiscriminately?" Waving her hand dismissively, Lin replied with a smile, "Aunt, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. As I mentioned, after 10 days, I will provide you with an account of that 10 billion. Lin Qian stepped forward, yanking the covers off Lin. "Money is of no importance now. We must leave this place immediately and seek out the legendary reincarnated Lama in the Tibetan region. Perhaps he possesses the power to fend off those malevolent spirits." Lin Qian's grip on Lin's hand was icy, her body trembling uncontrollably, as if gripped by fear of the sudden arrival of the apparitions. Cheng Xiaodai urged, "Boss, we should make a swift escape." Aunt. Lin felt a surge of emotion. Her dear aunt truly cared for her well-being. Fully aware that the gaunt, shadowy figure might come to harm her, she had nonetheless rushed to her side, determined to help her flee. Lin Qian struggled to pull Lin In up, exclaiming in frustration, "Lin In, hurry and get up to join us. Don't give up." Taking a deep breath, Lin In pointed towards the doorway. "It's too late. Auntie, the tall, slender shadow has already arrived." Cheng Xiaodai shrieked in terror. There is something at the door." In that instant, Lin Qian's heart plummeted, for she too had witnessed the grotesque figure standing outside the room, a long, distorted apparition with a ghastly pale face. Its mouth twisted into a chilling grin as it addressed them. "Hello, my delectable little mice." Chapter 45. Little Snail, a feast of saturation is still clear to me. The slender ghost continued, "Hello, my delectable little mice." As these words left its lips, the lights in the room began to flicker, and a heavy scent of blood permeated the air. The two girls and the ghost locked eyes, and a chorus of screams erupted from them. The ghost has truly come. Woe is me, I have yet to experience love. I do not wish to meet an untimely demise. Cheng Xiaodai, frightened beyond measure, burrowed into Lin In's blanket, her entire body trembling in terror. Lin In's lips twitched as she pushed Cheng Xiaodai away. "Hey, don't just dive in like that. I'm not wearing any pants. Dear nephew, we are all going to perish. How can you still find humor in this situation?" Lin Qian's voice quivered, her complexion pale, breaths coming in rapid gasps, her chest rising and falling erratically, her entire being shaking uncontrollably. She gripped Lin Un's arm tightly, causing her pain. Lin Qian despaired, "It's over. The three of us are surely doomed. We shall meet again at the bridge of hell." "Don't worry, I am here," Lin In reassured, flashing a bright and cheerful smile. He lifted a corner of the blanket and poked at the trembling head of Cheng Xiaodai, who was clutching his thigh in sheer terror. "Are you that frightened? Hurry and get off me." Cheng Xiaodai let out a wail, crying out, "Lou, don't eat me. I'm not tasty at all." Lin En was speechless. It seemed Cheng Xiaodai had been thoroughly frightened. Observing the two terrified girls in the room, a slender ghost at the door let out a chilling, shrill laugh. "It's quite all right. The more you fear, the more delectable your flesh becomes. Ha 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 ha. Do you see me trembling?" Lin remained composed, gazing at the gaunt specter outside, his eyes even betraying a hint of disdain. His formidable mental fortitude allowed him to withstand the gaze of Cthulhu. This mere S-class specter was hardly worthy of his concern. Even in the face of death, it dared to provoke him? The slender ghost gradually pushed open the door, its gaze fixated upon Lin En. He sensed the powerful mental force emanating from Lin En, far surpassing that of all the souls he had consumed combined. What a formidable mental strength. "I shall savor you well." To the ghost, the man lounging against the bed, lazily glancing at him, appeared to be the finest of delicacies. "Fear not, for I shall not devour you all at once. Instead, I will allow you to experience the torment of being consumed piece by piece." With that, the gaunt specter emitted a shrill wail and lunged toward Lin En like a wraith. Lin En commanded, "Little snail, obstruct him." In an instant, a horrific snail bearing a human visage materialized upon the ceiling of the room. Little snail unleashed an indignant cry, "Do not touch him. He is my prey." With that, little snail plummeted from the ceiling to the floor with a resounding thud. She writhed her immense form, resembling a small mountain of flesh. Positioning herself between the gaunt specter and Lin En, her two tentacles extending towards the specter in a bid to ensnare him. What? The gaunt specter was utterly unprepared for the appearance of an S-class apparition to thwart his attempt to consume Lin En. Thud, thud. Little snail's tentacles pierced through the specter's elongated form, dark blood oozing forth. The specter raised his hand to grasp little snail's tentacle, opening his gaping maw to bite down upon it, only to shatter his own teeth in the process. He grimaced, his expression one of agony. Little snail let out a pained shriek. "Ouch! Are you a dog? How dare you bite me? Your end is nigh. You have enraged me, and I shall not rest until you are slain. Nothing shall dissuade me." The gaunt specter sneered. "You think you can stop me?" With that, little snail furiously charged forward, engaging the specter in a fierce struggle. The room reverberated with the echoes of their battle, punctuated by the specter's muffled groans and little snail's resounding cries. The two phantoms clashed, spilling out into the corridor. During the encounter, the slender specter made several attempts to circumvent the obstruction posed by the little snail, aiming to seize Lin. However, the astute little snail effectively blocked the entire doorway with her body, preventing the slender specter from advancing even a single step. Infuriated, the slender specter let out a roar, harboring a deep-seated animosity towards the little snail, and launched a more ferocious assault against her. Yet, the little snail, resilient and tough-skinned, continued to cry out in pain, though her injuries were merely superficial. Lin Qian and Cheng Xiaodai watched in astonishment as the two S-rank specters battled their way from the room into the corridor. The girls' mouths gaped wide enough to accommodate an egg, their disbelief palpable as they observed the scene unfolding before them. With great difficulty, Lin Qian turned her gaze towards Lin. "What? What is that snail? How can you command it?" Lin shrugged. "This is my pet. You may refer to her as Little Snail." Lin Qian exclaimed in shock. "What? You mean to say this is your pet?" Cheng Xiaodai pointed at the little snail, her skin crawling with goosebumps. "I've seen this giant snail in my dreams. It's truly terrifying. It seems to be hunting you, boss." Lin reassured them. "It's all right. She knows the difference between a satisfying meal and mere snacks." The corridor echoed with the sounds of destruction, the piercing screams of the little snail, and the ferocious roars of a slender ghostly figure. Lin Qian listened intently for a moment, then regained her composure. With a hint of concern, she turned her gaze to Lin En and inquired, "Is your pet truly capable of overcoming that creature?" It sounded quite tormented. Lin En chuckled softly. "There's no need for worry, dear aunt. The little snail is an S-rank ghost. Even if it cannot vanquish that monster, it can certainly impede its advance. Rest assured." Lin Qian nodded slightly, her anxious heart gradually easing. Memories of her accidental entry into a bizarre world the previous day flooded her mind, where she encountered the vampire Lilith, who proclaimed Lin En as her master. The entire blood clan belonged to Lin En. She settled beside Lin En's bed, gazing into his eyes, filled with bewilderment as she asked, "Lin En, you haven't invested that 10 billion into the bizarre world, have you?" "Don't deceive your aunt. I met the vampire Lilith yesterday." Cheng Xiaodai, equally skeptical, interjected, "Boss, didn't you say you were engaged in some grand business? Can you reveal it to us now?" Lin En replied half-jokingly, "Since you are already aware, I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm no longer pretending. Indeed, aunt, that 10 billion has been entirely invested in the bizarre world." Lin Qian pondered. So, what you're saying is, this game is not merely a virtual experience, but a tangible realm that has now fused with our own? Chapter 46. By what right do you possess so many S-class monsters? Linen nodded, stating, You have seen that monster, haven't you? It hails from the realm of horror, where the two worlds are gradually merging. In the future, more and more peculiar beings will descend upon us. Lin Qian, somewhat excited, exclaimed. Does that mean the little zombie I raised will also come to my side? Indeed, Lin affirmed. The little zombie will manifest beside you. Chung Xiaodai, filled with admiration, remarked, If the boss has invested so much, doesn't that mean he will become the most formidable individual in Blue Star? Hee. I shall stick with the boss from now on. Lin chuckled, scratching his nose. That seems about right. Lin Qian slapped her thigh in regret, saying, What a pity. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Had I known, I would have sold the entire Lin group and poured it all into the game. Lin's lips twitched. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Besides, had I revealed the truth back then, you surely would have thought I was insane. All right, you have a point, Lin Qian conceded. At that moment, the lanky ghost outside the room, embroiled in a fierce battle with the little snail, found its patience utterly exhausted. Hey, dead snail, we are both spirits. Why do you aid this group of rats in thwarting me? Instead, let us eliminate those rodents together. We could split their bodies evenly. The little snail retorted, Did you just call me a dead snail? You've taken a wrong turn, let me tell you. The lanky ghost, unwilling to engage in a life and death struggle with the little snail, angrily demanded, Do you insist on fighting to the bitter end? Little snail, a life cursed by ghosts, better left untouched. The slender ghostly figure had discerned that this little snail was nothing more than a rogue spirit, and no further reasoning was necessary. You have forced my hand. With a swift movement, the slender specter lunged toward little snail. No longer speaking, it appeared to have activated some sort of ability. Its ethereal form solidified significantly in a fleeting moment, and its ghostly energy intensified, enhancing its power considerably in an instant. Feeling a sense of unease, little snail resolved to strike first. She opened her enormous maw, her front end elongating like pliable clay, and lunged to bite the slender ghost. In the next moment, the spectral figure willingly severed itself into two halves. One half remained to continue the battle with little snail, while the other sought to create trouble for Lin. Furious, little snail crushed the remaining half of the slender ghost's body. How dare you play tricks? With that, the slender ghost raced toward Lin's room. Here I come, little mice. Just as it believed victory was within its grasp, little snail cast a glance at the clock hanging on the wall, unleashing a laugh that was both arrogant and cunning. Poor creature. It was blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited it. Regardless, my task has already been accomplished. From the depths of her heart, little snail began to pity the slender ghost. With that thought, she smacked her lips and continued to devour the ghost's lower half. Ding! The clock struck midnight. In Lin's room, the air temperature plummeted sharply, and shadows danced ominously, as if a multitude of humanoid entities were manifesting within the chamber. Although Lin Qian and Chung Xiaodai had mentally prepared themselves, they still felt immense fear, for the pressure exerted by an S-grade ghost was truly terrifying. A smile danced upon Lin's lips. Here they come, my S-grade spirits. In the next moment, a figure adorned in a red bridal gown, complete with a bridal veil and a phoenix crown, emerged first within the room. She gazed at her master, hands cradling her cheeks, emitting a delicate, manic giggle. Oh dear. Master, I long to be with you instantly. No one shall separate us. Will you lift my veil with your own hands? Following her, Lin's soul spirit appeared, a swirling mass of human-shaped blood mist, dutifully guarding Lin's side, wielding a scythe like the harbinger of death. The snow woman then entered the room, her skin pallid and afflicted by albinism, her eyes resembling those of a rabbit, a deep crimson, despite her fragile appearance. Her power was formidable, complemented by her succubus essence. Then came Lin's lowly squad, the little demon Vice, the vampire Elizabeth, and the small zombie Lin Chi-Chi, whom Lin had coaxed out from a dungeon. Lin exclaimed in delight, so adorable. The moment Lin Chi-Chi spotted Lin, she gleefully dashed over, leaping into Lin's embrace. Iki, brother Lin, I've missed you so much. Lin gently patted Chi-Chi's small head, replying, Chi-Chi, you are so precious. You are my favorite. The little devil, Weiss, pouted defiantly, exclaiming, I was clearly the first to arrive. Elizabeth gazed at Lin with a glimmer of desire, her mouth watering as she confessed, Elizabeth yearns to taste her master's blood. Aside from the bloodthirsty Queen Lilith, who guarded the vampire clan in the eerie world, all of Lin's other formidable spirits had gathered. With such an assembly of S-class entities, their combined might was truly formidable. Lin's new life could be described as a flawless beginning. Cheng Xiaodai and Lin Qian's mental fortitude was nowhere near Lin's strength. They trembled in fear, feeling utterly intimidated by these S-class spirits. Clinging to one another for warmth, they apprehensively observed Lin's supernatural companions. Just then, the door to Lin's room swung open. A gaunt, elongated specter crawled in, dragging its upper half along the floor, intent on eliminating Lin and her two companions. Upon raising its head, the specter gasped in shock, for it beheld a room teeming with S-class entities. It was utterly bewildered. The S-class spirits all turned to glare menacingly at the elongated specter. The bride in red declared, "What do you intend to do to my beloved? I shall consume you slowly, torment you, and make you regret your actions." The snow woman shook her head, remarking, "What a pitiable creature. Perhaps I should grant it a swift end." Elizabeth smiled sweetly, adding, "Snow's sister truly has a tender heart." Lin Qiqi, nestled in Lin's embrace, glared at the elongated specter, huffing, "Humph. No one shall separate Qiqi from her brother Lin." The slender specter cautiously retreated, murmuring, I apologize for the intrusion." With a playful grin, Weiss darted forward and seized the retreating specter, exclaiming, "Hee. It seems I have found a new toy." Lin, arms crossed and a cheerful smile adorning her face, regarded the visibly distressed specter and inquired, "Well, how do you feel? Surprised, perhaps?" The slender specter, utterly unraveling, could not help but exclaim in frustration, "Why on earth do you possess so many S-class apparitions?" Chapter 47. The strange game has manifested in reality. "I beg you, spare my ghostly existence. I can serve you as your specter." The slender specter found itself ensnared by Weiss, its fate grasped tightly by the nape of its neck, leaving it no room for defiance. Its gaze even turned innocent. Lin turned to Lin Qian and Cheng Xiaodai, asking, "What do you think of this apparition? Its strength is commendable. I could bestow it upon you." Cheng Xiaodai, glancing fearfully at the slender specter, replied, "This apparition's appearance is far too unsettling, and it seems eager to consume human flesh. I truly cannot accept it. Perhaps I should decline, as my mental fortitude is insufficient to contain it." Lin Qian furrowed her brow, stating, "Dear nephew, perhaps we should not keep this apparition? It just expressed a desire to devour us. What if it harbors ulterior motives?" Moreover, there was a tone of reverence in the way the two women addressed Lin. Lin regarded their decision with approval, affirming, "Your choice is indeed sagacious." Although S-class apparitions are formidable, they also impose significant mental strain on their summoners. Once one's spiritual power is insufficient to subdue the malevolent spirits, it is highly probable that one may fall victim to their own demons. Remember, the foremost principle for a spirit tamer is that in this chilling realm, any hint of greed could spell your demise. Lin unconsciously adopted a didactic tone. Drawing from the invaluable experiences amassed in his previous life, he imparted this wisdom to his two guild members, aiming to cultivate them into competent spirit tamers. Lin Qian and Cheng Xiaodai instinctively nodded in agreement. Upon overhearing Lin and his companion's conversation, the elongated specter realized its dire predicament and hurriedly pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, I was wrong. Spare me my ghostly existence." This spirit was a far cry from its earlier arrogant demeanor. Lin, with a smirk, remarked, "I rather preferred your earlier defiant and cocky attitude, boldly calling me a rat. How about you revert to that?" The specter timidly responded, "Had I known my master was so formidable, I wouldn't have dared utter such insolence." Lin retorted, "You certainly know how to flatter. When did I ever agree to have you as my spirit? To be frank, your caliber is somewhat beneath my regard." The red wedding dress swallowed hard, her eyes gleaming with delight as she inquired, "Is my master intending to gift me this S-rank spirit for consumption?" Lin nodded slightly. "This kind of spirit, which feeds on human spiritual energy, serves no purpose for me. It would be better for you to devour it and see how you might evolve in the future." Lin was somewhat intrigued. In this bizarre realm, what lay beyond S-rank? If he were to continuously provide the red wedding dress with S-rank spirits, would she evolve into an even more formidable entity? The slender, ghostly figure heard the frenzied sound of the red wedding dress swallowing saliva, and he was so terrified that his soul seemed to leave his body. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to threats against Lin "Do not kill me. You truly cannot kill me. If you take my life, the ghost clan behind me will undoubtedly learn of it, and they will not spare you." However, no matter how hoarse his cries became, how vehemently he threatened or struggled, Lin's resolve to eliminate this malevolent creature remained unshaken. Should this ghost be allowed to roam free, it would surely devour numerous elite players from the Dragon Kingdom. In the forthcoming eerie dungeon challenges and resistance against invasions, they would find themselves at a disadvantage, resulting in countless more fatalities. It could even jeopardize Lin and own safety, a scenario he was determined to avoid. He aimed to eradicate all uncertainties before they could take root. Silence. The red wedding dress commanded imperiously, her hair coiling like tendrils, ensnaring the slender ghost's mouth and body, wrapping him tightly like a rice dumpling, rendering him incapable of uttering a single word. Subsequently, the red wedding dress dragged him into the storage room within the chamber, beginning to savor her prey in silence. Before long, the room echoed with the ghost's low, mournful wails. That heart-wrenching sound sent chills down the spines of Lin Qian and Cheng Xiaodai. Lin Qian remarked, "Your ghost is quite formidable, dear nephew. I only wonder when my little zombie will arrive." Lin Yin glanced at the clock. The order of the ghostly arrivals should also be determined by their strength. More powerful ghosts can manifest more swiftly. Nonetheless, it is progressing well. They should nearly arrive this very night. At that moment, the peculiar amalgamation of the game and reality seemed to deepen. Beside Lin Qian, an enigmatic figure, entirely enveloped in bandages, appeared unbeknownst to her. It was the bandaged zombie she had nurtured. "Little zombie," Lin Qian exclaimed with delight as she gazed upon her spectral companion. A blend of anticipation and trepidation coursing through her as she called its name. Hearing her summons, the little zombie blinked twice, turned its head towards her, and stammered, "Master." "Oh, I am here to protect you. Are you all right?" Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Qian embraced her ghoul, sobbing softly, "Without you, little zombie, I surely would have perished in that eerie world." The little zombie appeared somewhat dull, its demeanor shy, muttering, "If the master is good, I will be good to the master." Cheng Xiaodai, overwhelmed with sentiment, remarked, "Oh, how touching. It seems these spirits are not so frightening after all. They are quite innocent. Much easier to get along with than people." Lin Yin, standing nearby, marveled, "I must say, Aunt, you have forged a profound bond with your ghoul. With such high affinity, your combat prowess will undoubtedly be enhanced." Soon, Cheng Xiaodai's spirit materialized as well. It was a humanoid fox demon, adorned with pink ears and a fluffy fox tail, tall and striking, exuding an alluring aura, seemingly formidable in strength. Cheng Xiaodai affectionately grasped her spirit's foxtail, exclaiming joyfully, "Hee hee, my spirit has arrived too, how adorable." Lin's lips twitched as she remarked, "It seems that your spirits possess quite an appealing visage. Alas, none can compare to the charm of my own spirit. I must engage in a profound yet playful exchange of emotions with them." With that, an exhilarated Lin approached her spirit, her gaze lingering on the three adorable little spirits. Lin Qiqi, gnawing on her finger, displayed an adorable demeanor and asked, "Brother, why are you looking at Qiqi like that?" Elizabeth, showcasing her pristine, sharp canines, looked up at Lin with a pitiful expression, pleading, "Master, I feel so hungry. I wish to sip a bit of blood." Lin smiled gently, "Do not fret. I shall feed you shortly." Upon saying this, Lin turned her attention to Vis, who clutched her doll tightly, her eyes wide and alert. Truth be told, Lin's fondness lay with Vis, as this rebellious little spirit was in dire need of guidance. Vis, feeling threatened, hugged her doll tighter, attempting to sneak away but was thwarted by Lin, who blocked her escape route. Cowering in the corner, Vis stammered, Hey, please don't come any closer. What do you intend to do with this? Why are you obstructing my path?" Lin's lips curled into a smirk. Once a spirit walks, there shall be no retreat for the spirit." Chapter 48. The era of universal spirit tamers approaches. Vis, trembling, exclaimed, "Wah! Master is such a pervert." Lin, even more exhilarated, retorted, "Wherein lies my perversion? Vis, a delightful little demon such as yourself is destined to be adored." With that, Lin cornered Vis against the wall. Cheng Xiaodai and Lin Qian exchanged glances, astonished. Lin Qian, has he always been like this? Cheng Xiaodai, it seems that the boss has a particular fondness for little Lolis. Oh no, this perverted fellow, where is he looking? Why is he still gazing at me? This is terrible, no. Weiss cried out internally. Lin Yin crouched down, disregarding Weiss's reluctance, and reached out to pinch her cherubic little face. He expressed his satisfaction. The texture is truly delightful, so soft and adorable. Weiss, your ears are still those tender, pointed ones. I so wish to touch them. No, that is not permissible, master. My ears are very sensitive. Weiss huddled in the corner, clutching her doll, trembling with fear. She could only inwardly curse her master with venomous words. Oh no, that detestable fiend has messed up Weiss's hair. She wishes to curse you to be devoured by the red wedding dress. Just as Lin delightedly interacted with his ghostly companion, the outside world was far from tranquil. The serene night was shattered by the ominous sounds of the blood moon. The voices of the game echoed in everyone's ears. The internal test of the ghost cultivation simulator has concluded, and we now commence the public test. The era of universal demon taming is about to dawn. Will you be consumed by the bizarre, or will you survive? It all hinges on your own abilities. Attention, all humans of Blue Star. The strange game has merged with the reality. Humans will be randomly selected to enter the sea-level horror dungeon. My name. Note: humans drawn into the dungeon will face annihilation in reality if they perish within. Note 2. No copy will be inevitably fatal. Hints for overcoming challenges exist within the instance, granting everyone an opportunity for success. Note 3. Completing the eerie instance successfully will yield substantial rewards, including spectral companions, supernatural weapons, and mystical items. The greater the completion rate of the tasks, the more generous the rewards will be. Note 4. This instance is designed for solo players, and the progress may vary among individuals. Failure to exit the instance within 24 hours will be deemed as death. Now, we shall begin the random selection of individuals to enter the instance. May fortune favor you. The official organization of the Dragon Kingdom, the Illuminating Light Society. The office of General Hao Igua was abruptly entered by one of his subordinates. General, a grave situation has arisen. The bizarre game has infiltrated reality. His subordinate appeared frantic. Panting heavily, Hao Igua was momentarily taken aback, managing a wry smile as he responded, I heard it. I thought I was merely imagining things. General, numerous cities are reporting cases of missing persons. Many have vanished without a trace. Eyewitness accounts suggest they were all drawn into that terrifying game's instances. Hao Igua was taken aback, quickly pressing for details. Have their identities been verified? Are these individuals all players of the game? Our team has investigated, and most of the missing individuals have never engaged with that game. Moreover, similar disappearances are occurring in the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation. At that moment, Hao Igua felt as though all his strength had been sapped, and he spoke weakly. Does this mean we will be forever confronting this unknown existence? The subordinate hesitated for a moment and said, General, the monsters from the game have descended beside me. They told me they are here to protect me. After speaking, the subordinate gestured towards the doorway. Hao Igua followed his finger and was indeed greeted by a blood-soaked specter. The apparition, upon noticing Hao Igua, flashed a friendly grin, indicating it bore no ill will. However, its smile was rather unsettling, causing even the self-proclaimed brave Hao Igua to feel a shiver run down his spine. The subordinate exclaimed with excitement, General, I believe that there is always a way out. The monsters we have nurtured in the game may well become our formidable allies against the bizarre instances. Hao Igua's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Quickly, issue an announcement to the public, recruiting citizens with monsters and a sense of justice to join the Lightbearers to uphold social order. The remuneration will be at the highest standard. The subordinate inquired, General, what shall we name this position? Hao Igua took a puff of smoke and replied, in that game. Aren't the players referred to as Monsters Tamers? That name is quite fitting. Let us call them Monsters Tamers. The efficient subordinate nodded affirmatively. Very well. I shall attend to it immediately. Similar occurrences were unfolding across various nations. Overnight, at least tens of thousands of humans inexplicably vanished across the blue planet, drawn into the bizarre game's dungeons, facing life and death. Among them were players from the beta testing of the monster nurturing simulator, who, with their protective monsters at their side, found the challenges to be a mere trifle. The apparitions within the dungeon did not pose significant challenges to them. It can be said that possessing a specter virtually guarantees one's success, unless one foolishly invites their own demise. Countless ordinary individuals found themselves engulfed in terror, fearing they might be the next to be drawn into this bizarre realm. The Dragon Kingdom declared the establishment of the Radiant Society, recruiting players who possess specters and embody a sense of justice. Meanwhile, the Eagle Nation also established an official organization, the Midnight Roses. Within the game, Caitlin continues her role as the president of the Midnight Roses Guild. The Cherry Blossom Nation suffered particularly grievous losses during this peculiar incursion. Nearly all who entered the dungeon perished. Only a select few managed to escape, having discovered the means to clear the dungeon, surviving by mere chance. The sweep of the elongated specter left the spirit tamers in the Cherry Blossom Nation as rare as giant pandas. The international standing of the Cherry Blossom Nation plummeted, forcing them to offer substantial salaries to recruit spirit tamers from other countries. Overnight, the values of currency, property, gold, and all precious commodities experienced a dramatic decline. The world was thrown into turmoil, and anxiety gripped the hearts of the populace. Violent crime surged alarmingly. The measure of social status transformed into the quantity and potency of one's specters. A mere C-grade specter astonishingly fetched a staggering price of 1 billion at an auction. Not to mention the higher-grade specters, which are valued beyond imagination. Everyone lamented, the acquisition of powerful specters is exceedingly rare. An S-grade specter is akin to invincibility. It was only then that they recalled a familiar ID, previously ridiculed as the Great Wronged One, the spirit guardian of ghosts. Chapter 49. I once mocked others. Little did I know that the true fool was I. On the second day of the bizarre game's arrival in the Dragon Nation, those players who possessed spirits during the beta testing of the monster nurturing simulator found themselves elevated to a higher status overnight. A seemingly ordinary young man, unremarkable in appearance, suddenly became the target of countless affluent individuals and beautiful women, all seeking his formidable B-grade spirit for protection when drawn into perilous quests. The official organization of the Dragon Nation has offered the most generous terms, recruiting spirit tamers from across the land. This initiative is particularly humane, emphasizing that those who contribute to the nation's glory will find their paths to advancement swift. In the unfortunate event that a spirit tamer sacrifices their life in battle against the supernatural, they will be compensated at the highest level. Furthermore, joining the official organization means finding solace in numbers. Even the less formidable spirit tamers will have a chance to survive. The authorities have also pledged that strategies for the collected quests will be shared preferentially with members of the Radiant Light Society. In an instant, many players in the Dragon Nation chose to align themselves with the Radiant Light Society, given the numerous provinces and cities throughout the nation, each requiring the guardianship of spirit tamers. The demand for such roles is expected to soar, potentially necessitating hundreds of thousands of spirit tamers in the future. Many individuals, leveraging the power of a single spirit, have transcended social classes, illuminating their lives ahead. A wave of admiration for spirit tamers has surged, with many yearning to possess a spirit of their own. On various mainstream social platforms such as forums, Weibo, and several video-sharing sites, discussions flourish about the terrifying quests and the transformative changes in the world following the emergence of strange tales. The most fervent discussions revolve around the female spirit benefactors who have spent billions in the game. Many individuals are lamenting their decisions, feeling regretful for not having played that game. Lin's true identity has been speculated by players due to the prior sale of 10 billion in stocks. Alas, I once mocked others for being foolish enough to invest 10 billion in a knockoff mobile game, yet it seems I am the one who has been misguided. To the individual above, I must insist that you cease this disparagement of the esteemed Lin. He is a prominent figure who elevates the reputation of our great nation, and a revered deity among players in the land of cherry blossoms, who enjoy their lives quite well. I wonder if Lin still requires any leg accessories. Had I known, I too would have spent money. In any case, I am filled with regret. I shall never again be a freeloader. I am so frustrated. Truly, just the other day, I intended to invest some money in the game, but the officials warned that greater investments would lead to greater danger, so I refrained from spending, even avoiding the game altogether. Now, I am left with merely a C-class specter. How infuriating. The individual above is indeed fortunate. The players from the land of cherry blossoms have faced true misfortune, losing their very lives. Goodness, brothers. It is fortunate that the female ghost benefactor destroyed the Cherry Blossom Nation Guild, which garnered a wave of attention, allowing me to discover this game. I invested some money and nurtured a specter, which has proven immensely valuable. I have already joined the Radiant Light Guild. I have heard that the tall, slender specter that once wreaked havoc in the land of cherry blossoms has now vanished. I am uncertain of its whereabouts, and I find myself in a state of constant anxiety, unable to sleep soundly at night. Utilize your intellect and consider this. Hasn't the nation proclaimed that the more one invests, the greater the peril? Surely that elongated specter must be seeking the favor of the female ghost patron. Did not that slender apparition collide directly with an impenetrable barrier? Our esteemed master wields the power over more than 5 S-grade specters. Controlling it would be akin to child's play, wouldn't it? Haha. I can already envision the look of utter bewilderment and despair on the face of that elongated specter. Such a pitiful creature, indeed. Haha. The stock price of the Lin Corporation has skyrocketed, with an astonishing surge that defies belief. Lin is likely the most formidable ghost master in all of Blue Star at this moment. Fortuitously, he belongs to our Dragon Nation. Had he been affiliated with the Cherry Blossom Nation or the Eagle Sauce Nation, we would have been doomed. Alas, a host of S-grade specters providing protection, particularly the enchanting female ghost. How enviable. This female ghost patron's fortune is solely derived from her wealth and caprice, without riches. She would be naught but a mere stroke of luck. A disgruntled youth voiced his dissent, prompting a flurry of rebuttals in the comments, condemning him and his lineage for generations. This individual is rather dim-witted. Let us show some understanding. What are you? Speaking without thought? I even suspect you have never engaged with the ghost-raising simulation game. In that game, the S-grade eerie dungeons were all first conquered by the female ghost patron Lin. Would you dare to challenge him? Let us be understanding. This person is undoubtedly destined to be drawn into an eerie dungeon tonight, and thus, his lamentations before his demise are quite natural. I declare, the female ghost patron is eternally divine. Meanwhile, at the villa of Jinghai and Lin, a middle-aged man with graying hair arrived. He was none other than the leader of the Longwa official organization, Hao Aigwa. A smile graced Lin's lips as he said, "Chairman Hao, please take a seat." Hao Aigwa paused in surprise. "Why do I always feel as though I am quite familiar with you? I pride myself on my keen judgment of character. Chairman Hao, in my previous life, I was also part of the Zhuguang Society. At the time when various nations banded together to assault Long Yin Jijia, I was present as well. Surely, we must be acquainted." Lin mused inwardly. He shook hands with Hao Aigwa and humorously suggested, "Perhaps we met in our past lives?" "I share that sentiment," replied Hao Aigwa. The two settled in the living room, engaging in conversation. Lin, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Chairman Hao, may I ask what brings you to me?" With earnestness, Hao Aigwa responded, "Mr. Lin, first and foremost, I congratulate you on becoming the most formidable spirit master of Blue Star. I have come to extend an invitation to you." Lin slightly shook his head. "I apologize, but I have grown accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle and have never contemplated joining an official organization. I also have no intentions of joining any other groups. As you know, I have my own guild." Hao Aigwa, visibly excited, exclaimed, "No, no, no. You misunderstand me. I am not inviting you to become a member of the Zhuguang Society, but rather, I wish to ask you to assume the role of our chairman, leading us in our fight against the threats of the bizarre world." With that, his somewhat clouded eyes turned to Lin, filled with anticipation. Beside them, Cheng Xiaodai and Lin Qian were taken aback. They never anticipated that Hao Aigwa would actually step aside for Lin. Lin Qian, somewhat bewildered, remarked, "The president of the Light Chaser Association must hold a significant position. Our Lin is truly rising." Lin himself was equally astonished by Hao Aigwa's decision to entrust the management of the entire Dragon Nation's spirit tamers to him. It was an audacious and risky move. In Chapter 50, The Perfect Home of Spirits, The Arrival of the Ghost Fortress, Lin expressed, "General Hao, I appreciate your sincerity, but I truly cannot assume the role of president of the Light Chaser Association." Lin's future ambition was to become a ghost king in the thrilling world. He simply did not possess the bandwidth to lead the association. Hao Aigwa appeared somewhat despondent. "The truth is, your reputation among the populace is quite high at present. Since you are unwilling, I will not press the matter further. I will arrange for someone to guard you around the clock. Rest assured, it is not surveillance, but rather, given the current chaotic circumstances, I am concerned about certain fanatics." Lin mused to himself. This is likely a precaution against spies from other nations, however. He chose not to expose Hao Aigwa's intentions and instead reassured him. Though he could not formally join the Light Chaser Association, he could serve as its honorary president. Lin understood that the association was in a developmental phase and greatly needed a figure of his stature to lead. Hao Aigwa was momentarily stunned, then erupted with joy. Lin's implication was clear. He would not align himself with other nations. With this assurance, Hao Aigwa's worries dissipated entirely. He stood up, visibly excited, and clasped Lin's hand tightly. Lin smiled in return, saying, "This is what I ought to do." After Lin bid farewell to Cheng Xiaodai and Hao Aigwa, the Blood Moon in reality began its ominous broadcast. "Attention all beta players, the perfect haunted mansion within the game will descend into reality. The terrain and architecture of our world will be altered. Please remain calm and do not panic." As the game's voiceover concluded, Lin's villa in Jinghai City abruptly soared into the air. A foreboding, magnificent castle emerged from the ground, the very embodiment of Lin's fifth-level perfect abode. The ghost castle, capable of housing thousands of specters. Lin sat at the bronze long table within the castle, extending his hands as he addressed Lin Qian and Cheng Xiaodai. "Welcome to my domain, the ghost castle." Cheng Xiaodai, seated uneasily, remarked, "I found the ghost castle grand even in the game, but in reality it is even more colossal." Lin Qian expressed her envy. "If only I could possess such a castle, my little zombie could evolve into an S-class specter." The emergence of the ghost castle astounded the citizens of Jinghai. To them, it was nothing short of a miracle. As netizens fervently discussed the phenomenon, a multitude of media outlets armed with cameras gathered outside Lin and S ghost castle. Additionally, many curious onlookers flocked to the site, causing traffic from neighboring provinces to come to a complete standstill. Some affluent individuals even arrived by helicopter. However, they found themselves unable to advance even a fraction closer, as the mysterious force of the ghost castle held them at bay, leaving their helicopters hovering at a distance. Many individuals knelt beneath Lin's ghost castle, fervently praying, "Oh God, please protect us. We do not wish to perish." Alas, this evening, I have been chosen to enter the terrifying dungeon. I beseech you, save me. I am willing to do anything. In fear, someone implores, placing all their hopes upon Lin. Yearning for his protection. Beneath the ghostly fortress of Lin, there are also individuals dispatched by the Dragon Nation's Radiant Light Society, standing guard around the clock to prevent any foreign spies from infiltrating Lin's vicinity. After all, Lin now possesses an array of formidable S-rank specters, and his strength has become an enigma. However, the reality remains that he has surpassed the strongest from other nations. Furthermore, Lin is now the nominal honorary president. The Radiant Light Society has ample reasons to safeguard the ghostly fortress. As long as Lin is not lured away by foreign official organizations, that would be the best outcome. The host, addressing the camera, announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, behind me is the residence of our Dragon Nation's mightiest ghost master, Lin." You can see the crowd on site. They appear quite agitated, which is understandable. Within the ghostly fortress, Cheng Xiaodai gazes at the throngs outside, fervently kneeling and praying for Lin's salvation. She feels a pang of fear, her words fumbling. "Boss, outside. There are so many people. They seem to have come seeking the dungeon-clearing strategies from you." Lin Xian, engaged in a heartfelt exchange with her little zombie, lifts her gaze to Lin and smiles. "Lin, you are now a sensation across the entire Blue Star. Everyone knows you as the mightiest ghost master of Blue Star, basking in glory. Would you like to step out and meet them?" Lin was playing with the little zombie, Lin Chi-Chi. Upon hearing this, he glanced at the crowd outside, remaining remarkably composed. "This was within my expectations. They do not revere me, but merely seek to survive in this bizarre world, hoping to procure strategies for clearing dungeons from me. Although I possess the knowledge to navigate these challenges, freely sharing it would be ill-advised, as it may foster a reliance on me in the future." Lin Qian leaned against her chair and inquired, "Are you implying that you will not provide the strategies?" A smirk crept across Lin's lips. "The methods I employ cannot be replicated by them. However, I can impart a principle. In the uncanny realm, as long as you are powerful enough, you become the rule." After saying this, Lin turned to Lin Qian and cheerfully declared, "I shall venture into the horror world to demonstrate how I conquer these dungeons." Cheng Xiaodai nodded enthusiastically. Yes. The boss is about to put on a show." Lin then addressed the specter that guarded him. "Come along with me. We shall enter the horror world." The specter nodded, its form merging with Lin's shadow. Transforming into a ghostly state, Lin simulated the sensation of rising within his mind, ethereal whispers echoing in his ears. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a blood-red city. The eerie world now overlapped with reality, creating a passage between the two realms, yet most individuals could not traverse it. Only Lin, possessing an S-class specter, could effortlessly enter the uncanny world. Lin surveyed his surroundings, his nostrils flaring as he realized he stood at a crossroads. The air is thick with the acrid scent of blood, intermittently pierced by the eerie howls of specters arising from the mist. This city is steeped in an unsettling atmosphere, teeming with countless apparitions. Many of these entities, upon observing the vengeful spirit form of Lin, armed with a scythe, are struck with terror by the potent aura of ghostly energy emanating from him, causing them to recoil in fear and refrain from approaching. Lin touched his nose and chuckled wryly. "Do I appear frightful?" He mused that once he enters the dungeon, he must conceal his ghostly presence, otherwise the entities within would surely keep their distance. With that said, Lin produced his mobile phone and commenced a live broadcast. In an instant, a multitude of viewers flooded into the stream, showering him with virtual rockets. Displaying a set of pearly white teeth, Lin smiled at the camera and greeted, "Hello everyone. Today I shall demonstrate how to conquer a dungeon." Chapter 51. So adorable, I wish to have half of it. News of Lin's live stream spread like wildfire across the land, drawing an immense crowd into his virtual space. "Oh my. The esteemed Lady Ghost benefactor is streaming to impart knowledge upon us. I must share this in the loving family group. Great Lin, take me along on this journey of grandeur." Woohoo. I've been selected to enter the eerie dungeon tonight. Please, save me. Mom asked why I was kneeling before the keyboard watching a live stream. Is the great Lin broadcasting from the underworld? I just saw a headless white-clad ghost float past you. The physique appears rather commendable, though regrettably lacking a head. However, it is not entirely unmanageable. The individual above is indeed a heavyweight, sparing neither the living nor the dead, and your tastes seem rather indulgent. This bloody, headless carcass, are you truly able to bring yourself to engage with it? One it not, or at least should not. Greetings, everyone. I have just entered this live stream. May I inquire if the dungeon challenge has commenced? I have always been a devoted admirer of the female ghost patron. To the individual above, the next line regarding the Imperial Jade liquor is, do refrain from reminding him in the comments. As the audience in the live stream started to swell, so too did the banter, surely interspersed with spies from various nations, all eager to witness how Lin navigates the dungeon. Yet, Lin remained unfazed. It was merely a sea-level dungeon, and even without the presence of supernatural entities, he could easily prevail. He carried the life-reaping specter solely as a precautionary measure. Lin turned his phone's camera around to capture a panoramic view of the blood-red city and remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, I am currently situated within the city of the Eerie realm, a world inhabited by phantoms where the living are forbidden to tread. This challenge's location is none other than the psychiatric hospital nestled within this sanguine city, and we shall embark there now." As he greeted the viewers in the live stream, he made his way to the site of his impending challenge. The audience grew increasingly animated, bombarding the chat with messages. For this terrifying dungeon had been the topic of global discourse over the past few days. I heard from a friend who ventured in and out that the instance is set within a psychiatric hospital, where players assume the role of caregivers, tending to the deranged spirits inside. According to my friend, every night, a deranged spirit emerges to randomly blindfold individuals and inquires about their names. Failure to respond correctly spells doom. But how did your friend manage to clear the level? It seems you are somewhat uninformed. The current mortality rate for this instance is not exceedingly high. With so many players entering simultaneously, not every spirit will pose questions. Some fortunate players can survive until the end simply by caring for the patients, as this is merely a Class C eerie instance, and the difficulty is certainly manageable. In essence, those who achieve flawless completion possess their own spirit. That particular deranged entity will not inquire about their own name. As long as they endure for 24 hours, they can clear the level. Lin has now appeared outside the third psychiatric hospital. This establishment is nearly in a state of abandonment, its exterior weathered and dilapidated. Through the iron bars, Lin can see the deranged spirits wandering in hospital garb. A formidable female ghost nurse, towering at 2 meters with a muscular build, passes through the hospital corridor. Alarmingly, this nurse clutches a syringe as wide as an adult's waist, filled with a viscous, murky green liquid, the purpose of which remains a mystery. It is clear that a prick from such a device would result in a significant wound on any normal individual. Undeterred, Lin boldly strides through the front entrance. The broadcast of the blood moon has also commenced. As the player, the female ghost's devotee, you have voluntarily entered the third psychiatric hospital, triggering the sea-level eerie side quest My Name. At that moment, a raspy voice emanated from the security room. How did a mouse manage to sneak in? Slurp. It seems today's meal will be more substantial. The ghostly security guard at the entrance grinned ominously at Lin through the glass of the security room. What? Lin slightly revealed a hint of ghostly aura and cast a glance at the ghostly guard. The guard trembled all over, swiftly darting into the security room and locking the door behind him, quaking with fear. I wish to be a good ghost. Grant me a chance. Lin turned towards the live stream and remarked, Did you see that? As long as one possesses sufficient strength, one becomes the very rules themselves. Lin paid no further heed to the ghostly guard and directly ventured into the psychiatric hospital instance. Along the way, Lin encountered several spirits clad in patient gowns. These ghostly beings, dressed in hospital attire, appeared to be indifferent to Lin, even offering him friendly, foolish smiles. Lin addressed the live stream. Compared to the terrifying entities of this world, these psychiatric spirits bear a closer resemblance to living beings. A viewer in the stream commented, Are you suggesting that in this bizarre realm, the ghosts with mental illnesses are akin to our normal individuals? Goodness. If that's the case, are these entities truly harmless? You upstairs might as well take your leave. Lin even observed a spirited young ghost. No. A lively little ghost dancing in a social style. What's more, it was performing with a flourish, both hands twisting into a swirl. Lin casually inquired of the deranged spirit by the roadside, "What brought you here for treatment?" The spirit, with a tone of grievance, replied, "I have a fondness for adorable children, yet they insist I am unwell and confine me here. What is wrong with cherishing children? I, too, hold a great affection for them, particularly the little Lolas." Lin expressed her sympathy. The spirit, slapping its thigh, exclaimed, "Exactly. I adore them. Just look at that little boy over there." Following the spirit's pointed finger, Lin beheld a young boy clad in a hospital gown, his head disproportionately large and oddly misshapen. The large-headed boy sensed something and turned to Lin, grinning eerily. Lin remarked, "He is indeed quite charming." The spirit drooled, "So cute. I wish I could have half of him." Lin was momentarily speechless. The tense atmosphere in the live stream dissipated somewhat. Goodness. Who just claimed that these deranged spirits posed little threat? I comprehend now. Within this scenario, these spirits do not crave human flesh. Yet they present a considerable menace to other supernatural entities. It seems these deranged spirits disrupt the societal stability of this horror realm, correct? In this scenario, the spirits pose minimal danger. They harbor no appetite for humans, as long as they are cared for. The most perilous being remains that blindfolded spirit. Chapter 52, Crushed to Smithereens. I pondered whether it might be possible to persuade the supernatural beings within this scenario to protect me. Your idea is remarkably audacious. Daring to trust the promises of a mental patient? At that moment, the audience in the live stream noticed that Lin was trailing behind a doctor from the psychiatric hospital. What could the esteemed Lin be up to? It seemed he was approaching that doctor from the psychiatric institution. To their astonishment, it turned out that the doctor had carelessly left a skull-crushing hammer beside his bed while taking a nap. Lin seized the ominous-looking hammer and struck the slumbering physician squarely on the face, gently shattering the tranquil psyche. The entire audience was left in stunned silence. They had witnessed many daring feats, but none quite like this. Could it be that Lin intended to demolish the psychiatric hospital with that very hammer? To their disbelief, the streamer had lethally struck the napping doctor with the hammer of the ghostly physician, and then donned his uniform of the skull-crushing doctor. Truly a display of exceptional skill paired with remarkable audacity. Lin was now perusing the list of patients at the psychiatric hospital. So this was the method to resolve matters. I have utterly failed to grasp this. On the second floor of the psychiatric hospital, Lin had incapacitated a doctor while simultaneously reviewing the patient list. Explaining, "What I am demonstrating for you now is the standard approach for an ordinary person to succeed. Acquire the skull-crushing Dr. S. hammer, incapacitate him, and you shall gain access to the patient list." The chat was flooded with question marks. Is this what you deem a normal person's method of progression? It turns out that the specters within the dungeon are not invincible after all. I had always avoided that doctor, oblivious to his napping habit. This is what one might call fortune favoring the bold. It is merely that you have not observed closely. The schedule is clearly stated. The cranial surgeon commences work at 2 p.m. every day, undoubtedly indulging in an afternoon slumber. Lin cast a glance at the barrage of comments, casually providing an explanation, and continued his perusal of the psychiatric hospital's roster. Soon, he uncovered the details of a particular patient. Patient number 0, male, suffering from mania and nocturnal wandering symptoms, unaware of his own name, roams the psychiatric hospital each night, inquiring of others about his identity, posing an exceedingly high danger. Lin stroked his chin. It appears this is the malevolent spirit responsible for the murders within the narrative. However, only his patient number is recorded here, devoid of a name. After examining the description of this blind specter, Lin felt a sense of clarity and understood how to confront him. He picked up a pen from the side and began inscribing certain details on a prescription pad. Once everything was in order, Lin carelessly tucked the prescriptions into his pocket, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. The daylight in this eerie realm seemed fleeting. Before long, the sky outside was enveloped in darkness, a blood moon hanging ominously overhead. The corridor lay in utter silence, a void where one could not see their own hand. Lin gauged that the time was ripe. He pushed open the door, phone in hand and cranial hammer raised, stepping into the profound darkness. Soon, the sound of pattering footsteps echoed through the corridor. That sound seemed to closely trail Lin from behind. The viewers in the live stream felt their hearts leap into their throats. Oh no, the blind specter has arrived. How will the divine protector of the female ghost respond? He just mentioned trying the ordinary person's method first, yet he remains unaware of the name of that specter. Previously, didn't the great master scribble numerous notes on paper? Those might prove useful. Just then, in the darkness, a pair of icy hands covered Lin's eyes. A low, Raspy male voice whispered in his ear, "Doctor, what is my name?" Lin replied, his voice steady, "Your own name. Don't you remember? Why must you ask me?" With calm assurance, he continued, "You are a Kuan, who adores singing and dancing to rap. You were sent to me for treatment due to your manic disorder. Have you forgotten?" The blindfolded specter paused in confusion. How could I not remember these things? Lin nonchalantly retrieved a prescription he had prepared earlier. "A Kuan, your memory seems to have worsened. You don't even recall me. If you doubt me, take a look yourself. The medication I prescribed for you is all listed here." The specter took the prescription from Lin's hand, scrutinizing it closely. In the dark, the specter struggled to decipher the doctor's handwriting. Lin had deliberately written it in a whimsical, hasty style, resembling a cryptic script that even he himself could scarcely comprehend, let alone the specter. The blindfolded ghost, somewhat skeptical, glared with a flash of cold light in his eyes, menacingly declaring, "You are not a doctor. You must be deceiving me. Do you believe I won't strangle you right now?" Lin turned to face the blindfolded specter, his expression serious as he retorted, "You are insulting my profession." Upon realizing he had not deceived Lin, the blind ghost grew increasingly self-doubting. He glanced at the prescription, then at the skull-crushing hammer in Lin's possession, and found himself truly uncertain whether this individual was merely toying with him. The blind ghost exclaimed in frustration, "I demand that you cure my amnesia right now, or I shall strangle you." Upon hearing these words, Lin's expression turned ferocious in an instant. He aggressively seized the collar of the blind ghost, impatience evident in his tone as he retorted, "Are you still finding ways to insult me? If you had cooperated with the treatment, you would have long since left this psychiatric hospital. Do you have any idea how much effort I have expended on your behalf?" At that moment, the blind ghost was utterly convinced of Lin's sincerity. "Doctor, I was wrong. I was wrong. I will now cooperate with your treatment." Lin released the blind ghost, asking, "Now do you believe me, a Kuan?" The blind ghost nodded vigorously. I believe wholeheartedly." Suddenly, the eerie broadcast of the blood moon echoed throughout the strange world. Blood moon broadcast. Congratulations to the player, the Ghost Guardian, for clearing the sea-level horror dungeon. Lin looked at the blind ghost clad in a patient-esque gown and smiled at the live stream camera, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall demonstrate the method of clearance for ordinary individuals thus far. Next, I will showcase the approach for a powerful ghost master." After speaking, Lin turned to the blind ghost. "Your name is not a Kuan. I was deceiving you. Are you angry?" The blind ghost was momentarily taken aback before erupting in fury. "You are not a doctor. How dare you deceive me? Who are you? I will twist your neck into a pretzel." Lin immediately transformed into a spectral state, embodying the essence of a death spirit. He swung the bloodied skull-crushing hammer, striking the blindfolded specter upon its shoulder. "I am your father." The specter's shoulder instantly caved in, transforming into a mist of crimson. The specter let out a wretched scream, collapsing onto the ground. "Father, I was wrong. I was wrong. I will cooperate with the treatment." A smirk crept across Lin's lips as he relentlessly continued to hammer the specter's chest. "Behold your insides, my child." Chapter 53. The hammer strikes your heart. The hammer strikes your heart. 40 for the small hammer, 80 for the large. Lin pressed the apparitions down in this bizarre realm, subjecting them to relentless blows. The anguished cries of the blindfolded specters echoed through the corridors of the asylum. Within the confines of the mental institution, all the deranged spirits trembled, fearful that they would be next. The specter was battered by Lin, resembling a lump of clay, hammered repeatedly. Its head, akin to a grotesque pastry, turned to pulp, while its body split into 5 segments, writhing on the ground, attempting to reassemble itself, a sight both repulsive and tragic. Please, stop. If you continue, I shall perish." The blindfolded specter pleaded loudly, just as Lin raised his hammer to bring it down upon the specter's head. It shrieked, No. I suddenly remember, I am a Kuan, and I excel in singing, dancing, and rapping. In this strange realm, the blood moon began its proclamation. Congratulations to the player, the female ghost's patron, for flawlessly completing the sea-level eerie quest, earning a sea-level weapon reward. Goodbye, and Congratulations to the player, the ghost patron, for acquiring a special title. Your ability to intimidate the supernatural has significantly increased. A new weapon has automatically refreshed in Lin's backpack, a seemingly ordinary baseball bat. Lin set down the hammer and remarked, "If only you had cooperated with my healing sooner, you would have been discharged by now." With earnestness, Lin patted the shoulder of the blindfolded ghost. The ghost gazed at Lin with tearful eyes, his lips quivering, filled with respect as he clearly exclaimed, "Yes, father." Lin replied, "Stay right here. I will go fetch you a basketball." After the respectful bow from the ghostly security guard, Lin strolled out of the third psychiatric hospital. Wasn't that level rather easy and straightforward? Lin grinned widely, flashing a cheerful smile at the camera. This elicited a visceral reaction from the audience watching the live stream, a smile reminiscent of a devil's. The barrage of comments in the chat momentarily paused, clearly astonished by Lin's method of clearing the level, casually discarding the skull-crushing hammer covered in bone fragments. Lin shed the white coat of the psychiatric doctor and smiled at the camera, saying, "In truth, there is nothing to fear in this bizarre world. Though these little ghosts may appear intimidating, they are fundamentally cowards who fear the strong, quite easy to conquer." A flurry of question marks filled the chat. It seems that Lin's exceptional prowess in subduing the supernatural indeed stems from a certain level of expertise. One might surmise that the lives of the spirits in his possession number at least 800, if not 1,000. "Lin, my esteemed friend, is that baseball bat available? I am prepared to pay handsomely for it." The live stream is inundated with viewers showering Lin with extravagant gifts. Still stubborn, I rewarded the host with a magnificent gift. I, the devoted follower of Kamisado Ayaka, graced the host with a splendid gift. I, the illustrious king of Super Walk, presented the host with a remarkable gift. The valiant maiden bestowed 10 splendid gifts upon the host. The audience in the live stream was left utterly astonished. I had anticipated that the esteemed one would enlighten us on how to conquer the challenges, only to discover that he was here to flaunt his prowess. Oh, woe is me. Is this truly permissible? That specter even had its bank card password coaxed out by the great Lin. Directly deceiving a specter, is it? And if the ruse fails, then one resorts to a display of power with a swift left hook, followed by an awe-inspiring flourish, is it? You dare to call this the ordinary way to triumph? I could never have fathomed such a thing. Primarily, everyone was predisposed to believe that the ghastly beings within the eerie dungeon were invincible, yet the dungeon did hint at the outset that no encounter is inevitably fatal. There always exists a glimmer of hope. What remarkable mental fortitude this requires. Were it me, I would have been rendered speechless by the specter's inquiry. Observe the great Lin. Unfazed while outsmarting the specter, his performance impeccable. Had it been me, I would undoubtedly reveal my vulnerabilities. You are mistaken, my friend above. This is merely a Class C bizarre dungeon, devoid of any intricate backdrop. If you have ever engaged with that monster cultivation simulator, you would comprehend that only Class S bizarre dungeons possess a rich narrative. Indeed, this peculiar dungeon does not present significant challenges for those equipped with formidable monsters. It is a mere matter of locating the creatures within the dungeon and effortlessly overpowering them. Goodness, so this is the nature of the bizarre world. These monsters appear rather unimpressive. Haha. Let us not indulge in keyboard warrior antics. Not everyone can replicate the remarkable feats of the great Lin. If it were you, would you possess the audacity to grasp that monster by its scruff and berate it? Oh my heavens. Possessing one's own monster makes dungeon exploration as effortless as playing a game. But I digress. I must exhaust my resources to acquire a monster for cultivation. I shall conclude here for today. Perhaps on another occasion, I will enlighten everyone about the various monster classes and attributes. After glancing at the chat in the live stream, Lin decided to close the stream. He intended to venture into the horror realm to inspect his holdings and, at the same time, seek out the Class S monster he had never encountered, the Blood Queen Lilith. Initially, Lin planned to walk directly, yet the vastness of this crimson city was overwhelming. Blood mist swirled everywhere, and the buildings, stark and cubic, resembled urns, making it nearly impossible to discern direction. Could that be a bus station? Amidst the crimson mist, Lin beheld a weathered bus stop, its rusting structure suggesting years of neglect. He approached the dilapidated station, where several grotesque figures of varying shapes and sizes awaited the arrival of the bus. Upon spotting Lin emerging from the fog, their eyes gleamed with avarice as they bared their teeth, exclaiming, "I detect the scent of a rat. How delectable. Merely a taste, or even a whiff, could prolong my life. I covet his eyeballs," a cyclopean creature declared coldly. However, as they discerned Lin and noticed the baseball bat he wielded, their pupils constricted in unison, and they retreated, feigning ignorance of his presence. Chapter 54, Lilith. I beseech my master, do not strike me with the bat. Lin paid no heed to these ordinary specters, instead engrossed in examining the bus routes and contemplating how to reach the castle of the bloodline. Oh, so I must take the number 13 bus. I wonder when the S-Class dungeon of the last bus will descend. Just as Lin murmured to himself, a woman's voice, laced with surprise, reached his ears. Isn't this the esteemed patron of female ghosts? Greetings. What a fortuitous encounter to find you here. Lin turned his gaze to the source of the voice, discovering a voluptuous foreign woman with cascading golden waves, her fair skin and cerulean eyes captivating. She regarded him with keen interest and introduced herself. Hello, I am Caitlin, the president of the Midnight Rose Guild. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. In their previous life, Lin and Caitlin were considered old acquaintances, often battling side by side. Caitlin possessed an S-Class Spectre named Wraith Anna, along with an S-Class weapon known as the Frost Revolver, making her combat prowess comparable to that of Jin Haruka. Although Caitlin held the position of president in the United States, she was quite amiable. During the campaign against Jin Haruka, she had made significant contributions, and later, she dedicated her efforts to protect human cities. Furthermore, her Midnight Rose Guild consisted entirely of stunning women. Lin held a favorable impression of her. After a moment of contemplation, Lin chuckled and remarked, President Caitlin, your visit to the horror world is likely an attempt to evade the official forces of the Dragon Kingdom, rather than a mere coincidence to encounter me. Am I correct? Caitlin giggled and candidly admitted, Indeed, I specifically came to find you. Given that the Radiant Light Society is guarding you so closely, I thought it prudent to devise a way to slip in. Lin replied, You are quite forthright. Pray tell, what do you seek from me? Caitlin pressed her lips together and said, Great Lin, there is an ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom. A good bird chooses the tree it perches upon. Therefore, I wish to. Lin interrupted her. What is it that you desire? Are you not aware that I am now an official honorary president of the Dragon Kingdom? Caitlin's eyebrows arched playfully. No, I believe you may have misunderstood my intention. While you are the honorary president of the Radiant Light Society, you also hold the title of president of the Urban Legends Association. Lin inquired, So, you wish to join my Urban Legends Association? Caitlin earnestly stated, I genuinely wish to join your Strange Tales Association. I implore you. Lin remained silent for 2 seconds before inquiring, Why? Caitlin sighed. Heaven knows what terrifying and bizarre occurrences may unfold after the arrival of the supernatural. Although the spirits in my possession are formidable, they can only offer me temporary protection. By aligning myself with your esteemed faction, I can ensure my survival for a longer duration after the anomalies manifest. This is my heartfelt confession. Lin replied, however, You currently represent the official forces of the Eagle Country. How can I be certain you are not an infiltrator? What assurance do I have of your sincerity? Caitlin chuckled softly. I possess a contractual artifact. Upon signing the agreement, should I violate it, I will incur severe consequences. During this process, you may command me to undertake any task within my capabilities. The entirety of the Midnight Rose Guild shall be at your service. Lin smirked. Truly, anything is permissible? Caitlin offered a bittersweet smile. Indeed, anything that does not harm me or my guild members. Lin declared, It's a deal. Caitlin, somewhat incredulous, responded, You agree just like that? I anticipated you would evaluate my character or require me to perform some humiliating tasks. Lin shrugged. It matters not to me whether you are a traitor. After all, no one can rival me. That is a relief. Caitlin exhaled in relief, retrieving a contract from her backpack and solemnly signing it. I shall remain eternally loyal to the Ghost Tales Association, should I betray this vow. Both I and my specters will endure irreparable harm. Lin inscribed his name. I grant you permission to join. Caitlin patted her chest. Phew. Henceforth, I shall address you as the esteemed president, yet I kindly request that you refrain from mentioning this in public settings. Lin, I comprehend. Caitlin, I shall now depart from this realm of horror. My specters have informed me that there are more than one S-Class specters lurking nearby, so please exercise caution. As Lin observed Caitlin's graceful silhouette retreating, a smile graced his lips. Although hastily allowing Caitlin to join his guild might appear perilous to the average observer, Lin, having lived 2 lives, was well acquainted with Caitlin's character. Another source of his unwavering confidence lay in the invincibility of his specters. Lin was now thoroughly emboldened. After parting ways with Caitlin, he lingered for a moment longer. The number 13 bus rumbled to a halt at the station. The other specters either paid with ghost coins or swiped their cards. Beep. Senior citizen card. Beep. Student card. Beep. Charging my card. Upon boarding, Lin casually chose a seat, and a kind-hearted specter assisted him with the fare. The bus resumed its journey, the engine emitting a sound reminiscent of a dying man's gasp, creaking its way down the road. Throughout the ride, numerous specters boarding the bus were taken aback to discover a living human among them. Upon noticing the baseball bat in Lin's hand, which seemed capable of effortlessly dispatching a specter, they all chose to ignore him. Lin gazed out the window, taking a moment to appreciate the haunting scenery of the ghost town. The town was divided into several districts, much like the human world, featuring affluent ghost neighborhoods, industrial zones, and impoverished quarters. The diverse appearances of the spectral inhabitants boarding the bus revealed the stark disparities in their social standings. Lin's vampire estate was nestled in the prosperous ghost district, a region of considerable wealth. Ding! The vampire castle has arrived. The bus halted before an opulent castle, grander than Lin's own Gothic fortress. The walls were adorned with climbing roses and intricate iron railings, showcasing a distinctly Western architectural style. Lin disembarked and strode purposefully towards the vampire castle. Upon entering the ancient edifice, Lilith, the vampire mistress, sensed Lin's arrival. Good heavens! The master has come to the vampire castle so soon. I must hasten to greet him. Lilith hurriedly gathered the castle's vampires and arranged them in a line to welcome Lin. She felt a tumult of anxiety, her head bowed, torn between anticipation and trepidation. The moment to meet her cherished master had finally arrived. She hoped he would forgive her foolish actions from before, even if he chose to punish her. She would accept it willingly. Before long, Lin's figure appeared before Lilith. Lilith, raise your head and look at me, he instructed with a slight smile. As she lifted her gaze, Lilith's eyes fell upon the baseball bat in Lin's hand, and her expression turned to one of sheer horror. Master, do you intend to punish me with that bat? Chapter 55. Is my cabinet moving? Master, are you going to punish Lilith? It is all Lilith's fault. As long as it allows you to vent your anger, Lilith willingly accepts the punishment. I only hope you do not take out your wrath on my daughter. Elizabeth. Trembling in fear, Lilith collapsed on the ground, her snow-white legs quaking with trepidation. Her lips were pressed tightly together, and her crimson eyes brimmed with tears. Resembling a fawn in the forest, projecting an utterly harmless demeanor. Upon witnessing Lilith's state of fright, Lin was initially taken aback. Was his intimidation of the supernatural so exaggerated? A glance at the silver baseball bat in his hand enlightened him. It was clear that Lilith was terrified because she feared he had come to settle the score for her previous attempt to have him murdered by a succubus. With this realization, a smile played at the corners of Lin's mouth. Since Lilith was so proactive, he might as well embrace the role of the villain to the fullest. He lifted Lilith's pale, delicate face and chuckled softly. Lady Lilith, please do not worry. I am not a good person, and I have ample time today to have a thorough conversation with you. Lead the way. Although Lin spoke with casual nonchalance to Lilith, it sounded like a bolt from the blue. What humiliation awaited her next? As a noble vampire, the Blood Queen, and the pure-blood progenitor of her lineage, Lilith had always held a sense of pride. Yet now, her heart was filled with bitterness and regret. At that moment, I must have been struck by madness to dare to offend my master. Lilith's subordinates, the vampire servants and butler within the castle, were deeply concerned and approached, pleading, Master, please spare Her Highness Lilith. We are willing to take her punishment in her stead. Lilith frowned. Step back. This is no place for you to speak. The attendants, clad in white shirts and black vests, or in black and white maid outfits, retreated submissively. Lin smiled and remarked, Your attendants are quite loyal, aren't they? Lilith rose, brushed her white hair aside, adjusted the crown atop her head, and then, in a dazed manner, led the way, saying, I apologize for the inconvenience, but please allow me to escort you into the castle first. Very well. Lin followed closely behind Lilith, casually toying with the baseball bat in her hands, producing a series of crisp sounds. Hearing these sharp echoes quickened Lilith's heartbeat. She lifted her skirts and quickened her pace as she led the way. After meandering through the castle for 10 minutes, Lin entered a lavish room, where a warm ambience enveloped the space. A pure white chandelier cast a soft halo, while exquisite tables, chairs, and cabinets adorned the room, complemented by plush velvet pillows. The counter was replete with an array of fine wines, exuding a refined taste. A faint trace of feminine fragrance lingered in the air. It was evident that this was the chamber of the vampire Lilith. Click. Lilith closed the door and secured it with a lock before turning to face Lin. Her hands clasped over her flat abdomen, presenting herself as one ready to confess and accept punishment. Master, please forgive Lilith for her previous foolish actions. I am willing to pay any price for this transgression. Lin toyed with the baseball bat in his hands, casting a teasing glance at the voluptuous Lilith. Let me ponder how I should punish you, he mused. Please strike me with that baseball bat, if it would suffice to quell your anger. Lilith declared with considerable resolve, pointing at the bat in Lin's grasp, her voice faltering. Lin made himself comfortable. plopping down onto Lilith's bed and tossing the bat into his backpack. He glanced sideways at Lilith, who hung her head, unable to meet his gaze, and chuckled. You are already my specter. If I were to strike you and mar your beauty, Elizabeth would surely be heartbroken, perhaps even come to despise me. Lilith, you are not harboring good intentions. Panic washed over Lilith in that moment. Or I could offer you compensation in another manner. Lynn's interest was piqued. Oh, pray tell, does this ancestral estate of vampires still harbor some treasures? Lilith shook her head. As you are aware, in my generation, only Elizabeth and I remain as S-class specters. The previous S-class artifacts have either been lost or destroyed. I am now left with nothing but myself. Lynn rolled his eyes. Then what do you call a snakeskin? Lilith blushed and said, What I mean is, I am wholeheartedly willing to serve you, ensuring that you experience unparalleled pleasure. Lynn felt a stir of emotions within him. After all, he was not a saint, especially considering that Lilith, the vampire, possessed a devilish figure and an angelic visage, making her utterly irresistible. However, he quickly recalled a grave concern. Upon returning, would the crazed specter in the red wedding dress try to forcefully claim me? Moreover, the fate spirit is still in a possessing state. I wonder if my abilities would enhance in such a condition? Unbeknownst to Lilith, who assumed Lynn could not possibly withstand her allure, she had already fallen into a state of stupor. It seems my master is rather inexperienced, completely at a loss. Could it be that he is still a? Lilith mused inwardly. She turned and fetched a goblet filled with sanguine wine, leaning in close to Lynn's ear, whispering, Master, Lilith can sense the blood within you quickening. Oh dear, it truly is restless. Would you like Lilith to help soothe this restlessness for you? The fragrant aroma of Lilith enveloped Lynn. Her fingertips danced across his chest, her gaze both seductive and hopeful, rendering resistance nearly impossible. In an instant, Lynn found himself captivated by a sight of pure, silken whiteness, feeling a rush of heat surge within him, his breath quickening. Lilith, are you serious? Master, do you not find yourself intrigued by Lilith? Yet, it is clear that you are indeed restless. Lilith leaned closer to Lynn's ear, her warm breath tantalizingly close. She gazed intently at Lynn's neck, unable to suppress a gulp of saliva, her voice trembling as she implored, Master, I crave blood. Grant me this request, if you will. Just as Lilith believed she was on the verge of successfully captivating Lynn, the atmosphere thick with tension and allure, Lynn unexpectedly pushed her away. Taken aback, Lilith fell onto the bed, her expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity as she looked at him. Master, what is this? Lynn furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward the wardrobe, commanding, Come out. Lilith, resting her hand on Lynn's shoulder, soothingly assured, Do not worry, Master. There is no one here but the two of us. Yet, in the next moment, her mouth fell agape in disbelief as she witnessed the wardrobe moving. Startled, she clutched her chest and exclaimed, Is my wardrobe moving? How can this be? In the following instant, a tentacle resembling that of a snail emerged from within the wardrobe. Chapter 56. I must return to persuade my sister-in-law. Soon after, a small snail, dragging its shell, awkwardly crawled out from the wardrobe, hesitantly explaining, I didn't mean to intrude upon your intimate moment. I merely sought to evade pursuit, and it is only reasonable for me to appear within 100 meters of you. Right? Lynn, uninterested in engaging in further conversation with the small snail, pointed at her and ordered, Kindly vacate my sight with haste. The small snail responded, All right. I am already moving at full speed. With that, the small snail departed from Lilith's room at a turtle's pace, remembering to lock the door behind her as she left. Lilith was momentarily taken aback. What is this? How can it evade my senses? Lynn calmly adjusted his disheveled attire and replied, It is my pet. An S-class snail, capable of manifesting randomly within a radius of 100 meters. Lilith's lips twitched. Master, your taste is indeed quite unique. Lynn closed his eyes briefly and said, All right, let us not discuss her any further. Let us address more pressing matters. Lilith tentatively inquired, Master, shall we continue? Lynn, with a look of exasperation, rested his forehead in his hand and replied, Ahem. I lack the enthusiasm for it now. We shall certainly do so next time. Disappointment flickered in Lilith's eyes as it signified that she would not be able to taste Lynn's blood this time. Lynn gathered his thoughts and remarked, I possess considerable knowledge on how to command specters, yet I remain unfamiliar with the Blood City. Please enlighten me, so I may devise new strategies for my enterprises within the realm of horror. Lilith's eyes brightened, and she clapped her hands in delight. Wonderful, Master. You shall undoubtedly rise to become the new king of ghosts in the realm of horror. Lin maintained his composure. Flattery can wait until another time. You may proceed. It appeared that the realm of horror was vast, possibly even home to Cthulhu. Lin nodded. Please continue. Lilith elaborated. Currently, although there are numerous ghostly factions in Blood City, only 5 possess considerable strength on the surface. Our esteemed Blood Clan is one, followed by the Coven of Witch Madwomen. The demons, the Yiksha tribe, and the Yama Palace, primarily led by the bull-headed and horse-faced entities. Lin etched each piece of information into his memory. How formidable were these factions? Lilith's expression darkened as she replied, currently, the Underworld Palace stands as the most powerful, followed by the Yasha and the Witch Church. Our Blood Clan and demons occupy the lowest ranks. However, with our master, I believe the Blood Clan will thrive again. Before our master, those factions are but mere chickens and dogs. After a moment of contemplation, Lin inquired, what did Elizabeth mean by the progenitor of the Blood Clan? Is such a being of a level beyond S-rank? For Lin, the curiosity about what lay beyond S-rank had always lingered. In the game, the spirits he nurtured aspired to transcend to the next realm, yet devouring ordinary spirits had proven insufficient for substantial advancement. He required an abundant supply of an exceptionally rare material known as Tai Sui flesh, which only dropped from S-rank dungeons in the horror world. Lin could only await the emergence of S-rank dungeons, allowing the Luminary Society or the Midnight Rose's spirit tamers to gather it. This was the privilege of being an honorary president. Any needs could be delegated to subordinates. Though a sense of unease stirred within, Lin maintained a composed facade and asked, what of the malevolent deities from other spirit races? Where have they gone? Lilith responded, that was a matter from thousands of years ago. The 7 malevolent deities of the horror world vanished from the eerie realm overnight. Presently, no entities of their caliber have emerged. S-rank beings are now the pinnacle of strength. The collective departure of the malevolent deities from the uncanny world bore an uncanny resemblance to a flight. Could it be that ascending to the status of a malevolent deity would invite calamity? Should my spirits still aspire to become malevolent deities in the future? Lin's heart skipped a beat. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to cast this question aside for the time being, realizing that he was still at a loss as to how to transform these specters into formidable entities. The priority now was to become the most powerful being within this eerie realm, to systematically subjugate each of these supernatural forces. After weighing his options, Lin decided to tackle the softer targets first. Let us commence with the Demon Clan. Pray, elucidate the number of S-rank specters among them. Lilith nodded in agreement. Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. The Demon Clan is a well-established power within the realm of horror, boasting 3 S-rank specters. They monopolize the entertainment industry of this bizarre world. From roadside massage parlors and karaoke venues to amusement parks and television stations, all are operated by the demons. Their influence runs deep. Lin replied, is it truly that complicated? I could simply bring forth an S-rank specter and eliminate their leader, thereby subduing the entire demon clan. With a wry smile, Lilith countered, Master, if it were that simple, we would have already begun a conflict. This Blood City adheres to its own set of rules. To annihilate too many specters at once would render one a wanted fugitive, pursued by all entities of the horror realm. Only humans are devoid of protection in this terrifying world. Lin replied nonchalantly. Even if the entire realm of horror sought to hunt me down, they would stand no chance against me. Lilith, brimming with excitement, suggested, since you are so formidable, Master, shall we first slay a few lesser demons to warm up? In the demon fortress, the little demon Vis sneezed, feeling a chill run through her body. Curse it. Who else harbors ill intentions towards Vis? Lin remained silent for several seconds, contemplating. I suddenly feel that a gradual conquest might not be so bad. It would be a pity to kill them outright. It seems I can only engage in minor skirmishes for now, but this approach is quite enjoyable, akin to playing a strategy game and slowly conquering the map. Lin mused to herself. Lilith interjected, Master, do you not have a little aunt named Lin Qian? I believe she possesses a keen business acumen. If she were to become the CEO of our Bloodline's enterprise, she would undoubtedly manage to win over the Demon Clan, eventually leading them to submit to you. Lin nodded in agreement. That is an excellent suggestion. Lilith replied, Thank you for the compliment, Master. Lin had been pondering what to assign Lin Qian, and since he aimed to develop the peculiar worlds industry, it was only fitting to enlist someone specialized in commerce like Lin Qian. In Chapter 57 of Transforming the Peculiar into a Lowly, a new B-grade eerie dungeon descends. In the real world, the Blood Moon continues to broadcast. Ding! Congratulations to those humans selected for the thrilling, eerie world dungeon who have survived. You will all receive rewards from the dungeon. However, do not rejoice too soon, for this is merely an appetizer. A new B-grade horror dungeon, The Strange Neighbors, will soon commence, and you might very well be the next unfortunate soul chosen. Good luck. In a secluded corner of the suburbs, I have rented a new abode at a remarkably low price. The sole drawback is the inadequate soundproofing as night falls. I am constantly haunted by peculiar noises emanating from the hallway, neighboring rooms, and above. I yearn to inquire with the landlord, yet she divulges nothing. Now, players are being summoned to enter the realm of horror. In the tangible world, numerous individuals have emitted cries of despair, while others are brimming with anticipation and joy. Oh no, I have been chosen. Is this the end for me? I have yet to experience love. Woe is me, I lack my own specter. Surely, this bodes ill. Someone summoned the great Lin into Jinghai. Oh my God, I have earnestly prayed to you. Why have I still been drawn into this eerie scenario? I vow to forever close the door to faith in you. Alas, since childhood, I have practiced the art of ghost catching from Mao Shan. Today, it shall finally prove its worth. Ha ha ha. The crucifix, onions, glutinous rice, black donkey's hoof, feng shui compass, and the gold-seeking talisman are all prepared and will surely come in handy. I too have been selected, but I possess a little zombie, so I should be fine. Within the haunted fortress, Linen's aunt, Lin Qian, has also been chosen for this thrilling ordeal. Players, valiant maidens, please be advised that you have secured your place in the enigmatic realm. Kindly await the commencement of the adventure. Lin Qian initially felt a twinge of anxiety, but upon observing her little zombie guardian standing watch, her apprehension eased considerably. She had remained within Lin An's ghostly fortress, and her maternal zombie's powers had been steadily advancing, now reaching the formidable rank of A-level Spectre. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Jinghai Illumination Society, Chairman Hao Aiguo was convening a remote video conference for the United Nations. As per usual, beside him stood an imposing A-level Spectre, resembling a skeletal figure towering at nearly 2 meters, its eye sockets aglow with 2 flickering azure flames, silently ensuring his safety. This entity had been reassigned from another member specifically for the purpose of safeguarding him. During the video conference, representatives from various nations appeared, including the United Nations Secretary-General, Caitlin, the leader of the Eagle Nation's official organization, as well as leaders from the Bear Nation, India, and the Maple Leaf Nation. Hao Aiguo rubbed his weary brow, his gray-brown eyes scrutinizing the specter tamers displayed on the screen. He spoke solemnly, "Everyone is present. Let us dispense with pleasantries. The newly emerged B-level Eerie dungeon has randomly selected participants from across the globe, and the difficulty will undoubtedly escalate, leading to numerous fatalities within the dungeon." Chairman Caitlin of the Midnight Rose nodded slightly. Indeed, these dungeons are entirely new. They did not exist in previous games, rendering our strategies for clearing them utterly obsolete. The Secretary-General of the United Nations chuckled wryly, stating, "If we were merely to randomly select individuals from Blue Planet to enter the realm of chaos, although there would be casualties each time, it would still be bearable. However, now we are confronted with reports of malevolent entities breaching our reality. Just today, at least 10,000 lives have been lost to these monstrous attacks. If this continues, the very fabric of our modern order, which we have painstakingly established on Blue Planet, will surely unravel." Hao Aiguo responded, "I have dispatched numerous members of the Luminous Society to address these intrusions from the realm of the supernatural. Yet, this cannot be a sustainable solution, for these entities possess the ability to move and will not remain stationary for us to capture them." The representative of Sakura Nation lamented, "We are the most afflicted. Those creatures, unable to contend with your Luminous Society, have crossed oceans to invade our land. Our entire nation is in disarray, and I must implore the international community for assistance." The representative of Bear Country expressed, "We are deeply remorseful, yet powerless. You might as well seek aid from your master." The Eagle Nation, Caitlin interjected, "Do not look to me. The legislative bodies are inactive, and everywhere is rife with zero-cost purchases. My Midnight Rose must contend with those criminals and maintain public order. We are critically understaffed and overwhelmed, leaving no capacity to assist Sakura Nation." The representative of John Bull Country added, "Do not cast your gaze upon me. We are too far removed to be of aid." The representative of Rooster Country shrank back in fear, exclaiming, "Do not look to me. I have no desire to lose my head." In a moment of desperation, the representative of Sakura Nation turned to Hao Aiguo, pleading, "President Hao, your Dragon Nation has historically stood as a beacon of friendship among nations, self-proclaimed as the Celestial Empire, embodying the spirit of a shared human destiny. Surely, you cannot turn a blind eye to our plight. Hawigwa shook his head and said, I apologize. But our Dragon Nation has never interfered in the affairs of other countries. The representative from the Sakura Nation replied, You could make an exception. We would certainly welcome it, joyfully receiving your royal forces. Hawigwa responded, Let us refrain from discussing this topic further and instead focus on our current plans. How can we navigate today's instance while minimizing casualties? The Sakura Nation representative remarked, Last time it was a sea-level instance. This time it is B-level. So what does that imply for the future? The representative from Gallus interjected, I have long asserted that, given the current circumstances, the bizarre world will undoubtedly generate increasingly formidable instances. Since we cannot defeat them, should we not concede? The Secretary-General of the United Nations cautioned, Gallus representative. Please choose your words carefully. This is a defeatist attitude. Hawigwa stated, the more challenging the instance, the more generous the rewards. Our primary concern now is to swiftly gather information within the instance and devise strategies to conquer these challenges with as much detail as possible. Caitlin added, Indeed. Members of my guild have also been selected for this instance. Whether they live or die, we must extract detailed information about the instance. Achieving a successful clearance would be ideal. Hawigwa nodded slightly and opened the black notebook before him. Regarding the apparitions that have descended upon all players, we have conducted research and classification, and based on their characteristics, we have broadly categorized them into 5 common types of specters. This is hardly a secret. Players who have engaged with the game will inevitably come to this realization. I propose that we assign a fixed nomenclature to these entities, ensuring that all future references and tutorials regarding spirit tamers are standardized. Chapter 58. The 5 Common Types of Spirits. The representative from Asin country expressed dissatisfaction, stating, Why should your Dragon Nation be the one to name them? We have also studied the characteristics of various spirits. Such matters should be treated with seriousness, preferably by establishing a dedicated discipline, akin to the naming and classification of animals. The representative from Sakura country whispered, We share the same sentiment. The first person to classify and name these spirits will undoubtedly secure a place in history. Hawigwa, with a sharp gaze and a resolute posture, declared, Time is of the essence. Wasting even a second here is a transgression. Esteemed representatives, I am not soliciting your opinions. I am informing you. Upon hearing these words, all representatives fell silent for several seconds. Many turned their attention towards Caitlin of the Midnight Rose Guild. With a slight closing of her eyes, Caitlin affirmed, I concur with the opinion of the Dragon Nation representative. With Lin, the most formidable spirit tamer of Blue Star, backing them, the Dragon Nation has surpassed Eagle Sauce Country, subtly positioning itself as the leading power of Blue Star. Witnessing Caitlin's agreement, the members of the United Nations collectively expressed their consent. Hawigwa cleared his throat and began. Firstly, the apparitions we currently encounter possess the fundamental ability to inhabit human hosts, commonly referred to as possession. However, this form of inhabitation does not adversely affect the human body. Rather, it enhances it. Powerful specters can even bestow extraordinary abilities upon humans. Naturally, these entities are also capable of independent combat. Caitlin interlocked her fingers at her nose and remarked, in simpler terms, they are akin to stand users. Hawigwa nodded in approval. That is quite accurate. According to our research, the apparitions that have descended from the game into reality can be categorized into 5 distinct types, each with its own counter-relationships. The first type is the strength type, characterized by massive physiques and immense power, capable of unparalleled destruction. They possess a remarkable resistance to various negative effects and exhibit formidable regenerative capabilities. The second type is the intelligence type, which can unleash widespread devastation with considerable force. These specters typically possess exceptionally high intelligence, almost indistinguishable from living beings, and excel in solitary combat. Even without their master's guidance, they can make timely decisions, though they are vulnerable to close-range attacks and require time to chant spells. Caitlin tapped the table and noted, previously, the chairman of the Sakura country's night parade of 100 demons, Ryuya Hiranishin, had an S-class specter known as the Necromancer, which belongs to this category. You may think of them as mages. The representative of Sakura Nation lowered his head, lamenting the unfortunate demise of Rya Haruhiko at the hands of the elongated specter, leaving his S-class demon unpreserved. Otherwise, our Sakura Nation would not find itself in such a passive position. Caitlin remarked, It is unfortunate. But he brought this upon himself by ambushing the female specter of the Dragon Nation, a self-inflicted downfall, indeed. Hawigwa, with an unusual expression, suppressed his inner satisfaction and continued his exposition. The third type of demon is the agile variety, known for its swift speed, capable of claiming lives in an instant. These demons typically lack a physical form, akin to Western wraiths or spirits, and they possess exceptional stealth abilities, making them difficult to detect, ideal for solitary combat. Upon finishing his explanation, How Igwa glanced at Caitlin. Although the high-ranking officials of each nation regarded their elite demons as classified weapons, their various abilities and appearances remained strictly confidential. Caitlin, as a celebrated figure from a previous game, had her demon ranked among the top 10. A mere inquiry would reveal its identity, an S-class demon known as Wraith Anna, a quintessential agile demon. Lin's soul demon also belonged to this category. How Igwa continued his narrative. The fourth type of demon is the summoning variety, capable of calling forth their minions, such as zombies, living corpses, puppets, and parasitic insects. While their individual combat prowess may not rival that of the aforementioned demons, they excel in sustained combat capabilities. There is an ancient saying in our dragon nation, one man stands at the gate, 10,000 cannot pass, which aptly suits them. Our research indicates that such demons often possess a flamboyant personality, relishing in taunting others. Perhaps this is a manifestation of their capabilities? Caitlin elucidated, it is quite normal. In games, if the taunting power of summoned monsters is insufficient, they cannot draw aggro, and others will cease to attack you. The Secretary General of the United Nations remarked, that's rather intriguing. Do they ever taunt their master? Caitlin replied, generally, yes. Thus, there exists a unique gameplay mechanic known as the hatred flow, which, in essence, compels your monsters to fear you, leaving no room for questioning your commands, thereby unleashing their formidable potential. The audience nodded in agreement, eagerly jotting down her insights. This was the wisdom of a seasoned spirit master. How Igwa continued, the fifth category of monster is the restorative type. As the name implies, these creatures possess limited combat prowess but can heal themselves, other monsters, and humans. Of course, this comes at a cost. After healing others, these monsters will enter a state of weakness and require sustenance. A representative from the Bangsi nation interjected, oh dear. Sustenance wouldn't he entail feeding them human flesh, would it? A representative from the A3 nation quipped, that's simple, just have them consume the lower castes. How Igwa asserted, we would certainly never permit these monsters to harm humans. Currently, it appears that certain items obtained after clearing dungeons can restore their abilities. Thus far, the common types of monsters are confined to these 5 categories. However, our understanding of S-class monsters remains scant. It is possible that in the future, even more formidable monsters, of which we are unaware, may emerge. The assembly continued, with nations gaining a clearer understanding of the present circumstances. Currently, the Luminary Guild of the Dragon Kingdom stands as the most formidable guild, closely followed by the Midnight Rose of the Eagle Nation. The prevailing situation dictates that the entity possessing the greatest and most potent specters shall wield authority in the world, reaping greater rewards when the forthcoming anomalies manifest. To acquire these specters, there exist 2 primary avenues: the chance to obtain them upon successfully navigating dungeons or by capturing those that have escaped from the eerie realms and taming them. Consequently, devising strategies for dungeon conquest has become paramount for all nations, prompting the formation of think tanks to study these challenges. The first nation to conquer a dungeon will reap the richest rewards. In Jinghai, a blood-red moon hung ominously over the haunted fortress, casting crimson light through the windows. However, the sheer vastness of the fortress rendered Lin disoriented as he wandered through his own home. Oddly enough, there was not a single ghostly figure in sight. Where had his aunt and Cheng Xiaodai gone? Never mind, he would summon the little demoness, Vice, to guide him. Just as Lin prepared to call forth Vice, an unsettling chill enveloped him, and he sensed a significant drop in the surrounding air temperature. A mournful female voice echoed in his ear, why does my master carry the scent of another woman? Chapter 59, The Red Wedding Dress. Please, watch me closely. Lin could feel an oppressive cold looming behind him, causing an involuntary shiver to course through his body. Red Wedding Dress, cease this ruckus. I have matters of importance to attend to. He intended to admonish the entity, yet her presence was overwhelmingly formidable. Lin could feel a soft presence drawing near, followed by a pair of icy little hands reaching from behind his head to his neck. Delicate and sharp nails danced upon his carotid artery, eliciting a faint tingling sensation. Master, have you perhaps sneaked out to indulge in secret pleasures without me? Why do you behave so strangely? Is it that you do not cherish me, or is it simply that your tastes are rather peculiar? Beneath the veil of the red wedding gown, her enchanting visage was cold, her beautiful eyes filled with sorrow. She stood on her toes, her body pressed against Lin's back, peering from his left side. Her voice a soft lament. A smirk curled at the corners of Lin's lips as he playfully responded, "Ah, indeed. I just returned from a visit to the Blood Clan. And I must say, the flavor of the Blood Queen is quite exquisite." No sooner had he spoken than he was met with a sorrowful whimper. "Unfaithful wretch. Come to collect your reckoning." The sound of muffled sobs and frantic swallowing filled his ears. Lin's brow twitched slightly. "Calm down, Red Wedding Gown. I was merely jesting. You. I suddenly find the taste of my master quite appealing. I wish to consume your very being." Lin also heard a notification from Blood Moon echoing in his ears. "Attention, player Ghost Guardian. Your S-rank ghost, Red Wedding Gown, has experienced a decline in affection towards you. The Red Wedding Gown is beginning to covet the host's body in a physical sense. Please maintain the ghost's affection, as a decrease may result in diminished combat prowess. Attention. Player Ghost Guardian. Your S-rank ghost, the Soul Reaper, is feeling restless and yearning for a fight. It seems that the Crimson Wedding Dress, a delicate yet unhinged specter, is indeed envious. I find myself perplexed as to why she harbors such a profound affection for me. Could it perhaps be due to our past life, where I met my demise at her hands? Or is it simply a consequence of my role as her ghostly guardian?" Although the Crimson Wedding Dress could never inflict harm upon Lin, he could not bear to witness her favor wane. Thus he resolved to soothe her troubled spirit. Turning to face the tearful figure before him, he gently took her icy hand and said, "Foolish one, I was merely jesting. How could I possibly forge friendships with other spirits behind your back? In my heart, you are my wings." He silently added to himself, "I never claimed to possess but a single pair of wings. After all, I am indeed a ghostly guardian." The specter of death interjected. The Crimson Wedding Dress, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, "Is it true? Master, you truly are not deceiving me." Lin scrutinized her intently, affirming, "I would never lie." She shook her head, murmuring, "I do not believe you, unless you can prove that you have not been involved with Lilith." Lin, with a resigned gesture, replied, "Believe what you will. I assure you, I have not misled you. Master, unless you allow me to consume you, I shall not believe." The Crimson Wedding Dress lowered her gaze, trembling with anticipation. Lin, taken aback, responded, "Ah?" In the crimson wedding attire. "You. What are you doing?" "Oh dear." Before Lin could utter another word, she was pulled into a room within the haunted fortress, where the surroundings were eerily familiar. Bang. The door was sealed shut by the cascading strands of the red gown. "Huh? How did this little snail end up here?" Scram. Soon enough, the door swung open again, and the little snail was unceremoniously kicked out by the figure in red. The little snail whimpered, "I've already crawled as fast as I can. Please don't rush me. Do you think I wish to be here? Alas, my ability limits me to appearing within a 100-meter radius of him." Lin urged, "Little snail, why don't you dare confront her? The woman in red intends to devour me. Hurry, protect me." The figure in red, growing impatient, exclaimed in her native dialect, "Oh, crawl. You chatterbox, just get moving. I hail from Shootout Mountain, so hurry up and don't delay me." The little snail, wearing a troubled expression, replied, "But, dear ghost, I am not adept at running." The woman in red coldly retorted, 3. "I shall leave, truly. You cannot take a jest." Feeling quite aggrieved, the little snail rapidly began to move, crawling away swiftly under the watchful eyes of Lin and the figure in red. The door was shut once more, and the figure turned, sauntering towards Lin, exuding an overwhelming aura of dread. She reverted to her gentle tone. "Master, it appears it is just the two of us now," Lin remarked. "I didn't anticipate that you were a ghost from the Sichuan Chongqing region. By the way, can you handle spicy food?" The Crimson Bridal Dress paused, expressing, "I used to enjoy eating quite a lot during my lifetime." "Wait, Master, are you stalling? It's futile. Today, I must savor your essence." Lin found himself cornered by the relentless advance of the Crimson Bridal Dress. "I warn you, cease your rebellious actions at once. I am your master." However, the Crimson Bridal Dress retorted, "What can I do, Master? Your physique is simply too enticing. I merely wish to indulge in your body. Let me ponder. From which part shall I begin?" With her hands cradling her delicate face, she surveyed Lin's form with a fervent gaze. The overwhelming power of the Crimson Bridal Dress left Lin feeling somewhat daunted. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was substantial. Otherwise, he would have surely faced her backlash. It seemed imperative to teach the Crimson Bridal Dress a lesson today, lest she remain oblivious to the gravity of her actions. Just as Lin prepared to wield his authority as her master to subdue her, the Crimson Bridal Dress unexpectedly knelt before him, gazing up with imploring eyes. "Master, please unveil my veil." Linen's breath quickened. Crimson bridal dress, you. His feelings towards this spectral entity were indeed complex, for she had consumed him in a past life, rendering them eternal adversaries. Yet now, this foe knelt before him, requesting the unveiling of her veil. He had imagined countless scenarios of revenge upon her arrival in reality, but he had not anticipated this opportunity would present itself so swiftly. Ultimately, Lin could not resist the allure and extended his hand to unveil the crimson bridal dress. Before Lin stood an unparalleled beauty. Adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing robes, her hair as white as snow. A subtle sorrow lingered in her eyes, embodying both the gentle grace of an ancient beauty and the alluring coldness of an S-rank specter. The crimson wedding dress seemed to be a fusion of a demonic enchantress and a virtuous maiden, with a figure and visage so flawless that they exuded an irresistible allure, tempting one to conquer this lofty pinnacle. Her captivating eyes shimmered like rippling waters, and as she fluttered her eyelashes, she gazed up at Lin, saying, "Master, please gaze upon me earnestly." It appeared that the master truly had not engaged in any nefarious deeds behind her back. It was merely a misunderstanding. Attention, player. Your S-rank specter, the crimson wedding dress, has elevated her affinity for you to the level of life and death. Leaning against the walls of the ghostly fortress, Lin exited the corridor, her face pale and feeble, murmuring to herself, "The crimson wedding dress is terrifying, as expected of an S-rank specter. She is exceedingly difficult to handle. Oh, I became so entangled with her that I forgot the pressing matters at hand." Chapter 60, Snow Maiden. Was it intentional or merely a mishap? Cheng Xiaodai hastily supported Lin, exclaiming, "Boss, are you all right? Your complexion looks dreadful." Lin waved dismissively. "I just fought with an S-rank specter. Let's not dwell on that. Where is my aunt? Have you seen her?" Cheng Xiaodai replied, "Boss, you are unaware? Miss Lin Qian was dragged into a bizarre instance just an hour ago." Upon hearing this, Lin's expression shifted to one of concern. "Instance? What level is it?" Cheng Xiaodai tilted her head in contemplation and remarked, "The B-level dungeon. I believe it is called the Eerie Neighbor. Individuals from all corners of the globe have been drawn into it." Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. That should not pose a significant problem. Lin Qian's zombie mother can safeguard her. Lin glanced at the pallid-skinned snow woman, perplexed. "How did you all come to be together?" Cheng Xiaodai regarded the snow woman and replied, "Sister Snow Woman mentioned that she was feeling quite bored and expressed a keen interest in cooking, grocery shopping, and exploring the market. She insisted on accompanying me, and I acquiesced." Lin queried, "The vegetable market in Jinghai, surely it is not a scene of carnage?" He genuinely worried that unscrupulous vendors would fall victim to the snow woman's wrath, potentially freezing all ill-intentioned merchants into popsicles on the spot. Each S-level apparition possesses the capacity to effortlessly obliterate a city. Their destructive potential is indeed formidable. Cheng Xiaodai countered, "How could that be? Sister Snow Woman merely appears cold on the surface. I can discern that she is, in fact, a very gentle girl." Lin retorted, "When she wields her blade against a child, you may no longer find her endearing." The Snow Woman, maintaining her unvaried tone, elucidated, "I simply feel that remaining in the ghost castle is exceedingly dull. I cannot frighten those humans, and observing Xiaodai cook seems rather intriguing. I merely wish to understand the realities of the world, nothing more." Lin pondered for a moment and conceded, "Very well, it appears I have not considered this thoroughly. It is important for a master to spend more time with their spirits, attending to your emotional well-being." The Snow Woman, with an odd expression, remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that you are orchestrating a grand scheme." Lin, intrigued, inquired, "What do you mean?" The Snow Woman continued, "Why is it that you are surrounded by female spirits, and you are particularly kind to those little girls?" Lin revealed a dazzling smile, and, with a menacing tone, responded, Since you've uncovered my secret, there's no need for me to feign virtue any longer. Snow Woman, you must prepare a 3D-ish meal with soup immediately. I wish to see your culinary prowess. If you fail, well, don't blame me for resorting to my stick for correction." With that, Lin retrieved a silver baseball bat from his backpack, the sound echoing ominously. The Snow Woman's pupils dilated, her voice tinged with fear, anticipation, and excitement. "Please don't strike me. I shall go at once. Just wait a moment, master." In an instant, her form transformed into a whirlwind of snow and wind, racing deeper into the ghostly fortress. Cheng Xiaodai, puzzled, asked, "Boss, why frighten Sister Snow Woman? She hasn't done anything wrong." I heard her recount her past, losing her childhood to mourning, her mother in adulthood, suffering from albinism, being bullied, and ultimately falling to her demise. She is truly pitiable." Lin smirked, playfully poking Cheng Xiaodia's forehead. What's this? Have you become close friends with a ghost? Children should refrain from meddling in matters beyond their understanding. Just focus on preparing the meal. Cheng Xiaodai puffed her cheeks in discontent, retorting, I'm not a child. I'm already 21. In the kitchen of the ghostly fortress. Everything was newly constructed, gleaming with freshness. In the ghost castle, there was originally no kitchen, for ghosts do not require sustenance. However, with an increasing number of diners, a kitchen naturally emerged. Weiss expressed her exhaustion, lamenting that she had to personally undertake the task of constructing a kitchen for the humans. It seemed she had become a mere laborer. At that moment, the Snow Maiden burst into the kitchen like a whirlwind. She seized pots and pans, and, following the steps etched in her memory, began to prepare the ingredients and cook. For a creature of her kind, this skill was decidedly unrefined. As she busied herself with the ingredients, she muttered to herself, I just made the master angry. How delightful. He scolded me again. What a peculiar sensation. The Snow Maiden's thoughts were tumultuous. On one hand, she found joy in the stern tone with which Lin addressed her. On the other, she feared that such behavior might genuinely provoke his ire. What if he decided to cast her aside? Biting her lip, she murmured, if I anger him once, then I shall make him happy once afterward. That would create a balance, wouldn't it? I truly am a clever little spirit. Before long, Lin and Cheng Xiaodai arrived at the dining hall of the ghost castle. The ceiling was adorned with a crystal chandelier, and a long table was laid with a pristine white tablecloth, embellished with greenery, while the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow. A nearby wine cabinet boasted an array of fine wines, exuding an air of opulence. This was undoubtedly a meticulous recreation of Lin's original villa style. Alas, poor Weiss was utterly worn out, now fast asleep. Lin sat at the head of the table, thoroughly satisfied. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Surely, the ingredients the Snow Maiden is using are not human flesh? I have no desire to become Hannibal. Just then, the Snow Woman wheeled a cart into the dining hall. Master, please indulge in my culinary artistry, she exclaimed, presenting a dish before Lin. Upon closer inspection, Lin beheld an indescribable creation composed of twisted tentacles, shattered entrails, and shriveled eyeballs. It was a challenge to articulate both the appearance and flavor of this dish. Lin felt as though he could perceive the embodiment of despair and lamentation emanating from it. Oh dear, my eyes have been tainted. Even Cheng Xiaodai beside him could not bear to look. The Snow Woman gazed at him with eager anticipation. Master, do taste my creation. Lin reluctantly picked up his chopsticks. Have you tasted this dish yourself? The Snow Woman replied, just a bit. Lin inquired, how does it taste? With a twinkle in her eyes and a smile playing on her lips, she responded, I preserved a portion of the dish's original essence, as I believe this is essential for you to understand what you are consuming. Lin asked, was this intentional or accidental? The Snow Woman answered, deliberately unintentional. Please, Master, do try it before it cools and loses its appeal. Lin's expression turned pained. Are you certain this is meant for human consumption? Xiaodai, would you care to sample it? Xiaodai immediately displayed her distaste, shaking her head vehemently. This food is exceedingly precious. It should be reserved for the master. Taking a deep breath, Lin set down his chopsticks and summoned his pet, Little Snail. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of snail tentacles emerged from the distance. Swaying before Lin, what do you want? Have you finally realized that you intend to end my existence? Lin lifted the plate of food. Why don't you sample this dish? The little snail, skeptical, replied, when did you become so benevolent? Something is amiss. You wouldn't be attempting to poison me, would you? Humph. Let me remind you, I am an S-class monster. There is no poison in this world that can harm me. Lin responded, then why not give it a try? Why would I wish to harm you? This delicacy was prepared by the Snow Maiden herself. It is utterly delectable. You have relentlessly pursued me daily. You deserve to taste it first. Nearby. The Snow Maiden's eyes dimmed suddenly, but that is food I painstakingly crafted. How could it be offered to a snail? Humph. What's wrong with feeding me? At last. You have done something commendable. I suppose you possess a touch of conscience. The little snail curled its tentacles around the plate of food, drawing it closer. Without even a glance, it tossed both food and dish into its cavernous mouth and began to chew voraciously. Lin, the Snow Maiden, and Cheng Xiaodai simultaneously turned to observe the little snail's reaction. What are you all staring at? The little snail queried. Is there something on my face? Lin, feeling somewhat uneasy, asked, Little snail, are you all right? The snail, brimming with confidence, laughed. Ha ha, what an absurd joke. My stomach can digest even monsters. Wait, my stomach. Oh no, it hurts so much. What kind of poison is this? I'm going to die. The woman's face on the back of the little snail's shell rolled her eyes in exasperation, continuously spewing white foam. The little snail toppled over, its mouth frothing incessantly, its body twitching occasionally in a state of apparent despair. Player Ghost Guardian, congratulations. Your S-Class Spectre has successfully concocted the poisonous heartbreak powder. Chapter 61. The Master is too soft-hearted. He hesitates to use a good weapon even against me. How could he wish to harm me? I shall surely seek vengeance upon the one who prepared this dish. Truly, is this what one serves with snail? It is utterly bitter. The little snail writhed on the ground, its mouth expelling dark green bile. Lin En gazed silently at the fallen creature, still spewing its vile liquid, its body convulsing. Cheng Xiaodai covered her mouth, a sense of dread washing over her. Fortunately, I did not partake. The Snow Maiden expressed her regret. It is a pity that the master did not personally taste it. Lin En turned, his teeth clenched, his expression menacing as he glared at the Snow Maiden. Her rabbit-like red eyes widened in fear, and she took several steps back, biting her lip in embarrassment. Master, why do you regard me with such a fierce expression? Lin En's lips twitched. Snow Maiden, how cruel you are. You wish to poison me. Yet I had the foresight to save myself. You wicked woman, it seems today you shall receive a stern lesson. With that, Lin En withdrew a stick from his backpack, advancing step by step towards the Snow Maiden. Master, I am truly sorry. I did not intend to poison you. The Snow Woman, barefoot, suddenly collapsed onto the ground, appearing fragile and helpless, her eyes flickering with uncertainty as she timidly defended herself. Cheng Xiaodai quickly positioned herself in front of Lin En, pleading. Boss, Sister Snow Woman is merely inexperienced in cooking. Surely, you can spare her from punishment. Lin En retorted. She did not act unintentionally. She acted deliberately. Step aside, Xiaodai. I must administer a proper lesson. The Snow Woman, looking aggrieved, implored. Xiaodai, do not obstruct Master. I have erred and must accept the consequences. Reluctantly, Cheng Xiaodai withdrew from between them. Lin En feigned ferocity, declaring, Snow Woman, this is all for your own good. He approached her closely, and a formidable shadow loomed over her delicate face. Prepare to feel the sting. With all his strength, Lin En swung the baseball bat down upon the Snow Woman's back. She cried, shutting her eyes and shielding her head. Cheng Xiaodai, unable to bear the sight, shouted, Boss, be gentle. If you injure Sister Snow Woman, it would be troublesome. The bat struck the Snow Woman's back with a resounding crack. Cheng Xiaodai thought to herself, it's over. Sister Snow Woman is surely in for a rough time. The boss is too harsh. She cautiously opened her eyes, only to be utterly astonished. The bat had shattered upon impact, yet the Snow Woman remained entirely unscathed. The Snow Woman lifted her head, gazing at Lin with a perplexed expression. Master, you need not hold back. I can withstand it. Lin tossed aside the broken stick and replied with a fierce tone. Useless. This C-grade weapon is utterly ineffective. Very well. Let us end this here for today. If you dare to provoke my anger again, you shall face dire consequences. Cheng Xiaodai murmured. Goodness. I've touched Snow Woman's hand. Her body is undeniably soft and somewhat chilly, yet she was able to shatter a baseball bat just now. Truly, S-grade specters are terrifying. All right, Master. The Snow Woman's eyes sparkled, a warm feeling flickering within her. Alas, her master is still too soft-hearted. Even refraining from using a better weapon against me, he must care for me, she secretly thought to herself, planning to find another opportunity to further incite her master's ire. At that moment, Little Snail stirred awake, her tongue lolling as she lunged at the Snow Woman, declaring, Step aside. I shall engage her in a fight to the death. The Snow Woman frowned at the audacious snail. Foolish snail. Do you even think you stand a chance against me? She raised her hand, conjuring ice spikes that shimmered like prisms, which whistled as they hurtled toward Little Snail. That hurts. Woman, you are playing with fire. Little Snail exclaimed, receiving a frosty blow to the face. As she howled in pain, she crawled toward the Snow Woman, cursing all the while. The two S-grade specters clashed violently, turning the entire restaurant into a chaotic scene. Fortunately, the little demon Vis was oblivious to this turmoil. Otherwise, her mental state would surely shatter, as it would mean she would have to rebuild the restaurant of her ghostly fortress yet again. Lin, accompanied by Cheng Xiaodai, quietly exited the restaurant, leaving the two specters to their fierce battle. At that moment, Lin's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a message from his aunt. Lin, I truly wouldn't trouble you if it weren't absolutely necessary. I'm completely out of ideas and can no longer continue. Please come quickly. After reading the message, Lin sensed something was amiss. Logically, A B-level eerie dungeon should not pose much danger. Could this particular instance be somewhat exceptional? Lin resolved to investigate personally, opting to assist the guild members. Given the overwhelming number of players drawn into the dungeon, he could swiftly locate Lin Qian. The announcement of the blood moon echoed in his ears. Would you like to assist the player, the valiant maiden, in the B-level dungeon challenge? He closed his eyes once more, conjuring the sensation of his body lifting, and gradually, his figure faded from sight, leaving Qing Shaodai in a state of bewilderment. Before long, Lin found himself in a bizarre realm shrouded in crimson mist. He surveyed his surroundings and realized he was in a typical shared housing corridor, where the dimly lit passage was cluttered with various items and kitchenware, exuding a sense of homeliness. The flickering light bulb above buzzed intermittently, likely due to years of neglect leading to poor connectivity. Without hesitation, Lin began to search for Lin Qian's presence. Possessed by a spirit, Lin could become ethereal, effortlessly passing through walls with remarkable speed and silence. It appeared to be a multiplayer dungeon. Generally, such dungeons pose significant challenges. Lin pondered. Soon, he discovered his relatively composed ant in a small room on the third floor. Lin In suddenly patted Lin Qian on the shoulder from behind. Ah, a ghost. Lin Qian screamed in terror, turning around and throwing resilient bandages from her hands, attempting to ensnare Lin In tightly. Lin In gracefully retreated 2 meters, cheerfully greeting her. Hi, Aunt. It's me, Lin In. Upon realizing it was Lin In, Lin Qian exhaled a sigh of relief, her chest heaving violently as she trembled. Could you please refrain from suddenly appearing behind me? Do you have any idea how startling it is to scare someone? Lin In, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Aunt, what's going on? Aren't you protected by the zombie mother? Shouldn't you be able to clear the level? Lin Qian replied, filled with dread, this scenario isn't merely about facing terrifying creatures. You have no idea how difficult this level is. 5 players have already perished in this game, and some of them were formidable players with their own monsters. Lin In frowned. I see. Let me examine the requirements for clearing this level. He had not personally experienced these newly released scenarios, relying instead on his expertise to decipher them. Of course, Lin In had the capability to forcibly navigate through the level, but such feats were not easily replicated by others. Thus, he preferred to solve the level in a conventional manner, subsequently documenting the strategy for the members of the Zhuguang Society for their reference. Before long, Lin In learned about the game's clearing requirements through Blood Moon. Bizarre B-level instance, the eerie neighbor players assumed the role of tenants who, every night, hear strange sounds emanating from outside their rooms. Neighbors continuously meet gruesome fates, leading the players to suspect that the building they inhabit is haunted. Their objective is to uncover the murderous specter lurking within this instance. The sole task hint, everyone will perish, including myself. Lin squinted. Sensing that it was not overly difficult, it resembled a game of hide and seek, where one must identify the concealed entity. However, this instance's hint was somewhat peculiar. Who exactly did the eye refer to? Chapter 62. Everyone will perish, including myself. Lin Qian hastily interjected. This instance is not as simple as it appears. There are hidden tasks. Do you see what this is? Lin Qian retrieved a card from her chest and presented it to Lin. On one side of the card, the word tenant was boldly inscribed. The reverse stated, as an ordinary tenant, you possess no self-defense capabilities. Your ability is to inquire of the landlord once daily whether any disturbances were heard the previous night. And you may cast an anonymous vote to identify the player you deem most suspect of being the specter. Lin narrowed her eyes. So, in this instance, each player possesses an identity card, while the other side denotes the specter. Does this mean that the specter is one of the players? Lin Qian nodded. Indeed. There are 10 individuals who entered the instance, and already 5 players have fallen victim to the specter. Among them was a player who possessed a specter themselves. Yet they still perished. Thus, we are engaged in mutual annihilation. Lin smiled and remarked, this issue is actually quite easy to resolve. Lin Qian's eyes brightened. Do you have a solution? Lin's gaze turned fierce, since we cannot ascertain which of the remaining players is the one responsible for the killings. We shall eliminate all the remaining players. Lin Qian frowned. But isn't this indiscriminate slaughter? Lin looked at Lin Qian as if she were foolish. Auntie, your chest isn't particularly ample, so why are you being so dim-witted? Lin Qian immediately covered her chest, indignantly retorting. What does my chest size have to do with this? You scoundrel. Lin replied, this pertains to a concept known as the chain of suspicion. Lin Qian seemed to grasp something. Chain of suspicion? Lin nodded. You may refrain from unjustly killing innocents. But how can you be certain of what the other players are thinking? They are equally unaware of your thoughts, and this chain of suspicion can extend indefinitely. Therefore, In such circumstances, a rational person must take the initiative. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qian finally stammered, "So it turns out, the real monster is myself." In this scenario, everyone is a monster, merely differing in strength. Lin stood with his hands clasped behind his back. However, I must reiterate, that is the approach of a rational person. In this scenario, there remains a pivotal issue unresolved, which is the prompt from the game. This prompt should be the key to clearing the level. Lin Qian asked, "Does it mean everyone will die, including me?" Lin pondered for a moment, envisioning various possibilities. Drawing upon his extensive experience in overcoming challenges, his thoughts gradually crystallized. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. He had discerned the perfect strategy to conquer this quest. Curiously, Lin Qian inquired, "Do tell me quickly." Lin, with a playful smile, replied, "Allow me to keep you in suspense, dear aunt. Pretend I am non-existent. Play as you normally would. I wish to observe the choices made by the other players before deciding whether to intervene." With that, Lin transformed into a spectral form. Cloaked in a shroud of intangible mist, Lin Qian acquiesced, "Very well, in accordance with the usual course of events, by dawn. It is likely that more players will have fallen victim to the malevolent entities. Let us inquire with the landlord for any clues." Soon, a man's anguished scream echoed from the depths of the corridor. A notification chimed within the quest. Player 1 Night Cold Rain was slain by a malevolent entity last night. There are currently 4 players remaining in the quest. It appeared that 1 Night Cold Rain was, like me, a tenant. As dawn broke, Lin Qian promptly pushed open her room door. Initially adhering to the conventional approach, she knocked on the landlord's door, inquiring about any disturbances she might have heard the previous night. The landlord, a hunched yet remarkably astute elderly woman, opened the door just a crack. Peering at Lin Qian with a kindly expression, "What can I do for you, my dear?" she asked. Lin Qian responded, "Excuse me, dear landlord. Did you hear anyone leaving upstairs last night?" "Thank you very much, dear lady," Lin Qian concluded. The elderly landlady closed the door with a resigned smile, remarking, "It's only morning, and this is already the 4th person to inquire of me." After bidding farewell to the landlady, Lin Qian made her way to the lobby on the 1st floor. There, she encountered the remaining 3 players, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, a spirited young man, and a girl clad in a hospital gown. Among them was the one who possessed the ghost card. They maintained a cautious distance of 3 meters from each other, eyeing one another warily. Upon Lin Qian's arrival, their expressions remained unchanged, exhibiting an air of complete indifference. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and stated, "Now, only the 4 of us remain. Let us commence with the anonymous voting. I shall cast my vote first." The spirited young man, on the verge of a breakdown, exclaimed, "I am not the ghost. I truly am not. You must believe me." The girl in the hospital gown appeared indifferent, saying, "In any case, everyone is destined to perish. I shall vote for whomever." The young man pleaded, "Could you not take this seriously? How could I possibly be the ghost?" The middle-aged man replied, "In this situation, I can only trust my own judgment. The more you display fear, the more suspicious you appear." The young man retorted, "That is the pot calling the kettle black." As their argument escalated, Lin Qian approached. The group turned their attention to her. Lin Qian urged, "Everyone, please cease the quarrel. Let us remain rational. We should vote for the one most likely to be the ghost, for if we identify them, we shall find our liberation." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. "I second that." Lin Qian scrutinized the 3 individuals before her, her suspicions particularly directed at the bespectacled man, for the aura of malevolence surrounding him was undeniably potent. The spirited young man exuded no aura of malevolence. He was likely the next victim, yet one could not dismiss the possibility that he harbored a different identity. The girl in the hospital gown possessed a rather low profile, presumably a mere tenant. Ultimately, Lin Qian cast her anonymous vote for the middle-aged man with glasses, hoping that the other 2 would follow suit, thereby enabling her to ascertain whether he was indeed a specter. The results of the anonymous voting were swiftly revealed, leaving Lin Qian utterly astonished. "Player Beautiful Warrior, you have been anonymously voted as the specter by the remaining players." This indicated that the other 3 players had all selected Lin Qian. Panic surged within her as she questioned, "Why do you believe I am the specter?" The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and replied, "Because the malevolent aura surrounding you is the strongest. If the game necessitates the selection of a player as the specter, it is only logical to choose the most formidable one." The spirited young man stammered, "I heard you scream in your room last night. Yet you did not perish, which is quite suspicious." The girl in the hospital gown nonchalantly remarked, "I voted randomly. You just rubbed me the wrong way. Lin Qian, feeling helpless, revealed her identity card, stating, "You have all erred in your votes. I am but a tenant." The expressions of the other three instantly froze. In the next moment, Lin Yin emerged from the void, her vengeful spirit traversing swiftly through the trio. A fine line of crimson appeared around their necks, and they hastily grasped their throats, incredulous as they gazed at Lin Yin, their life force rapidly waning. Thud! The three collapsed to the ground, their eyes fixated on Lin Yin, brimming with despair and confusion. Lin Yin then materialized beside Lin Qian. Lin Qian exclaimed in astonishment, "How could you have killed them all? There should only be one monster, right?" Lin Yin closed his eyes briefly and replied with a smile, "In truth, you are all mere pawns, just like all the players. The game of werewolf is merely a ruse to mislead. The true strength of the monster in this scenario is insufficient to confront you all at once. Hence, it has resorted to this method, inciting you to turn against one another. The challenge of this level lies in the examination of human nature and trust. They have branded you as the monster, sealing their own fates. My actions in eliminating them are entirely justifiable." Lin Qian trembled all over this. This level is horrifying. She finally grasped the meaning behind that ominous hint. Everyone is destined to perish, including myself. Witnessing the twitching bodies of the three on the ground, she could not hold back and bent over to retch. Lin Yin gently patted her back. "It's normal. It's like this for everyone the first time. You'll grow accustomed to it with experience." Chapter 63. I have 6 more monsters like this one. Just as the three fell lifelessly, a new announcement echoed through the eerie level. "Player Beautiful Warrior, you have become the last surviving player, but do not rejoice too soon. The true monsters of this level will soon appear collectively. Those who perished in flames harbor deep-seated resentment, despising all living beings. The only way to survive is to vanquish all the monsters within this level." Creak. In the next moment, the sound of a door slowly creaking open resonated through the pitch-black corridor. As blood began to seep from the ceiling, and large charred marks appeared on the walls. "Ah, it hurts so much. Who can save me? Oh, I dread the thought of being consumed by flames." Suddenly, a thunderous inferno erupted in the corridor, and the dim yellow bulb shattered in an instant. The darkness enveloped me, rendering my surroundings invisible, while the air was filled with the harrowing wails of souls in torment. The cries of the perishing echoing like a symphony of despair, akin to a hell on earth. In the midst of the flames, countless bodies were reduced to charred remains, grotesquely contorted and horrifying, as ghastly figures with scorched and mutilated flesh emerged from the corridor, the rooms, and the ceiling. Their blood-red eyes, like venomous serpents, fixated on Lin Qian, mocking and taunting her. "Burn this rat. Torture her slowly with a gentle flame. Singe her hair, scorch her visage, let her suffer as I have." One ghost, caressing her charred face with envy, lamented bitterly. "Ha ha ha. You must be in utter despair now, having painstakingly eliminated the other players, only to find yourself facing all of us alone. Young girl, since you have taken the lives of others, you have forfeited your humanity and deserve to perish in flames." Even the elderly landlady had transformed into a specter, crawling out of her room with a low, raspy voice. Her legs, twisted and burned, left her frail body reduced to naught but a layer of charred flesh, and as she dragged herself along the ground, the skin clinging to her body gradually sloughed off, creating a trail of blood. Each of these apparitions possessed a C-level strength, with several boasting a B-level prowess. Heavens! It turns out all the neighbors here are specters. Lin Qian gazed at the horrifying scene, inhaling the acrid scent of charred remnants and feeling the searing heat envelop her. Cold sweat began to bead on her brow as her heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. Instinctively, she glanced at Lin Yin, her composure unwavering like a mountain amidst turmoil. In that fleeting moment, Lin Qian's panic subsided significantly. Thank goodness Lin Yin was here. Otherwise, I would surely perish in this instance. Lin Qian pressed her lips tightly together, silently resolving within herself. Simultaneously, a fervent desire for her own strength ignited within her. She could no longer depend solely on her nephew. She must not remain a burden. Lin Yin remarked, "This multiplayer instance is not overly challenging, merely of ordinary B-grade intensity. However, for a ghost master, it can be quite lethal. The sole path to success in this instance lies in mutual trust and collaboration, facing the final onslaught of specters together." Lin Qian sighed, "Yet we are engulfed in suspicion and doubt toward one another." Lin Yin chuckled. "Thus, in the realm of horror, strength is the ultimate truth. Were I to conquer this instance, I would slay both the living and the dead. Those who enter the horror world can no longer be deemed human, but rather beasts fighting for survival." Lin Qian, So, had they not cast their votes against me earlier, would you have rescued them? Lin Qian inhaled deeply, her gaze hardening. I understand now, Lin In. Let us separate and work together to eliminate these specters. Lin In cast an approving glance at Lin Qian. No objections here. I shall not compete for your kills, haha. Two individuals faced the entire horde of specters within the building, and Lin Qian chose to take the initiative. Possessed by a small zombie, Lin Qian felt a writhing beneath her skin, which was followed by an explosive release of countless bandages that ensnared the phantoms, constricting them like a python. A feeble sea-level specter emitted a pitiful shriek as its body was compressed into charred powder. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Lin Qian's eyes. You are merely a fade of terror. In truth, you shatter at the slightest touch. Little girl. Do not rejoice too soon. One individual cannot possibly withstand our might. Ha 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 ha. The landlord, an imposing B-level specter, broke free from Lin Qian's bindings and crawled towards her, attempting to bite. Get lost, you decrepit hag. Lin Qian retaliated with a swift kick that sent the old crone's dentures flying. The landlord's specter screeched in fury. You filthy rat. Soon, I shall personally shatter your teeth and torment you until you beg for death. Lin Qian's zombie mother, though an A-level specter, found herself increasingly overwhelmed by the multitude of B-level entities surrounding her. At that moment, Lin In emerged from his cloaked state, transforming into a ghostly visage. Wielding a blood-red soul-harvesting scythe, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper from Western lore, he gazed at the throngs of approaching specters in the corridor, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Greetings. The once blazing corridor experienced a sudden drop in temperature, extinguishing the flames in an instant. Silence followed, with all the specters fixating on Lin In. Enveloped in an eerie stillness, the entire building's spirits were utterly paralyzed, remaining frozen for several seconds before they scattered in all directions like mice fleeing from a cat, their mouths emitting panicked cries. This aura, could it be an S-rank? The landlord's spirit exclaimed. How is this possible? Who are you? How can you possess an S-rank spirit? Lin In replied nonchalantly, I have 6 more spirits like this one. All the spirits were taken aback. Goodness. Run. I don't want to be killed. Several C-rank spirits even rolled their eyes back in terror, succumbing to fright at Lin In's mere presence. Lin Qian murmured, You must be a demon. Didn't we agree you wouldn't steal my kills? Lin In shrugged, I can't help it. These spirits are too timid. They all fled without me lifting a finger. Lin Qian sighed. Now that they've all escaped, it seems I'll have to hunt them down one by one. How troublesome. Lin In waved his scythe playfully and said with a grin, No worries, I absolutely adore the game of cat and mouse. In the corridor, even the slightly stronger B-rank spirits were terrified, fleeing in disarray. Chapter 64. Apologies, I've succumbed to my craving for slaughter. Lin In stood in place, watching her with a cheerful smile, making no attempt to pursue. The landlord's spirit exhaled in relief, muttering to herself. Lin In then positioned himself at the doorway, blocking the landlord's spirit's escape, a smile gracing his face as he whispered in a devilish tone. Hello, care to buy a charm? The landlord's spirit trembled, forced to respond. I'll buy it. How much? Lin's lips curled into a smirk. 1 million ghost coins, indeed. Her smile became more pronounced. Foolish one, if I slay you. Your ghost coins shall belong to me. The landlord ghost, with a face as ashen as charcoal, was filled with dread and exclaimed, You are nothing short of a demon. Lin replied coolly, Let me clarify, this is not mere rumor. With that, she raised the soul-harvesting sickle in her hand and brought it crashing down. Thud. The landlord ghost fell to the ground, bisected. The sound of the cleaving echoed, followed by the landlord ghost's anguished wail that resonated throughout the corridor. An eerie silence enveloped the space. Lin stretched her neck, relishing the tranquility that precedes a storm. Only the sound of Lin's footsteps remained in the corridor. She began to meander through the entire realm as leisurely as one would stroll through their own garden. Approaching a tightly shut door, she knocked and cheerfully called out, Open up, it's time to check the water meter. Inside, the female tenant ghost emitted a desperate scream. There's no water meter in my home. Go look elsewhere. I do not believe you. Not unless I see it with my own eyes. Lin swung her soul-harvesting sickle against the door, splintering wood cascading down. With each strike, the female tenant ghost cried out, No, please, I beg you. Before long, a gash was made in the door. Lin peered inside, her gaze landing upon the tenant ghost, curled up in a corner, on the verge of collapse. She spotted the water meter in the bathroom, and a slow smile began to form on Lin's lips. I have entered the room, where the very specter who had just been clamoring to scorch Lin Qian's visage lurks. She huddles in the corner, utterly terrified. Weeping inconsolably, "Are you a ghost, or am I? How can you be more terrifying than a ghost? Crying? Is that even a measure of time?" The female spirit immediately fell silent, refraining from further sobs. Lin reached into the gaping opening, unlocking the door, his shadow elongated, resembling that of a deranged killer. Dragging a bloodied scythe across the floor, he produced a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine. "No, please spare me." The female ghost clung desperately to Linen's leg, pleading for mercy. Linen chuckled, "Apologies, but the urge to cleave has taken hold." He raised the scythe high, akin to wielding an axe, and brought it down with ferocity. The ghost's blood splattered across Lin, rendering his once handsome visage somewhat grotesque and fearsome. Like a reaper of souls, he exited the room, lazily surveying his surroundings, murmuring, "Who will be the next unfortunate soul?" In a room on the 3rd floor, whispers could be heard. "Child, hide away. No matter what happens, no matter what sounds you hear, do not come out." "Father, I understand." Within the confines of the 3rd floor room, a male tenant concealed his child, a pale-faced little specter, in the ceiling of the restroom. At that moment, Linen's footsteps echoed up to the 3rd floor. The tenant ghost seized a revolver, a specialized tool designed to combat supernatural entities. Loaded with brass exorcism bullets, an item left behind by a deceased player. After Lin's footsteps faded from the room, the ghost quietly opened the door, peering out cautiously. In the next instant, Lin's visage materialized before him. "Hello there. What a stroke of bad luck. Ah, I'll take you down with me." The tenant ghost, frightened, raised the revolver and fired repeatedly at Lin. Bang, 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 bang. The brass bullets penetrated Lin's chest, inflicting numerous wounds from which blood gushed forth. Lin staggered back, a look of agony etched on his face. The tenant ghost exclaimed with delight, "It worked. I hit him. A shot to the head. You must be doomed." Not far away, Lin Qian, also in pursuit of the malevolent spirits, gasped upon witnessing the scene. "Lin, are you all right?" Lin glanced at the gaping wounds in his chest and replied with a smile, "I apologize for disappointing you. It's merely a trivial injury." As his fingers brushed over his chest, the wounds miraculously healed, restored to pristine condition. This was a new skill acquired by the ghost, an illusion that could obscure one's vision and deceive the opponent. Lin Qian exhaled in relief. "You nearly gave me a heart attack, Lin." With precision, Lin swiftly dealt with the ghost that had dared to shoot at him. He glanced into the room and remarked deliberately, "It seems no one is here. Perhaps I shall explore the next one." The small specter hidden within the ceiling partition held its breath, straining to hear the sounds from outside. It was only when Lin's footsteps faded away that the boy finally exhaled in relief. "Thank goodness, I'm still alive, but father is gone." He sobbed. "I will remember that rat's appearance, and I shall avenge my father." Just then, a deep whisper brushed against his ear. "Ah, your father loved you dearly. I am nearly moved to tears. Shall I help you reunite with him?" The boy, lying on the ceiling beam, felt a chill run through him and stiffly turned his head, only to behold Lin, now transformed into a ghostly form, squatting beside him with an unsettlingly kind expression. "Ah, there is someone here." The bathroom echoed with the boy's heart-wrenching scream. He was terrified to death by Lin. Lin, feeling disheartened, pondered, "Am I truly so terrifying?" Chapter 65. What? Opening a haunted house in a horror world? As Lin severed the last head of the monster, a blood moon heralded new announcements. Player: "The Valiant Maiden, congratulations. You have eliminated all monsters while the odds were against you, achieving a perfect completion of the B-level Eerie dungeon, the Strange Neighbor. You have earned a new achievement, the Demise of the Spirits. Congratulations on your first successful dungeon completion. You have received rewards: 10 mind enhancement potions, 50 monster experience packs. Congratulations on receiving your reward for completing the challenge, a B-grade item, the Landlord's Universal Key. This key possesses the remarkable ability to grant you access to any hidden chamber within the dungeons, allowing you to unlock safes in any cabinet with a keyhole. However, it is important to note that it can only be utilized once per dungeon. Interestingly, from a certain perspective, it also serves as a perfect earwax remover." Lin Qian gazed at her backpack, her surprise evident as she exclaimed, "This is fantastic. I have received a reward from the dungeon." She intended to hand the universal key to Lin, saying, however, "Had it not been for you, my dear nephew, I would surely have met my demise this time. So consider this as a token of gratitude." Lin waved his hand, declining the offer. No need for that. This item is far more beneficial for you. It could very well save your life at times. I have plenty of such useless items," he thought to himself. Lin Qian pressed her lips together, conceding, "All right, thank you." You've saved me, dear nephew, and I truly do not know how to repay you. Lin En smiled and replied. Actually, Aunt, I have a small request. Lin Qian patted her chest and said, Sure, go ahead. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall not hesitate. Lin En continued. Aunt, I would like your assistance in managing my enterprises within the thrilling world. Just as you preside over the Lin Group in the real world, I will focus on expanding and strengthening our presence, achieving new heights of success. Lin Qian hesitated, saying, Well, can an ordinary person like me suddenly take charge as the leader of a vampire clan and earn their respect? Lin, do not worry, my dear aunt. You are now appointed as the president of the vampire clan, assisting me in the operation of the company, with Lilith by our side. No specter below dares to utter a word against us. Since you have expressed your commitment, let us embark on a grand endeavor. Lin Qian, brimming with confidence, gestured an OK sign towards Lin. With Lin Qian's consent, Lin led her out of the instance and into the eerie realm of Blood City. Arriving at the vampire mansion, a place Lin Qian had visited once before, making her feel quite at home. Master and Miss Lin, we warmly welcome you to the vampire mansion. The vampire queen, Lilith, greeted Lin Qian and Lin with the utmost enthusiasm. Now, with Lin firmly holding her position, the vampire clan was destined to rise in the thrilling world. Greetings, President Lin. The entire vampire clan lined the path in a warm reception. They even organized a welcoming event for the two. Lin Qian had previously familiarized herself with the direction of the vampire clan's industry, which primarily focused on the medical field, specifically drawing blood from supernatural beings and providing them with medical care. Her purpose this time was to assist Lin in this endeavor. In her vision, she intended to establish a streamlined operation with 3 shifts, ensuring each vampire worked 8 hours a day, maximizing the company's productivity around the clock. I am indeed a heartless capitalist, Lin Qian mused. As for how to overthrow the demon clan, that was part of Lin's strategy. With Lin Qian merely tasked with executing Lin's plans, Lin elaborated on the demon clan's standing in the thrilling world. To compete with the demon clan, which has toiled in the entertainment industry for so many years, signifies that we must also delve into the entertainment sector. This presented a considerable challenge for Lin. Lin Qian rested her chin on one hand and mused. Amusement parks, cinemas, karaoke bars. These entertainment options abound in the eerie world. If we are to compete with the demon clan, we should devise something novel. Yet, at this moment, I cannot fathom what would be suitable for such a bizarre realm. Suddenly, recalling the chaotic scene where she had chased the ghost in the dungeon, Lin En was struck by a brilliant idea. With a smile, Lin En declared, Auntie, I intend to create something that could never exist in the realm of horror. Curious. Lin Qian urged, Do share your plan with me. Lin En teased, Guess what it is? This place exists in the real world as well. And it is off limits to children and the elderly. Only adults may enter. The environment is quite dark, and typically, those with timid dispositions would shy away from it. Tilting her head in contemplation, Lin Qian mused, Are you referring to an internet CAF? I once sneaked into one as a child, and it was indeed nerve-wracking. Fearing that the police would catch me, Lin En responded, No, let me give you another hint. Upon entering, there is often a cacophony of screams, and when exiting, one often requires assistance, sometimes even being wheeled out by the proprietor in a small cart. Nevertheless, the experience is remarkably relieving and joyous. Lin Qian was utterly bewildered. After a prolonged moment of thought, she blushed and stammered, should we really be engaging in such activities? Lin En shrugged. I was referring to a haunted house. Andy, how could you not know about haunted houses? Where on earth did your mind wander? Lin Qian's face flushed crimson, and she stomped her foot in frustration. It's all your fault for leading me astray. Lin chuckled. What do you think of my idea? Isn't it brilliant? Lin Qian regarded him with a bemused expression, akin to that of a parent observing a naive child. But this is a world of horror, not reality. It is inhabited by ghosts and monsters. You wish to open a haunted house to frighten them? I find that rather impractical. Lin responded, Auntie, you must broaden your perspective. Tell me, in our world, what do those monsters fear the most? Lin Qian pondered, perhaps Taoist priests, monks, or figures like Guan Gong, Zhong Kuei, or even the officers of the underworld. Lin slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Exactly. Now you understand my point. Lin Qian replied, Are you suggesting we replace the ghosts in the haunted house with entities that terrify them? However, we cannot possibly find such beings. Even if we employ actors from the haunted house, would they be able to frighten them? Lin reassured her, I certainly do not intend to recruit actual haunted house actors. I can use my S-Class Ghost command to deceive them with illusions. Lin Qian hesitated, If you frighten those monsters, will they still dare to come? Lin replied confidently. No worries. The creatures of this bizarre world do not comprehend things in a manner akin to normal humans. The more you scare them, the more they will be enticed. Later, we can create some rewards or gimmicks, offering ghost coins for completing challenges. Those monsters will undoubtedly flock to us, bringing their riches. Lin Qian gazed at Lin, her lips twitching in disbelief. Your thought process is truly fantastical. I am impressed. Seeing that his aunt had grasped the concept, Lin casually concocted an excuse and prepared to make his exit, leaving Lin Qian stamping her feet in frustration. Hey, have you abandoned me here all alone? How infuriating. A wretch who forgets his aunt for the sake of beauty. In the Blood Clan mansion, the vampire Lilith introduced the surroundings to Lin Qian. Ms. Lin, first familiarize yourself with the employees of the Blood Clan mansion. The Master's directive is to bring down the Demon Clan, which primarily operates in the realm of horror entertainment. Lin Qian, invigorated and eager, prepared to make waves in this bizarre world, dismissing the Demon Clan with a scoff. Buffed, they are merely a trivial demon clan. I shall deal with them. Lilith smiled sweetly. Ms. Lin, you appear quite self-assured. Do you already have a plan? Of course. Lin Qian then recounted Lin's ideas to Lilith. Lilith gasped, covering her mouth. What? To establish a haunted house of horrors in the realm of terror? Chapter 66. Is she Vice's sister? In this B-level side quest, fewer than 20 of those drawn into the quest survived, including those who possessed supernatural beings. It can be said that the difficulty of this side quest is entirely beyond that of the previous C-level quest. The world was in shock. Many fell into a state of extreme panic, fearing they would be drawn into the quest. The strategy to clear the quest was quite simple. All players entering the quest must unite to easily succeed. Yet, the crux of the matter was that from the very outset, the quest misled players, exploiting human weaknesses, causing them to be wary of one another. In reality, those who perished at the hands of the supernatural beings within the quest were quite few. In the Dragon Kingdom, at the headquarters of the Jinghai Zhuguang Association, the moment the dungeon concluded, representatives from various nations convened in urgent remote video conference to discuss the recent dungeon experience. Hao Aigua, addressing the representatives, furrowed his brow. The completion rate is alarmingly low. Moreover, those protected by supernatural entities have perished as well. This is merely a B-grade dungeon. How shall we contend with the forthcoming A and S-grade challenges? Caitlin sighed. A member of my Midnight Rose nearly met her demise within the dungeon. Had I not been able to assist her, she would have undoubtedly perished. The representative from the Bear Country remarked, our completion rate remains commendably high. As your formidable warrior Lin suggested, we need not concern ourselves with convoluted rules. We simply charge forth without hesitation. The representative from Cherry Blossom Country lamented. After painstakingly nurturing our newcomers, we have lost numerous members. If this continues, our nation will truly be devoid of capable individuals. The representative from Gallus Country sighed. Perhaps we should establish a rule. Those drawn into the dungeon should not engage in mutual slaughter. Hao Aigua shook his head. Such a regulation would be futile. In the dungeon, individuals will resort to any means necessary to survive. Caitlin concluded, ultimately, in this terrifying realm, strength reigns supreme. As long as one possesses power, the horror of this world diminishes. In fact, it can become a rather advantageous place. Hans, the representative of the Cat Nation, proclaimed, whoever secures a foothold in the realm of horror will wield greater influence in the future. Rather than merely resisting passively, we should launch a proactive strike into this terrifying world and subsequently eliminate the malevolent entities that dwell within it. The representative from the Cherry Blossom Nation concurred wholeheartedly. I wholeheartedly agree. As long as the mightiest spirit tamer from the Dragon Nation, Lin, takes action, the entire horror realm shall belong to humanity. Caitlin interjected, you all underestimate the horror realm. It is far more complex than you can fathom. If the current situation mirrors that of the game, we shall witness the emergence of a new national entity this Sunday, and then you will truly understand. The Secretary General of the United Nations inquired, a national entity? Cold sweat trickled down the Cherry Blossom representative's brow. What will happen if we cannot hold our ground? Caitlin replied, have you ever played Plants vs. Zombies? If we fail to defend, the lives of the entire city will be at stake. Hao Aigua's expression turned grave. I shall not allow these aberrations to infiltrate the cities of our Dragon Nation. 3 days later, in the eerie world of Blood City, a haunted house rose ominously. Lin exerted every effort to personally design the first scene. Under Lin Qian's direction, the Blood Clan invested considerable resources into promotion, ensuring that everyone was aware. Numerous ordinary spirits in Blood City received flyers proclaiming, "Do you feel immense pressure, often anxious, in need of relaxation? The horror-haunted house is an economical and exhilarating option, a perfect venue to relieve stress. We are wholeheartedly dedicated to providing our customers with the ultimate experience. Fear not, for there is no price to pay." Upon the utterance of this proclamation, the other factions within the Blood City were struck by disbelief. What intentions did the Blood Clan harbor? Were they contemplating the establishment of a haunted house within this realm of terror? The Demon Clan, in particular, was left perplexed, possessing 3 S-class specters of their own. Consequently, the 3 S-class specters convened for a discussion. The alluring and beguiling S-class specter, the succubus Shurin, elegantly perched with her alabaster legs crossed, delicately twirled a smoking pipe in her hand. Exhaling a ring of smoke from her crimson lips, she jested. What a jest! A haunted house to frighten the specters in a world of terror? Surely, Lilith's foolishness has been compounded by an excess of counterfeit blood. Dressed in a tailored black suit, the S-class specter known as the Demon Hound adjusted his spectacles and interjected, "I possess insider information. The Blood Clan has now submitted to the authority of a human. Moreover, Lilith's daughter has been abducted by this individual. This human is no ordinary foe. It is conceivable that we, the Demon Clan, may be his next target." The succubus replied, "Merely a slightly formidable rodent, is he? Should he dare encroach upon our domain, I would not hesitate to infiltrate his dreams and eliminate him myself." The Demon Hound chuckled. "Do you truly believe yourself to be superior to Lilith? My counsel is to tread cautiously." Shurin furrowed her brow, retorting coolly, "You insufferable hound, always spouting idle banter. If you are so capable, then take action yourself. May I suggest, esteemed elders, that we maintain decorum in our discourse and avoid discord? Perhaps we ought to dispatch someone to probe the nature of this haunted house." A diminutive little demon, standing at a mere 1.50 meters, adorned with goat-like horns atop her head and a seemingly flat chest, timidly voiced her thoughts. She resembled a porcelain doll, exquisitely delicate, with long lashes and a pert nose, exuding an air of innocent charm. Her pure white dress trailed a slender tail that nervously swept across the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a resemblance between this little demon and Lynn's specter, as well as with Vizzy, to a certain degree. The 2 other demons paused to regard the little one, their eyes rife with mockery and disdain for the junior. The succubus, alluring yet sardonic, remarked, "Your Highness Vizzy, my dear, the Demon Hound and I are engaged in a matter of utmost importance. I would appreciate it if you refrained from interrupting." Vizzy's eyes flickered as she bit her lip, responding, "But, as the leader of the Demon Clan, I truly wish to assist." The Demon Hound, exhibiting a more forthright demeanor, interjected bluntly, "Your Highness Vizzy, leave such troublesome matters to us. Your role is to play your part." After a brief consultation, the 2 S-class specters resolved to first gauge the popularity of this haunted house before deciding to create a disturbance. Chapter 67. Amusing. Do you truly think a mere specter would be frightened by you? Vizzy lifted her head, cheerfully stating, "Very well, esteemed seniors, I shall abide by your arrangements." As she observed the retreating figures of the succubus and the Demon Hound, Vizzy's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. She wiped them away, her face briefly flashing with resentment. As the most noble bloodline of the demon race, Vizzy had long been stifled by the oppressive presence of the seasoned S-class specters, the succubus and the Demon Hound. Years ago, the most formidable little demon of the Demon Clan, Princess Vis, mysteriously vanished, resulting in a significant decline in the status of the little demons. As Vis's younger sister, the young Vizzy was compelled to bear the weight of responsibility. However, her efforts proved futile against the overwhelming power of others. Gazing at the desolate grand hall, Vizzy sat upon the throne and sighed, "Alas, had my sister not disappeared hundreds of years ago, these ruffians would not dare to be so insolent. Vis, where art thou now?" Meanwhile, Lynn found himself in a peculiar realm, arriving at the haunted house, poised for the inaugural day of operations. It must be noted that the promotional efforts of the Blood Clan were remarkably effective. The opening drew a considerable crowd of onlookers. Yet, most of the supernatural beings were merely there for amusement, not intending to genuinely partake in the attractions. Although throngs of apparitions gathered at the entrance, none dared to be the first to venture inside. Numerous spectators murmured among themselves, occasionally erupting in derisive laughter, clearly expressing skepticism about the haunted house. What on earth is the Blood Clan thinking? If a ghost like me could be frightened by the things inside, I would write my name backward, one exclaimed. Indeed, whoever engages with this will be the subject of my ridicule for an entire year. Look, a human rat, another shouted. How audacious of him to strut right up to the haunted house. Who is this fellow? A blood-soaked apparition pointed at Lin, exclaiming, "Slurp. With so many of us here. Let us join forces and devour him. I am so hungry, ravenous even." A ghastly creature, its belly marred by a gaping wound, fixed its gaze upon Lin with eyes that glimmered ominously, seemingly on the verge of emitting a green light as it incessantly gulped. However, upon sensing the overwhelming aura of dread emanating from Lin, along with his formidable psychic energy, the assembly of specters abandoned their intentions of confrontation. Just as Lilith began to grow anxious, Lin arrived at the entrance of the haunted house, his face radiating a cheerful and sunny smile. Relieved, Lilith hurried towards him, exclaiming, "Master, you have finally arrived. Lilith has waited for you for so long." Lin shrugged. "I had no choice. I was ensnared by the red wedding dress when I stepped out, and it took some persuasion to convince her." Witnessing Lilith's profound deference towards Lin, even referring to him as master, left the onlooking spirits utterly astounded. Had they truly heard correctly? The bloodthirsty Queen Lilith was addressing that rodent. Oh no, that human. As her master. It seemed the recent rumors circulating were indeed true. The Blood Clan had allied with humanity. No wonder the Blood Clan sought to establish a haunted house in the realm of horror. It appeared to be this man's idea. Alas, it would not terrify us. Lin surveyed the multitude of specters and remarked with a grin, "What is this? Why do you all merely stand there and not come in to partake in the fun? My haunted house is quite spacious, with several scenes available for your enjoyment." Lilith chimed in, "Today marks our grand opening. With a generous 50% discount, and experience for only 20 ghost coins." After a brief moment of waiting, a curious specter finally approached the ticket booth, purchasing a ticket from the vampire ticket seller of the haunted house. This entity, a male ghost, dripped with water, his hair resembling aquatic vegetation, and his body appeared somewhat wrinkled from prolonged immersion, suggesting he had perished by drowning. "In my previous life, I was rather timid. Thus, I wish to confront my Achilles heel," he remarked. Lin replied, "That is entirely feasible. Your willingness to enter signifies your commendable courage." The water ghost chuckled, "Hee hee. You seem quite amiable. However, if your haunted house fails to terrify," Lin interjected, "if it is not frightening, I shall not accept your payment." As the first ghost made his way into the haunted house, 3 more specters subsequently queued to purchase tickets. Among them was a hanged ghost, marked by a noose around his neck, his crimson tongue lolling out languidly. Next was a pregnant ghost, her belly swollen from 8 months of gestation, her hair disheveled, and her skin marred by numerous bruises. Her somber expression warranted the moniker Ghost Mother. Beside her stood her partner, a pale figure with stiff features, his cheeks adorned with rouge, topped with a round hat, and painted with a deathly visage, resembling a mere paper effigy. Let us refer to him as Ghost Father. The hanged ghost, twisting his neck with excitement, declared, "I sincerely doubt your haunted house possesses the capacity to frighten. To be candid, my only talent lies in my extraordinary bravery. Should I remain unperturbed, do not blame me for tarnishing your reputation." Lin replied with a cheerful demeanor, "That is absolutely no issue." The ghostly mother remained silent, her hands incessantly tugging at her own hair, while low growls escaped her lips. The ghostly father opened his mouth to explain, "Ever since my wife became pregnant, she has transformed into this state. I suspect she may be suffering from depression. The doctor from the Blood Clan advised me to engage her in stimulating and stress-relieving activities, and I thought this project might be quite suitable." Lin spread her arms wide. "Welcome, you 4, to your inaugural visit to the haunted house. I wish you a delightful experience." With that, Lin pushed open a corner of the haunted house's door, revealing an impenetrable darkness within. A chilling breeze wafted through the crack, and upon closer inspection, a faint scent of burning incense could be detected, as if some offering were being made. Moreover, there were indistinct murmurs that could be heard. The once vacant expression of the ghostly mother began to exhibit a flicker of vitality. Lin, beaming with delight, introduced, "The scene you shall experience today I have dubbed exorcising the spirits." The 4 ghosts pushed open the door of the haunted house and ventured into the shadowy realm, gradually moving further along the corridor. Lin transformed into a spectral form, employing her ghostly illusionary skills to obscure the visual, auditory, and tactile senses of these apparitions. The aroma of incense thickened in the air. Within the haunted house, sounds reminiscent of Mongolian throat singing echoed, sometimes seeming to emanate from a great distance, and at other times, whispering directly into their ears. This primal sound appeared to possess an enchanting power, causing the 4 spirits to feel a sense of discomfort, their blood coursing with an accelerated rhythm. The water ghost, trembling with trepidation, approached the hanging ghost. "Brother, do you not find that sound utterly terrifying?" The hanging ghost cast a disdainful glance at the puddle beneath the water ghost's feet and retorted, "Look at you, in such a state. Are you frightened to the point of wetting yourself?" The water ghost, indignant, replied, "Is it not normal for a water ghost to be dripping with water?" At that moment, the ghost father suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, "It seems there is some structure up ahead." After several minutes of walking, the four specters found themselves in a clearing, where flickering candlelight began to emerge. Before them stood a dilapidated temple, its entrance adorned with a few indistinct characters. The hanging ghost squinted to decipher the words, Dizong Monastery. Chapter 68. Boss, I'm done. This is simply too terrifying. The ghost father grasped the ghost mother's hand, and the quartet ventured into the crumbling temple. Inside the main hall, they beheld a half-burnt incense burner, accompanied by a damaged statue of a deity. As the four specters explored, they encountered legendary figures from the Dragon Kingdom's lore, such as the generals of Increase and Decrease, the White Crane Boy, and the Earth Store Bodhisattva, who were known for subduing demons and exorcising evil spirits. The statues were rendered with startling realism. Some wielded weapons, while others brandished dusters, their fierce visages strikingly lifelike. A chill ran down the spines of the ghosts, as they felt an unsettling sensation that these figures might spring to life at any moment. The water ghost shivered and murmured, "Why do I always feel so unnerved?" The hanging ghost shrugged, "Look at your pitiful state. Do you think this boss believes that a few shabby statues can frighten us? They are hardly terrifying." The ghostly father warned, "Have you not heard of the tranquility before the tempest? I perceive that individual's confidence as a sign of hidden strategies, meant to lull you into a false sense of security. Who knows, they may strike with a sudden, lethal blow." Just then, a startled shout erupted from the water ghost. "Ah, did that statue's eyes just move?" Retreating behind the hanged ghost, the water ghost's exclamation startled the other spirits. The hanged ghost, standing beside the statue, scoffed dismissively. "It is merely a trivial prop. Can you refrain from your incessant clamor? Continue this way, and you shall no longer accompany us." The water ghost stammered, My apologies, truly." At that moment, the hanged ghost felt a warm breath caressing his neck, as if someone were whispering sweet nothings directly into his ear, sending shivers down his spine. He even discerned a vague murmur, "So hungry, craving, hee." The hanged ghost's hair stood on end as he swiftly glanced at the statue, which remained utterly still. He scratched his head, murmuring, "Strange. Could it be that I am mistaken?" At that juncture, the ghostly father surveyed their surroundings and remarked, "This dilapidated temple appears rather spacious. My dear, shall we explore other chambers and seek out any eerie locales?" The ghostly mother nodded in agreement. The water ghost quickly interjected, I shall accompany you. There is strength in numbers." With that, the trio of spirits made their way towards the exit. As he watched his companions depart, the hanged ghost hurriedly leapt down from the statue, exclaiming, "Hey, you ungrateful lot. Wait for me." Just then, a pair of snail-like tentacles emerged from behind the statue, ensnaring the hanged ghost's neck tightly, gradually constricting. At the same time, the hanged ghost could hear a clearer voice, "So hungry, so very hungry. I long to feast." The delectable aroma wafting from the tiny snail's mouth was almost palpable, and his eyes rolled back in terror as he beheld the creature's horrifying gaping maw. He shivered uncontrollably, letting out a terrified scream. The hanged ghost pleaded for help. Save me, save me. I can't take this anymore. It's too terrifying." At that moment, he spotted the proprietor of the haunted house, Lin, entering the grand hall. The hanged ghost felt a wave of relief wash over him. But in the next instant, a more despairing turn of events unfolded. Lin feigned astonishment and fear, exclaiming, "Who are you? How dare you consume my guests? Release him. You accursed snail." The little snail let out a sinister chuckle. "Humph. I snuck in last night just for this moment. Not only do I intend to devour your guests, but I shall also feast upon you." With that, the snail extended another tentacle, ensnaring the defenseless Lin and swallowing him whole. Lin barely had time to scream before being consumed. The hanged ghost could hear the sounds of the snail's chewing, sending chills down his spine and causing his very soul to tremble. This snail, she was not merely an actor in the haunted house. She had devoured the owner. It was all over. The hanged ghost, engulfed in despair, thought to himself as the little snail emitted a cacophony of clicking teeth, followed by a mocking laugh. "Next is your turn, hee." The hanged ghost screamed in terror, but the outside world remained oblivious to his cries. In the next instant, he felt himself being engulfed by the snail's mouth. His eyes widened in sheer fright, his legs buckled, and he fainted. The little snail then spat the hanged ghost out, lamenting, "What a pity I can't truly devour him. Otherwise, I would relish the feast." It turned out that, apart from the snail, all others were mere illusions conjured by Lin. Poor hanged ghost, believing he was genuinely facing consumption, was so frightened that he drooled in horror. The little snail could only wrap its tentacles around his neck and drag him towards the exit of the haunted house. Meanwhile, the ghostly father, ghostly mother, and water ghost trio entered the side chamber on the eastern side of the temple. There, they discovered a yellow paper talisman affixed to the wall. Boldly inscribed were the words, "Beware of malevolent spirits, enter at your own risk." The ghostly father chuckled, "I am the malevolent spirit. Why should I fear ghosts?" Chapter 69. Over the line? They will be thanking me soon. With a creak, he pushed the door open. Peering inside, he was met with a faint, pleasant fragrance. The furnishings were neatly arranged, resembling the chamber of an ancient woman. The room was devoid of inhabitants. The trio entered, igniting candle flames. Suddenly, the keen-eyed water ghost spotted something. In the shadowy corner of the room, a vanity appeared to harbor the delicate silhouette of a woman. The figure was that of a lady, primping and preparing herself in front of the mirror, engaging in the age-old ritual of adornment. However, there was not a single trace of a woman in the room. "I'll look over there." The water ghost pointed towards a corner. The other two glanced over. Yet that corner was utterly empty, as if nothing had transpired. However, the strands of hair that lay scattered on the ground seemed to corroborate the water ghost's claim. The ghost mother spoke with a hint of trepidation, her voice elevated by an octave. "What did you just see?" The ghost father also surveyed the entire room, failing to catch even a shadow of a ghost. The water ghost pondered. "Could it be that I am imagining things? Perhaps the approach is incorrect. By the way, why has the hanging ghost arrived yet?" The ghost father replied, "Who knows? Perhaps he found it dull and left ahead of time?" Just then, the flickering candlelight in the room trembled. Zing! In the next moment, all three apparitions seemed to witness a terrifying shadow of a woman projected upon the pristine white wall beside the vanity. The shadow, adorned with a cascade of dark hair, ensnared a struggling ghost, her hair transforming into sharp tendrils that pierced into the ghost's body, voraciously consuming it. A chilling sound of slurping echoed throughout the room. The ghost being devoured resembled the hanging ghost. The ghost father exclaimed in horror. The three specters momentarily stood frozen, as if thunder had erupted beside them. The shadow on the wall vanished once more, and before the vanity mirror, there emerged a woman draped in a red veil, delicately grooming herself with elegant fingers. The ghost mother trembled all over. Why does this feel so unsettlingly real? Her neck gradually turned towards the three specters, yet her body remained motionless, fixated on them as a chilling cackle escaped her lips. Despite the veil obscuring her face, the three apparitions could still sense the woman before them, seemingly smiling at them with an eerie grin, the gaze of one regarding a meal. In the next moment, the crimson wedding dress drifted toward them from the mirror. "Oh heavens! Run! Darling, flee!" The water ghost and the ghostly couple were seized by terror, their souls nearly escaping their bodies as they turned to flee, fearing that should they lag even slightly, they would be captured as prey. However, upon reaching the courtyard, a more desperate situation unfolded. They collided with an unseen barrier, as if an intangible force had materialized within the temple, thwarting their escape. This was an S-rank artifact wielded by Lin, the blood curtain of the vampire clan. Inside the haunted house, Lilith anxiously inquired of Lin, "Master, is this a bit excessive? Won't they leave us a poor review when they emerge?" With a sly smile, Lin, the architect of the illusion, replied, "Excessive? It is imperative that these specters fully relish the thrill of the experience. They ought to be grateful to me for providing such a vivid brush with death." Meanwhile, the three specters, realizing their entrapment, were engulfed by despair. The ghostly father urged, "Wife, you must flee. I will divert her attention." The ghostly mother nodded tearfully, "Be careful, my love." In that moment, they scattered in all directions. The ghostly matron hastened to the grand hall, which was shrouded in darkness. The statues within seemed to loom over her, their gazes malevolent and piercing. The illusion conjured by the S-rank specter was strikingly vivid, imbued with an oppressive aura that no ordinary ghost could withstand. It was a tremor that resonated from the depths of her soul, rendering her incapable of meeting the eyes of the statues, as if they might descend upon her at any moment to deliver her demise. Cold sweat trickled down her brow as she cowered in a corner, whispering reassurances to herself. It's merely an illusion, just a trick of the mind. The haunted house proprietor would never truly harm us. Just then, a series of cracking sounds echoed in the otherwise silent hall as fragments of stone tumbled before her. She lifted her gaze to find the nearest statue, a valiant figure of a white crane youth, turning its head toward her. Its expression was vividly animated, brows furrowed and eyes wide with what appeared to be a ravenous intent. "Who are you?" the ghostly matron shrieked, her mind reeling from the shock. The stone debris from the white crane youth cascaded as it moved, striding towards her with an air of authority. "Which fiend dares to disturb this sanctum? Reveal your true form at once." The ghostly matron trembled, stammering, "But I have already revealed myself. Please, spare me. I have children." Upon hearing this, the white crane youth's demeanor shifted to one of delight. "Excellent. Your performance shall be doubled." Chapter 70. Ghostly Matron. "I'm done playing. I'm about to give birth." Upon hearing the words of the white crane boy, the ghost mother descended into despair, lamenting, "How can you resemble a ghost more than I do?" Nonsense. If one does not wield cruelty akin to that of a ghost, how can one quell the malevolent spirits? The term mother and child ghosts carried a potent resentment. Today, I, the general, have encountered you, and I shall not let you escape." The statues throughout the temple sprang to life, their visages more terrifying than those of ghosts, filled with righteous fury and intent solely on extermination. The vengeful general advanced toward the ghost mother with unwavering steps. The white crane boy, raising his voice, interjected, "Hey, everyone. I discovered her first. Let us not engage in competitive endeavors." A multitude of righteous deities encircled the pitiful, frail, and helpless ghost mother, their gazes fixed upon her as one would regard a mere rodent. A dispute arose among them over who would claim the ghost mother's head. The unfortunate ghost mother, ensnared by the phantoms conjured by the righteous beings, found herself rendered mute by fear. As the righteous deities scrutinized her, she felt her ghostly essence dissipate significantly, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat, devoid of any will to resist. In the midst of this terror, the ghost mother suddenly contorted in pain, clutching her swollen belly, and began to moan with anguish, "My abdomen aches. My child is about to be born." The white crane boy scoffed, still playing pretend. Her face turned ashen, and blood trickled from her lower body as she beseeched the white crane boy, "I am not deceiving you. I no longer wish to play. Let this game come to an end. I concede. I truly am about to give birth." The green-faced general, adorned with sharp fangs, stepped forward, declaring, seeing her in such torment, "I cannot bear it. Allow me to end her suffering." The young white crane sighed, "Very well, very well. It seems the general's heart is tender after all. This can be considered an act of virtue. But I am merely playing a game. And you wish to take my life? Is this truly what you call accumulating virtue?" The ghostly mother, overwhelmed with a mix of mental strain and the impending agony of childbirth, fainted at that moment. In the haunted house, Lin, who controlled the illusions, opened his eyes, somewhat exasperated. Goodness, this pregnant ghost has such a timid disposition that she nearly goes into labor from fright. Lilith, have the vampires assist in delivering this ghost. We cannot allow her to perish within my haunted abode. That would bring misfortune. Though Lin's haunted house was indeed terrifying, it posed no real danger to spirits. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he even instructed Lilith to arrange for an emergency vehicle from the vampire clan outside the haunted house. Lilith replied, "Understood, my master. I shall make the arrangements." "What about that water ghost? He mentioned he no longer wishes to participate. Should we bring him out as well?" Lin chuckled. "Not in a hurry. Let us entertain him a while longer." Thus, outside the haunted house, a gathering of spirits could only watch as the vampire doctors and nurses hurriedly entered the eerie venue. Moments later, they emerged carrying the fainted pregnant ghost on a stretcher. It was evident that she had succumbed to fright, foam gathering at her lips, blood streaming from her lower body, completely unresponsive. Oh dear heavens! What has happened to her? How could she have fainted? And why is she bleeding? Is it possible that entering the haunted house could cause injury? What do you know, you brutish man? The woman's belly is so large, it is evident that she is about to give birth to a ghostly child. Yet why does she spew forth white bubbles from her mouth? Is it truly that terrifying? A collective shiver coursed through the spirits, causing them to retreat a step while simultaneously stoking their curiosity. What enigma lies within this haunted house that could frighten even a vengeful mother ghost to such an extent? Meanwhile, in the pitch-black courtyard, the tremulous whispers of the spirits echoed. "Oh dear. I just remembered I have matters to attend to at home. May I leave? Please? I beg you." Among the four spirits, the most timid, the water ghost, crouched on the ground, covering its head and tightly shutting its eyes, trembling in fear. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached down the corridor, and a figure appeared before the water ghost, seizing its shoulder and tugging it in a particular direction. The water ghost let out a wail. "Don't eat me. I haven't bathed in 3 years. My flesh is foul and utterly unappetizing. Who wants to eat you? You foolish creature? Open your eyes and see what manner of ghost I am, came the irate voice of a man. The water ghost, pushing aside its damp hair, beheld the one who had grasped it, a hanged ghost, previously lost to them, now standing boldly before it. The water ghost exclaimed in delight, "Brother, you are alive." The hanged ghost, perplexed, replied, "When did I ever die?" The water ghost, in a hesitant tone, confessed, "But I distinctly saw you being devoured by that ghostly bride. You aren't an illusion conjured by her to deceive me, are you?" The hanged ghost exhibited a gleeful expression. "A female ghost? Where is she? Is she beautiful?" The water ghost replied, "Brother, I am certain you are not the ghost bride anymore. Where have you been?" Tears of gratitude streamed down the water ghost's face. "Brother, you are so loyal. Let us not speak of anything else once we get out. I will definitely swear brotherhood with you." The hanged ghost retorted, "Enough of this chatter. Let us first leave this place. I have a feeling this haunted house is quite peculiar, and it seems genuinely dangerous inside." The water ghost nodded vigorously. "I share that sentiment." Together, they arrived at an ancient well within the haunted house. The hanged ghost pointed to the well and said, "The exit is within this well. My good brother, you go down first." The water ghost peered inside, only to find the well unfathomably deep, the water murky yet calm. "Is there truly an exit down there? How about you go first and show me the way?" "Absolutely not. You go first." Without hesitation, the hanged ghost kicked the water ghost in the backside, sending him tumbling into the well. The water ghost let out a startled cry as he plunged headfirst into the depths. Splash! The water ghost, possessing excellent swimming skills, surfaced with his head above the water, glaring angrily at the hanged ghost above. "What are you doing?" The hanged ghost chuckled darkly. He, finally, a scapegoat. "Now I have a chance to emerge from this well, but you will suffer dearly." The water ghost, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "You scoundrel! How could you deceive me?" At that moment, he suddenly sensed a pulling at his ankle from beneath the water, dragging him down into the depths. The water ghost opened his eyes wide and was nearly overwhelmed with shock upon realizing that it was a hanged ghost entwined around him. The hanged ghost's skin was swollen, its eyes vacant and expressionless, as if it had drowned long ago. The water ghost was being pulled further down by the hanged spirit, gradually succumbing to the water, engulfed by a sense of helplessness as suffocation surged into his lungs. This was, to him, the most horrifying manner of death. Chapter 71. No mistake, I want a man. For this was the very method employed by the water ghost, as recounted in folklore, to find a hapless soul to take its place. This retribution had unexpectedly befallen him. As the water ghost felt the chilling grip of death, just as he was about to drown, he suddenly sensed a lightness in his body. The hanged ghost that had clutched him had vanished. He found himself crouching in the center of the courtyard. Yet the sensation of struggling to breathe left him profoundly uncomfortable, as if he were on the verge of asphyxiation. An overwhelming terror rose within him. If he could not find a substitute for death, would he remain trapped in this scene forever? With this thought, he felt the world spinning around him. Meanwhile, the ghostly father, in a bid to protect his wife, actively diverted the terrifying pursuit of the red wedding dress that was chasing them. The oppressive aura emanating from the red wedding dress was too intense. The ghostly father was still in a state of shock. Phew, that was terrifying. Thankfully, it didn't follow us. The ghostly father was taken aback. Hanged ghost brother? What are you doing here? Weren't you consumed by the red wedding dress? The hanged ghost was utterly perplexed. When was I consumed by the red bridal gown? Who is this red bridal gown? Ah, and what of your wife and that water ghost? The ghost father sighed. We have become separated. I know not their whereabouts. I no longer wish to engage. I suspect that this scene harbors formidable apparitions, and that they are neither mere props nor illusions. The hanged ghost replied, I have just discovered a chamber that appears to be an exit. Why not accompany me to investigate? Very well, the ghost father acquiesced. The two specters meandered through winding paths until they arrived at a concealed room. The hanged ghost pushed the door open, revealing a surprisingly spacious interior. The ghost father peeked in, his brow furrowed in confusion. Brother, where is this exit you speak of? The hanged ghost swiftly shut the door behind them and, with utmost seriousness, declared, It lies beneath the bed. To verify his companion's assertion, the ghost father crawled into the pitch-black space beneath the bed. The darkness was impenetrable. He could discern nothing at all. He retrieved an antiquated functional keypad device from his pocket, the eerie green glow illuminating the underbelly of the bed. However, all he found were cobwebs and dust, nothing else. Brother, where is this exit of yours? Is there some sort of mechanism? Just as the ghost father pondered this, his phone unexpectedly vibrated in his hand. Instinctively, he opened the message, only to find a text from his wife, the ghost mother. Darling, I, along with the water ghost and the hanged ghost, have managed to escape. Why have you not emerged yet? The ghost father froze, a cold sweat breaking out upon his brow. If everyone else has emerged, then who is this individual behind me? Just as the ghostly father was about to crawl out from beneath the bed, he was firmly restrained by the hanging ghost. What are you doing? The ghostly father, filled with shock and fury, found himself trapped, struggling desperately to escape, yet the strength of his captor instilled in him a profound sense of despair. This entity was undoubtedly a powerful specter. The hanging ghost emitted a sinister cackle. Be obedient. Let me see if your development is normal. The ghostly father tightened in fear. No, please, no. I am a man. The hanging ghost replied. Indeed, that is precisely correct. What I desire is a man. In this terrifying scenario, chilling screams echoed, sending shivers down spines. The illusion crafted by the ghost was so vivid that the ghostly father fainted from sheer fright. Half an hour later, outside the haunted house. Damn it, why have I become a mere pawn? If it weren't for my inability to contend with the specters beside Lin In, I would have long since dealt with him. The little snail grumbled as he dragged 3 unconscious specters to the entrance of the haunted house, laying them on the ground. A crowd of onlooking spirits gasped in astonishment. Why are they all unconscious? My goodness, just a glance at that snail made it hard to breathe. I had no idea such terrifying entities existed within this haunted house. This snail ghost was truly unsettling. Suddenly, I found even the slit-mouthed woman to be rather charming. I dare not challenge this. Who among you dares to go? Lin explained with a smile. There's no need for concern. They simply cannot endure the terror, so it is quite natural for them to faint. Rest assured, our staff will promptly awaken them. Lilith instructed the nearby vampire physician from the Blood clan to rouse them. Soon, the hanging ghost, the ghost father, and the water ghost gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing the hanging ghost, the two were filled with rage and instantly lunged at him, gripping his throat. I placed my trust in you, and you dared to deceive me. The ghost father, humiliated, exclaimed, I shall end your life. The hanging ghost struggled for breath, nearly losing consciousness, until the Blood clan members intervened to separate them. Clutching his throat, he coughed for some time. What is the meaning of this? Have I wronged you in any way? The ghost father, tears streaming down his face, lamented. How can you ask? It is all you're doing. The water ghost added. You even wanted me to be your scapegoat. How cruel you are. The hanging ghost, feeling unjustly treated, protested. You left me alone in the grand hall. And then I encountered a snail ghost. I merely fainted, unaware of what transpired. I had no knowledge of the events you accuse me of. Lin chuckled. It was merely a special effect within the scene. The hanging ghost truly did nothing to you. The ghostly father paused, covering his lower back with a look of perplexity. It seems to have truly subsided. The water ghost, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, Brother hanging ghost, I misjudged you. My apologies. Lilith smiled and reassured him. Do not worry, mother and child are safe. She has already awakened and is currently in the hospital of the Blood clan awaiting your arrival. The ghostly father was taken aback, his face soon lighting up with joy. My wife has given birth? How is this possible? She has carried for years without delivering. And now she has finally brought forth a child? Could it be that a little stimulation truly yields results? Lin nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed. It was our crew members in the scene who promptly noticed something was amiss and warmly assisted her in getting out. Now, there was also a ghostly reporter summoned by Lilith. It was a tentacled creature, one hand holding a microphone and the other a camera. An entity capable of encompassing the entire task of a film crew. The ghostly reporter inquired of the water ghost, Sir, how did you find today's haunted house experience? The water ghost remained silent for a moment, tears of regret brimming in his eyes. I have squandered my limited energy and time on futile pursuits. Today, by fortunate chance, I ventured into the haunted house, and suddenly I felt that there are no obstacles insurmountable. It is truly wonderful to be alive. In the ensuing interview, the hanging ghost expressed that the experience was exceptional, albeit he had inadvertently soiled his trousers, and he forcibly shifted the blame onto the water ghost, claiming it was the latter who had caused the wetness. Chapter 72. The Revenge of the Demon Clan, specializing in S-class items targeting mental strength. Upon hearing such high praise from the first wave of ghostly participants, many of the onlookers began to feel a surge of eagerness to partake in the experience themselves. After all, whether human or spirit, curiosity reigned supreme. The allure of the unknown gnaws at these apparitions, igniting a fervent desire to uncover what lies within. Lynn resolved to seize the moment, flashing a radiant smile that revealed her pristine teeth. She addressed the camera. My intention in establishing a haunted house within this realm of terror is to afford everyone the most spine-chilling experience imaginable. Here's the deal. Any ghost that can walk out of the scene on their own will earn a reward of 200,000 ghost coins. No tricks involved. Lilith chimed in. Moreover, we have implemented the safest protective measures, along with a medical team. Do you see that ambulance? It's poised to rush in at a moment's notice, ensuring that no one meets their demise within the haunted house. Upon hearing this, many spirits felt a stirring of excitement. 200,000 ghost coins could sustain a ghostly family of 3 for a decade. Are you serious, boss? Just by standing and walking out, I can claim 20,000? It sounds too easy, they exclaimed. Is there anything more terrifying than poverty? I am determined to emerge victorious today and seize that reward. Indeed. We spirits are numerous and united. If we enter together and remain close, we are sure to make it through. One declared, I assure you. A mere flick of my hand is all it takes to navigate this haunted house with ease. At that moment, a throng of spirits, driven by the lure of ghost coins, rushed towards the ticket booth, each eager to partake in the experience. A hanged ghost grabbed hold of one spirit who had just purchased a ticket, urgently interjecting, Brother, think it through. It truly is terrifying inside. And there are great horrors awaiting. This money isn't so easily earned. You merely express disdain for that which you cannot attain. Do not hinder my pursuit of prosperity. I refuse to believe there is anything truly dreadful within. It is merely your own cowardice that has rendered you paralyzed with fear. The specter gazed scornfully at the hanged ghost, breaking free from his grasp and striding towards the haunted house. The hanged ghost, stamping his foot in frustration, lamented, Alas, it is difficult to reason with a wretched spirit. A formidable assembly of ghastly zombies approached Lynn with deliberate, sluggish steps, inquiring, Boss, may we join in the revelry? Lynn's smile broadened as he replied, Come forth, let us all venture inside. My haunted house can accommodate a multitude of spirits for merriment. That very night, Lynn's haunted house achieved meteoric fame in the realm of horror. Every spirit that dared to enter emerged utterly incapacitated by terror, unable to walk on their own, and were carried out by the staff of the Blood Clan. A giant snail, a human-faced snail. I could discern her true intention to devour me. Silly child. There is no snail. You have merely been so frightened that you have succumbed to hallucinations. On site, the Blood Clan's psychological counselors provided comfort to the terrified spirits, offering a comprehensive 5-star service. Nevertheless, those who had traversed the haunted house largely bestowed favorable reviews, even if offered 200,000 ghost coins. I would not wish to linger within that haunted house for a single second longer. Upon witnessing the idols within the haunted house come to life, I realized my defeat was inevitable. I confess, I was initially obstinate. After losing consciousness, I believe I glimpsed my great-grandmother. They are the true specters, and in comparison to their terror, I feel like nothing more than an innocent child. Alas, I initially had no intention of leaving a favorable review, as the fright was overwhelming and the experience left much to be desired. However, upon catching the gaze of the haunted house proprietor, I found myself making a decision that felt like a betrayal to my ancestors. I was particularly fond of a phrase uttered by the snail within, Leave a good review, or I shall break your legs. The elegant brother White Crane is so dashing. I adore him. I would gladly sacrifice myself to bolster his achievements. A miracle unfolded. My elderly father, who has been paralyzed for many years and whom even the Blood Clan physicians could not aid, was confined to a wheelchair. Yet when I pushed him into the experience, who could have anticipated that he would rise to his feet? My insomnia has plagued me severely, rendering me nearly sleepless through the night. But after merely half an hour in the haunted house, I experienced the most restful sleep of my life. In the realm of the demonic, within the ancient castle of demons, an S-class hellhound and an S-class succubus watched, their expressions darkening as they viewed interviews of the specters who had visited the haunted house on the black and white screen. Their faces turned ashen, and fists clenched tightly. With a formidable build, the hellhound, clad in a black suit and tie, had bulging muscles beneath his skin, his veins protruding fiercely. With a single, forceful grip, he crushed the cup in his paw. Infuriating, on the very first day of opening, the place is already so bustling. How can this continue? My anger swells, and I must devise a plan to eliminate this pest. The succubus toyed with her goblet and remarked with a smile, There's no need to be so irate, doghead. I've gathered sufficient information that human rodent is named Lynn and possesses formidable strength. However, he has a weakness, a fatal flaw. The demon dog had suppressed his anger and asked, "What is it?" The succubus replied, "As a succubus, one of my unique abilities is to see through a man's desires. My judgment regarding men is infallible. This Lin, without a doubt, has a penchant for young Lolis." Seated at the head of the table, Vexi instinctively shuddered at the revelation, thinking, "This guy is truly a pervert." The demon dog had adjusted his glasses and inquired, "Succubus, what do you mean?" The succubus smirked slightly, "Your Highness Vexi, haven't you always wanted to contribute to the demon race? The opportunity has arrived. Tomorrow, you shall feign a visit to the haunted house, but in truth, seek the chance to eliminate Lin." The little demon Vexi, shocked and frightened, responded, "But if I make a move, I'll be exposed. I am no match for Lilith." The succubus smiled and said, "I possess a one-time S-grade artifact. All you need to do is approach Lin, and you can dispose of him without anyone being the wiser." "Who would know?" The demon dog had expressed his astonishment. "You actually have an S-grade artifact?" The demon of desire nodded, saying, "The whispers of the malevolent deity are the very essence crafted from the dissipated mental energy of our ancestral progenitor after ascending to the rank of a dread god. Once unleashed, the unfortunate creature will inevitably hear the voice of our forebear, and with its feeble mental strength, it shall surely succumb to madness and perish on the spot." Chapter 73. Whispers of the malevolent deity. Vexi, perceptive as she was, felt a pallor wash over her delicate features and remarked, "So, you wish for me to bear the S-rank artifact and approach that man?" The demon of desire replied, "There is no one more suited for this task than your Highness Vexi. Rest assured, once the deed is accomplished, we shall promptly ensure your safe retrieval." The infernal hound, displaying visible displeasure, questioned, "Are you unwilling, your Highness Vexi?" Vexi gazed into the eyes of the two S-rank apparitions, sensing the oppressive aura emanating from them, which sent tremors through her very soul. With a heavy heart, she reluctantly acquiesced, "I am willing, all for the sake of the demon-kin." "With your Highness's resolve, I am reassured," the demon of desire responded, producing an ancient black box adorned with intricate patterns, within which lay the sealed pollution of a dread god, specifically targeting mental faculties. Vexi accepted the whispers of the malevolent deity. The demon of desire chuckled lightly and instructed their subordinates, "Escort her Highness Vexi for a thorough adornment." With that, the two S-rank apparitions turned and departed, leaving behind two lesser demons to monitor Vexi's every move. One of the lesser demons extended a hand respectfully, saying, "Please, your Highness Vexi, allow me to prepare you with utmost care." As a mere puppet in this grand design, Vexi felt a sense of helplessness and could only nod slightly. "Very well." Two S-class monsters emerged from the royal palace. The dog-headed beast inquired, "Are you truly planning to assist Vizzy tomorrow?" The dog-headed beast shivered, realizing the gravity of the situation. The seductive demonish chuckled, "Once the assassination mission is accomplished, her purpose will come to an end. Should she miraculously survive the S-class artifact, she would inevitably fall victim to Lilith's hands. Thus, our demonic clan can openly suppress the Blood Clan. Moreover, don't you think that if Vizzy continues to grow, she will escape our grasp? By eliminating her with the aid of the Blood Clan and subsequently supporting a new little demon, it would be nothing short of perfection." The dog-headed beast gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Truly impressive, as always." The following morning, a long queue formed outside the haunted house. Lin remained the proprietor of the establishment. The haunted house had become reliant on him, as the skills of the life-reaping spectre were essential for the illusions. Naturally, Lin could not allow the life-reaping spectre to remain working at the haunted house. He intended to procure a monster adept in illusions to take its place. Initially, the little demon Vizzy would have been the ideal candidate, capable of summoning monsters and creating illusions, even surpassing the life-reaping spectre in ability. Unfortunately, Vizzy was unable to leave the haunted fortress, which left Lin feeling somewhat disheartened. His life-reaping spectre was currently occupied. At that moment, amidst the throng of demons in line, Lin spotted a delicate and charming figure. She was a sweet and adorable little girl in a white dress, her tender legs adorned with skin-tight white stockings, exuding an air of innocence. Lin's eyes instantly brightened. Amidst a multitude of grotesque and fearsome apparitions, the little girl stood out as a precious gem of beauty. As the line of patrons reached the entrance of the haunted house, Vizzy approached Lin, her voice sweet and delicate. "Big brother, is it very frightening inside? I'm a bit afraid to go in alone." Today, Vizzy had subtly altered her appearance, suppressing her ghastly aura to reveal only the strength of an A-level monster. Presenting herself in an endearingly pitiful manner, Lin found himself utterly captivated. "Wait, are you a little demon?" He noticed the small horns peeking through Vizzy's hair. Her pointed elf-like ears, and the tiny tail discreetly trailing beneath her skirt, all unmistakable signs of her demonic nature. Vissy, with a timid pout, replied, "Yes, big brother." Is there a problem? Could this little girl be a trickster sent by the demon clan? Despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, she might be as mischievous as Viss. Lin pondered this for a moment before donning a welcoming expression. "If you're scared, you can opt for a companion service. I'll join you." Vissy's purpose for approaching Lin was to draw closer to him, and she hadn't anticipated such an effortless success. Her face lit up with surprise. "Really? Big brother?" Lin responded. "Of course. However, if you choose this option, you won't be able to participate in the challenge and earn the reward of 200,000 ghost coins." Vissy shook her head. "That's all right. I just wanted to have some fun." Lin smiled. "Then come with me." A solitary figure and a specter swiftly ventured into the eerie domain of the haunted house. Lin commenced by elucidating the intricate arrangement of the scene to Vici, highlighting several spine-chilling elements. Despite her mental preparation, Vici was still taken aback by the phantasmagorical illusions conjured by the specter. "Oh my, how terrifying. Big brother. I am so frightened." Vici feigned a desire to draw closer to Lin, seeking solace in his embrace. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes as her once delicate hands morphed into sharp claws, intent on rending Lin's chest. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Lin found himself unexpectedly eviscerated by Vici, blood spilling forth. A joyous expression adorned Vici's face as she exclaimed, "Marvelous. I have succeeded." Yet, in the next moment, she was taken aback, witnessing Lin dissolve into a wisp of smoke before vanishing entirely. The genuine Lin reappeared 3 meters away, his gaze fixed intently upon her. "Ah, an S-class presence, indeed. You have concealed your true strength well. Speak, who sent you? Should you choose silence? Do not blame me for my ruthless treatment of a little girl," he stated. Vici, astonished, stammered, How did you see through my disguise?" She pouted defiantly, asserting, "Impossible. They're waiting for me outside. I will eliminate you first." A smirk danced upon Lin's lips as he replied, "You wish to kill me? To give it a try." With that, he unleashed the full extent of his S-class aura. The little demon, Vici, was instantly overwhelmed by this oppressive energy, her complexion paling dramatically. Even the combined might of S-class entities, the succubus and the hellhound, could not evoke such an intense sense of dread within her. It became glaringly evident that she stood no chance against this man with her own power. Vixie could only extract the S-class disposable item, the whisper of the evil god. The skin on her face writhed and transformed, her demonic horns becoming prominent. Her purple locks danced in the air, and her cherry-red lips curled upward, revealing sharp fangs. She regained her original appearance, gazing at Lin with a beaming smile. "Foolish human, you have been deceived. This is my true form. Prepare for your demise." With that, Vixie unveiled the box in her hand. An indescribable malevolent whisper resonated in Lin's ears, and he stared in shock at Vixie's delicate face, exclaiming, "Vis." Vixie froze, her voice trembling. "Why, you just called me what?" But in the next moment, the terrifying whispers emanating from the box indiscriminately assaulted Vixie. She felt as if her head were about to explode. With a tremor in her hand, she dropped the box and collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. Meanwhile, Lin's mental prowess was sufficient to withstand Cthulhu's gaze, rendering him immune to the ferocious mental assault. The so-called whispers of the malevolent deity were akin to the buzzing of a few mosquitoes in his ears. He approached the unconscious Vixie and closed the box before her. Chapter 74. When your strength is weak, even anger feels like cuteness. Wake up. Wake up. A pair of long, cold hands gently patted the cherubic face of the little demon, Vixie. My head feels fuzzy. What on earth happened?" The little demon's fair face revealed a hint of pain as her lashes fluttered. Her crimson eyes struggled to open, the blurry scene before her gradually sharpening into clarity. She found herself enveloped in the embrace of a strikingly handsome young man with black hair and brown eyes. His strong right arm encircled her back, and his bright, inquisitive gaze scrutinized her with palpable interest. In that moment, Vixie felt akin to prey under the predatory gaze of a hunter. An overwhelming sensation that she was on the verge of being ensnared by this man. Was this not the very perverse individual she had set out to assassinate? The notorious lowly enthusiast, Lin? Why was he not affected by the whispers of the malevolent artifact? Vixie's eyes narrowed, her heart racing as a torrent of emotion surged within her. Lin's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he reached out with his left hand, brushing aside the violet strands of hair that had fallen upon Vixie's forehead, admiring her beauty with an occasional sound of awe escaping his lips. Vixie's pupils dilated in shock, desperately wishing to recoil. "What are you planning, you fiend?" Lin, in a habitual gesture, pinched Vexy's cherubic cheek, exclaiming in wonder, "The sensation is astonishingly identical." A chill coursed through Vexy's veins. Indeed, he was a true pervert. Seizing the moment while she still possessed the capacity to resist, she resolved to strike at him. With newfound resolve, Vexy suddenly surged forth, her wings unfurling with a powerful flap, revealing her menacing fangs as she aimed her sharp, purplish-black claws toward Lin's chest. "Human, you have underestimated me. Prepare for your doom," she declared. "Wait, what? You. Put me down this instant." As Vissy lunged towards Lin, he effortlessly caught her with both arms, suspending her in midair. With her short limbs, she found herself unable to reach him, resorting to flailing like a frantic groundhog. Her petite face flushed with indignation, she glared at Lin with an expression of pure exasperation. However, to Lin, Vissy's futile attempts at resistance only heightened his exhilaration. As the saying goes, when one is weak, even anger appears to be an endearing display. Lin could hardly contain himself. The angry little demon is simply adorable. Vissy could scarcely believe her ears. This man was utterly humiliating her. Lin unceremoniously dropped Vissy onto the ground. Caught off guard, she landed with a thud on the cold floor, rubbing her bruised lower back, feeling quite wronged. "You wretched scoundrel, could you not be a bit merciful?" Lin shrugged. "Didn't you ask me to let you down? Did you hurt yourself? Would you like me to rub it for you?" "Ugh, no, that's unnecessary." Vissy realized that being in this man's clutches today was likely to spell disaster for her. Overwhelmed with despair, she couldn't help but burst into tears. "Woe is me. Today, I must bid farewell to this world. Just grant me a swift end and put me out of my misery." Squatting before her, Lin smiled amiably. "Fear not, I have no intention of killing you. Since you are an S-rank demon, you must belong to the upper echelons of your kind. It's quite audacious of you to attempt a suicidal assault here, yet given your astonished reaction, I gather you are merely a pawn?" "A pawn?" Upon hearing Lin's words, Vissy suddenly recalled the formidable artifact she possessed, the whisper of the malevolent god. She could vividly remember the moment she opened the box. That infernal whisper surged into her ears, nearly driving her to madness. Even now, she had yet to fully shake off its influence, her body occasionally convulsing and her head spinning. Alas, the poor little demon. Stripped of her dignity, left with nothing but her tattered undergarments. With such intellect, one could easily be sold and still count the money for the seller. Lin teased with a smirk. How could they do this? Woe is me. I am the princess of the demon race. Vissy hugged her knees, squatting on the ground, covering her head as she sobbed, descending into a state of utter despair. Lin leaned her head against Vissy's side, observing the weeping girl. In feigned disbelief, "Oh, have you truly been broken?" Vissy felt a pang of hurt and, struggling to hold back her tears, lifted her head, pouting. "You. If I fall into your hands, I'll accept my fate, but I am still puzzled. Why are you completely unaffected?" Lin responded confidently, "Because I am invincible." Vissy scoffed. "Unconvinced. You're just boasting. You must have used some sort of artifact to shield yourself." Lin did not refute her, but instead shifted the conversation. "You said your name is Vissy, right? I am curious about your connection to the little demon Viss." Upon hearing Lin mention the name that weighed heavily on her heart, Vissy was taken aback. Sister Weiss is the most formidable little demon of the demon clan, who mysteriously vanished hundreds of years ago. "Do you know my sister Weiss? Where is she? Is she still alive?" Lin revealed his pearly white teeth and replied with a smile, "You mean that little she-demon Weiss? She's currently working for me." Vissy, in disbelief that her sister Weiss could be under Lin's command, covered her mouth in shock. "You must be joking. My sister is so powerful. How could she possibly serve a human? I refuse to believe it." Lin chuckled. "Well, she resides in my ghost fortress, whether you choose to believe it or not. Would you like me to take you to reunite with her?" Vissy hesitated. "Is it really possible?" Lin narrowed his eyes. "However, there is a condition. If you go to my ghost fortress, you must become my subordinate and accompany me in my endeavors henceforth." Vissy stood resolute, her small eyes brimming with determination. "If it means I can see my sister, I am willing to call you master." Lin nodded slightly. "You seem quite sentimental." "Not a bad little demon. Pick up the box and follow me." Vissy retrieved the S-class item, the whisper of the evil god, from the ground and tucked it away. Lin extended his hand. "Come, I shall take you to meet your sister." After a moment of hesitation, Vissy extended her cold little hand and grasped Lin's. Lin left the soul demon in the haunted house to continue its work while he conjured the sensation of falling in his mind. In an instant, Lin and Vissy's figures materialized within the ghost fortress. Vixie blinked her eyes and observed her surroundings. In the next moment, her expression changed drastically. She sensed the presence of several menacing auras within the haunted fortress, each one more terrifying than any S-class specter she had ever encountered. Chapter 75. Reunion of Sisters. This revelation shattered the little pride that resided within Vixie's heart. It turned out that under Lin's command, she was merely the lowest-ranking spirit. Lin held the hand of a petite girl who bore a striking resemblance to the mischievous demon Vizie. The only distinction was that this little demon exuded a more innocent aura, dressed in a white gown. If her hair were dyed white, she would resemble a cherubic angel. Lin nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I just captured this new little spirit. She is Vizie's sister, Vixie." Ching Xiaodai introduced herself. "Hi, Vixie. My name is Ching Xiaodai. Shall we be friends from now on?" "Friends?" Vixie tilted her head, somewhat perplexed by the meaning of the term. Throughout her life, she had been confined within the palace and had never made a true friend. Lin gently patted Vixie's head and smiled. "All right, I will take you to find your sister." Little Snail crawled out from the blood mist, displaying a rather chilling smile. "So adorable, I just want to eat." As they passed by the room adorned in a red wedding dress, Lin felt a chill run down her spine. The door was ajar, and the figure in the red wedding dress fixed a piercing gaze upon Lin, holding Vixie's hand, filled with resentment. "Who is she?" Lin smiled and said, "Red wedding dress. Do not misunderstand. She is merely Weiss's sister, a new specter I have acquired. What do you think? Would you like to meet her?" Red wedding dress replied, "I fear I might inadvertently end her life if I lose control." Weiss looked perplexed. Lin responded, "Perhaps it is best to refrain from that." Weiss, her face as pale as a ghost, felt an overwhelming dread. The aura emanating from Red wedding dress was the most formidable she had ever encountered. Even the intensity of her gaze made Weiss's legs tremble. Yet, Lin firmly reassured her, "Do not be afraid, I am here, and she would not dare to harm you." Lin led her far away, and only once they could no longer sense Red wedding dress's presence did Weiss express her lingering fear. "We are both classified as S-rank entities. So why is she so terrifying? It feels as though I am facing the oppressive aura of a vengeful spirit from my clan." Lin chuckled softly, explaining, "You possess S-rank status because you have achieved it, while Red wedding dress is S-rank simply because it is the pinnacle." Weiss nodded, feeling disheartened. "Oh, Sister Red wedding dress is truly impressive. But do not be too disheartened. As long as you are with me, you will inevitably grow in strength." Soon, Lin arrived at Weiss's room. Upon opening the door, the sight within left both Lin and Weiss astounded. The room was completely devoid of spirits. Weiss had vanished without a trace. Lin exclaimed, Where has such a lively specter gone?" Weiss, concentrating her senses, suddenly turned her gaze towards the wardrobe in the room. A faint murmur emerged from within. "Dreaded Lin, at last, I have caught you. How appalling that I must renovate the restaurant. I am a noble little demon, and I shall ride upon your head, treating you like a mere servant." Lin's expression darkened as she opened the wardrobe. There lay Weiss, weary yet exuding a brazen smile, clutching her doll and murmuring in her sleep. Upon seeing her sister, Weiss felt a surge of excitement, but was taken aback to hear her speaking ill of Lin in her dreams. She tugged at Weiss's body, attempting to awaken her. "Do you think that kneeling and pleading will earn Weiss's forgiveness? You perverse individual, experience the sensation of being trampled beneath my feet." Weiss, still lost in her dreams, continued to mumble incoherently, her lips moving in a rhythmic dance. Lin, both amused and exasperated, reached out to seize Weiss's doll. However, the moment her fingers brushed against it, Weiss's crimson eyes flew open. Upon recognizing Lin, she immediately recoiled in fear, retreating to the farthest corner of the wardrobe, her limbs flailing in panic. What are you doing suddenly barging into Weiss's room?" Lin grasped Weiss's smooth ankle, dragging her out of the wardrobe. "Had I not come to find you today, I would have remained unaware of your rebellious nature. It seems I must impart a valuable lesson to you, Weiss." Realizing that Lin had overheard her dream, Weiss quickly devised a defense. "No, I merely dreamt that my master instructed me to play the mischievous imp, to actively torment her. It was not Weiss's desire to do such things." With a playful giggle, Vexie exclaimed, Lin, feeling a wave of annoyance, retorted, "Do I appear to be the type who desires to be trampled upon? Come out here. I have matters to discuss with you." Realizing her misstep, Vexie hesitated, feeling increasingly apprehensive as the plaintive wails of a little one echoed from within the wardrobe. "Wah, Master, Vexie is sorry." Lin had no choice but to nudge Vexie forward, urging her, "Go and summon your sister." With a nod of eagerness, Vexie quickly approached, tiptoeing and leaning into the wardrobe, tentatively calling out, "Sister." In an instant, Vis's eyes flew open wide. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she thought, "Am I hallucinating? Is it truly my sister Vexy I see? Or am I still ensnared in a dream? With glistening eyes, Vexy replied, Sister, you are not dreaming. I am indeed Vexy, and I have come to find you. Vis pinched her cloth doll fiercely. How it hurt. This was no dream. The next moment, the realization dawned upon Vis, and she lunged forward, enveloping her sister Vexy in a tight embrace. The two adorable little demons wept softly as they clung to one another within the confines of the wardrobe. Lynn, seated on the nearby bed, observed the heartfelt reunion with deep emotion, thinking to herself, the bond of sisterhood is truly profound. After a prolonged embrace, Vis and Vexy finally began to inquire about one another. Sister, Vexy asked, why did you leave without a word? What on earth transpired? As Vizzy cradled her doll, she sighed. Once upon a time, I was an innocent and charming little demon, wandering harmlessly down the street. After sharing her plight, Vizzy inquired of Vizzy, what brings you here? Surely, you weren't captured by my master, were you? Lynn interjected, you were about to call me a pervert. Weren't you? Vizzy, please clarify, I am truly not a pervert. Glancing at Lynn, Vizzy responded, no, I was coerced into assassinating the master. Upon hearing Vizzy's account, Lynn realized that the little demon clan had been marginalized, with the succubi and hellhounds seizing control of the demon race. Vizzy's face flushed with anger. How outrageous these scoundrels were. How dare they act so brazenly in my absence. Chapter 76. The affection of the little demon Vizzy for Lynn grows. Lynn propped himself up on the bed, crossing his legs, reveling in the delightful scene of the two little Lolas snuggling within the wardrobe. The sight of little Lolas cuddling was truly enchanting. If only they could don white silk, it would be even better, Lynn mused. After the two purple-haired little demons became acquainted with each other's circumstances, they ceased their tears and began to devise their next course of action. Vizzy, genuinely moved, wiped away the tears from her eyes and said, Vizzy, I apologize for the distress you've endured. With that, Vizzy's crimson gaze turned toward Lynn, her eyes radiating a profound sense of vulnerability. However, Vizzy shook her little head in despair, exclaiming, it's impossible. I have been cursed, and I cannot step beyond the haunted castle in this lifetime. I have tried every possible means, but to no avail, unless the castle ceases to exist. Vixie, in a state of anxiety, lamented, oh no, what shall we do? Will I never be able to avenge the deep-seated enmity between my sister and me? Woe is me. As Vixie hung her head in dejection, Vizzy quietly peeked out from the cupboard and approached Lynn, shedding her usual haughty demeanor. With a pitiful gaze, she implored, Master, may we discuss a matter? Could you assist Vizzy with a small favor? Lynn feigned ignorance, elongating her tone. Oh, you are quite different today. Why do you think of me only when you have a problem? Vizzy's face flushed crimson as she vowed, I was just immature at that time. I swear I will obediently heed your commands from now on and will never provoke your anger again. Lynn cast a sidelong glance at Vizzy, retorting, I trust you as far as I can throw you. No deal. Oh, how cruel you are, Master. Not believing Vizzy has made her heart broken. Woe is me. Vizzy proceeded to roll on the ground, throwing a playful tantrum. Do not attempt to charm your way out of this. Lynn's tone softened noticeably. Meanwhile, Vixie, keenly observing the situation, recognized Lynn's fondness for little girls and seized the opportunity. She immediately wrapped her arms around Lynn's right arm, sweetly pleading, Master, I beg you. Please help my sister and me. Lynn could nearly sense the faint fragrance emanating from Vixie, despite the persistent pleas of the little girl, which were indeed difficult to resist. Lynn remained steadfast, declaring, No, I cannot assist you without reason. With a pouting expression, Vice clutched her cherished doll, feeling quite aggrieved. I can exchange my most treasured possession with you, Master. Lynn, intrigued, inquired, Oh, what precious item do you possess that would tempt me? Vice held her beloved doll close and presented it to Lynn, stating, I will trade you little Guai. Amused by Vice's innocence, Lynn accepted the doll, resembling an ugly duckling, and began to play with it. But what use do I have for this? It can't even move. Oh dear. Forget it. We no longer require your assistance. Vice, let us depart and ignore this peculiar man. Vice declared, taking Vice's hand and turning to leave. Lynn shook the doll, calling after them, Hey, you don't want your doll anymore? Vice, feeling disheartened, lamented, I never imagined Master could be so unsympathetic. Vice shot a meaningful glance at her sister, as if to say, Sister, you must frequently anger Master, don't you? Vice rolled her eyes in response, seemingly retorting, Who was it that allowed this fellow to steal my little Guai? Observing the two little ones in their despondent state, Lynn decided to cease his playful antics, chuckling. If I were to help you without compensation, What would the other spirits think of me? However, I do indeed wish to make an impression on the demon clan. Just to clarify, this is not me aiding you both. Vivi's previously gloomy disposition suddenly lifted, her once dull eyes sparkling anew. Is this truly the case? Are you not deceiving me? She inquired. Excitedly, Vex leaped with joy, exclaiming, How wonderful! I knew our master would not turn us away. As she gazed upon Lin's face, Vivi's, who had always harbored a slight aversion towards him, found herself inexplicably drawn to him. Lin promptly led the two little demons to the heart of his ghostly fortress, clapping his hands to summon all his specters. There appeared a captivating figure in a red wedding gown, the frosty snow maiden, the white-haired vampire Elizabeth, the little zombie Lin Chi-Chi, and a sluggish snail that crawled over. What is the matter? It's not yet mealtime. Did you gather us just to present this little demon as my lunch? The snail inquired. The figure in the red gown lamented, with one on each hand. How fortunate indeed. The snow maiden mused, My master hasn't summoned me for 3 days. Elizabeth, glancing at the newcomer Vex, was overwhelmed by a strong sense of foreboding. Who is this creature? Could she be the elusive princess of the demon clan? Surely, she doesn't intend to vie for my master's favor? In contrast, Lin Chi-Chi approached Vex with innocent curiosity, extending her small hand and shyly saying, Hello, I'm Lin Chi-Chi. What is your name? Vex took her hand, feeling the chill of her touch, realizing that she was not a living being, but rather a little zombie. I am Vex, a little demon. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lin Chi-Chi exhibited an exuberant and joyful demeanor as she expressed, I have made new friends. Previously, no one was willing to befriend me. Lin In then introduced, This is my newly recruited member, Vexi. She is the sister of Vice. I hope you two will get along splendidly. The little snail's head drooped in disappointment, muttering, After all this fuss, it's not even food. Vexi shivered in trepidation, retreating behind Lin In, exclaiming, Oh no, why does this snail always want to eat me? The snow maiden cradled her face in her hands, inquiring, Master, you summoned us for a reason, did you not? Lin In smiled, affirming, Indeed, there is a matter at hand. We are going out to seek a fight. With that, he cast a glance at the little demon, Vice. Surprisingly, Vice showed no signs of displeasure this time. Chapter 77. All hands on deck. The surrounding spirits looked on. Somewhat stunned, was this truly the rebellious Vice they had come to know? How had she become so obedient to Lin In? What kind of enchantment had Lin In cast upon this little demon? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, having indulged in a hearty meal, Lin In set forth with a host of spirits, ready to plunge into the eerie realm. Chung Shaodai and Vice waved goodbye to Lin In. Vice recited, The winds howl and the waters chill. Brave warriors depart, never to return. Lin In nearly stumbled, exclaiming, Did your literature lessons come from a physical education teacher? Cheng Shaodai, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched her head. Hee. I had a casual discussion about Tang poetry and song lyrics with her. Meanwhile, in the bizarre world of Blood City, a banquet was underway in the stronghold of the demon clan. From the infernal lineage of the demon hounds, the enchanting succubi have gathered in splendid assembly, adorned in resplendent attire, raising their glasses in celebration, akin to a gathering of the human elite. Within the opulent and brilliantly illuminated hall, a carpet stained crimson with blood stretches beneath them, while demon musicians skillfully caress the keys of the piano and the strings of the violin. A continuous stream of demon servants enters, bearing trays laden with grotesque delicacies, tainted lobsters, deformed sheep's heads, and dark, writhing confections. Among these repugnant offerings are even various dishes crafted from the flesh and blood of humanity, which are deemed the most exquisite and delectable ingredients. Notably, not a single imp is present among them. Dear brethren of the demon kin, today marks a momentous occasion, announces the stunning S-class succubus, Sherlin. Draped in a fiery red evening gown, standing by the brilliantly lit balustrade, a goblet brimming with blood cradled in her hand, a radiant smile illuminating her visage. The sound of clinking glasses resonates throughout the venue, the atmosphere charged with fervor. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes brimming with allure, and her figure strikingly voluptuous. She is an embodiment of seduction, a creature capable of igniting primal desires. Beside her stands an S-class demon hound, clad in a tailored black suit, adorned with spectacles and a tie, his canine head resting upon a gentlemanly posture as he leans upon a cane. Adjusting his glasses, the demon hound speaks, Sherlin. We have yet to ascertain whether that human is perished. Is it not somewhat hasty to host a celebratory feast under such uncertainty? The demon hound shook his head. Perhaps I have been overly cautious. After a sumptuous feast, the demons began to engage in social dancing at the center of the ballroom. exuding an air of high society. Just then, as the music of the banquet played on, a handsome young man in a tailored suit, with dark hair and brown eyes, entered the dance floor, elegantly escorting a beautiful woman clad in a crimson gown. The pair commenced a flawless duet, their movements in perfect harmony, as if they had rehearsed countless times before. The assembly of demons was captivated by their performance, pausing to observe in awe. As the piece concluded, thunderous applause erupted. Strangely, not a single demon discerned the anomaly. These two were not of the demon kin. Lin, cradling a doll in his left hand and holding the hand of the woman in red with his right, surveyed the gathering of demons and remarked, "Welcome, everyone, to this performance of death." The alluring succubus, Sharon, immediately sensed something amiss. She emitted a piercing shriek, prompting several demons to cry out in horror. "Who are you?" The demon hound cast aside his goblet, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon the duo at the center of the dance floor. In the next moment, the illusion cloaking Lin and the woman in red was dispelled by the little demon, Vizzy. Their true forms were revealed before the astonished crowd of demons. "What? How did this rat deceive our eyes and infiltrate our midst?" An incredulous A-class demon exclaimed. "What? Vizzy? Wasn't she dead? She was so close to that human. How could this be possible?" The succubus of desire exclaimed in shock. However, the other supernatural beings were more immediately struck by the overwhelming aura emanating from the woman in the red bridal gown, an aura befitting an S-class entity. Many demons felt a chilling dread wash over them, prompting a desire to flee. Lin coldly stated, "I'm afraid it is too late. This place has been sealed off, and no one may leave." Prior to this encounter, he had strategically placed S-class artifacts from the Blood Clan within the demon race's stronghold, implementing the bloodstained Iron Curtain. His intent was to ensnare all these demons in one fell swoop. The two S-class demons of the demon race were momentarily taken aback upon sensing the ghostly presence of the woman in red. Such formidable power! How could this be? That human rat is still alive, and that useless Vizzy didn't utilize that S-class artifact? The demon hound furrowed his brow and shouted, "Forget about that for now. We must leave." Without hesitation, the succubus of desire turned and dashed towards the window. Crash! She shattered the glass, intent on escaping. Yet in the next moment, the reflection in her bright eyes revealed a flurry of snowflakes and a woman draped in pure white. The snow woman possessed the ability to conjure ice and snow, gliding gracefully through the wintry elements. She cast a sidelong glance at the succubus of desire and smiled. "Sister, it seems we share a similar essence." A flicker of panic crossed the succubus's exquisite features. Two S-classes? The snow woman remained silent, raising her hand to summon countless icy prisms that surged toward the succubus of desire. The demon Ice Storm. As a seasoned S-rank demon, the temptress of desire is not to be trifled with. Her entire being radiates a crimson glow as she raises her right hand, conjuring a vortex composed of demonic eyes to thwart the icy spikes that are hurled toward her. The snow woman merely smiles softly, declaring it futile. In the next instant, the barrage of ice spears, each bearing the echo of the snow woman's essence, strikes true. One of the icy daggers pierces the temptress's palm, carving a deep wound into her pristine skin. A cry of anguish escapes the temptress, her eyes ablaze with fury. "How dare you?" But her venomous words are abruptly silenced as the snow woman freezes her tongue in place and delivers a resounding slap. The impact leaves a vivid crimson mark upon the temptress's face, a testament to her shock and rage. With a wild howl, her fingers morph into razor-sharp blood blades, slashing violently at the snow woman. Thus ensues a fierce struggle between the two demons, with the snow woman intentionally holding back, as per Lin's instructions to preserve the temptress alive. Meanwhile, the three-headed hellhound roars, its muscles bulging, tearing its suit as its head multiplies to 3. It engages in a fierce battle with Lin's other S-rank demon, Elizabeth. The hellhound's growl reverberates as its sharp fangs rend the animated corpses summoned by Elizabeth to shreds. Yet more fearless cadavers surge toward it. Elizabeth points at the swollen hellhound, scolding, "Naughty dog, no biting." As her voice faded, the once ferocious three-headed demon hound found its jaws locked in a rigid state, akin to having consumed a sticky glutinous rice cake, requiring immense effort to open and close. The expressions of the demon hound twisted into a grotesque snarl. Meanwhile, Lin Chi-Chi and the little fairy Vixie hurried over, their spirits buoyed. Vixie, in particular, ground her teeth, her eyes ablaze with hatred, longing to personally vanquish the vile beast that had tormented her. "Don't run. Vixie will make you suffer," she declared, incensed by the hound's treachery in colluding with the human vermin, an affront to their noble demon lineage. The demon hound, stammering in its protest, retorted ambiguously. This only fueled Vixie's fury, her cheeks swelling like an enraged pufferfish as she stomped the air in frustration. Ugh! How despicable! Vixie will tear your mouth apart. With that, she lunged at the demon hound, her claws slicing into its flesh, sending blood splattering. Ah! The demon hound howled in agony, swatting the diminutive Vixie aside with a mighty sweep of its paw. It bellowed in wrath, "How dare you!" Vixie, quick to react, flapped her wings to soften her fall. Yet she rolled several times on the ground, emitting soft whimpers of distress. The demon hound, relentless, lunged forward, aiming to seize the unsuspecting Vixie before she could regain her footing, intent on delivering a lethal bite. Who is it? She gasped in fear. Yet her small hands clutched fiercely at the demon hound's tail. You, wicked canine, do not harm Chi-Chi's friends. The demon dog, with its 3 heads, fixed its gaze upon Chi-Chi. Are you tired of living? Lin Chi-Chi, timid in nature, gazed fearfully at the grotesque, towering figure of the demon dog, resembling a werewolf. Her petite frame appeared exceedingly fragile in comparison. The demon dog could easily devour Lin Chi-Chi in a single bite. Pouting her lips, she softly reiterated, "Naughty dog. You mustn't harm Chi-Chi's friends." The sprawled Vizzy quivered at the word friends. The demon dog sneered, "Being a hero comes with a price. Have you heard the tale of Little Red Riding Hood and the wolf grandmother?" With that, it lunged at Lin Chi-Chi, attempting to emulate the wolf grandmother's voracious appetite from the fairy tale. Confronted with the demon dog's gaping maw, Chi-Chi exhibited a look of terror, hastily shielding her head with her hands and crouching down. Crunch! The demon dog's formidable teeth shattered against an unyielding surface. It felt as though it had bitten into an iron ball, a steel egg. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi emerged unscathed, her skin untouched. Oh dear! The foul breath of the wicked dog is unbearable. Chi-Chi wished to escape. With a tremendous effort, she pushed against the demon dog's jaws, prying them open to an astonishing degree before leaping out. A woo! One of the demon dog's heads suffered a tear at the corner of its mouth, blood gushing forth in torrents. He gazed at Lin Chi-Chi in astonishment, exclaiming, "What on earth are you? What have you been nourished on? Despicable creature." However, Chi-Chi was not some grotesque entity. She was merely a little girl. A woo! A woo! The pitiful demon dog, having been thrown, was drooling and dazed, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. The prideful strength he had always relied on appeared as feeble as an infant confronting a seasoned special forces soldier before Lin Chi-Chi. Not only was the demon dog taken aback, but even Elizabeth and Vicky, who had hurried to the scene, were left in a state of bewilderment. Who would have imagined that the seemingly innocuous Lin Chi-Chi was, in fact, a formidable force of supernatural might? This was the fabled emergence of the neighborly young girl, possessing the strength to move mountains and an aura that could dominate the world. Nearby, Lin observed, wiping the cold sweat from her brow. It seemed that henceforth, she could not afford to be overly familiar with Chi-Chi. The demon dog, realizing it stood no chance against this little monster named Lin Chi-Chi, resolutely decided to sever the arm she had seized with its claws, a desperate act of self-liberation, and prepared to flee. Curse it! Monsters! This place is teeming with monsters. I must escape. I cannot fight them any longer. The demon dog's thigh muscles contracted as it sprang forth, leaping like a flea, darting with astonishing speed toward the underground chamber of the hall, where a secret passage led to the sewers of Blood City. The scene was utterly chaotic, with the undead, the wailing demons, servants, and musicians all intertwined, presenting an opportune moment to slip away amidst the turmoil. Lin Chi-Chi observed as the demon dog prepared to make its escape. She puffed out her small chest and raised her middle finger in the direction where the demon dog had fled, indignantly exclaiming, "Come here." The demon dog, initially devoid of any fighting spirit and intent solely on escape, suddenly felt an inexplicable rage swell within its heart. This sensation was akin to an insatiable craving, making it feel as though ants were crawling all over its body. "I will kill you." This was Lin Chi-Chi's ability. She was a strength-type specter capable of taunting the demon into attacking her. This was precisely what Lin Chi-Chi desired, wounded and besieged by 3 S-rank little Lolas. The demon dog was in a state of frantic rage, its roars echoing through the air, yet all in vain. Lin, in a fit of amusement, had the red wedding dress procure a high-backed chair for him, where he lounged with his legs crossed, allowing the dress to massage his back. He quietly observed the battle among the specters. The palace doors had been welded shut by Lin. Not a single soul would escape today. Little Snail was devouring demon clan specters with a crisp crunch, almost driven to madness with excitement. Today, I shall indulge myself. Chapter 79, 500 times. Master truly is heartless. The air was filled with the anguished cries of the demon clan. Even the pristine white chandelier was stained with dark crimson blood. Half an hour later, utterly exhausted, the demon dog was yanked by its ear and dragged before Lin In by Lin Chichi. Meanwhile, the desire demon had been frozen into a popsicle by the snow maiden, who presented it before Lin In, leaving only its eyes capable of movement. She was clad in tattered garments, her expression a blend of shock and despair, while her clear, pleading eyes gazed at Lin In. Filled with regret for having provoked such a formidable individual, the snow woman hung her head, lips tightly pressed together, and trembled as she spoke. "Why, yes, my master." Beside her, Vizzy gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth 500 times. "How ruthless my master is." Lin Chichi tilted her head. "Fortunately, Chichi cannot read." Elizabeth remarked, "I cannot fathom why my master is so harsh toward Snow Sister." Little Snail, content, caressed her swollen belly with her appendages. "I am truly satisfied this time." Burp. The demons and spirits present, aside from those devoured by Little Snail or eliminated by an unknown AoE attack, knelt trembling on the ground, frozen in fear. While some wept quietly, anxious about their uncertain fates. Gazing up at the imposing figure of Lin In, the multitude of specters felt a wave of despair. Lin In gestured, instructing, "Let us first thaw this succubus." The snow woman complied with Lin In's command, dispelling the ice and snow encasing the seductive demon, Shuren. How could this happen? The succubus's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground, her gaze vacant as she stared at Lin In and the spirits by his side. Realizing her dire predicament, she was overcome with sorrow, her shoulders shaking as she buried her face in her hands, weeping. Leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, Lin In inquired, "Do you understand where you went wrong?" The demon dog lowered its head, lamenting, "I was truly blind. How could I dare to provoke you? The idea to assassinate you was hers, not mine." The demon hound pointed its paw at the temptress demon. Upon hearing this wretched creature betray her, the temptress seethed with indignation. "I do this for the rise of our demon kin. You are complicit in this endeavor." The demon hound retorted, "Nonsense. It is you who devised this vile scheme to ensnare Princess Vizzy, and now you dare to accuse me. She speaks falsely, Mr. Lin. You cannot wrongfully condemn this loyal hound." The temptress demon scoffed, "You wretched mutt. Even if I perish today, I shall drag you down with me." Vizzy, trembling with fury, interjected, "Neither of you are virtuous. How have you treated me and the little demon kin over the years? What of my other brethren?" The temptress remained defiant, stating, "Humph. Why should the demon clan be ruled by the little demons? What makes us lesser than you, who have allied yourself with vermin?" With a resounding slap, Lin smacked the temptress across the face. "I shall grant you one more opportunity to articulate your thoughts." The temptress, clutching her injured visage, was filled with shame and rage. "I am a noble demon, kill me if you must." Lin replied with a grin, "You wish to die? After all, I am not a fiend. I have heard that succubi are quite popular in the human realm. Imagine if I were to send you and your kin to toil in the human world, serving the very vermin you despise. How would that fare?" At this, the temptress trembled uncontrollably. You are more devilish than a devil." Lin chuckled, "I appreciate the compliment. You are not the first to label me such a creature." The succubus was utterly despondent. She recognized that the man before her was undeniably ruthless. "I was wrong. Noble Lord Lin, I am willing to be your servant. I only implore you not to take my life." Lin scoffed, "You are far too weak. I find you rather unimpressive." Beside them, the demon hound raised its head, wagging its tail. Master, I can be your guard dog." "What woof?" The succubus pressed her hand over the hound's mouth, exclaiming, "Please don't compete with me for this." The hound retorted, "When it comes to being a dog, you can't possibly compare to me." Woof woof. Lin watched with keen interest as these two S-class creatures fought amongst themselves for survival. At that moment, the doll in Lin's hand stirred slightly. Trembling as if yearning to break free from his grasp, Lin placed the doll on the ground. She approached the demon hound and the succubus, hands on her hips, and with an air of authority declared, "You two foolish beings. Are you not ashamed?" Both demon creatures simultaneously turned their gaze toward the doll, their faces shifting from confusion to bewilderment and ultimately to astonishment. "You are Princess Vice. This cannot be. This aura is too pure. It must be the long-lost Princess Vice from a century ago. You are alive." Both S-class creatures trembled uncontrollably, prostrating themselves on the ground, quaking under the overwhelming essence emanating from the little demon. Vice proclaimed. While I was away, you dared to bully the little demon clan, to torment my sister. Two S-rank demons fell silent in terror. We were wrong. Princess Vice. Vice exclaimed, what about my other little demon kin? The lustful succubus pointed fearfully towards the basement. They are all locked in the dungeon, thanks to that wretched mutt. It's not my fault. The demon hound seethed with anger, retorting, but you agreed at the time, didn't you? Vice, struggling to suppress her fury, sent her sister, Vixie, to the basement to rescue their little demon brethren. Eagerly flapping her wings, Vixie soared towards the dungeon. As she beheld her tormented and barely breathing demon kin, tears welled in her eyes. Those two wretched beings. In the grand hall, Vice relentlessly pounded her soft fists and feet against the two S-rank demons, exclaiming, I will make you pay. I will make you pay. The two S-rank demons could only passively endure, too afraid to utter a word. The little snail burped contentedly, suggesting, how about I eat them? It could serve as your revenge. But Vice, being merely a doll and not her true self, gasped for breath as she glared at the snail. Humph. All you think about is eating, you glutton. The snail shot back. You're finished. You've narrowed your options. You've crossed me, so don't expect an easy time from now on. The red wedding dress cast a fierce glare at Vice, but Vice remained unfazed. As long as she could earn Lin's affection, even if it meant incurring the jealousy of the red wedding dress, it was worth it. The fate of the two S-rank demons and the multitude of other demon creatures rested solely in Lin's hands. Lin pondered for a moment and said, the Demon Hound clan and the Succubus clan will all be sent to work for the Blood clan. As for the two of you, the two S-class monsters looked at Lin with palpable terror, akin to death row inmates awaiting the judge's final verdict. Chapter 80. The Snow Woman. If it is the master's request, I would not hesitate to do so 500 times. Lin smiled broadly at the two helpless S-class monsters. Both demons felt their hair stand on end, realizing that they were not the terrifying entities. It was the man before them who truly instilled fear. To let you two S-class perish so easily would be a waste. Dog-Ed, you shall work at my newly opened haunted house to earn your redemption. Given your stature and build, playing the role of a monstrous killer should suit you well, don't you think? Doghead, crestfallen, replied, I have no objections. Beside him, the succubus eagerly cast a hopeful glance at Lin. What about me? What about me? Lin's lips curled into a smirk as he surveyed the succubus's form. She promptly showcased her almost flawless waist, attempting to enchant him. However, Lin remained unfazed, revealing his pristine teeth as he chuckled. Your future existence will be spent working in the haunted house. But let me forewarn you, if you fail to frighten the visiting monsters, you shall find yourself as the frightened one. The succubus trembled. While this outcome was harsh, it was preferable to being obliterated. She resigned herself to her fate. Her expression transformed into one of deep reverence, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at Lin as she softly murmured, from this moment forth, I shall be your ghost. Lin extended his hand to gently caress Vexie's head, declaring, you are to become the princess of the demon clan. Apart from me, you shall heed no one's commands. Manage our demon clan and my haunted house well, and should these two S-class specters dare to cause trouble, eliminate them. The incubus and the hellhound shook their heads vigorously, exclaiming, we would never dream of defying Princess Vexie's orders. This had been Lin's plan since he encountered Vexie. He intended for this adept illusionist demon to assume control of his haunted house, replacing his spirit guide with one equally skilled in illusion. Vexie, holding up her skirt with her left hand and bowing deeply, placed her right hand on her left shoulder, her small face radiating gratitude and devotion as she proclaimed, my master's commands are absolute. Lin was quite pleased with Vexie's demeanor, pinching her chubby little cheeks. Ah, Vexie, you are truly adorable, far more sensible than your sister, who is utterly rebellious and in dire need of discipline. Nearby, the doll-like Vise, eyes wide with panic, stammered, Vise will never again provoke the master's ire. Your fingers are so warm. Please continue to caress Vexie. Vexie readily supported Lin's hand with her own, emitting soft purring sounds that expressed her contentment. Lin had not only restored her status as a little demon but also saved her life. Now, his standing in her eyes had risen immeasurably, and her affection for him soared to new heights. Beside them, Elizabeth observed Lin as he playfully engaged with the little demons. A flicker of concealed envy and jealousy glimmering in her eyes, her lips slightly pouting. This fellow certainly knows how to win the master's favor. I cannot afford to lag behind him. A profound sense of crisis surged within the white-haired little loli. It was imperative not to allow these two little demons to monopolize the master's affection, having effortlessly subdued the demon clan. Lin had become the de facto ruler of the demons. Among the 5 great powers of Blood City, Lin had claimed 2/5, leaving only the Yiksha clan, the witch sect, and the formidable Yamahal. The very name of the witch sect conjured images of numerous female specters. Perhaps I shall target them next? Lin silently resolved to annex the next power. In the dead of night, Lin, accompanied by a host of spirits, made his way to his haunted house. The blood moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the desolate abode, devoid of any ghosts, rendering it hauntingly quiet. The spirit of fate cowered behind the ticket counter, awaiting Lin's arrival. Lin summoned the spirit forth. I had thought the master would leave me here all alone. Lin adeptly reassured the spirit of fate. How could that be? You are one of my finest specters. Upon saying this, Lin gestured towards the succubus and the hellhound. Speaking amiably, starting tomorrow, you shall officially work for me, with no days off and no salary. Perform well, and there shall be no rewards. Perform poorly, and there will be consequences. Subsequently, these 2 S-rank specters became the performers of the haunted house, spending their days terrorizing the visiting spirits. They bore deep grievances, yet excelled at instilling fear. This incident would later become a topic of discussion. The allure of the succubus is often accompanied by tears. Oh, how foolish I am. Truly, I thought that Lilith, that vampire, had merely indulged in a surplus of faux blood. Little did I know that the man possessed such a multitude of supernatural beings. The hellhound lamented, you might not believe me, but upon awakening, I found myself transformed into a mere laborer. Upon encountering 2 S-rank specters, their faces drawn and despondent. As if their very essence had been drained, they trudged into the haunted house. The figure clad in a crimson bridal gown, with icy eyes, inquired softly, Master, why not allow me to devour them directly? Lin adjusted his wrist and replied, to consume S-rank specters would no longer serve to enhance your power. To advance further, one requires special sustenance, obtainable solely within the confines of S-rank eerie instances. It would be a pity to eliminate these beings. Instead, I shall have them earn me some coin. The Snow Woman interjected, earning money from specters is one thing, but to have them enrich you. Might as well tattoo Satan upon your back. Lin cast a sidelong glance at her. Do you have something to say, Snow Woman? She waved her hands in a flurry, stumbling over her words. Master, what I mean is that you are truly formidable. Her body trembled, excitement bubbling forth. 500 times? If it is your request, it would be no trouble at all. I could transcribe it 1,000 times, 10,000 times, even 100,000 times. A small snail chimed in, 100,000 times, indeed. The figure in the crimson gown scoffed, 100,000 times? Are you mocking me? Vixie recoiled in fear, exclaiming, my heavens, this woman is far too relentless with herself. 100,000 times. Her hands must surely break. The Snow Maiden then extended her delicate hand, summoning countless icy prisms. Within each prism shimmered an image of the Snow Maiden, each displaying a distinct expression, each adorned in various exquisite attire. Yet, every one of them uttered the same phrase. Fear not, I am never short of assistance. In the meantime, Chung Xiaodai stood patiently in the dining hall, awaiting Lin Yin's return. Upon seeing Lin Yin, her lovely face blossomed into a sweet smile. Chapter 81. Stop copying. Are you addicted to it? Gurgle. Lin Yin rubbed his forehead and chuckled. I must admit, I am rather hungry. Please, bring it forth. Before long, a bowl of meticulously crafted dumplings was presented. Nearby, the little snail extended its 2 tentacles toward Lin Yin's dining table, eagerly swallowing in anticipation, clearly yearning to sample the delicacy. Lin Yin casually picked up a dumpling and tossed it to the little snail. The little snail glared at the dumpling on the ground, indignantly exclaiming, What do you mean by this? Lin Yin shrugged. I thought you were quite eager to eat. The little snail, now fully enraged, retorted, Hey, who do you think you're looking down on? Don't you need to dip dumplings in vinegar? Raising an eyebrow, Lin Yin replied, So you expect me to dip it in a dish of vinegar for you? The little snail responded, as if it were a matter of course. Isn't that the way it should be? Come here, Chung Xiaodai interjected, taking on the role of peacemaker. She fetched 2 iron bowls, filled them with dumplings and vinegar, and placed them in front of the little snail. Little snail felt deeply touched. You are truly kind to me. Rest assured, when I'm hungry, I won't prioritize eating you. Shang Xiaodai twitched her lips. I appreciate it. With that, little snail lowered its head and began to eat heartily. 1 dumpling followed by a sip of vinegar, and little snail was thoroughly enjoying the meal. Lin Yin, observing the iron basin, found it increasingly familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was actually 2 dog bowls. So, Cheng Xiaodai had been raising little snail as if it were a dog? He couldn't help but chuckle. Little Snail lifted its head, puzzled. What are you laughing at? Lin In replied. I just remembered something amusing. Little Snail inquired. What amusing thing? Lin In, suppressing his laughter, remarked. You resemble a dog. Little Snail, infuriated, nearly flipped the dog bowl. Nonsense. How dare you call me a dog? Do you believe I would spit foul dog droppings at you? In unison, Hong Jiai, Ming Gui, Wei Si, Xuan Nu, Wei Shi, and Elizabeth turned their gazes towards Little Snail. The atmosphere grew quite strange. Little Snail, suddenly losing its temper, buried its head and stammered. I was wrong. I was wrong. I am a dog. Woof woof. Lin In calmly stated. Little Snail, one must maintain decorum. Little Snail grinned cheekily. All right. Lin In sampled some dumplings, contentedly burping, and was soon overwhelmed by drowsiness. I shall take a nap. I am utterly exhausted. In the vast ghost castle, shadows drifted, and in a corner, two adorably naive little devils were whispering and deliberating. Wei Si asked, Wei Shi, did you notice anything unusual about our master just now? Wei Shi responded, perplexed. Vexi sensed that her master appeared to be quite fatigued. Whispering into her sister's ear, Vizzy remarked, Indeed. Thus, we. Upon hearing Vizzy's words, Vexi's pointed elfin ears flushed crimson with embarrassment as she stammered. Ah, but isn't it improper to proceed without our master's consent? He might be upset. Vizzy, her eyes sparkling with affection, exclaimed excitedly, Oh, it matters not. I have become a foolish creature who cannot bear to be without our master. With that, the two violet-haired little imps stealthily slipped into Lin's chamber. Meanwhile, the white-haired vampire maiden, Elizabeth, stood concealed in the corner of the corridor, eavesdropping on the conversation of the two mischievous imps. A sense of vigilance surged within her as she thought, Humph, I knew those two would attempt something with our master. I cannot permit this. I must follow them. With a soft breath, Elizabeth boldly declared, No one can see me. She sauntered past the entrance where the little snail resided. Oblivious, the snail continued to indulge in the dumplings in the bowl, savoring them with delight, for as an omnivorous creature, it relished dumplings. The snail contentedly mused. Nothing compares to dumplings. Oh, did something just pass by me? Little Snail raised her head to survey her surroundings, yet found nothing in sight. A cold sweat breaking out upon her brow. I had forewarned that this place was far from clean. The cheerful young boy, Lin, hummed a tune while bathing. Before long, he emerged from the bathroom clad only in his shorts, drying the droplets of water from his body with a towel. At that moment, he noticed that on his bed, which could comfortably accommodate five, two little creatures seemed to have nestled beneath the sheets. Lin abruptly threw back the covers and was met with a delightful surprise. There lay Vis and Vizzy, two little imps, already donned in their pajamas, comfortably sprawled across his bed. Startled by Lin's sudden revelation, the two little sprites gasped. Oh no, Master, you caught us. Vis flew into Lin's embrace, nuzzling her head against his chest. Master, may I give you a bedtime massage to express my gratitude? Lin nearly lost his composure, blood rushing to his face. Who could withstand such an advance? He gently set the clingy Vis down, admonishing them. You entered my room without my permission. It's quite perilous. Do you realize I have a penchant for slaying in my dreams? Vizzy, seated like a duck upon the bed, blushed deeply, stammering. Master, it was my sister's idea. Vis wore an expression of innocent grievance, saying, I merely wished to repay your kindness. How could Lin possibly scold the two adorable and endearing little Lolas, who gazed at him with such remorseful eyes? If I refuse the gratitude of these two little girls, they are bound to feel quite disheartened, aren't they? Their sadness would surely diminish their fondness for me, correct? Thus, it seems entirely reasonable for me to accept their expressions of gratitude. Lin Un's heart softened. All right. You two, please massage my shoulders, my feet, and give my back a good rub. The two little imps exchanged glances and giggled. Our master has consented. Lin In lay on the bed, surrendering to the fierce onslaught of the two little devils upon his body. Ah, delightful. Vizzy, do not fret about attacking my kidney reflex zones. I can withstand it, Lin In declared with satisfaction. Very well, master. Vizzy knelt by the bed, her voice sweetly high-pitched as she diligently massaged Lin In's feet, just as Lin In reveled in the tender ministrations of the two little girls. A sliver of the room's door creaked open. A pair of crimson eyes peeked in, filled with envy and longing, gazing upon the scene. Lin In's eyes widened in surprise. Regaining his alertness. Who goes there? Step forth. The door was pushed open slightly, revealing a white-haired little girl who entered, cradling a bowl of fruit salad in her hands. It was none other than Elizabeth. Elizabeth looked anxiously at Lin, her bare feet nervously clutching the ground. "Master, I too wish to join you in play. I have just prepared this fruit salad myself, and I would like to exchange a little bit of blood for it, if I may." Lin was deeply touched. "Did none of you knock? I thought it was a red wedding dress. You nearly frightened me to death." With that, Lin began to savor the post-meal dessert. The fruit salad. Certainly, it was hand-fed by Elizabeth. It is truly delectable. Elizabeth, your culinary skills are quite impressive." Lin praised. Elizabeth gazed at the two little imps, a faint smile gracing her lips. "As long as the master enjoys it, I can prepare it for you every day." Just as Lin reveled in this dreamlike existence, being cared for by the three little girls, she felt somewhat euphoric. At that moment, the door to the room swung open once more. The temperature in the room plummeted. The three little girls shivered. There stood the Snow Maiden at the threshold. In her hands, she held a thick stack of handwritten reflections. She bent down, presenting the reflections to Lin with both hands, exclaiming excitedly, "Master, I have completed the 500 reflections, and I shall promptly continue with the rest." The three little girls were taken aback, speaking in unison. "You really copied them, Snow Maiden's sister." Lin, with a look of exasperation, replied, "Stop copying. Stop it already. Are you addicted to it now?" Chapter 82. A Mysterious World. A new weekly quest is about to descend. The following day, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window of the ghost castle into Lin's bedroom, casting an aura of tranquility and peace. Ah, that sleep was truly delightful. Lin rubbed her sleepy eyes and opened her brown-hued gaze, looking beside her. Upon seeing this, Lin became fully alert. There, nestled in her blanket, were Vizzy and Vis, wrapped around each other, clad in adorably styled pajamas, fast asleep in a snug little ball. Lin sighed, overwhelmed by fatigue from the previous day, as she had inadvertently allowed them to remain. No wonder she felt a suffocating sensation and an icy chill throughout her body last night. It turned out she had been subjected to the weight of a ghostly presence. Vis's sleeping posture was anything but demure, her legs and arms tightly entwined around Vici, as though in fear of her escape, while her cherry-like lips incessantly smacked together, and her smooth little feet flailed about restlessly. Murmurs of indistinct words escaped Vis's lips. Ah! Her foolish master truly was a hapless creature. Perhaps it was time to engage in a little game with Vis, where victory held rewards and defeat promised penalties. Lin, amused, pondered what peculiar dreams this little imp was experiencing. In stark contrast to Vis, her sister Vici maintained a remarkably graceful pose, her hands clasped together as a pillow, resembling a slumbering princess from a fairy tale, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss her forehead and rouse her from her dreams. Oh dear. These two little ones are far too clingy, Lin thought, a sunny smile playing on his lips. Reluctant to disturb the slumber of the two little imps, he lay quietly on the bed, admiring their serene sleeping forms. The innocent little lowly was truly a sight to behold, he mused. However, when he finally decided to rise, he was alarmed to find that he could not feel his left hand at all. Lin gasped in shock. Could it be that these little spirits had taken him for a midnight snack? In a state of panic, he pulled back the covers to investigate. Before him stood the silver-haired little girl, Elizabeth, who had inexplicably wrapped her entire left arm around her own body, gently rubbing her sharp canine teeth against Lin's bicep. The expression on her cherubic face was one of pure bliss. Unbeknownst to her, Lin's arm had fallen numb under the pressure, rendering him devoid of sensation. With a hand pressed to his forehead, Lin pondered, how much blood has this vampire drawn from me tonight? Have I inadvertently adopted a mosquito? Cautiously, Lin endeavored to withdraw his arm from Elizabeth's embrace, yet in doing so, he inadvertently roused her from slumber. Startled, she tightened her grip upon his left hand. A peculiar sensation, both sour and numbing, coursed through his arm, prompting an involuntary shiver. Elizabeth, her crimson eyes fluttering open, immediately caught sight of Lin's contorted visage. A flicker of alarm crossed her features as she hastily defended herself. Master, I merely thought that holding something while sleeping would bring me greater comfort. Lin quickly urged in a hushed tone, Don't move. With trepidation, Elizabeth inquired, What is it? In a quavering voice, Lin replied, My arm is numb. Would you kindly loosen your grip? Elizabeth, being a spirit, could not fathom Lin's predicament. Concern washed over her, believing she had erred, and her large, ethereal eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Gradually, Lin extracted his hand from Elizabeth's clutches. After a brief moment, the numbing sensation began to dissipate, allowing him to regain feeling in his hand. Observing Elizabeth's self-reproachful demeanor, Lin chuckled gently as he playfully poked her forehead. What thoughts occupy your mind, little one? I am perfectly fine. Elizabeth finally broke into a smile, hesitantly stating, I don't know why, but I just want to always be with my master. Lynn felt a warmth in her heart. These spirits, once they have chosen their master, regard that individual as the sole focus of their existence, never defying their commands. In a certain sense, they are far more uncomplicated than complex humans. Lynn preferred the company of these spirits over engaging in the treachery of human interactions. Gently caressing Elizabeth, she affirmed, All right, we have made a pact to be together forever. You shall always be my little vampire. Elizabeth responded with excitement. Hee, let us make a pinky promise. Once the promise is made, no one can go back on it. Lynn gazed at Elizabeth, who appeared as innocent as a child, and with a resigned smile, extended her hand. All right, pinky promise. With utmost seriousness, Elizabeth declared, Pinky promise and hang it up. For 100 years it must not change. If it does, then it's a betrayal. From beneath the bed, the little snail peeked out, slyly exclaiming, And don't forget about me. I too shall pursue you for a lifetime. Elizabeth, taken aback, inquired, Huh? How did the snail get in here? The little snail glanced at the door. I crawled in, of course. Lynn narrowed her eyes. Little snail, your failure to execute your task is a form of passive resistance. I find you rather bothersome at this point. You should either act swiftly or cease your threats. The little snail retorted, Oh, come on. Do you think I'm foolish? If I were to kill you now, would your spirit spare me? I would meet my own demise. I want to engage in such an unwise venture. Lynn, yet you are utterly useless to me at this moment, merely a burden. Little snail, indignant. Humph. What do you mean? My combat prowess should not be underestimated. Moreover, I can be adorable and charming too. Look at my pair of white tentacles. Don't they resemble the legs of a beautiful maiden? Upon finishing her words, little snail began to wave her tentacles in front of Lynn, mimicking the swaying of seaweed in the breeze. The most audacious part was that these tentacles were adorned in white stockings, indeed resembling a pair of long, elegant legs. Lynn, bemused, pointed at the white stockings and stammered, Where on earth did these come from? Little snail, hee, I found them in your maid's room. Lynn's lips twitched. Return them to their rightful owner before I have the chance to annihilate you. Little snail, feeling aggrieved. Can't I wear something pretty? After giving little snail a light kick, Lynn dressed himself and made his way to the dining hall of Ghost Fortress. The maid, Chung Xiaodai, was attired in a black and white maid outfit. Good morning, boss. Breakfast is porridge with fried dough sticks. I shall indulge without reservation. Lynn nodded slightly. Taking his seat at the table, as was customary, he drank his porridge alongside the fried dough sticks. He casually retrieved his phone from his pocket and began to browse the latest trending news. Soon, a particular headline caught his attention. The Eerie World's weekly event will commence tonight at 8 o'clock, descending upon the Dragon Kingdom's Jinghai. The Radiant Gathering will mobilize elite forces to wholeheartedly safeguard the lives and properties of Jinghai's citizens. Residents are urged to remain calm. Lin lightly tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating. In the previous life, today's dungeon, the Siege of the Living Dead, was marked by a fierce battle, resulting in tremendous losses across the entire Blue Star. New York, Tokyo, and Moscow fell victim to the chaos, while only Jinghai managed to hold its ground after sacrificing thousands of members of the Zhiguanghui. However, in this life, the Siege of the Living Dead dungeon could not possibly manifest, especially since I have already recruited Lilith and Elizabeth. Thus, the dungeon must have undergone significant changes. Yet, a hint of concern lingered. Lin resolved to remain in Jinghai today, guarding the city and observing what peculiarities the new dungeon might present. The most crucial aspect is that this dungeon offers remarkably generous rewards for the first completion. There might be materials within that Lin could use to upgrade the spirits into malevolent deities. With this thought in mind, Lin no longer hesitated and sent a message to Caitlin, the president of the Eagle Sauce country. Tonight's dungeon does not require excessive worry. Just perform as usual. If it becomes unmanageable, reach out to me, and I can intervene once, but this will not be without cost. Lin set his phone aside and continued to enjoy his porridge and fried dough sticks, as if nothing were amiss. Just then, the little snail demon stealthily crawled in. She casually handed a pair of white silk stockings, which she had pierced with her tentacles, to Cheng Xiaodai, saying, Here, returning this to you. Be sure to keep it safe. Cheng Xiaodai looked utterly bewildered. This my clothing? How did it end up in your possession? The little snail rolled her eyes, exasperated, and replied, Lin told me to return this to you. The white silk, traversed by the little snail, naturally became stained with the creature's mucus, rendering it somewhat slick. Cheng Xiaodai furrowed her brows in mild disdain. pinching it before discarding it into the trash, exclaiming, "Ugh. Never mind, I don't want it." Lin In then inadvertently spewed his porridge, protesting, "It was the little snail that took it, not me." In Longhua, at the headquarters of the Zhuguang Society in Jinghai, the United Nations video conference was convened as usual. The representatives from various nations exhibited expressions of rigidity, fidgeting restlessly, while Caitlin leisurely sipped her coffee. Hao Igua was the first to speak. "Regarding this week's agenda, I must confess I have never truly played that game nor experienced it. So I would like to hear your opinions." Caitlin replied with a smile, "Surely your Longhua has prepared thoroughly." Having summoned nearly all the elites of the Zhuguang Society to Jinghai, including even S-class specters, particularly with the mightiest spirit master, Lin In, safeguarding Jinghai, you ought to feel completely at ease. Hao Igua's countenance darkened. "Representative of Eagle Sauce Nation, please maintain a serious demeanor. If we are to rely solely on President Lin for everything, then what purpose does the Zhuguang Society serve?" The United Nations Secretary-General concurred, stating, "We do not possess the authority to place the fate of all humanity in the hands of a single individual. Furthermore, it seems your Longhua's most formidable spirit master may already wield the power to dominate the blue planet. A single individual with such immense power is akin to a ticking time bomb, suspended over the heads of all humanity. Representative of A3 Nation, we must remain vigilant. Better safe than sorry. Representative of Gallus, it's all right. At worst, we can join the Dragon Kingdom together in merry laughter. Representative of Banshee Nation, good grief. If I were him, I would have already transformed into a citizen of my homeland, doing as I please. It's unimaginable that this person remains so composed." Hao Igua furrowed his brow. "Chairman Lin is not that kind of person, and our Dragon Kingdom would never initiate an invasion of another nation." Caitlin interjected, "As far as I know, your nation's strongest spirit wielder is currently managing his own endeavors in the enigmatic realm, without causing any impact on the nations of reality. Your claims are entirely unfounded. Representative of Sakura Nation, historically, Sakura Nation has always been a part of the Dragon Kingdom, dating back to the pre-Qin era when Emperor Qin Shi Huang sent expeditions in search of the elixir of immortality. Therefore, we seek the protection of the Dragon Kingdom. Representative of Banshee Nation, since time immemorial, we have been a vassal of the Dragon Kingdom. Is there a problem?" "There is none." The atmosphere in the room grew intense as many representatives attempted to assert their historical ties to the Dragon Kingdom, clamoring for inclusion. Hao Igua, let us adopt a more serious demeanor and deliberate on how to safely navigate this week's dungeon. Caitlin, as is widely acknowledged, prior to the game manifesting in reality, our weekly dungeon, known as the Zombie Siege, was essentially akin to a defensive operation. However, the hidden mission from that dungeon has already been unraveled by Lin, thus it shall not reappear. United Nations Secretary-General, therefore, this week's dungeon will not be a repeat of previous encounters, but rather an entirely new challenge that has never been witnessed before. What about the level of difficulty? Caitlin, I cannot definitively say. It may be simple, or it may become increasingly difficult. However, it is more likely to be the latter, as in the game. One can respawn upon death, whereas in reality, death is irrevocable. Hao Igua solemnly declared, "I am prepared to sacrifice myself for my country. Those monsters shall have to tread over our corpses." The representative of Sakura Nation appeared pale. "We suffered grievous losses in the last instance, this time. We cannot assemble a fully fledged demon-hunting battalion. How shall we withstand the dungeon? Do you intend to watch Tokyo fall?" Hao Igua, we express our profound regret regarding the circumstances faced by your nation. Representative of the Bear Nation, out of humanitarian concern, we are willing to accept the demon hunters from Sakura Nation. Strong and capable ordinary citizens can also be dispatched to Siberia to cultivate potatoes. The representative from the land of cherry blossoms was visibly infuriated, pointing at the representative from the bear country and exclaiming, You are truly adding insult to injury. Even at such a critical moment, you still wish to undermine us. Eagle Sauce, look at them. You cannot simply disregard our plight." Caitlin shrugged and replied, "I am genuinely at a loss. The midnight rose is stretched thin, and even self-preservation is a challenge." After the meeting concluded, the representative from the land of cherry blossoms slumped despondently into a chair, his mind consumed by 4 haunting words: the annihilation of the nation. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation's Jinghai, bus after bus, escorted by the military, entered the city. Elite members of the Zhuguang Society from all corners of the nation gathered here, each possessing at least one A-class monster or even several B-class monsters, with some even wielding S-class monsters. It could be said that General Hao Igua had wagered all his trump cards in this defense of Jinghai. Most of these elites were youthful faces in the past. They may have been ordinary individuals engaged in mundane games, yet fate had bestowed upon them the opportunity to save the world, allowing their monsters to manifest in reality. With fervent patriotism, they assembled to defend Jinghai. This was a chance to etch their names into the annals of history, even if they were to perish. It would be worth it. How Aigwa gazed upon these youthful, vibrant faces and was reminded of his own youth. He felt a slight moisture in his eyes, pondering how many would still stand by dawn's light. Report to the commander. The number of National B-class and above monster tamers expected is 624, while 143 have actually arrived. Please advise, Commander. The additional presence originates from the personal spirit tamers of the Dragon Kingdom, such as the esteemed leaders of the Lonting Qianli Guild from past games. Haigwa inhaled deeply, gazing down at the children below. Are you afraid? The crowd responded in unison, not afraid. Haigwa chuckled. Nonsense. I'm terrified. How can you not be afraid? Laughter erupted from the audience. Although many felt a twinge of anxiety within, there was truth in Haigwa's words. In the face of the unknown, fear is a natural response. But what good is fear? He continued. Behind us are countless citizens of Jinghai, our families. If we succumb to fear and retreat, they will face catastrophic disaster, despair, and death, heralding the end of days. Can you accept such an outcome? The crowd clenched their fists, fervently declaring, absolutely not. We will not allow them to set foot in Jinghai, even if it costs us our lives. All reactionaries are mere paper tigers. Haigwa's tone remained steadfast yet resonant. Some of you may perish today, but your bravery will forever be etched in the hearts of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Together, we shall hold our ground until dawn arrives. This is the essence of our illuminating society. Before the dawn breaks, someone must illuminate the darkness. Meanwhile, above the crowd, the crimson blood moon emitted a signal. Ding! Attention, all inhabitants of the blue planet. In half an hour, the weekly horror dungeon will descend upon us. Titled Monster Invasion. Each nation will face an onslaught from eerie creatures emerging from a bizarre realm. Stand vigilant in defense of your cities and endure until dawn. Humanity has never lacked remarkable creativity. You have conjured countless ancient myths and terrifying tales. Yet, perhaps you remain unaware that those ethereal whispers, chilling legends, and concealed entities may not merely be figments of imagination. Chapter 83. The eerie siren facing the Dragon Kingdom. Thunder rumbles. The sky is shrouded in ominous clouds, and the air grows heavy, as if a tempest is imminent. As Haigwa personally leads the spirit guardians against the howling winds to the beach for deployment. A pitch-black deluge begins to pour from the heavens, enveloping the sky in darkness, with lightning intermittently illuminating the horizon. Within the obsidian fog, what appears to be the tentacles of a colossal being writhe, fleetingly passing, sending a shiver through the heart. Humanity possesses an innate fear of the unknown giants. At this moment, the millions of citizens in Jinghai feel as if they are drowning in the ocean, gradually losing their breath. On this rainy night, countless spirits associated with the spirit guardians traverse through the city center. This is a true procession of 100 ghosts, akin to a passage of shadowy soldiers. Yet these entities fight to protect humanity. The television begins to broadcast live updates. The meteorological station has reported that an unprecedented storm is forming in the eastern sea of Jinghai. It is anticipated that winds exceeding level 8 will manifest tonight. Citizens are urged to refrain from venturing outdoors after dark and to prioritize their safety. The demon slayers are resolutely committed to defending Jinghai. Let us silently pray for their valor. Across the internet, thousands of netizens are fervently discussing the impending arrival of supernatural beings, speculating on their possible forms. Did the earlier announcement not mention that they would appear as monstrous entities? Hence, their size must be colossal. Just look at the ferocity of the storm outside. It surely must be the result of some creature from the depths of the sea. Monsters, yet we have no Ultraman to fend them off. How can we possibly withstand their onslaught? Oh, how I dread for my life. What is there to fear? Up above, isn't the esteemed Lin still in Jinghai? If the Lightbearers cannot hold their ground, he would undoubtedly intervene on our behalf. I am currently in Jinghai, and to claim I am unafraid would be a lie. Who knows if those specters might breach our defenses and unleash chaos upon the city. At this very moment, while the online chatter intensifies, the Jinghai Lightbearers are gathered at a temporary command center along the coastline. Haigwa lifts his binoculars, gazing at the tumultuous waves in the distance. Lining the coast are countless demon slayers, arrayed in dark raincoats, standing like ominous statues in the night. Fully armed, they await the eerie arrival of the unknown. As the clock strikes 8, the torrential black rain intensifies, and the winds howl as if determined to obliterate any obstacles in their path. In the midst of this terrifying natural onslaught, a piercing siren suddenly pierces the air. The wailing of the siren echoed eerily, reminiscent of a human air raid alarm. Yet its melody resonated with an otherworldly quality, heavy and sluggish, akin to a malfunctioning horn. This peculiar sound sent shivers down the spines of all the spirit tamers present. The chilling resonance seemed to emanate from the netherworld. A member of the Guiding Light Society exclaimed in astonishment. The ground along the coastline began to tremble violently, as if some colossal entity was slowly shifting its form beneath the waves. Cameras focused on the tumultuous sea, broadcasting the unfolding events live to the citizens of the Dragon Nation. An observant member of the Guiding Light Society pointed towards the pitch-black ocean, exclaiming, "Look! What a massive siren! I remember now. This is a fictional horror tale known as Siren Head. I can't believe it has manifested in reality. Before our eyes, a gigantic siren rose above the sea level, the strange sound emanating from its core. As the siren ascended gradually, an immense body was revealed beneath it. The scene was one of utter despair and suffocation. Below the towering siren, which stretched dozens of meters high, lay a skeletal framework of a human form, its flesh tightly encasing the bones. The siren's structure was rusted and colossal. Even the ribcage alone was as large as a small mountain. The distorted, elongated body buried beneath the surface of the water was beyond description. Accompanied by the sound of the siren, it evoked a disquieting uncanny valley effect, blurring the lines between human and something altogether more sinister. It possesses a human-like physique, yet atop its head rests a siren, an appearance so bizarre that it sends shivers down one's spine. To exacerbate the horror, this siren is not alone. From beneath the waves, an increasing number of sirens emerge. Wailing, the sirens emit a frantic sound, hastening towards the shoreline. Good heavens! It is utterly terrifying. My skin is crawling. Steady now, we can prevail. A wave of commotion swept through the Ghost Exorcists faction, as many members of the first time confronting such a terrifying apparition nearly lost their composure. However, under the encouragement of their peers, they gradually regained their resolve. Haigwa spoke with calm authority. Whatever that ghastly entity may be, strike it down. The Ghost Exorcists promptly dispatched their own spirits to engage in battle. Numerous formidable, robust, and grotesque spirits, eager for confrontation, charged towards the sirens, while others opted to possess their spirits, fighting side by side. So, you call yourselves sirens, do you? The president of the Longting Qianli Guild propelled himself skyward like Superman, landing the first blow on one siren, shattering the siren atop its head into fragments, silencing it completely. With a thunderous crash, the siren fell, triggering a domino effect as groups of sirens toppled to the ground, appearing rather clumsy. One siren, besieged by several B-class spirits, emitted a shrill wail, disrupting the spirits' reactions, and then swung its massive arms, sending the spirits flying. Yet, its own metallic body was left dented from the clash. The agile demon possessors predominantly choose to be inhabited by these spirits, launching fierce assaults on the wailing heads. Numerous wailing heads find their horns shattered, producing not a whisper, collapsing to the ground in silence. Summoning-type demons also call forth their minions, such as the living dead, zombies, and malevolent spirits, to thwart the advances of these wailing heads. Occasionally, a demon sustains injuries, bleeding profusely, severely wounded by the wailing heads, only to be immediately pursued by several support-type demons eager to heal them. This spectacle leaves those with area effect demons yearning with envy. It is utterly outrageous. Even the healers lurking behind us have joined the fray, while we are left merely as spectators. Alas, the battlefield is entirely filled with allies, making it impossible to select a target. Pillar, are you blind? You almost struck an ally. The sole faction unable to deal damage remains the area effect demons. The demon possessors and the wailing heads are locked in a tense standoff, indistinguishable from one another. Waves upon waves of wailing heads fall to the ground, creating a near mountain of corpses upon the beach. The situation appears to be improving. Haigwa remarks, fortunately, these demons are not overly powerful, yet we must not underestimate them. This may merely be the initial wave of assault. The current dungeon event is set to last throughout the night. Chapter 84. The most effective method to dispel fear is through overwhelming firepower. Meanwhile, nations worldwide are bracing for the onslaught from the peculiar realm. In New York, Caitlin's Midnight Rose Guild battles against the urban legend, the Cockroach Man. Swarms of cockroach men are relentless, seemingly endless in their numbers. In Tokyo, the land of cherry blossoms faces an onslaught from various mythical creatures of ancient lore, such as Kappa, Hanya, and Akuma. The strength of the cherry blossom nation is feeble, with only a handful of exorcists, merely a few hundred, who can no longer withstand the assault. The fall of Tokyo is merely a matter of time, necessitating the evacuation of its citizens. Meanwhile, within the demon fortress, Lin is intently watching the defense battle of the Dragon Nation on television, gently stroking Elizabeth's head beside him. His cadre of demons silently observes alongside him. Chung Xiaodai has brought a small stool to sit down. Boss, there are so many people outside the demon fortress. They say this is the safest place in Jinghai, and that you are the guardian deity of the Dragon Nation, pleading for your protection. Should we drive them away? Lin waves his hand dismissively. There is no need. To clarify, I am not the guardian deity of the Dragon Nation. It is those exorcists who are the true heroes. Gazing at the exorcists on the screen, Lin recalls his first venture into a dungeon in his previous life, feeling rather inexperienced. Had it not been for a fortuitous twist of fate, he might have perished at the hands of a zombie. Chung Xiaodai, glancing at the ominous figure of the police siren on the screen, expresses her fear. These creatures look terrifying. The exorcists are truly brave. I could never. With a faint smile, Lin replies, when you find yourself dragged into a terrifying dungeon, facing these creatures with your life at stake, you too will grow swiftly. Chung Xiaodai displays a resolute gaze. I will become stronger. At 9:18 p.m., the Dragon Nation successfully repels the first wave of assault from the police siren. On the beach lay scattered the remnants of colossal, shattered bones and the debris of sirens. In this initial battle, the Dragon Kingdom suffered the loss of merely a few dozen spirit tamers, a casualty rate that seemed quite exaggerated. My spirit has leveled up, growing even more formidable. Indeed, this weekly dungeon truly offers a wealth of experience points. This is merely the first wave, and surely more will follow. The spirit tamers began to eagerly anticipate the upcoming waves. At that moment, the Blood Moon commenced its announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for successfully defending against the first wave of the enigmatic world, earning an additional 100 points. However, do not rejoice prematurely. Your remarkable performance has drawn the attention of a powerful entity within the enigmatic realm. Haigua, upon hearing this news, was immediately filled with mixed emotions. He was elated by the spirit tamer's performance, which exceeded all expectations, yet troubled by the fact that a formidable presence had set its sights on the Dragon Kingdom. Many lives could potentially be lost. Haigua picked up his phone, hesitating for a moment as he glanced at Lin In's contact information before ultimately deciding to dial. The instant the phone rang, Lin In answered. Hello, old Hao? Haigua's weathered face broke into a smile as he replied, President Lin, it's Haigua. I called to express my concern. It seems we have attracted the attention of a powerful being. Should the spirit tamers falter? Lin In responded calmly, yes, I understand. If the spirit tamers cannot hold their ground, I will intervene. However, this week's dungeon rewards are crucial for me. Haigua replied earnestly. That is, of course, understood. On behalf of the countless citizens of Jinghai, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to President Lin. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the tempest at sea shows no signs of abating. Countless searchlights illuminate the inky waters, desperately seeking out any lurking phantoms. The ominous announcement resounds. The second wave of assault is imminent. All players must remain vigilant. Suddenly, massive shadows materialize upon the surface of the sea near Longhua, resembling aquatic whirlwinds. However, upon closer inspection, the crowd gasps in astonishment. Could this be the fabled Cthulhu of Western lore? If it were indeed Cthulhu, one's mind would surely be in disarray. But this is certainly not the case. Regardless of the creature's identity, the imperative remains, act decisively. Having learned from prior encounters, the adept spirit tamers commanded their intelligence-based specters to chant an incantation, unleashing a barrage of skills that blanketed the area. Countless area of effect spells rained down upon the terrifying sea beast, striking its outstretched tentacles. A resounding roar erupted from the creature as one of its tentacles descended upon the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently. Though the spirit tamers were somewhat prepared, some were unable to evade the onslaught, meeting a gruesome fate. The remaining tamers, fueled by fury, unleashed a frenzied assault on the monstrous entity, yet its formidable hide proved resilient, rendering their attempts to vanquish it futile for the time being. As the creature wreaked havoc along the shoreline, chaos ensued, with the spirit tamers suffering significant casualties. Many trembled with fear, teetering on the brink of retreat. Observing this, Haigua felt a pang of sorrow, yet found himself powerless to intervene. Just then, he received a message from Lin In, prompting him to hastily open and read it. This is a typical power-type specter, devoid of any bizarre attributes. Even the strength of a modern military can inflict considerable damage upon it. Haigwa, filled with unexpected joy, exclaimed, "Is this truly the method to resolve the situation?" With this thought, he hastily directed his subordinates, "Contact the Navy and the missile forces. I intend to obliterate this abominable creature." The military had long been impatiently awaiting action, should the ghost controller falter. They would stand as the last line of defense for Jinghai. They had not anticipated their involvement would be necessary. Aim for that target. Open fire. Attack with all your might. Saturate the area with firepower. Direct fire coverage. Countless missiles ascended, tracing resplendent arcs across the pitch-black sky, a scene of breathtaking beauty. Visible to all the citizens of Jinghai. Wow! Shooting stars. They are shooting stars. I wish for these monsters to be vanquished. Silly child, those are missiles. Though they too might fulfill your wish. Whoosh. But in the next moment, a missile struck the creature's head with pinpoint accuracy. A colossal mushroom cloud billowed upwards. The sea monster let out a horrific roar, enraged, thrashing its tentacles wildly. Yet, before it could catch its breath, a deluge of various missiles descended upon it. This was no mere fire coverage, it was an absolute missile bombardment. The entire sea surface was illuminated as bright as day. The monstrous creature was left battered and bruised, emitting cries of agony as it turned to flee. In the face of truth, even a specter cannot withstand. The demon slayers present initially felt a twinge of fear. However, upon witnessing the sea monster being bombarded by missiles, fleeing in abject terror, they were invigorated and rallied for a counterattack. Enthusiastic viewers across the internet were on the verge of tears in front of their screens. How splendid! What a magnificent display! The solitary missile seemed to possess the might of a Kadyusha. Is this what they call the legendary physical exorcism? In this world, there is no missile that cannot resolve a situation. If there is, then let another one be launched. Strange. How many divisions does it have? It reminds me of the nights spent on guard duty when I often glimpsed a white shadow flickering over the graves, instilling dread among us. Eventually, after deliberation, the political commissar and the commander decided to send a shell over, uprooting both spirit and grave, and since then, there have been no further hauntings. Goodness. The international community is now criticizing us, claiming that we, the people of Dragon Country, lack martial ethics for employing missiles against specters, even resorting to firepower saturation. Why not share such a method of resolution sooner? What firepower saturation? Would we, the rabbits, engage in such shameless acts? We refer to this as comprehensive tactical infiltration. Do you understand? Comprehensive. Observing the absurd comments from netizens on his phone, Lennon felt a wave of amusement wash over him, unable to contain his laughter. Haha, this generation of silly netizens is incredibly talented. Chapter 85. The Yiksha clan and the Witch clan each dispatched their formidable warriors. Roar. A colossal sea monster emitted a mournful cry, its tentacles languidly falling upon the ocean's surface, utterly bereft of life and motion. The demon slayers, filled with exuberance, embraced one another in celebration. Observing the Dragon Kingdom's employment of physical means to combat the invading specters, the other nations followed suit, deploying their own firearms. The second wave of apparitions, confronted by humanity's formidable firepower, was met with a veritable river of blood, their ranks disintegrating in chaos. Soon, they were nearly eradicated. The blood moon from the realm of horror began its ominous broadcast. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for being the first to vanquish the invading specters of the real world, earning an additional 1,000 points. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. True terror is yet to come. It is either fight or perish. All nations of Blue Star awaited the impending wave of horror. Simultaneously, the Yasha clan gathered at the floating celestial pavilion, countless Yasha fluttering their wings like black bats converging. In the bizarre world, the Yasha clan resides among the 5 great factions of the ghostly realm. Each member of the Yasha clan possesses wings and wields harpoons. Firmly believing they are not mere specters but divine beings, unjustly imprisoned in this uncanny world due to past transgressions. On this day, the Yasha clan, too, received a summons from the realm of horror. The fierce deity statue, venerated by the Yasha clan through generations, stood proudly at the heart of the floating celestial pavilion, a valiant male Yasha, his hair cascading like a waterfall, exuding an innate authority. Armed with a harpoon, he delivered a divine decree, at once, dispatched the strongest of the Yasha clan to descend upon the human world and utterly obliterate the nation of Eagle Sauce, erasing all humanity from existence. In this generation, the Yasha clan boasts 5 S-rank demons, which may not seem numerous. However, each Yasha is extraordinarily powerful. possessing unparalleled abilities in specific domains. Moreover, the Yasha clan is steeped in rich heritage with an abundance of S-rank artifacts, rendering them far superior to the demon and vampire clans, which cannot even dare to provoke them. The Yasha are born as shadowy spirits, embodying the essence of perfect specters. Most of these Yasha possess exquisite features, slender yet strong physiques, and clawed fingers, wielding the formidable power to manipulate wind and thunder. They are quintessential figures from Eastern mythology, standing alongside legendary beings such as the mermaid and mountain spirits. Gathered at the floating immortal pavilion are the 5 elegantly attired Yasha, 3 men and 2 women. One clad in white garments resembles a celestial being, while another, adorned with a golden mask, emanates a fierce aura from a single glaring eye. There is also a robust figure with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, exuding an innate authority without uttering a word. The 2 female Yasha, one a mature beauty and the other a youthful maiden, are both stunningly attractive, with captivating grace that evokes images of ethereal swans and graceful dragons. Dressed in blue and green respectively, their figures are enchanting as they walk arm in arm, laughing and conversing, akin to 2 celestial maidens from the Jade Pool. The 5 Yasha settle in a cool pavilion, commencing discussions on who shall partake in the impending slaughter. The leading figure in white ponders for a moment, then smiles gently. Inquiring, the fierce deity has summoned us. Who among you is willing to go? The blue-clad maiden eagerly raises her hands, exclaiming, I shall go. I have longed to venture into the mortal realm. If those mortals are wise enough to kneel and beg for mercy from me, I shall graciously spare them. Hee. Who knows? I might even encounter my destined soulmate. Beside them, the elegantly attired lady in green covered her mouth with a gentle smile and remarked, Uruashi, do you believe yourself to be one of the 7 fairies from a novel, destined to encounter your Dong Yong? The girl named Uruashi pouted and murmured, So what if I do, Sister Yun? This terrifying world is so utterly mundane, can't I indulge in a little fantasy? The white-clad knight demon shook his head and replied, Ruashi, the lifespan of the Yasha clan often spans a millennium, while mortals barely live a century. Even if you were to truly meet your fated partner, you would only be left to witness him age and perish before your eyes. Uruashi, her cheeks puffed in irritation, retorted, Oh, Dragon enough already. You ruin a girl's dreams. If you have nothing nice to say, then kindly remain silent. The 3-headed, 6-armed Yasha, adorned with a string of prayer beads, compassionately declared, Allow me to take charge. With a heart of mercy, I shall guide the lost souls towards the blissful realm of the Western Paradise. At that moment, the previously silent and reticent Yasha stood up. He possessed flowing, dark green hair, a slender figure, and a golden mask covering his face, revealing only a single eye that sparkled with the brilliance of a violet star. With an air of authority, he proclaimed, I am the Celestial Patrol Yasha. I shall venture forth. The other 4 Yashas turned their gazes toward him. The white-clad Yasha, Dragon nodded and said, Very well. If you wish to go, then go. Recently, the demon and blood clans have been rather unsettled. It seems a human has managed to subdue them all. Exercise caution during your journey. Beside them, the green-clad lady, Yunhan, expressed her concern. Brother, your left eye is injured. Are you truly all right? Uruashi, brimming with indignation, huffed, humph. Those lunatics from the witch cult blinded the eyes of Brother Yun. I shall one day personally capture them, impale them with a fork, and exact vengeance for Brother Yu Shao. The celestial night demon, Yun Shao, coldly remarked, It matters not. Ever since I lost this left eye, I feel as though the enemy has diminished by half. The 3-headed, 6-armed night demon joined hands in prayer. The Buddha says, Continue your boasting. I shall listen. I am setting forth. Yu Shao, wielding a harpoon, flapped his wings vigorously and surged towards the portal, temporarily bridging the enigmatic realm and the reality. Meanwhile, in the Coven of Witches, a multitude of races convened, including succubi, specters, and malevolent spirits, each adopting grandiose titles such as the Witch of Flames, the Witch of Frost, the Witch of Illusion, and the Witch of Calamity. They dispatched an S-rank entity, the Witch of Illusion, Diana, to the realm of reality, assuming the role of the final boss for this chapter. Simultaneously, in the Dragon Kingdom, on the coastal beach, the demon tamers, having gathered their sorrowful spirits, continued their preparations to confront the impending onslaught. At that moment, Diana, adorned with a crimson witch's hat, her round, fair face and tall stature, had silently descended upon the skies above the Dragon Kingdom's coastline, adjusting her monocle perched upon her right eye. A hint of playful mockery graced her fair visage. How amusing. So many insignificant little insects. Let the very demons you have conjured bring about your ruin. With that, She opened a mystical tome titled The Lesser Key of Solomon and began to peruse its pages. Soon, she turned to a page and learned of a virtual entity created in human history, the demon god Baal. Baal, the foremost among the 72 pillars of demon gods, must possess formidable combat prowess. Thus, she declared, "You shall be the one." With that, Diana closed her eyes and began to envision the demon god. The power of the illusion which lies in transforming her imagined creations into tangible realities. The entities she conjures are intricately linked to humanity's deepest fears. The greater the fear, the more potent the manifestations summoned by the illusion which become. In no time, terrifying flashes of lightning filled the sky as the demon god Baal, master of thunder, tore through the void. A colossal eye loomed from above, surveying the earth beneath. "Heavens, what is that? Its size is astonishing," exclaimed a startled spirit master. Chapter 86. How dare a minuscule insect gaze upon a deity? Merely being scrutinized by that eye caused many spirit masters with insufficient mental fortitude to collapse, rendered incapable of fighting. After all, the power of the illusion which emanates from the depths of human fear. Those lacking mental strength are more susceptible to losing their sanity. The human force's weaponry, including missiles and other tangible armaments, could only penetrate Baal's form without inflicting any substantial harm. The immense body of the demon god cleaved through the void, accompanied by an endless arc of purple lightning, advancing towards the throngs on the beach. Meanwhile, Lin, who was watching the live broadcast from the ghost fortress, witnessed this astonishing scene. Chung Xiaodai covered her mouth in disbelief. "It's over, it's over. Even missiles do not faze him." Xiao Guo remarked, TSK. "These spirit masters are no match for that false god." The Red Bride coldly remarked, "It is false. It resembles a summoning ability." Linen pondered for a moment. "It seems I must take matters into my own hands." Just then, Linen's phone vibrated, revealing a message from Caitlin, accompanied by an urgent voice. "Help me, Mr. Linen." Caitlin appeared flustered, lacking the confidence to face the impending battle. Linen felt troubled. "I cannot be in two places at once. This is problematic." Elizabeth, ever considerate, reassured him. "Master, this is the ability of the illusion which Diana. I am well acquainted with it. I now possess a method to unravel her illusions. You may attend to your own affairs." Lin turned to Elizabeth. "Then I shall entrust it to you, if you please." Elizabeth's face brightened with delight. "Master, do not worry, just watch me." With that, she bowed slightly to Lin and vanished from sight, racing towards the coast of Jinghai. Lin closed his eyes, commanding, "All spirits, follow me." With those words, his command spirit possessed him, and he, along with all the spirits, entered the realm of horror, using it as a swift passage to reach Caitlin, his associate. How dare mere insects challenge the divine? The pseudo-god Baal spoke with an unperturbed tone, as if everything around him was unworthy of his attention. His 1,000 hands and myriad eyes symbolized the omniscient, omnipotent nature of a demon god, instilling a profound psychological shock in all present spirit tamers. None could disregard the formidable brilliance of the thunder. This must be one of the demon gods among the 72. Those well-versed in Western esotericism quickly discerned that this supernatural entity bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain deity from legend. Could it be that we are truly confronting a divine being from the realm of horror? The sheer intimidation it exuded surpassed even that of an S-class monster, overwhelming me. Observing the fear that had begun to grip the exorcists on site, Commander Hao Igwa swiftly dispatched the finest S-class entities from the Dragon Kingdom to confront the demon god. 3 S-class entities soared into the sky, each unleashing their unique abilities in a desperate attempt to impede Baal's advance, only to be effortlessly repelled by Baal's lightning strikes. The Dragon Kingdom, home to the largest population on Blue Star, had at least 100 million spectators at this moment. The terror experienced by these onlookers intensified the demons summoned by the illusion, which to a horrifying degree. The exorcists continued to retreat. As ordinary spirits posed no threat to such a formidable presence, retreating to preserve their strength was the only prudent course of action. Even Hao Igwa felt a pang of trepidation. He had witnessed countless scenes, yet gazing upon the colossal, cloud-piercing form adorned with 1,000 hands and 100 eyes, with that massive purple eye akin to a searchlight shining down from the heavens, he felt despair. A sensation akin to being an insect in the presence of a deity. No one but President Lin could hope to challenge such an existence, Hao Igwa murmured. Above, the illusion which erupted into a boisterous and derisive laughter. "Ha ha ha, futile, futile, futile. Your fear has elevated Baal to the strength of an S-class monster. Do you truly believe this motley crew can hinder me? This is no mere specter, but a deity. The fantasy which gazed upon the fallen demon hunters below. struck down by the tempest, and reveled in the sensation of harvesting lives. The millions of spectators from the Dragon Kingdom felt a chill of despair. This is nothing short of an evil god. Even the demon hunters began to retreat, unable to hold the coastline. Flee, flee for your lives. If it reaches Jinghai City, we are doomed. There is no escape. We are all trapped. Why has the Great Lin Inn not intervened yet? Could it be that even the Great Lin Inn is unable to confront this demon god, thus opting for evasion? Doubts began to surface regarding Lin Inn's ability to withstand this malevolent deity. After all, no one had ever witnessed Lin Inn truly unleash their power. Just as despair enveloped the demon hunter legion along the coastline, a youthful voice emerged from behind the crowd. I, Elizabeth, in the name of my master, issue a decree. Fantasy is forbidden here, and those who defy it shall face punishment. The crowd turned in confusion to behold a small, white-haired girl, seemingly innocent, pointing at the fantasy which concealed behind the massive form of the demon god. Ah, it hurts. The next moment, the fantasy which let out a piercing scream. Elizabeth is an S-rank specter. Although the fantasy which is formidable, all her strength stems from imagination. This rendered her unable to focus and envision the existence of the demon god. In the void, the pseudo-deity's movements abruptly ceased, and the once controlled ball, with his purple eyes now devoid of light, stood as still as a statue. Elizabeth traversed the throng of the spirit exorcists, her voice resonating with fervor. Let all be emboldened, cast aside your fears. This proclamation served as a fortifying boon for the exorcists present. Those who had previously quaked in trepidation found their hearts now brimming with courage, unshackled from their apprehensions. The pseudo-deity Baal, stripped of his source of power, succumbed to gravity, his colossal form crashing to the ground, dissolving into the ether. Elizabeth glided toward the illusion witch, Diana, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, well, if it isn't the illusion witch, have you become so feeble in just a few days? Upon sighting Elizabeth, Diana let out a piercing scream. No, how could you possibly grow so formidable? Meanwhile, Caitlin of the Midnight Roses found herself embroiled in a fierce struggle, transformed into a spectral form. She engaged in a fierce duel with the Yasha clan's Yuan Shao amidst the lofty heights of 10,000 feet. Their combat akin to that of two hawks in a relentless aerial skirmish. Human, you were too slow. Yu Shao scoffed, raising a weapon resembling a harpoon, aiming a devastating strike at Caitlin's head. In a critical moment, Caitlin's S-rank specter, the vengeful spirit Anna, voluntarily relinquished her possession state to intercept the blow, suffering significant injury in the process. Concern flickered in Caitlin's eyes, but it swiftly transformed into resolute determination. She drew her S-rank weapon, preparing to fire. Bang, 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 bang. The rapid-fire brass bullets surged toward Yu Shao, yet he deftly evaded each one. Yun Shao shook his head, pondering, is this the ultimate limit of humanity? Then you may perish beneath my fork. Not necessarily, came the response. You must be a specter of the Yasha clan. I must admit, your attire is rather striking. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Inn had materialized before Yun Shao, wearing a confident smile as he regarded the formidable S-class Yasha. Behind Lin Inn stood two other specters. Hong Jiai and Xuenu Caitlin, miraculously surviving a dire situation, brightened at the sight. Fantastic. President, I knew you would come. Yun Xiao's remaining right eye narrowed. You are the man who devoured the demon and blood clans? Indeed, Lin Inn affirmed. So, will you lay down your arms and surrender willingly? Or will you succumb to a humiliating defeat at my hands? With only 3 remaining, and possessing remarkable speed, Yun Shao felt astonished by Lin Inn's prowess yet remained unfazed. As he prepared to depart, he resolved to mock Lin Inn. He erupted into laughter, declaring, Do you truly believe that your 3 specters can hinder me? I am the swiftest Yasha in existence. Lin Inn, crossing his arms, chuckled, a tadpole adorned with frog patterns. Are you showcasing your prowess? What? Yun Shao was taken aback, suddenly gripped by an unsettling premonition. His neck stiffened as he glanced towards the blind spot on his left. There stood Xiao Guo and Wei Shi, grinning mischievously in his direction. Ah, the Cyclops has discovered us. Surely not. He can't genuinely believe he can escape? When it comes to speed, Xiao Guo claimed second place, and none dared to assert otherwise. Chapter 87. Are you even merciful to your own ghosts? Indeed, the Yasha are as the legends depict, inherently demonic, exuding an air of celestial grandeur, unlike mere specters. The male Yasha exude such gallantry. One can only imagine the ethereal beauty of their female counterparts. In his past life, Lin Inn had never battled the Yasha clan, yet he had heard tales of their formidable prowess. An S-class Yasha could contend with 2 S-class spirits without faltering. Lin Inn spoke calmly. Nameless Yasha, Lower your weapon and surrender. I may spare your life. Yuan Shao donned his golden mask, sweeping his trident with a dramatic flourish, and declared, There are only Yasha who die in battle, none who surrender. To face a formidable opponent like you is a privilege I do not take lightly. Lin In, with a resigned gesture, replied, Oh, so you are a battle fanatic? Then we have nothing to discuss. In an instant, Yuan Shao brandished his trident, muscles tensed, wings unfurled, and in a flicker, he was upon Lin In, the tip of his spear grazing Lin In's neck. A strike like that would surely spell doom for Lin In. The red wedding dress's eyes sparkled. Such swift strikes. Little Snail exclaimed in shock, Goodness! Today's main course is popping candy, so bouncy. Vizzy remarked, It appears we have a speedster among the spirits. The Snow Woman rushed toward Lin In, exclaiming, It's over. My master is in peril. Yuan Shao could almost envision the scene of Lin In's headless corpse falling. This was the Yasha clan's unique combat talent, enabling them to foresee their opponent's moves. A slow smile crept across his lips. As long as he killed Lin In, he would not consider his own demise a loss. He was excessively careless, failing to evade. No one could match my speed. Yuan Shao pondered. Clang. A resounding clash of metal echoed. From beneath the crimson wedding veil surged countless strands of black hair, ensnaring Yuan Shao's trident with an unyielding grip. These tendrils, seemingly delicate, possessed remarkable resilience, wrapping around Yuan Shao's arms like tentacles. In shock, Yuan Shao thought, This female specter can actually react? The tip of his weapon was a mere centimeter from Lin In's throat, yet it remained frustratingly out of reach. Should the crimson bridal attire ensnare him, it would spell his doom. Resolutely, Yuan Shao relinquished his trident and lunged with his right hand. Sharp claws aimed at Lin In's chest. As his claws penetrated, Yuan Shao extracted Lin In's still-beating heart. He erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Is this all? How could I possibly lose? Not far away, the Snow Woman let out a piercing wail. Whoa. Master, your demise is so tragic. Little Snail scoffed. Oh, what a performance. Keep it up. The Snow Woman retorted. Please, do not disrupt my sorrow. I am still immersed in the agony of losing my master. Yuan Shao's laughter abruptly ceased. The pulsating heart in his grasp dissipated into nothingness. Lin In's form before him shattered into illusion, while the true Lin In stood several hundred meters away, smiling at him. Very impressive, you almost succeeded in killing me. Keep up the effort. It turned out that Lin in reality, had pulled Caitlin back hundreds of meters, greeting the Yasha with a grin. Having lived 2 lives, Lin In profoundly understood the principles of survival in this bizarre world. No advantage, no matter how great, should be squandered. He would never expose himself to the demon in front of him, nor would he afford this fiend any opportunity. Who knows what abilities this demon might possess? An illusion? Perhaps? Yuan Shao's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Lin In would remain so composed, refusing to take unnecessary risks by engaging directly, instead opting to utilize his ghostly powers to restrain the adversary. The little imp, Vizzy, fluttered her wings, emitting a mischievous cackle. Hee hee, foolish demon. You've fallen for my trick. It's all merely your illusion. The Snow Maiden glanced at Lin In, raising an eyebrow. Master, was my performance convincing? Look. My tears are even flowing. Lin In gave a thumbs up. You would be underappreciated if you didn't pursue a career in acting. Yuan Shao now found himself in disarray. His weapon had been seized by the Red Bride, and Vizzy's deception clouded his vision, making it arduous to discern reality from illusion. Just then, he felt a shiver coursing through his body, and an icy chill enveloped him. Even with his formidable demon physique, he felt the penetrating cold that seeped into his very soul, momentarily slowing his movements. It was the Snow Maiden making her move. Countless snowflakes began to descend from the once starlit sky, each flake imbued with a fragment of her consciousness, transforming into ice shards that hurtled towards Yuan Shao. With a sharp gasp, Yuan Shao's right eye erupted with a radiant violet light, illuminating the night sky in its brilliance. The icy realm conjured by the Snow Maiden began to dissolve under the intensity of his gaze. The Snow Maiden appeared somewhat taken aback. This demon indeed possessed remarkable prowess. What if I were to employ this? Upon uttering those words, the blizzard intensified, and countless frost prisms materialized around Yuan Shao, each facet reflecting his own image, his golden mask, elongated figure, and deep green hair. Break! Yuan Shao bellowed, flapping his wings and striking with his fists, attempting to shatter one of the mirrors. The reflection mirrored his movements, launching a punch in return. Crack! The glass-like ice mirror shattered into fragments. Cutting across Yuan Shao's face and body, his singular eye filled with astonishment. To his dismay, the version of himself within the mirror remained, unyielding despite the mirror's destruction. A fierce blow landed on Yunxiao's chest from the nightmarish figure. Thud. He was sent reeling, spewing forth a spray of blood. The Snow Maiden remarked coolly, "I can briefly replicate the mirror image of my opponent, matching your strength entirely. How does it feel to be struck by your own hand?" A chill ran through Yuxiao. This ghostly woman clad in white was terrifying, far beyond his capacity to contend with. Meanwhile, the strands of hair from the woman in red surged toward his back. Straining to support his injured body, Yunxiao narrowly evaded a fatal strike. Hee, foolish night demon, surrender. You are no match for Vexi. I can toy with you until your psyche shatters. The tendril was merely an illusion conjured by Vexi. Break the illusion. The purple light flickered in Yunxiao's remaining eye as he strained to discern the mirage created by Vexi, successfully dodging the assault from the little snail. The little snail cried out in frustration. "Ah, so close." Vexi was momentarily taken aback. "Wow, you've actually seen through me." Yunxiao let out a cold snort, resolutely deciding that today he would secure a scapegoat at all costs. Whoosh. Little snail made its move, two tendrils lunging toward Yunxiao's arms. Handed over. After sustaining injuries, Yunxiao's speed diminished, forcing him into a passive and close-quarters struggle with Little Snail. At that moment, the red wedding dress unfurled a blood-red umbrella, an S-class artifact. The blood-stained umbrella summoned a torrential rain of blood, inflicting 1% of the target's life points as damage each second. The sky poured with blood, and Linen's collection of spirits instinctively retreated from the umbrella's area of effect. Little Snail shrieked in agony from the scalding rain. "Damn it. Red wedding dress. Are you even sparing your own kind?" Chapter 88. Is there a little lowly inside the Yiksha? The red wedding dress coldly replied, "All I know is that Yiksha wishes to kill my man. If I eliminate him, the umbrella will naturally be retracted." While engaged in fierce combat with the Yiksha Yunxiao, Little Snail trembled with indignation. "What the hell? Are you really going to disregard my life?" The red wedding dress nodded earnestly. Indeed. Completely defeated by the red wedding dress, Little Snail, while entangled with Yuxiao, scuttled towards Lin En, clutching her head and reporting, "Look at her, look at her. She wants to eliminate your beloved pet." Lin En responded nonchalantly, "Just hold on a bit longer. I wager Yunxiao's life is certainly not as resilient as yours." In the midst of the blood rain, Yacha Yunxiao struggled immensely, sensing that his life was ebbing away. His vision blurred, and a desperate urge to eliminate Xiaowa consumed him. He wished to take him down with him. He could not bear the thought of dying in such a wretched state, and thus intensified his assault on Xiaowa. "Enough. Stop. If you continue, I shall perish," Xiaowa cried out, unable to endure the relentless beating any longer. Yunxiao's claw grazed Xiaowa's shell as he declared fiercely, "If I cannot survive, neither shall you." "Foolishness. I possess a snail shell," Xiaowa retorted defiantly, retreating into his shell and began to vocally lament, cursing the red wedding dress. "Ah, help. It hurts so much. I am about to die. Red wedding dress, I harbor inappropriate thoughts about your mother." The red wedding dress scoffed, "You may as well dig in your grave." The Snow Maiden crossed her arms, observing, "I've been displeased with this snail for quite some time. He truly has a sharp tongue. Let us just eliminate him." Vexi expressed concern, saying, "Is this truly all right? The snail is so adorable. How can we kill it?" As time passed, each second felt like an eternity. Yunxiao's ghostly energy was utterly depleted, and he plummeted helplessly, akin to a bird that had lost its wings, devoid of any ability to resist. Lin En approached the red wedding dress, grasping her icy hand, and softly said, "I wish to live." In Lin En's presence, the red wedding dress shed her frigid demeanor. Nodding gently as she closed the blood-stained umbrella, Lin En summoned the spirit of fate to retrieve the falling Yacha Yunxiao. The spirit surged forth from Lin En, racing towards Yuxiao. Having lost the ghostly possession, Lin found himself unable to hover in the air. The mischievous little demon, Visi, eagerly declared her intent to inhabit him. Hee. "Master, I'm coming in." As the demon took possession, wings of darkness sprouted from Lin's back. His eyes transformed into a deep crimson, exuding an aura of foreboding that commanded respect. Lin turned to Caitlin, inquiring, "Were you injured during the previous battle?" "No, President." Caitlin, who had been merely an observer, was utterly captivated. She had never imagined that a ghost master would engage in combat in such a manner. By orchestrating a symphony of various spirits, he achieved results far exceeding expectations, all while ensconced in an absolutely safe realm. She sensed that this man possessed an extraordinary mastery over his ghostly abilities, akin to a natural-born ghost master. In contrast, Caitlin felt a profound need to learn more. "Thank you, Esteemed President, had it not been for you today, I would have surely perished. I vow to repay you in the future. Gratitude radiated from Caitlyn's gaze, and her admiration for Lynn blossomed. Lynn chuckled. Is that so? Then, perhaps I might make a rather audacious request next time. That wouldn't be too much, would it? Caitlyn broke into a cold sweat, as the spirits within her ferociously warned her of the intense hunger these two female ghosts harbored. Closing her eyes, she resolved, You saved my life, and in doing so, you saved the entire Midnight Rose. I am entirely yours now. No request shall be deemed excessive. Lynn's delight was palpable. Excellent. Regarding this week's earnings, I shall not hold back. Moreover, should any disturbances arise from the Eagle Nation, please inform me at once. Caitlyn, certainly. You may rest assured, President. At this juncture, she could only cling to Lynn's support in order to navigate further in this harrowing world. Just then, the little snail poked its head out from its shell. Oh, has the rain ceased? Red wedding dress, you do possess a semblance of conscience. You nearly brought about my demise. Can we still trust each other moving forward? It is fortunate that I, the little snail, am tough-skinned. Otherwise, we would be in dire straits. Red wedding dress murmured. Ah, you are still alive. Little snail, is that your way of being polite? The spirit of fate revealed the golden mask from the face of the Nightshade Yama. Beneath the mask lay the visage of a strikingly beautiful youth, his features exquisitely crafted, as supple as jade. However, a ghastly scar marred his left eye, tarnishing his originally heroic countenance, rendering him somewhat fearsome. Yet at this moment, the Nightshade appeared gravely wounded. His brows furrowed, exuding a pitiable aura. Upon seeing Yu Xiao, Little Snail erupted in anger. Let me devour him. Snow Maiden, if this Nightshade were not disfigured, he might surpass my beauty. Master, how shall we deal with this Nightshade? Inquired the spirit of fate. Red wedding dress, the Nightshade clan is notoriously unruly. Taming them is a formidable challenge. Lin chuckled. Which clan, be it the demons or the bloodkin, does not boast of its noble lineage? For now, let us awaken him. The spirit of fate nodded, persistently shaking the body of Nightshade Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao struggled to open his solitary eye, and upon doing so, he beheld Lin and his assembly of specters. Yun Xiao was suddenly filled with fervor, struggling violently in an attempt to advance and seize Lin in by the throat. Yet, he was firmly restrained by the ghost of destiny, rendering him immobile. Lin chuckled. Are you considering surrendering? Yun Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. Raising his head with haughty defiance, surrender? You might as well give up on that notion. I would rather perish than yield. Lin remarked. It seems you are still somewhat unconvinced. A flicker of despair crossed Yun Xiao's eyes. Of course, I am unconvinced. You command so many S-class specters to fight against me. It is utterly unfair. If our Yiksha clan were to unite, you would surely not stand a chance against us. Lin displayed keen interest. So? You claim that your Yiksha are quite valiant? Yun Xiao retorted. Humph. In addition to myself, there are 4 other Yiksha in my clan, each possessing the power to move mountains and fill seas. In comparison, I am insignificant. Beside them, the Snow Woman suggested, Perfect, Master. We can use this Yiksha as bait to capture the others. Lin approved. That is an excellent strategy. Yun Xiao, filled with rage, exclaimed, Despicable. Shameless. If you dare. Kill me. My elder brother Long Yi, second brother Mo Luo, third sister Yun Han, and fourth sister Ruo Shi will avenge me. Lin, observing the furious Yu Xiao, grew excited. Wonderful. Are there any lowly among the Yiksha? Yun Xiao questioned his own hearing. Chapter 89. The Rewards of the Dragon Kingdom, Abundantly Rich. In the Dragon Kingdom, Jinghai, the ghost tamers stared in shock at the white-haired little lowly, Elizabeth, who astonishingly held a rope in her petite hands. At the other end of the rope, the hands of the enchanting sorceress Diana were bound. This bewitching figure, adorned with a red pointed hat and clad in a flowing robe, had completely succumbed to Elizabeth. Intriguingly, it was not Elizabeth who had ensnared her. Rather, Diana had willingly entangled herself. She had voluntarily chosen to surrender to Elizabeth. Astonishingly, Diana offered no resistance. With wide eyes, she incessantly questioned Elizabeth. I fail to comprehend. How have you become so formidable? Have you mastered some arcane art? Or perhaps you have sold your soul to a demon, or received the blessings of a malevolent deity. Just tell me, do not cover your ears. Listen to me, for I have surrendered willingly, eager to join your ranks. Such an opportunity is one I must seize. Diana seemed to have 1,000 inquiries, her incessant chatter causing Elizabeth's ears to feel as though they were calloused. Elizabeth covered her ears, exclaiming, You are quite bothersome. I refuse to listen. Let my master address you. Diana, filled with anticipation, exclaimed, Your master. Oh, I see. It must be that man who conquered your bloodline. What power does he possess that has rendered you so strong? I too wish to grow in strength. Elizabeth pouted, reluctantly replying, "Give it up. My master favors younger maidens." Diana chuckled, brimming with confidence. "I can transform myself into a youthful maiden. I possess all the forms he desires. As long as he grants me strength, it will suffice." Elizabeth gritted her teeth. Had it not been for Lynn's admonition before her departure to refrain from exterminating the malevolent spirit until he arrived to contain the S-rank specter, she would undoubtedly have obliterated Diana. "Greetings. I understand you just rescued Jinghai. What are your thoughts on this? Did President Lin send you? Where is President Lin at present? How do you intend to manage the female ghost beside you?" The media present, armed with cameras, focused their lenses on Elizabeth and Diana, capturing their every move. Countless flashes illuminated the fair faces of the two women. Elizabeth, a vampire by nature, harbored a certain trepidation towards sunlight. Blinded by the relentless flashes, she huffed in irritation. "Please, stop taking pictures. It's so annoying. Do you believe I could drain you all dry?" With that, Elizabeth bared her fangs at the ghost tamers present, her indignation making her appear remarkably endearing as she stomped her bare feet in frustration. Particularly, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, known for their fondness for white-haired characters, found her irresistible. Millions of players across the nation, witnessing the despair moments prior, now gazed at the S-rank ghostly little girl, Elizabeth, exclaiming her cuteness and unable to contain their admiration. "Elizabeth wants to drain me dry. She has me in her thoughts." "How touching," they mused. "Hee. This ghost is utterly adorable. If my ghost were as charming, I would surely want to cuddle with her." The spectators above remarked, "How delightful this is. A true spectacle of freedom amidst confinement. What a splendid existence. Heavens, was it this little girl who just saved us? I must have a life-size doll of Elizabeth custom-made to be enshrined in my home. Goodness gracious, upstairs, your calculations have just come crashing down upon my face. Who can withstand this? Brothers, alas, I am undone. The spirits of the great deity Lin truly are more adorable than the last. How I envy him." Just as the media surrounded Elizabeth and Diana, the two specters, like a flood, Lin descended with his entourage of phantoms. He unfurled his demonic wings and landed beside Elizabeth, immediately enveloping the light-fearing specter within the embrace of his dark plumage. Lin cast a cold gaze upon the throng of reporters and media, icily proclaiming, "Elizabeth is a vampire. She recoils from bright light. Do you not comprehend this?" Upon finishing, his diminutive companion, a snail, opened its gaping maw and bared its teeth at the journalists present. "Anyone who dares to continue photographing shall be devoured. Forgive us, we were mistaken. We shall cease, we promise." The reporters, pale with fright, hastily retreated 10 paces. The ghost tamers also parted to create a pathway, as Haligua rushed over, frowning upon seeing the journalists. "The crisis at the scene has not yet been resolved. Who permitted them to enter? Drive them all away." Armed soldiers swiftly ushered the nosy journalists, eager for sensationalism, out of the area. At that moment, along the coastline, a glimmer of dawn emerged, signaling the dissipation of the storm. The blood moon has commenced its announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation for successfully safeguarding their city. This instance has concluded, and rewards are currently being calculated. All the spirit tamers erupted into cheers, embracing one another, their faces radiating the blissful smiles of survival. Many gazed upon Lin with admiration in their eyes. Lin cradled Elizabeth in his arms, shielding her from the harsh rays of sunlight. Elizabeth nestled closer, exclaiming, "Master, my mission is complete. I have captured that witch." Joyfully, she nuzzled Lin's palm, proclaiming, "Elizabeth adores Master the most. I desire a reward as well." She mused quietly. The Snow Maiden remarked, "I despise Master. He grants me no rewards." Meanwhile, the Fate Demon held the injured Yasha demon, Yunxiao, in her arms, her crimson eyes flickering amidst the blood mist, clearly yearning for Lin's reward. Unable to endure being carried in a princess hold, Yunxiao scowled at the Fate Demon, insisting, "Release me. I can walk on my own." The Fate Demon paid him no heed, allowing his protest to echo in vain. Lin approached the enchanting illusion witch, Diana, with keen interest, surveying her from head to toe. Truly, she exuded an undeniable allure. The illusion witch, Diana, adjusted her hat, straightened her posture, and with a serious gaze from her pale blue eyes, addressed Lin, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Diana, from the witch sect, and I wish to join you." Lin turned to Yunxiao and remarked, "Did you see that?" Beside him, the Yasha, embraced by the demon, scoffed, "Humph. A traitor indeed. I truly look down upon you." Lin inquired, "What compels you to join my ranks?" With a hint of sarcasm, Lennon remarked, "Ah, a plastic sisterhood, is it?" At that moment, the Blood Moon began to announce, "The rewards for the Dragon Kingdom players are." What sort of recompense would the National Foundation bestow this time? It was hard to say. Perhaps it would be some S-class artifact. Alas, the sacrifice of so many elite members hardly seemed worth the reward. Meanwhile, all of Dragon Kingdom held their breath, awaiting the peculiar game's announcement regarding the national rewards. Each individual felt a mix of exhilaration, tension, and anticipation. Upon hearing Blood Moon's voice, the aged Hao-Igwa's weathered face flickered with a moment of joy, quickly overshadowed by a somber expression. To him, regardless of the rewards received this time, nothing could compensate for the lives of the fallen members of the Radiant Light Society. They had triumphed, yet at a grievous cost. In the face of the ultimate boss, the illusion witch's summoned demon ball, the losses were devastating. From the original 5,000, only a little over 3,000 remained, many of whom were injured, some maimed for life, destined to live as disabled individuals. The atmosphere was laden with sorrow. Countless souls fell silent, some quietly weeping amidst the crowd, while others expressed relief at their survival. Yet, as they pondered the next National Foundation, they questioned whether they would still be alive to witness it. This issue looms like a dark cloud over the heads of all members of the Illuminating Society. As individuals collapse in despair, clutching their heads, teetering on the brink of madness, emitting low growls to alleviate their anguish, many lost souls, now devoid of their masters, wander in sorrow, bewildered by their transformation into aimless phantoms. Hao-Igwa felt a wave of moisture gathering in his eyes, and a pang of sorrow at the tip of his nose. He sensed an overwhelming weakness engulfing him, almost causing him to falter. He murmured in a daze, "So many of them were just children, and now they are gone. It breaks my heart." The bodies of the fallen martyrs were relentlessly carried away on stretchers, some requiring shovels for removal, the scene a harrowing spectacle. Hao-Igwa's fingers brushed against the white cloth covering the corpse of a member of the Illuminating Society. Grief enveloping him. In that moment, he felt like a helpless child, powerless to alter the course of events. Just hours prior, they had all been vibrant lives. Many present cast furious glares at the illusory sorceress Diana, wishing fervently to tear her apart. "President Lin, please eliminate this illusory sorceress. Otherwise, our fallen comrades shall never find peace." "Indeed, great Lin, you must discern right from wrong. This specter is beyond redemption." "Yes, President Lin. Do not let this ghost's beauty deceive you." Impulsive members of the Illuminating Society could not restrain their outbursts. Sensing the growing tension, the illusory sorceress quickly hid behind Lin, peeking out with eyes as innocent as a fawn's, her lovely face flickering with fear. "Hey, why do you look at me as if you intend to devour me? I, too, am a victim of circumstances, and I have now forsaken the darkness for the light. You ought to treat prisoners of war with kindness." The provocations from the crowd did not stir a single ripple in Lin's heart. He closed his eyes briefly and stated calmly, "I shall not kill this sorceress. I have greater plans for her." After all, the illusion sorceress is a formidable figure within the witch cult, possessing not only immense power, but also an intimate understanding of the sect. To effortlessly subdue the witch cult, Lin requires the assistance of this traitor. His words ignited the fury of many agitated members present. "Are you even from the Dragon Kingdom? This sorceress has just slain many of our fellow countrymen, and you wish to spare her? If only you had arrived sooner, they would still be alive. Why didn't you come earlier? Your actions truly disappoint me. I have always regarded you as an idol." Occasionally, voices arose accusing Lin of being infatuated with beauty, claiming his reluctance to kill the illusion sorceress stemmed solely from her enchanting allure. "You shall not speak of my master in such a manner." The soul demon could no longer tolerate the slander against its master, unleashing a piercing wail. "Ah!" Many clutched their heads in terror, feeling their souls tremble, their bodies shaking, too frightened to utter another word. Their spectral companions also cowered in place, paralyzed by fear. Of course, this was a controlled display of power. Otherwise, 99% of those present would have perished. Hao-Igwa was taken aback and hurriedly approached Lin, whispering, "President Lin, they have just endured a life-and-death battle, narrowly escaping with their lives, and are still somewhat in shock. Please understand." He feared that Lin might transform into an embodiment of national fervor, potentially overwhelming these agitated members. Lin maintained a calm demeanor and countered the gathered crowd. "What nonsense is this? Should good people be morally coerced by you?" He was not surprised by the anger of the members of the Zhuguang Society. Soon enough, they would realize how utterly mistaken they were. He then turned his gaze toward the fearful members of the Zhuguang Society and declared, "Firstly, I have no obligation to assist you. Where in this world does such benevolence exist? Am I your father, obligated to care for you? If I had not sent forth the specters to aid you, you would have sacrificed even more lives. Lin In took a deep breath and continued, you are simply too weak, perpetually dependent on others. With such a mindset, you will inevitably perish within the bizarre instances of this world. A truly formidable demon slayer emerges from the precipice of death time and again, not from basking in the spoils of others' efforts. The members present fell into a profound silence, rendered speechless and profoundly ashamed. Lin In had rescued them on multiple occasions, yet they now regarded this as a matter of course. The illusion which gazed at Lin In, her heart racing with excitement. This man was impervious to moral coercion. Perfect. Utterly perfect, he epitomized the emotionless figure she had long sought. Diana mused to herself. Dear player, your specter, the enigmatic witch, has developed a fondness for you. Her current affection level is now open to your heart. Lin was taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at the enigmatic witch. At that moment, the national rewards for the Dragon Kingdom had also been finalized and began to be distributed. Congratulations to all players from the Dragon Kingdom. You have demonstrated your courage and resilience against the bizarre world, successfully repelling its invasion and safeguarding your city. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. The more you uncover the truth, the deeper your despair may become. Nevertheless, before that, perhaps a modest reward is in order. Reward 1. All players from the Dragon Kingdom who perished in the dungeon are granted a single opportunity to choose whether to eliminate themselves. Should they choose to eliminate, they will not face death but will incur a loss of mental strength, merely an additional chance to err. Do not rejoice too soon. Reward 2. All players who perished during the city defense dungeon have received the blessing of the progenitor of the Blood Clan, granting them a chance for resurrection. To die and be reborn is a miracle. Let us sincerely praise the Blood Clan. Reward 3. An S-rank item, the Intelligence Dampening Aura. This item boasts a remarkable effect, significantly reducing the intelligence of specters, delivering a dimensional blow to those of high intellect. Now you can legally diminish their wits. Perfect completion additional reward. Tai Shui meat, a dark, viscous substance that appears to writhe, possesses an inexplicable allure for specters, and is an essential item for ascension to divinity. I shall refer to it as black slime. By the way, do you prefer it with salt and pepper or garlic? After the Blood Moon broadcast concluded, it seemed as though the breath of the entire Dragon Kingdom held momentarily in suspense. Almost everyone became acutely aware of the first reward, an opportunity for those selected to enter the enigmatic dungeon to escape actively, with the only cost being a certain amount of mental energy, which could be replenished through mental potions. This signified that as long as the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom refrained from reckless actions upon entering the peculiar dungeon, they would not meet their demise. In Chapter 90, President Lin In, please accept our utmost respect. At the instant the second reward took effect, numerous members of the Radiant Society, who had been covered with white cloth on stretchers, suddenly sat up, bewildered as they scanned their surroundings, continuously probing their injured bodies, filled with excitement. Wasn't I dead? No way. My injuries have completely healed. Even the lingering internal wounds are gone. Nurse, don't run away. I'm truly not a zombie. Oh no. Stop. Don't move. One unfortunate fellow, having resurrected after death, with blood smeared across his face, frightened two nurses carrying his stretcher, causing them to flee in terror. He fell off the stretcher, inadvertently fracturing a bone in the process. This individual later earned special recognition for being the only injured participant in this national event, turning misfortune into fortune. Members whose bodies had been reduced to mere pulp could not even piece themselves together, instead concentrating on the beach to revive, emerging in a daze from a radiant glow, akin to a resurrection point in a game. Haha, I actually revived. This experience is extraordinary, but I truly do not wish to go through it a second time. When a person passes away, it truly feels as though the lights of life are flickering. I once thought I had traversed into another realm, preparing to embark on a grand journey, only to be informed that I had returned to life. Gazing at the thousands of deceased members of the Dawn of Light, now revived, is nothing short of miraculous. The astonishment that enveloped everyone present was palpable, and even the spirits could not fathom why these individuals were granted a second chance at existence. Was this not an extraordinary privilege? What? All the departed members have truly returned to life? Haigua hurriedly made his way to the coast, facing the nascent sun, where he beheld numerous resurrected members greeting him. Initially taken aback, his lips trembled violently in disbelief, his chest heaved, his face flushed crimson, and tears welled in his eyes, leaving him frozen like a marionette, speechless. Concerned for his emotional state, his subordinates rushed to support him. President Hao, are you all right? Haigwa, feeling a profound sense of relief, bore a weathered visage. Caught between tears and laughter, after a lengthy pause, he finally uttered, "Wonderful, truly wonderful." Lin approached slowly, patting Haigwa on the shoulder with a smile. "Old Hao, do not be too overwhelmed. At your age, be cautious lest you faint on the spot. And I would have to find someone to revive you." With a hint of melancholy, Haigwa replied, "Sigh. I can't help but wonder why this strange world did not arrive sooner. If it had, my old comrades who perished while defending our nation would surely have been revived." Lin paused, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. Indeed. Upon finishing his words, Lin handed a cigarette to Haigwa, saying, "Smoke one," after the excitement. "It will be as if you are a celestial being." "Very well." Haigwa chuckled heartily, accepting the cigarette with both hands. He fumbled for a lighter, ignited Lin's cigarette, and then lit his own. The two stood by the shore, enveloped in clouds of smoke, their unspoken understanding palpable between them. After finishing his cigarette, Haigwa exhaled and, with a twinkle in his eye, remarked, "President Lin, you have truly salvaged the entire populace of Longwood this time. As for the other rewards, the S-grade items, and the Tai Sui meat, all of it belongs to you. Do you have any further requests? I can submit them to the General Affairs Department." Lin waved his hand dismissively, responding, "I have no interest in promotions or wealth. Let us avoid any semblance of privilege. My primary focus now is on establishing a venture in this peculiar world." At that moment, a voice pierced through. "What are you lot gathering here for? What do you intend to do? Do you believe I won't crunch you like a crisp?" Lin and Haigwa turned to witness the scene on the shore, where the resurrected members of the Illuminating Society, along with those who had previously expressed dissent towards Lin, formed an imposing cohort of over 5,000 individuals, their presence casting a dark shadow. Lin queried, "What is the meaning of this?" Leading the group, a member of the Illuminating Society gazed at Lin with fervent admiration and proclaimed loudly, "President Lin, we apologize for questioning your decisions earlier. Now, please accept our utmost respect. Salute." As the multitude, exceeding 5,000 individuals, alongside tens of thousands of specters, rescue teams, medical units, and media personnel all performed the same gesture, each gazing at Lin with admiration. The reason was unmistakable. Lin had saved their lives. Emerging as a true hero of the Dragon Nation, deserving of utmost respect, Elizabeth tilted her head, huffing indignantly, "Humph. At least this group possesses some conscience. How dare they question our master?" Lin was taken aback. After all, his original intent was merely to claim the national reward from the Dragon Nation, with the rest being secondary. Nevertheless, the reward exceeded all expectations, proving exceedingly generous. Particularly noteworthy was the singular opportunity afforded to every citizen of the Dragon Nation to escape the instance upon entry, akin to bestowing them an unfair advantage. Henceforth, no other nation on Blue Star would stand a chance against the Dragon Nation. Such news ignited fervor among the populace. The entire internet buzzed with discussions surrounding Lin and the rewards bestowed by the Dragon Nation. It was exhilarating. Finally, they could live without trepidation. "Oh, Lin is truly remarkable. He is the genuine hero," exclaimed one enthusiast. "I wish to bear Lin's children." "Brothers, does this mean that entering the instance no longer incurs the fear of death? Ha! Can I then indulge in reckless abandon, perhaps engaging in peculiar antics with female specters, without fear of repercussions? Upstairs, we are of the same mind. We are truly kindred spirits. Brother, are you certain it isn't a female specter weighing 300 to 500 pounds that will seize you and subject you to some strange antics? Regardless of the circumstances, we, the people of the Dragon Nation, shall no longer fear venturing into dungeons." Suddenly, an idea for a lucrative opportunity struck me, and I hastily began stockpiling spirit pills. "Just a moment. Someone is knocking at the door. I will go answer it." Good heavens, what a predicament. Hoarding, are we? We traced the connection and found our way here. Open the door, the Radiant Light Society. No more time for chatter, my brothers. I shall embark on writing an exhilarating tale, and I have already decided on the title. In the terrifying dungeon, I leap repeatedly, infuriating the female ghost. I must commend Mr. Lin. Truly, he is a national hero. By his own efforts, he has saved countless lives in the Dragon Nation. Such merit would have been revered in ancient times, earning him a temple and worship. Oh, the audacity. From this day forth, I shall no longer place my faith in Jesus or God. I shall instead revere the great Lin, for faith in him promises eternal life. Is it still possible for me to acquire Dragon Nation citizenship? Foreign netizens are enviously shedding tears, eager to join the Dragon Nation at once. Chapter 91. targeted by a god-level entity. Hey, how infuriating. Had I known, I would not have left the Dragon Nation. There are also those among the overseas Chinese who have immigrated and renounced their Dragon Nation citizenship, now jumping in frustration, their mental state unraveling. In an instant, all networks and news media throughout the Dragon Nation are fervently promoting this joyous event. Every trending topic is dominated by this reward, with Lin's name being repeated incessantly in the news. The host, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaims, "He is a hero of the Dragon Nation, deserving of every commendation." On the small platform, there exists a plethora of analyses regarding Lin's various specters. Particularly, the white-haired lowly, Elizabeth, has garnered immense affection from the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, numerous inquiries have arisen on a certain forum, pondering the nature of Lin's ID as the ghost benefactor. What is it like to possess an S-rank specter? Among Lin's apparitions, which one captivates you the most? At this moment, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom are unable to contain their excitement. Some have begun to blatantly defy prohibitions by igniting fireworks in the city, while the oversight of the General Affairs Office merely serves as a token resistance. The entire Dragon Kingdom resembles a festive celebration, brimming with exuberance. In the heart of Jinghai, after enduring a night of tempestuous storms, the streets remain puddled. Yet throngs of citizens have spontaneously emerged from their homes. They line the streets, awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. Soon, the procession of the light-seeking society approaches. Sirens blaring as they make their way from the outskirts of the city towards Lin's abode, the Ghost Fortress. Lin, seated in a luxurious black sedan, gazes out at the gathered populace, which includes children clad in school uniforms, elderly women with silver hair, and young couples, each one offering him a salute of admiration. Lin chuckles wryly, "Old Hao, why such a grand spectacle?" To which Hao Igwa responds, "This is truly not organized by us. It is entirely a spontaneous gathering of the people. Your reputation in the Dragon Kingdom is exceptionally high, and such a reception is well-deserved." A surge of emotions wells up within Lin as he observes these ordinary individuals outside, a faint smile gracing his lips, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of elation. In a previous life, I was merely a member of the Radiant Society, at best an elite anomaly among my peers, including the likes of Lao Hao and Caitlin, who were my seniors. To fight alongside them was indeed a badge of honor. Yet in this life, they now look up to me. My former adversary, the red wedding dress, has become my woman, and I am surrounded by numerous charming and beautiful female spirits. The sensation is overwhelmingly delightful. At that moment, Lin's phone vibrated. He retrieved it and began to browse, while Lao Hao dutifully turned his gaze towards the window. It was a message from Caitlin. "Esteemed and beloved President, your loyal Caitlin reports that this time, the reward from the Eagle Country is a piece of Tai Sui meat, along with an S-rank item, the Brainwashing Doctor's mysterious elixir. This item has the capability to implant a thought into an S-rank ghost, forcibly brainwashing it. I will have my S-rank ghost, the vengeful spirit Anna, deliver the item to you." Lin was overjoyed, secretly contemplating. "With this, I shall possess 2 pieces of Tai Sui meat. I plan to first feed one to the red wedding dress to test its effects, while the other item also holds great promise, perfect for brainwashing that Yasha." Lin's spirits soared. It felt as though fortune had smiled upon him just as he captured the defiant Yasha. And now an S-rank item tailored for them had arrived. What a stroke of serendipity. He began to wonder if fate had conspired in his favor. As Lin closed his eyes to rest, a sudden intuition struck him. His mental prowess was formidable, allowing him to sense the presence of nearby spirits. And he could undoubtedly feel someone watching him. Lin opened his eyes and cast a sidelong glance at the crowd by the roadside. As he beheld the source of the gaze, his pupils constricted slightly. He noticed, lurking behind the crowd, a peculiar figure adorned with an exquisite mask, a whimsical clown visage. Painted in hues of red and blue, with a mouth curled and a strange grin and eyebrows arched in a peculiar manner. Its smile was unsettling, a blend of laughter and tears, as though mocking and ridiculing. Yet, no one seemed to notice the masked jester standing behind them. This oddly attired clown appeared to be an apparition, invisible to all. For a fleeting moment, Lin questioned his own perception. Sitting beside him, Elizabeth sensed the rigidity in his posture. Her eyes widened with curiosity as she peered out the window and inquired, "Master, have you seen something?" The spirit, emerging from the void, with crimson eyes gazing outside, asked, "Master, shall I investigate?" Lin glanced again out the window, but the clown's figure had vanished. It struck him as astonishing that his other spirits could not perceive the jester. Furrowing his brow, Lin replied, "It's nothing. Merely thought I recognized someone." But it seems I was mistaken. The ominous reminder from the blood moon echoed in his mind. Attention, player specter caretaker. You have just made eye contact with a hidden entity in the uncanny realm. It has noticed you. Maintain a strong mental fortitude, or risk the peril of mental collapse. Lin could only feel relieved that his mental strength was sufficient to withstand a gaze akin to that of Cthulhu. Surely, that clown did not possess the same degree of corruption as Cthulhu, did it? Prompted by the blood moon, Lin realized he had just encountered a being of at least a malevolent deity's caliber. Yet, the entity appeared to exhibit little emotional display. Bound by the rules of both the reality and the bizarre world, it could only meet Lin's gaze with a single glance, an exchange that, while evenly matched, nonetheless instilled in Lin a profound sense of unease. He was eager to discern which sinister force this gesture belonged to. Was it the Blood Clan? The demons? Or perhaps the enigmatic and discreet realm of Yama? Or was it the frenzied coven of witches? Regardless of the identity, Lin knew he must hasten his dominion over the Crimson City, striving to elevate his specter to the status of a malevolent deity. The mischievous little demon, Vis, joyfully leaped into Lin's embrace, exclaiming, "Oh, master, during your absence, I missed you terribly." Lin absent-mindedly patted Vis's head, casting a glance at the subdued Yin Xiao, and said coolly, "Take him to my grand hall." The summoned spirit nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes." Yin Xiao growled defiantly, "If you have the guts, grant me a swift end. In 18 years, I shall return as a fine spirit." Lin turned with a cold smirk. "Rest assured, I shall soon grant you that mercy." Vis, perceptive as ever, quickly noted Lin's regard for the Yuksha and pouted, muttering softly, "Oh no, a new generation replacing the old. Master might no longer favor Vis." Chapter 92. Why isn't the vengeful spirit Anna one of my specters? Outside the city of Jinghai, at Lin's residence, the Ghost Fortress, in the grand and towering hall, ethereal mists swirl, imbued with an air of mystery and power, while fleeting shadows occasionally dart through the fog of the ghostly fortress. At the center of the hall lies an ancient, weathered bronze long table, where Lin occupies a high-backed chair, his hands clasped and his gaze profound, silently observing the Yasha in the cloud below. At this moment, a spectral figure emerges from the corner of Lin's ghostly domain, a delicate puppet-like girl clad in a flowing white gown, her golden locks cascading gracefully, reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Esteemed president, guardian of the female spirits, king of the ghosts, and enthusiast of young maidens, I convey my greetings on behalf of my master, Caitlin. This is a token she has entrusted me to present to you. The voice of the vengeful spirit Anna floats through the air, enchanting and magnetic. She bows slightly, showing her respect to Lin. In her hands, she cradles a wooden box containing an S-rank item, the mysterious elixir of the mind control doctor, alongside essential materials for ascending to a fearsome deity, including the flesh of the Tai Sui. As Lin accepts the box from Anna, his fingers brush against her icy hand. And to his astonishment, his hand passes right through her, as if he had submerged it into a crystalline spring, utterly clear. It passed right through. Goodness. Lin's mind is momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Anna's body beneath her attire is translucent? Is she corporeal or spectral? Might she be capable of freely transitioning between the two states? Sensations suggest a physical form. How intriguing it would be if Anna were indeed my specter. Then, I could delve deeply into the anatomical structure of spirits. The pitiful ghost girl, the vengeful spirit Anna, could hardly bear the piercing gaze of Lin, whose mental prowess was formidable. Struggling to maintain her composure, Anna inquired, "President Lin, do you have any further questions?" She bowed respectfully, assuring, "I shall convey your words faithfully." With that, her form gradually faded from sight. Once Lin had regained her composure, she turned her attention back to the restrained Yasha Yin Xiao below. The latter found herself pinned helplessly in a chair, unable to move. "Release me. What do you intend to do? You neither kill nor free me. What is the meaning of this?" Diana, the fantasy witch, gazed at Lin with keen interest, sitting gracefully opposite Yasha, propping her chin on one hand, her enchanting eyes twinkling. "Oh, my master grows ever more elegant. My affection for you deepens," she remarked sincerely. Yusha scoffed. "Humph. You sycophant. I hold you in utter disdain." Diana adjusted her wizard S-hat, smiling as she replied, "Engaging in a direct confrontation would be disadvantageous for me. If I were to face Elizabeth head-on, I would undoubtedly falter. I am, above all, terrified of death. Thus, I see only one path before me, surrender. I once read in an ancient text from the Dragon Kingdom that those who recognize the times are the true heroes. I find great wisdom in that." Yin Xiao gritted her teeth and retorted, "Have you ever heard the saying, Better to be shattered like jade than to remain whole like tile? After my demise, my brothers and sisters will avenge me. Diana chuckled, saying, I have heard that the relationships among you yakshas are quite amicable. But you are unaware that within our coven of witches, it is a realm rife with treachery and deceit. We harbor countless ulterior motives towards one another, and I have long grown weary of their machinations. Nearby, the little snail remarked with a gluttonous gleam. So, you have many ulterior motives? Might I partake in a few? Diana pointed at the little snail, exclaiming, Look at this naive creature. How innocent it is. Lin's lips twitched. Were it not for the game's stipulation that demons must acknowledge their master and cannot contravene their wishes or inflict harm upon them, he would truly hesitate to accept the whimsical witch Diana. He harbored an unsettling feeling that this capricious sorceress could easily turn traitor and betray him at any moment. It appeared that his entire cadre of demons was rather peculiar. The lady in red was ever eager to devour him. The snow maiden sought to provoke his ire. The snail relentlessly pursued him, and Vis, with her rebellious nature, had recently shown some restraint, yet her inherent disposition remained unchanged. At present, Vizzy was still quite innocent, but it was only a matter of time before she succumbed to corruption. The forgetful Lin Chichi incessantly bothered Chung Xiaodai for milk from the refrigerator, while the white-haired lowly Elizabeth yearned to siphon his blood. Her mother was perpetually preoccupied with how to repay him, her enthusiasm bordering on excess. In essence, all of Lin's demons were troublesome entities. Oh heavens, could I not be graced with a few normal spirits? The Yandera, the masochist, and the mischievous little fiends all had arrived. Thus, Lin exhibited no dissatisfaction with Yun Xiao's behavior. Rather, he found it quite endearing. In his eyes, such demons held great potential for cultivation. Once tamed, they would become unwaveringly loyal companions. It seems that this yaksha will not shed tears until he sees the coffin. Humph. It appears that it is time to employ that particular tool. Lin resolved to utilize the S-class item, the mysterious potion that brainwashes doctors. This item has the power to instill a singular thought within his specter. Rising to his feet, Lin slowly approached the yaksha, Yunyao, and commanded the fate specter to pry open his mouth. What are you doing? What is that? Don't come any closer. Woo-woo. Without hesitation, the fate specter forced Yunyao's mouth open. Though Yunyao yearned to resist, he found himself immobile, left with no choice but to glare at Lin with his singular eye, emitting pitiful whimpers. This is for your own good. Drink it, and you shall pledge your undying loyalty to me, and I shall aid you in restoring the glory of the Yaksha clan. Lin uncorked the vial and poured the violet liquid into Yunyao's mouth. The potion was remarkably smooth, slipping down his throat in an instant and traveling down his esophagus into his stomach. The effects of the potion manifested swiftly. Yunyao's eyes rolled back, and his entire being became dazed, trembling violently as his jaw quaked. He beheld Lin's figure, which began to merge with his perception of the original Yaksha, the fierce deity, intertwining in his mind. What? He is the fierce deity of my Yaksha clan? Yunyao's memories were entirely rewritten, though disbelief lingered. A voice in his mind continually affirmed that Lin was indeed his master. A fervent desire to follow Lin surged within him, with a sudden intensity. He opened his singular eye wide, gazing upon Lin's striking visage, with dark hair and brown eyes, exuding an extraordinary charm. Lin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at him with a gentle demeanor. Are you willing to follow me? Yun Xiao knelt on one knee, hoarsely declaring, Master, I, Yun Xiao, vow to follow you, unwavering until death. Chapter 93. Lin, I am more wrong than Do-Yi. Lin sighed in relief, finally managing to secure this fellow. All right, your name is Yun Xiao, correct? Very well. Rest here, and in the future, we shall fight together to restore the glory of the Yasha clan. Yun Xiao's expression brimmed with excitement as he replied, Yes. Lin summoned the little demoness, Vice. Take Yun Xiao down and arrange a room for him. The rest of you may withdraw for now. Seeing Lin's keen interest in Yun Xiao, Vice reluctantly flew over and tugged at a strand of Yun Xiao's hair. Come on, follow me. Yun Xiao protested, Wait. I haven't taken my leave from the master yet. Noticing Vice's displeasure, Lin shook the purple potion in his hand and said, Vice, are you feeling a bit mischievous? Would you like to try this? Vice was nearly startled into pulling out Yun Xiao's hair. No. Vice adores the master. I wouldn't dream of drinking any potion. Lin chuckled. That's good to hear. Nearby, the snow woman leaned closer and whispered, Master, what about the promised reward? Elizabeth grasped Lin's right hand, pouting and acting cute. Master, I wish to drink blood. Vice chimed in, I want the master to play with me. The little snail approached Lin with its two antennae, sniffing curiously. What do you have hidden on you? The more I smell, the more delightful it becomes. The woman in the red wedding dress whispered, will you come to my room later? Lin Chi-Chi, having slipped in unnoticed, exclaimed, brother, Sister Chung has gone out to buy groceries. I wish to drink milk, but I cannot recall where the refrigerator is. Will you take me there? The enchanting witch Diana mused. For some reason, I feel that being in the master's home accelerates my growth and strength. Could it be that closeness to the master enhances my power? Then I shall stay close to him. In an instant, an array of spirits gathered around Lin, simultaneously pressing their demands upon him. Overwhelmed, Lin felt his mind beginning to short-circuit amid the chaos. It was all too much. Fortunately, his mental fortitude prevailed, and he quickly regained his composure. All of you, get lost, he declared. The snow woman beamed with satisfaction. Thank you for the master's reward. The little snail, as it crawled, remarked, such violence, so much violence. This fellow truly lacks any regard for delicate feelings. In the hall, only the fate spirit remained, silently standing guard over Lin. He cast a grateful glance at the fate spirit. You are the best, fate spirit. Unlike the others, you are my most trustworthy companion. The red gleam in the fate spirit's eyes flickered with gratitude. Thank you for your praise, master. Whenever you need me, I shall always be by your side. Lin resolved to consult Lilith, who was well-versed in the history of this bizarre world. 10 minutes later, in the Blood Clan mansion, Lin appeared in Lilith's office. Today, Lilith was clad in a fitted black office uniform, accentuated by a pencil skirt, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, and her long legs sheathed in black stockings. Her voluptuous figure made Lin suspect that the button at her chest could burst open at any moment. At this moment, Lilith was diligently working on reports. Upon noticing Lin's arrival, her beautiful eyes lit up, and a joyous expression instantly graced her face. Master, what a pleasant surprise to see you at the Blood Clan. I heard you recently captured the specters of both the Yiksha and Witch clans. You should have seen those Yiksha fellows. Their faces were quite distorted. That was merely a warm-up. And what of your attire? Oh, this is how Miss Lin requested I dress. She mentioned that she usually works in this manner. Do you find it appealing, master? Lilith adjusted her glasses and bit her lip, gazing at Lin with eyes sparkling with innocence and fervor, almost enchanting him. The combination of her glasses and the seductive allure of a vampire in stockings was simply irresistible. However, at that moment, Lin was not in the mood for flirtation with Lilith. I have come today with a matter that requires your assistance. Of course, master. Please do not hesitate to command. Lin smiled faintly, slowly advancing to sit in Lilith's executive chair, his gaze falling upon the computer screen before her. There, prominently displayed, was the Blood Clan's financial report for the quarter, leaving Lin momentarily stunned. Lilith suddenly felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that she might have displeased Lin in some way. She hurriedly explained, I have just started learning this and am not very proficient. Mr. Lin requires everyone in the company to study. Lin, visibly frustrated, thought to herself, how pitiable, even in a ghostly form. One cannot escape the clutches of capitalist exploitation. Lilith whispered, Mr. Lin is usually quite serious. But in private, he is rather easy to get along with. He even sought my advice on how to nurture his ghost. She seemed to adapt quite well, didn't she? Lin composed herself and turned her attention back to Lilith. All right, let us discuss matters at hand. What do you know about the malevolent deities of the bizarre world? Lilith, taken aback, placed her hand on her chest to steady her racing heart. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, the progenitor of the Blood Clan, the immortal demon, the exiled Yiksha, the primordial witch, and the king of hell. As Lilith described the characteristics of these formidable deities, they did not align with the clown Lin had encountered. After a brief pause, Lin inquired, are there any hidden entities that also belong to the category of malevolent deities? Lilith's expression changed. I am not certain. In the bizarre world, malevolent deities are quite unique. Each ascension makes a significant commotion, and there must be records, unless. Lin pressed, unless what? Lilith replied earnestly. Unless they are outer gods from other worlds. Lin clarified, you mean deities that do not belong to your bizarre world, such as Cthulhu, for instance? Lilith gasped in horror, hastily leaning forward to cover Lin's mouth with her hand. Master, such a title should not be uttered. If he takes notice, it could spell your doom. The two were so close that Lin could almost sense the ghostly aura emanating from Lilith. Trembling like a frightened fawn, Lilith's eyes darted around in panic, fearing that Cthulhu might indeed descend upon them with a mere glance. Just then, the door to the room creaked open slightly. Lilith turned pale with fright, dropping to the ground and cradling her head, crying out, It's over. We've truly provoked a being we should not have. Lin, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Is your fear truly warranted?" At that moment, Lin Qian's voice echoed from the doorway. "Lilith, the financial report for this quarter." She peered into the room, only to find no sign of Lilith, but rather Lin seated in the boss's chair at the desk, his expression one of mild exasperation. "Nephew." Lin felt a twinge of awkwardness as he greeted Lin Qian. "Hi, Int." Lin Qian looked perplexed. "How did you end up here? Where is Lilith?" Upon hearing Lin Qian's voice, Lilith realized her uncharacteristic behavior and quickly adjusted her attire, standing up with an embarrassed smile. "My apologies, Director Lin. The report will only be ready for you this afternoon." Lin Qian stared at Lilith, who had emerged from beneath the desk, her expression shifting from confusion to astonishment. Her beautiful eyes narrowed at Lin, and her cheeks flushed crimson as she stamped her foot in place, murmuring, "It's my fault. I should have knocked. I didn't mean to interrupt." Lilith chuckled. "It's nothing. Really, I'm not intruding." Lin Qian cast a comforting glance at Lin Yin, as if to say, "TSK, TSK. My dear nephew is quite the charmer, especially considering she is a vampire with fangs." Lin Yin felt 1,000 wild horses galloping through his mind. "I am, without a doubt, more wrong than Doi." Chapter 94. I shall not disturb you any further. Auntie, it's not what you think. Lilith and I are discussing something of great importance. Lilith interjected to defend Lin Yin. "Indeed, Mr. Lin, we were just engaged in verbal communication. Regrettably, my knowledge is somewhat limited. I wonder if I can be of assistance to my master." Lin Qian wore a serious expression. "Lin Yin, you need to explain further." "I completely understand. Please, continue your discussion." Lin Yin, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, Hey, I see that you don't understand at all." He yearned to clarify, but Lin Qian offered him no opportunity. With a teasing smile, she remarked, "Oh dear, my apologies, it was thoughtless of me. I should have knocked beforehand. I shall not disrupt your delightful conversation any longer. I'll take my leave now. Lilith, do take good care of my dear nephew." Lilith assured earnestly, "Rest assured, Mr. Lin. Lilith will be ever obedient to her master's wishes, and I shall humbly accept any guidance you offer. Should I falter in any way, I implore my master to chastise me." Lin Yin's lips twitched. "Lilith, you are doing this on purpose." With a playful giggle, Lin Qian closed the door, turning to leave with an amused smile, as though she were escaping. Lin found himself at a loss for words as he glanced at the awkward Lilith beside him. "By the way, why were you so frightened just now?" Upon hearing this, Lilith's expression shifted to one of lingering fear. "Even if the master were to truly become that way, I would never despise him." Lin could only express his exasperation. "I appreciate that." Lilith smiled enchanting, brushing her snow-white hair. "You're welcome. It is my duty to protect the master." Lin mused inwardly. "It's a pity you remain oblivious to my mental prowess. This is the true strength of my wealth. This is my greatest trump card. Such formidable mental energy befits my identity as the lord of the haunted castle." Observing Lilith's anxious demeanor, her chest rising and falling, her delicate form trembling, Lin gently extended his hand to reassure her. "Do not worry, I will not become such a monster." Lilith nodded vigorously. Yes. If the master has any other questions for Lilith, I shall share everything I know without reservation." After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin inquired, "Those secret entities that do not belong to the Blood City cannot freely descend into reality, can they?" Lin harbored concerns that the jester might invade the real world and pose a threat to him. Lilith replied with a smile, "Do not fret, master. They cannot even enter the Blood City, let alone easily manifest in the real world. They can only project a fragment of their will, which poses no threat to you. Even if they were to forcefully enter the real world, their power would be greatly diminished. That puts my mind at ease." Lin felt a considerable sense of relief, realizing that he was temporarily out of danger. That jester could not reach him. However, Lin knew he must prioritize the cultivation of his own formidable spirit. He had already identified the most suitable candidate, the red wedding dress. Although the fate ghost was his innate spirit, possessing the ability to alter destiny, it was still far from being a formidable entity. Currently, Lin lacked sufficient resources to nurture them simultaneously. Furthermore, in terms of combat prowess, the fate ghost paled in comparison to the red wedding dress, as it initially classified as a B-grade spirit, inferior in both attributes and capabilities. Conversely, the red wedding dress stood as Lin's most potent spirit. Typically, spirits endowed with devouring abilities possess high potential for evolution. If Lin could cultivate the red wedding dress into a formidable entity, might it also evolve through consumption? Would he then be able to traverse the world in search of formidable spirits to devour? Yet, Lin grappled with another perplexing question. Why did the formidable spirits of the eerie realm depart after attaining their status? Lin pondered. Why do those who ascend to become formidable spirits choose to leave the eerie realm instead of remaining? Lilith shook her head, stating, I cannot say for certain. However, it is said that our bloodline's progenitor departed without warning on a full moon night after ascending to become a formidable spirit. Other formidable spirits seem to have experienced similar circumstances, as if they collectively fled. With his chin resting on his hand, Lin's mind raced. It appeared that ascending to become a formidable spirit could harbor unforeseen terrors. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from elevating the red wedding dress to that status all at once, keeping her at the final threshold of ascension. In the face of unavoidable peril, I shall allow Hong Jiai to ascend to the realm of the fierce deities. Lin contemplated silently within his heart. He turned to Lilith and nodded, stating, Well, the matters of today have been sufficiently addressed. I must take my leave. The Blood Clan must hasten its actions. We must swiftly conquer the entirety of the Crimson City. Lilith promptly rose, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, Your will is my desire. Indeed. Lin replied with a slight nod, closing his eyes as his form vanished from sight. The ghost fortress was steeped in silence, shrouded in a crimson mist. While the scarlet moonlight poured through the corridor windows, infusing the atmosphere with an enigmatic aura. Each chamber along the corridor housed various S-rank specters under Lin's command. Lin strolled to the boudoir of Hong Jiai. The door creaked open, revealing Hong Jiai before the mirror, engaged in her grooming. She was not wearing a veil. Her back turned to Lin, clad only in gossamer silk garments. Her smooth, fair back was laid bare before him, reminiscent of an exquisite porcelain figure with delicate arms, slender legs, and a narrow waist, yet with a broader base. In simpler terms, she was curvaceous, with a slender waist and ample hips, capable of bearing children. However, in contrast to Lilith's overtly seductive vampiric allure, she exuded a more restrained charm reminiscent of ancient women, like a musician half-concealed behind her lute. The subtlety of her presence stirred Lin's blood, igniting a desire to tenderly cherish the fragile Hong Jiai. Upon hearing the door creak open, she paused, her gaze transforming into one of allure. You wretched man, why have you come so late? Her movements were languid, her fingers elegantly poised like orchid petals. Beneath the moonlight, the sheer fabric of her silken attire appeared almost translucent, with the crimson moonlight taking on a tangible form. Lin stepped forward, enveloping the red bridal gown in a warm embrace. I have prepared a gift for you. The red bridal gown frowned. Why does your presence carry the scent of another ghost, just like last time? Have you sought out that specter again? Lin chuckled. Why do you doubt me once more? It seems I must demonstrate my sincerity through action. With that, Lin lifted the red bridal gown and approached the bed. The gown protested breathlessly. Wait, did you not say you had a gift for me? What is it? As Lin and the red bridal gown nestled under the covers, Lin exclaimed, Come, I have something extraordinary to show you. Chapter 95, The Sorceress's Grand Assembly. What could it be? Is it something more precious than the red umbrella? The red bridal gown curiously leaned in, only to fall victim to Lin's playful scheme. Receiving a hearty kiss, the bridal gown blushed. Oh, you scoundrel. You deceived me. Lin teased. Oh, your cheeks are aflame. Let me have a look. The red bridal gown covered her eyes. I am not blushing. Lin retorted. You resemble an ostrich with its head buried in the sand. The bridal gown shot back. You are the ostrich. Your whole family is ostriches. Lin retrieved from his backpack an item that no ghost could resist, declaring, Here, this is your gift. The Tai Shui meat, though its appearance was dark and reminiscent of slime, possessed an alluring aroma that stirred a sense of excitement within the spirit known as Hong Jiai. The fragrance was simply irresistible, igniting a strong desire to indulge. Unable to restrain herself, Hong Jiai began to consume this delicacy favored by spirits. Lin chuckled. Is it delicious? I prepared this especially for you. Soon you shall become my first fearsome deity. With tears welling in her eyes, Hong Jiai embraced Lin tightly. You are so wonderful, master. Attention, player. Your S-rank spirit, Hong Jiai, has consumed Tai Shui meat X1. You are now close to the experience needed to transcend into a fearsome deity. Please maintain your formidable mental strength. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to subdue the increasingly powerful Hong Jiai. Attention, player. Your S-rank spirit, Hong Jiai, has elevated her affection for you once more. Current bond, inseparable in life and death. Lin also held Hong Jiai close as long as you enjoy it. After a moment of intimacy, Hong Jiai nestled against Lin's chest, her sharp nails grazing his skin, sending tingles of exhilaration through him, as if she might extract his heart at any moment. Half jokingly, Lin In remarked, "You wouldn't actually take my heart to eat, would you?" Hong Jiai, with her teeth clenched, replied softly, "How could I? To others. You are the most precious gift, and I can hardly bear to part with you." Gazing at the bashful crimson wedding gown, Lin In felt a profound joy within her. In this eerie world, amidst the blood-soaked city, a conclave of witches of varying ages and appearances convened. Let them be shattered. I have expressly forbidden Diana from attending, and what has transpired? Now she willingly plays the specter for a mere human rodent, utterly disgraceful to her coven. The tempestuous and boisterous red-haired witch, Katerina, banged her palms on the table in exasperation. Beside her, the pale and delicate disaster witch, Melissa, with her light green tresses and unassuming bosom, bore a white serpent coiled around her neck. Her lips curling into a morbid smile that sent shivers down the spines of her fellow witches, who instinctively edged away from her. Sister Diana has merely surrendered. Why do you all wish for her demise? She must surely be possessed by a demon, Naley opined, suggesting that they should hang her and slowly incinerate her, healing her with restorative magic just before her demise, only to continue the process in hopes of salvation. A petite blonde girl with twin ponytails, embodying innocence, toyed with a small alarm clock in her hands. This was Naley, the time witch, endowed with the ability to halt time, relishing in her mischievous antics to prank others. After much deliberation, the assembly of witches found themselves unable to reach a consensus. At last, the sagacious and wise sorceress, tapping her wand upon the table, proclaimed, "Ahem. I perceive that each of you harbors your own thoughts. However, consider this. The man who can effortlessly capture the illusion, which must possess formidable strength. Perhaps none among us can match him." The fiery witch of flames, infuriated, struck her chest and bellowed at a deafening 120 decibels. "Am I to believe I cannot defeat him? What an absurd jest." Her thunderous voice compelled the assembly of witches to cover their ears. The witch of calamity silently retrieved a vial of potion and downed it in one gulp, instantly rendering herself deaf. At last, the world fell silent. The golden-haired young witch, Naley, interjected, "But that fellow named Lin has already dealt with both the demon clan and the blood clan. We must take action. I've heard he has a peculiar penchant for little witches like me." Flames erupted in the hands of the witch of flames. "I shall mar your beauty, and he will lose interest in you." The wise witch responded, "I suspect his next target will be our coven." The frost witch lamented, "What shall we do? Perhaps I should simply withdraw from the coven and flee." Facing direct confrontation seemed unwise. To allow the enemy to wreak havoc was unacceptable. "We must devise a plan to sow discord within their ranks." The wise witch then produced an S-rank artifact, a red button connected to a port, reminiscent of an automotive charger. The wise witch chuckled. "This S-rank artifact is known as the monster evolution device. By inserting it into a monster's body and pressing this button, an ordinary monster can be transformed into a formidable one. However, there is a cost. The evolved monster will become unstable and difficult to control, potentially leading to chaos." The flame witch retorted, "Are you suggesting we use this contraption to stir up trouble? You might as well send the plague witch to unleash toxins. That would be far more efficient." The plague witch added, "Though I cannot hear your words, your lip movements reveal your sarcasm towards me." The wise witch, displaying remarkable patience, replied, "Do not fret. I possess this S-rank artifact as well, the universal replicator. It can duplicate other artifacts, yielding effects that are approximately 70 to 80% of the original. Nevertheless, it suffices. I intend to replicate tens of thousands of them and disperse them into the human realm. When faced with temptation, humans find it exceedingly difficult to resist. If the rewards are substantial enough, they will engage in any morally bankrupt actions. The prospect of enhancing their monsters will be nearly irresistible to them. At that point, we need not intervene. Humans will inevitably turn against one another in their quest for these artifacts." The flame witch exclaimed, "How exhilarating. I feel as though I might gain some intelligence." The wise witch closed her eyes momentarily. "There remains one final question. Who will venture into the human realm to distribute these artifacts?" The frost witch eagerly raised her hand. "I will go. I will go." The wise witch inquired, "You do not intend to flee, do you?" The frost witch seems to have been struck at her soft spot, murmuring, "Look at what you're saying. I am utterly devoted to the witch church." The wise witch merely smiled. She would sooner believe that a sow could climb a tree than trust a word from this witch. Her gaze swept across the room, ultimately landing on the golden-haired little girl, Naley, the time witch. "This task is assigned to you, and you cannot refuse." Naley, who was toying with the clock, gasped in astonishment, "Huh?" Chapter 96. Naley. "I fear I am but a plaything." Nayli widened her emerald-like eyes. Her pointed ears perked up in surprise. The little one was utterly astonished. Why must it be me? That fellow adores cute little things like me. If he were to catch me, I cannot even fathom the consequences. The calamity which cradled her face in her hands, exclaiming, "Oh dear, just the thought of Nayli being captured excites me." Nayli trembled. Her cheeks flushed. "Ugh, are you some kind of weirdo?" The calamity which replied, "I graciously accept your compliment." Nayli retorted, "I am not praising you." The wise witch narrowed her eyes, chuckling, "Come now, Nayli, you are the best at escaping among us witches. I can only feel at ease entrusting this matter to you." The golden-haired little girl shook her head repeatedly. I don't want to go. Please, it's not advisable for me to go out lately. A glimpse into the future has warned me of impending danger. The frost witch remarked, "So you're just going to sulk, are you?" The wise witch earnestly remarked, "Nayli, do you not delight in using your time-stopping abilities to play pranks on others, causing them social embarrassment? This time, you may indulge freely in your mischief and enjoy yourself to the fullest." Nayli, with a sorrowful expression, murmured, "If I go, I fear I shall be the one subjected to such antics." The wise witch, with a knowing smile, suggested, "Shall we take a collective vote then? This way, you surely have no objections." Nayli thought to herself, "Oh please, you all are simply reluctant to go yourselves. What a wretched bunch of women!" The flame witch eagerly declared, "I wholeheartedly support this." The wise witch cast a sidelong glance at the flame witch, who had lifted her long legs and wrapped her arms around them. With a look of exasperation, she rapped the table and said, "Katrina, could you please be mindful of your appearance? We are convening a meeting, not hosting a party." The frost witch chimed in, "I didn't expect you, at your age, to still favor lace teddy bears." The flame witch retorted, "Speak another word, and I'll have you." The voting results were as expected. Apart from Nayli and the hesitant frost witch, the rest of the witches cast their votes in favor. Nayli pouted, her head drooping in resignation. All right, I shall go. However, it is agreed that if I am captured, you must come to my rescue." The frost witch replied with a grin, "If even a witch with the power to stop time gets caught, then we might as well have a farewell feast." The wise witch proclaimed, "I have every confidence that Nayli will successfully accomplish this task." Nayli clutched her alarm clock and wrinkled her little nose, acknowledging her understanding. The wise witch nodded in satisfaction, picking up the universal replicator to duplicate the item capable of evolving monsters, producing 10,000 copies. All carefully packed into little witch Nayli's backpack. "Now, off you go. Release them into the world, create chaos, and leave that man in utter disarray." With her heavy backpack, Nayli trudged towards the door like a little snail, puffing with effort. Once she had disappeared from sight, the wise witch smirked. "Women need to be refined by women. Dear Nayli, you are still too green to contend with me." Meanwhile, on Blue Star, in the land of cherry blossoms, the aftermath of the previous round of monster raids had left the nation severely weakened. There was an urgent need to recruit powerful demon tamers to fend off the next onslaught. To this end, they were even willing to welcome those demon tamers hunted by other countries into their fold, permitting them to continue their illicit activities within their borders. Where there exist righteous demon tamers, there are also those who are malevolent. Fleeing from other nations, they arrived in the land of cherry blossoms, becoming akin to mercenaries. This unholy alliance coalesced into a formidable criminal force. The land of cherry blossoms had unwittingly invited danger into their midst. Within a single day, the nation was rocked by heinous murder cases and a series of mysterious disappearances of young girls, all perpetrated by these wicked demon tamers. Driven by their twisted desires to commit unspeakable acts, the populace of the land of cherry blossoms was engulfed in anxiety and fear. However, the officials of the land of cherry blossoms deceitfully claim that these occurrences are the work of aimless spirits from a bizarre realm, favoring the foreign demon tamers they have enlisted. It can be said that the nation is but a mere catalyst away from descending into a lawless and savage state. Human nature, at times, can be more terrifying than any specter. These malevolent demon tamers are transforming into true fiends. In the midst of such turmoil, the time which Nayli materialized in the heart of Tokyo, the land of cherry blossoms. She emerged from a narrow alley, the streets eerily deserted. It was midnight, the hour when the air is thickest with malevolence, and numerous phantoms of the uncanny world roamed the thoroughfares, startling any unfortunate passers-by. Eerie, the licked-mouthed woman, Sadako, prowled the streets and dark corners, poised to strike down any hapless wanderer. Aside from the demon tamers, few dared to venture out alone. It could be said that the land of cherry blossoms had become the nation most infested with spirits in the world. After 10 minutes of searching, Nayli found herself at the entrance of a video store still open at this late hour, peering inquisitively through the door. Is anyone here? Inside, there was only a middle-aged man, his physique unkempt and his appearance greasy, sporting a receding hairline, engrossed in a videotape, a lewd smile occasionally crossing his face. Upon lifting his gaze and encountering Nayli, he was first taken aback, only for a glimmer of avarice to flicker in his eyes. Well, little sister. Are you playing cosplay? How kawaii. The shopkeeper exclaimed in admiration. Nayli, both curious and astonished, responded, Did you just call me cute? Ah, dear sir. How repulsive you are. Oh, but rather haughty, aren't you? What is your name, little girl? The shopkeeper had never encountered such an adorable golden-haired loli. As if she had stepped straight from the pages of an anime. She adorned a peculiar pointed magical hat and wore a priestess robe, her bare feet appearing delightfully rosy. Nayli bit her finger, cradling a clock, exhibiting an air of arrogance as she elongated her tone. My name is Nayli. Why do you regard me with such a distasteful expression? Because, my dear uncle, I absolutely adore children. The middle-aged man suddenly conceived a rather audacious and wicked idea. After all, he possessed a B-class monster. Capturing this delicate little loli would be a mere trifle. Yet, he maintained a benign smile. Stepping out from behind the counter to approach Nayli. Shopkeeper. Ah, I see. What a pitiable little sister you are. This is Tokyo, and it's quite late. Your parents must surely be asleep. Why not rest here for the night? Are you hungry? I can provide you with something to eat. Nayli, uncle. You're quite kind. However, I am not hungry yet and have no appetite for you. I must take my leave now. Oh, and here, this is for you. With that, Nayli retrieved a replica of a monster evolution device from her backpack and handed it to the shopkeeper. He picked up the item. Perplexed, is this a car charger? Nayli attempted to explain. It's... Never mind that for now. Just keep it with you, dear uncle. However, in the next moment, the middle-aged shopkeeper revealed a sinister grin akin to that of a wolf. He swiftly pressed the button for the rolling shutter. And with a clattering sound, the door of the video store was shut tight. Nayli was taken aback, exclaiming, What? What are you doing? I told you I'm not hungry, and I don't like eating mice. Little girl, you can't go anywhere. Be a good girl and become my slave, he cackled menacingly. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling flickered incessantly. As he spoke, the shopkeeper's shadow elongated under the flickering lights, and a ghastly apparition emerged from his shadows, swirling ominously around him, exuding an eerie atmosphere.